Hello world! Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, no matter where in the world you happen to be. Welcome back to Microsoft Ignite. I'm Donna Sarkar. I am the Principal Cloud Advocate for our Power Platform and our Fusion Dev teams. I work with IT pros, developers, citizen devs, data scientists from all over the world to help you create amazing things without having to learn to write a lot of code first.
And I'm Seth Juarez, Principal Cloud Advocate. My job is to help every professional on the planet be successful with AI and machine learning in the cloud. We are so excited to be guiding you through another day of keynotes, sessions, and the latest developments from the forefront of innovation at Microsoft. There are so many ways to take full advantage of your Microsoft Ignite experience, like checking out the Learning Zone. It's the center for training, development, and certification with Microsoft. Whatever your style of learning happens to be, you'll find something to expand your skills.
Okay, for all of you who are newer in the industry or you're just looking to change to your next career or switch tracks, check out this Intro to Tech Skills series where you can build up your knowledge cache of Microsoft technology. So you can choose from 14 unique sessions, 30 minutes each, and you can find all of them in the schedule builder or on the Learning Zone page. So even better, all of these are recorded and available to view on demand after Microsoft Ignite wraps, so you can really customize your learning experience. So if you're really, really ready to show us what you've got, you should sign up for the Cloud Skills Challenge. And if you do a new Cloud Skills Challenge, you can earn a free certification exam on us. Oh. There's nothing better than going to your boss and saying, I wrangled a free thing from Microsoft, you should do that. So there are 7 different challenges across all of the cloud solution areas, and they're live right now through the 30th of March. Take the Power Platform one, it's fun. So once you get certified, share your story using the hashtag #ProudToBeCertified.
We love seeing those stories. Be sure to keep the conversation all show long via the hashtag MSIgnite. Am I doing it right?
Still no.
Maybe we'll even shout you out, almost maybe for sure.
Yes. Okay, so we want to take you a moment to walk you through a few key spots in our digital venue. That's the box you're in. So not technically in the box you're looking at. So it's day 2. So hopefully you've now registered. If you haven't registered, go do that. And Seth, do you want to pull up a screen?
I'm ready.
Oh, you did it. Look at this.
Inception.
Yeah.
Hold on. If I move like this,
wow.
How long does it take?
Probably that yellow box see, Seth is logged in. That's why it says Seth Juarez.
Oh yeah,
He registered and everything.
I did the homework. There I am, logged in.
He's logged in, Seth Juarez. So click my schedule.
Okay.
So that is his schedule so far.
I have some spots that I need to fill. Look at this.
Okay, this is good. So if you go up, go back to where it says Seth Juarez and just click on that. And let's do your profile.
Okay,
so
my profile.
This is how people meet you, learn who you are, etc.
There I am.
Right now, Seth has no...
Oh, fail.
Did you not fill this out at
fail.
all? Like Seth.
Okay, so if I could choose an industry to be in,
forestry and fishing.
Of course. Yes. It's like we know each other.
Exactly. So Seth, we think, should be in forestry and fishing.
Okay.
So you should fill this out, Seth. You should put all your languages you know. Right now, they think you know. You're not in management.
No.
What are you learning? Yeah.
Productivity. For sure.
Yeah.
Languages spoken. Python.
Yes. I'd put C++.
C++, C#.
There you go.
Okay.
Okay, so anyway, let's go see sessions.
Okay,
Show
sessions.
them the digital backpack.
Okay.
Go to session catalog.
Session catalog. Yeah. Okay, there we go.
So you Oh, Satya's keynote.
There it is.
We had a chance to see it, but not the whole thing. So maybe you should save it to your backpack.
Boom. Save
Okay.
to backpack.
So putting it in the backpack just saves it for later. And at the end of this, you get a Word document with hyperlinked segments so that you can see them whenever. This lasts for quite a while. So whatever sessions you don't get a chance to see, add them to your digital backpack.
This is my backpack right now.
This is your
Obviously, the two most important sessions, Satya's and
Anthony
my
Bertolo's.
session. I know they put me last.
Yeah. Hi, Anthony and Cassie. We can't wait to check out your session.
That is correct.
So you want to continue the learning you started with. There's a learning zone and a connection zone. Go do all those things. The Cloud Skills Challenge we mentioned is in learning zone.
Right up in
Okay, so you want to continue all the learning you started here with Microsoft Learn going forward. So just go to Microsoft Learn and you can dig deeper into topics, find training, schedules, get details about certification. And there are over 400 different learning paths that you can go and learn and, just be better at whatever job you want to get in the future.
But we have the one thing we want to do also is there is a featured partner set. One of the coolest
yeah.
things that you get to do
Yes.
at Ignite is you go around the booths and you're
Yes.
like, ooh, what do you got? Show me your tchotchkes.
Wow. Okay, so wait, click Connection Zone. Do you mind?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
Of course.
Connection Zone. Okay. Connection Zone is, remember at Ignite, if you've ever been there, in the middle there's a huge hub type thing, and that's where you can meet experts, get help on your apps, connect with each other, etc. Connection Zone is where you do that.
Okay.
As part of Connection Zone, there's a whole track called Humans of IT. This is one of our favorite tracks.
Let me click it.
Connection Zone. Humans of IT is where there are all of the real stories about people who are doing extraordinary things in technology, but they're behind the scenes stories on how they do that work. How do they rely maximally productive? How do they build relationships? How do they stay current and up to date with what goes on in this industry, but also taking care of their physical and mental needs?
That's why I'm drawing like super shine around it.
Wow. Okay, there you go.
There you go.
All right, everyone. So we know this is a lot. This is a lot to take in. So take a breather, take a breath, get a stretch, get some hydration. Use the digital backpack. Remember, this site will be alive for a little while. This is all about making your Microsoft Ignite experience work from you, however you need.
That is correct. Innovation in action is what Microsoft Ignite is all about, especially as we face the challenges of this past year. Our next guest knows a lot about that. Scott Wright, architect for Ferguson Enterprise, one of the world's largest HVAC, lighting, and plumbing supplier. And when the pandemic hit, Azure NetApp Files was integral in keeping Ferguson going. Scott joins me now. Scott, how you doing, bud?
Good. Thanks for having me.
It's good to see you. Why don't you introduce yourself for our audience? Tell us who you are and what you do, bud.
Yeah, I'm Scott Wright. I've been working for Ferguson Enterprises now for about 12 years. I am the enterprise cloud architect, working out in front of all the Azure solutions that we're adopting day in and day out.
Awesome. So tell us about your infrastructure and about the decision to move to Azure.
Certainly. So we looked at about 2.5 to 3 years ago. We had a mandate from our CIO on how we were going to change the way that we work and adopt solutions in the cloud. So we looked at things like GCP, AWS, and Azure. We ultimately wound up on Azure, looking at them from a perspective of how do we elevate our data into the cloud and make it more consumable for our lines of business, our stakeholders, and across all of our companies that Ferguson operates within our subsidiaries.
So tell us about how the current global, because Ferguson, I know about Ferguson, right? Because I have plumbing in my house, believe it or not. You may not believe, but I do. Y'all do everything everywhere. There's a lot of you everywhere. How did the global situation that we're currently in affect you and accelerate the necessity for moving to the cloud?
Yeah, so one of the things that happened for us is we were really poised to look at Windows Virtual Desktop, multiple solutions ahead of what happened with COVID. So when COVID kind of hit last year, February, March, we were already well along the journey with Windows Virtual Desktop, allowing folks to be more agile, work from home, work from pretty much anywhere and any device. So when that happened, it just kind of elevated our push to the cloud, making us adopt more opportunities, speed to market, get things into the hands of our business as well as our consumers and users that much quicker. And when we looked at Windows Virtual Desktop, and how we use Azure NetApp Files alongside of it, that really helped elevate our game and force us to push 14,000 to 15,000 employees remote.
Now, and I wanted to hit this because hadn't said this before, but can you tell us again how many people were going remote after you did it? This is a lot of people.
Yeah, 14 to 15,000. We adopted Windows Virtual Desktop. We increased our VPN capabilities. We did that all through Azure.
And it's not just 14, 15,000 people in one location. There's locations everywhere, right?
We are 1,400 locations, 26,000 employees all throughout North America and Canada. That is correct.
So I want to get into the nitty-gritty of this because all of a sudden everyone now is working from home, and not just home in one place, but everywhere, 14,000 people. What did you do? How did you do this? I mean, I want to get into the nitty-gritty of how you moved everyone into the cloud.
So we worked very closely with a lot of the teams there at Microsoft, right? We worked alongside of folks from NetApp, but ultimately we really were hand in hand. It was a complete team effort across the board. You know, Azure NetApp Files is a first-party service offered by Microsoft, supported by Microsoft, alongside of the folks from NetApp. We looked at how we can, pair up with the global Black Belt team for Windows Virtual Desktop and get them to help us to do large-scale deployments in the regions we're running in, like Central US and East US too. Then making that readily available, as well as preparing our users to consume and use that, whether that be through, their iPad, through their phone, through their laptop. But ultimately, we looked also at how can we lift and shift the data with things like Cloud Sync off of our existing NetApps for our finance departments, for various departments throughout the organization, and making that data that much more available in the cloud and consumable. So we basically went from being on-prem for a lot of our teams to being in the cloud almost overnight.
So was it really that easy of a switch?
I would say that yes, it was that easy of a switch. It was a couple, long weeks, weekends, right? But, over the course of, a good week or two, we were well poised into being there already because we had already teamed up with Microsoft and Azure NetApp Files to get us where we needed to be. So we were well on the journey. We were a private preview customer. We were looking at the solution, how we can, pair it with everything that we're already doing in Azure.
So you've mentioned this a lot, and I have to admit, I haven't heard of Azure NetApp Files that much. Maybe you can explain it to me and the audience.
Yeah, so Azure NetApp Files is, basically just like what you're doing with your NetApps on-prem today. You're able to lift and shift your data out of your data centers with Cloud Sync, push that data up into Azure NetApp Files, but you can utilize it for NTFS permissions, file shares, anything along those lines that you need to. We also utilize it for our AKS volumes. We create capacity pools. We scale out those volumes. We create alerts and metrics around them. But at the end of the day, it's about our users being able to consume the data they need to ultimately support our customers, support the country, as well as, we push more and more data into the cloud, more and more teams. We've become more and more of a remote workforce every day, and Azure NetApp Files has really helped us do that alongside of Windows Virtual Desktop.
That's really cool. So if I'm understanding this right, NetApp Files is something you had on premises, which was like a giant hard drive that then you just literally just moved up to the cloud. Am I getting this right?
That is correct.
And that's really cool because, like, I imagine the situation where everyone all of a sudden had to work home, and it's like, well, I need to get to my data, and it's at work, and you're like, nope, we just moved it up, as well as the virtual machines. So everything, including the computer itself, was now available to everyone as they were at home. Like, this is really cool.
Yep, it was amazing to pair up with the Microsoft team and work through, getting that initially set up was just amazing, and it was a true partnership, and we continue to work additional initiatives in that space as well.
So what's coming next for you all at Ferguson?
Yeah, so what's coming next is the art of the possible for us. How can we look at refactoring some of our applications, utilizing things like Azure Migrate, Movair. We're also looking at how we can bridge the gap between our multi-cloud solutions and utilizing things like Azure Arc. That way we get that one pane of glass to look at our systems that sit in our Oracle Cloud, our AWS Cloud, GCP, wherever they may reside, to really bring everything together in one pane of glass and make it more consumable to our operations staff, our architects, our engineers across the board, as well as our third-party teams with things like Azure Sentinel.
This is awesome. Where can people go to find out more about your work and, for example, Azure NetApp Files?
Yeah, we have some stuff out on the NetApp customer success story, as well as what we've done for Azure Arc on the Microsoft customer success story as well.
This is awesome. Look, I'm a huge fan of moving things to the cloud, but being able for like one day just be like, hey, you got to stay home, but you know what? We value your work, and now you can do it all at home. That's just impressive to me. Scott, thanks so much for joining us, my friend.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
You can find out more about Azure NetApp on the Featured Partners Showcase. Throughout Microsoft Ignite, we'll be checking in with our featured partners to see how they are implementing cutting-edge tech to solve real-world problems. For Intel, it means AI, Azure Confidential Computing, and Intel SGX to reduce fraud for insurance companies and produce better patient outcomes in healthcare. There's also Veeam. Their backup and recovery supports native object storage in Azure, so companies like Red Bull Media House can protect their irreplaceable and seriously jaw-dropping content. Let's check out some customer stories.
Hi, my name is Andrew Franz. I work at Benetton School. I am the systems administrator, and I'm here to talk about Azure Stack HCI and how you can combine your compute and storage into one solution and the benefits of that. It will completely change how you think about compute and storage.
Red Bull Media House creates some of the most amazing, eye-catching, gravity-defying content that worldwide audiences just can't stop watching. This isn't accounting data like a spreadsheet. You could rebuild a spreadsheet. Red Bull can't go and shoot new video footage of flying into an airplane or surfing through a village. Go check out the full Red Bull video on Veeam's featured partner page at Microsoft Ignite. That video is so cool, you gotta watch it more than once.
Okay, so I have seen that Red Bull video they're talking about, and wow, it will get your heart pumping. It is actually really cool. I love the Red Bull crazies. I'm too afraid to do it, but
Yeah, don't do it.
speaking of cool, you already know that Microsoft Learn is the center for continuing your learning journey. Our next guest has not only continued her journey, she has reached its apex as a Microsoft MVP. Ivana Antonella Tilca joins us from Argentina.
She's right here.
Ivana, ¿qué me cuentas?
Hola.
Hola, Seth. Hola, Donna.
How are you?
Pleasure to be here, guys.
It's
so good to see you.
cool to see you.
Thank
so
you for joining us.
let's talk about you 1st. Let's start with you. Tell us about
Tell us about you.
you.
Yeah, tell us about you.
About me?
Who are you?
Okay.
Where do you live? Your
well,
area of tech.
I'm
etc.
a Microsoft MVP in artificial intelligence. I live in Cordoba, Argentina. I work for the company 3XM Group. I'm a quality manager, but I love to share my knowledge with community. So that makes me being a Microsoft MVP my favorite thing. So that describes me pretty highly.
That's awesome. So I understand that you're a special kind of MVP, the kind that, what kind of MVP are you? Tell everybody.
Oh, well, I love using Microsoft Learn, as you were talking about all the benefits of using Microsoft Learn or Microsoft Doc, especially to teach and mentor students all over the world. So that's the special thing about being a Microsoft MVP that you mentioned.
But you're also an AI MVP. I was trying to toss it up so you could be like, AI. You're an AI MVP, right?
I'm in your team, Seth. Yes, I'm in your team. You wanted to hear that.
I did.
Yes, he did.
We're
He
all
did.
on the same team, but the AI folks, we have a special love for one another.
She's
did I make it weird?
Also for
She made it weird.
innovation.
Oh yeah, for innovation.
Yeah, he usually does that. So
I made it weird, and she's like,
Yeah.
no, we have a love for innovation because she's awesome. So tell us about the kind of things that you work on and how Learn has taught you how to move and learn the skills that you need to learn.
Well, for the last couple of years, I have been working a lot with AI, but also with autonomous systems and also mixed reality. And even though the three of them look like different areas, I believe that they are they have a lot in common. So I usually go to Microsoft Learn or Doc to get in touch with all the new stuff that you guys are launching and see how I can manage and challenge myself to get them together, because I see there is a lot of potential. We saw yesterday Satya and Alex showing exactly what I'm saying. So that's that's what I enjoy most of using Microsoft Learn and Microsoft Doc. It gives me all the tools to empower what I'm trying to accomplish.
I love that. So out of all the announcements you heard yesterday and everything that you've been seeing happen in the news, what was an announcement that you were really surprised by?
I was surprised for Microsoft Mesh. I really think that Microsoft is investing a lot in mixed reality, and I think that it helps a lot with the situation that we are facing right now all over the world to get more close to everyone, more close to different environments that we never thought we could be near to. So as you can see, I have a lot of devices in here, so I use them a lot. To maybe travel to Greece or travel to Redmond inclusive. So I think that's the one I enjoyed the most, what is Mesh.
So what are some of the technical aspects of Mesh that were interesting to you that you thought, I'm going to look at this first because I see a ready-made opportunity for me?
What I think the most shocked me, and the one that I'm preparing Microsoft Ignite to finish to start taking use of it, is the possibility to be present in different environments and to enjoy everything like it was real. I even have an Azure Kinect, and I know that will help me a lot with this kind of technology.
So, Ivana, you're such a role model in Argentina, but all over the world, really. So I'm sure lots and lots of people come up to you, especially after you present or showcase your work, and ask you, I'm interested in technology, either I'm a student or I'm looking to change careers. What is the advice that you would give to anyone in the world, whether they're early career or they're looking to change careers or change tracks? How would you advise them to start learning about Microsoft technology? Which tracks specifically?
Well, to start learning, I enjoy a lot all the different videos that you can find in Channel 9 about the introduction to technology. But they are also, I would suggest them to pick those videos and also take as I said, the Microsoft Learn different learning paths that are available over there. Because that helps you you have in the learning path, you have all the environments you need in order to test everything and to learn everything. So that's the first step you need to take from my point of view. And later, the thing that I enjoy the most is to have crazy ideas and say, okay, how can I accomplish this crazy idea? And if I don't have all the tools in the Microsoft Learn, of course, I usually assist to all the live show that Channel 9 is doing. I'm enjoying your show a lot.
Yes.
But also I'm also reaching MVP community all over the world. So you can find MVP in all different technologies through Twitter, and you can ask them. And we are there for helping the entire community, and we learn helping each other.
That's true.
That I would suggest them to do that. Mm-hmm.
And she did mention the AI show that I do every other week.
True.
I mean, just go to aka.ms AI show and you'll see it's literally we code stuff together.
I love it.
It's
so,
really cool.
Ivana, just quick last question from me. Everyone in the world wants to learn, how do you become an MVP? What is your 2-line advice for them?
Well, I didn't have like a goal when I became an MVP. I just loved sharing my knowledge with the community, and I loved bothering everyone on Twitter. So I usually tweet you, I tweet Seth and everything, and I like to teach. So I think that's the main thing each one of all the MVPs all over the world have in common, that we love to share knowledge. So if you are the person that you love to share knowledge and you have that knowledge online and you assist to events to show your work and teach people, then please reach to any MVP in order for us to nominate you to become an MVP in the technology of your choice.
I love that. Learn things, share with others. Do the thing before you become an MVP.
She's the best.
Such a good answer. Ivana, thank you so much for talking with us this morning. Congratulations on being an AI MVP. And Seth, I think that was an amazing answer. We don't even need to answer how can someone be an MVP. Ivana kind of did it for us.
She did.
She did. That is
But if you want a reminder, it's pretty easy. Drop in on the Learning Zone, like she said, during Ignite, deepen your skill set, sign up for the Cloud Skills Challenge, or jumpstart an entire career. The Intro to Tech Skills series is a good one to start with. Here's Microsoft Partner Group Manager Aaron Rifkin with more.
Hi, my name's Erin Rifkin, and I'm a Partner Group Manager here at Microsoft. Welcome to the Learning Zone at Microsoft Ignite. This is our Center for Learning and Development Activities dedicated to training and certification with Microsoft. So whatever your style of learning happens to be, you're going to find something here to help you expand your skills. If you're a self-starter, sign up for the Cloud Skills Challenge. You'll be able to learn and earn a free certification exam on us. If you're more of a hands-on person, check out Learn Live. We've got subject matter experts that will walk you through self-paced learning today on Microsoft Learn. If you're new to the industry or you're making your next career move, check out our Intro to Tech Skills series. You'll have the opportunity to build new skills with Microsoft technologies. But we've also created a set of videos and resources that'll help you learn and skill beyond your journey here at Microsoft Ignite. So go check out the Learning Zone and all that it has to offer, and I hope you have a great Microsoft Ignite.
All right, so like we mentioned earlier, we're checking in with featured partners who are making real-world impact with their clients. Let's hear some customer stories from Cloudera and NetApp. Let's go to it.
With Cloudera, we can connect and analyze billions of data points. This includes snapshots of key parameters that are being streamed in real time from aircraft sensors. We use the Cloudera stack to do machine learning and to predict when components will fail.
Cloud services like Azure NetApp Files are critical to power our data and performance-intensive applications in the exploration and production business. Today, a colleague working on a geological model in Bolivia, a technical expert in Houston, and a quality assurance auditor from Madrid all collaborate securely thanks to cloud services like Microsoft Teams and virtual desktop infrastructure powered by Azure NetApp Files.
There's so much great content coming up on day 2 of Microsoft Ignite. Let's take a quick look at what's ahead. All right, so at the bottom of the hour, we're going to hear from the one and only Scott Gu, who is the Microsoft Executive Vice President of the Cloud and AI Group. Scott Guthrie is going to take the virtual stage, and he's going to be answering your questions. I'm really excited for this one because we get to hear what's on top of mind for not just Scott, but for all of you, because he's so deeply plugged into the community, right?
That's true. And at 10 a.m. Pacific, it's a keynote with Microsoft Executive Vice President of Worldwide Commercial Business, Judson Althoff.
Later on, it really is all about accessibility. I'll be sitting down with my friends Connell McKinley and Ash Graham Brown to deep dive into the best accessibility features that help them be the most productive. So this is something we're all thinking about when we think about innovation that's secure and inclusive and helpful to really everyone. So you've got some good guests too, right?
I sure do. Later today, I'm getting more insight into the world of responsible machine learning, like actual diving into how this stuff works and fixing it with Manoush Zemecki, Technical Program Manager here at Microsoft. And then we'll drop in on a session with Microsoft's own Takeshi Nomoto and Emma Williams on the latest from Teams and the Dynamics 365 business platform. That's in a few hours at 11 a.m. Pacific.
I can't wait. It's going to be a great day. So at every gathering of Microsoft Ignite, we're not only introducing the latest product innovation, but we're also tackling some of the biggest issues in our industry. So the things that are top of mind for all of you watching, things you've told us, like ethical AI, accessibility, security, and with this global pandemic affecting all of our lives, still, happy 1-year anniversary, what does modern work look like, right? So we're going to find out a lot more about that from Microsoft Corporate VP of the Employee Experience Suite, who's Chuck Friedman. That'll be later today at 12 noon Pacific time.
I am ready for all of this. Let's do this. It's time for our favorite guy in the red shirt. No, I'm not talking about Santa Claus. I'm talking about Scott Gu. Check back in with us right after. We have an exciting block of exclusive Microsoft Ignite content coming your way. Interviews, analysis, highlights from day one. It's our show within a show, and it's called Into Focus.
Right now, though, it's Q&A time with Scott Gu. Let's go.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to day 2 of Ignite. We're excited to have you join us for the Microsoft Cloud Unplugged session with Scott Guthrie. My name is Mary Williamson. I'm the Vice President of Azure Apps and Infrastructure. I spend my days talking to customers and partners, and today I get to talk to Scott. Hi, Scott. Good morning.
Thanks, Mary. I'm excited to be here too, and really looking forward to the conversation.
Today, we're going to focus, Scott, on conversations on Microsoft's cloud, the investments that we're making, the strategy behind our comprehensive platform, and a couple of questions from the audience. We'll also have a lightning round of Q&A at the end, so be prepared. How's that sound, Scott? You ready?
Sounds great. Let's get started.
All right, my first question is around cloud, and given our Ignite attendees yesterday heard Satya talk about the future of computing, we'd love to hear your point of view on Microsoft's cloud approach and the value it brings to our customers.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're living in an interesting time right now where, we're all going through a pandemic and all of our businesses are, being stretched in new ways. And, I think every company and every organization is trying to figure out, how do we reinvent ourselves? How do we connect with our customers better? How do we do business differently? And we see cloud as kind of a key ingredient to enable that type of transformation for organizations. And our goal with Microsoft Cloud is, how do we help our customers do that as best as we can? And I think one of the things that makes the Microsoft Cloud unique is both the breadth and the depth of what it provides. We have infrastructure and an application platform and data and AI-rich set of services that anyone can build on with Azure. We've got productivity tools with Microsoft 365 that enable employees to be more successful and collaborate better. We've got business process applications with Dynamics 365 that can reinvent supply chain or sales management or a whole host of additional capabilities that power businesses. And we have our Power Platform, which is our low-code, no-code offering, which allows you to stitch together all of these clouds and build applications without having to write code. And then we have with GitHub and Visual Studio, the world's richest professional developer tools and services that enable any developers to build custom applications across all of this. And that comprehensiveness and is really one of the unique things that makes the Microsoft Cloud. And then the depth of richness in each of those product offerings is incredibly unique. And the ability to use all of that and then protect it all with a common identity management and a common set of security solutions and management capabilities, means ultimately you can be more successful within your organization, and we can help power our customers' businesses forward and adapt for this new changing world.
I think that's a fantastic lead into my next conversation, because you talked about the capabilities, you talked about connecting with customers, and you talked about innovation. And given yesterday's announcement regarding Microsoft Mesh, can you share how mixed reality, that experience, ties into innovation across cloud and edge?
Yeah, I think a lot of the work we're doing with the new Mesh capability, is an example of, I'd say, of some of the richness that you can build on top of, the Microsoft Cloud I just described. And it leverages things like HoloLens 2 and a lot of the work that we've done, which enables customers, for example, to be able to work remotely in a mixed reality based world. We've got customers like Toyota that are using it for enabling engineers in, say, Japan to be able to connect to service teams all over the world and be able to experience that remotely and help them fix and improve things. And that stitches across Azure, it stitches across HoloLens, it uses our Dynamics 365 Remote Assist app, and it's built on top of Teams using Microsoft 365. So that's just one example in, say, the industrial space. And the NHS is another great example in the UK, who's using HoloLens in that same set of solutions to help keep doctors safe as they treat patients with COVID-19. And they're able to use that same solution in a healthcare scenario. And what Mesh is doing, and the new Microsoft Mesh offering that we talked about yesterday, is sort of taking all of that capability to the next level and providing an even richer collaboration platform that's going to integrate as part of the Microsoft Cloud and enable workflows to naturally transition from familiar 2D world to the world of mixed reality and enable even richer communication experiences across the globe and across an even broader variety of scenarios. And that both is available to end users to take advantage of and to organizations, but also has a rich set of developer services so developers can build on it as well. And it's just integrated and part of the overall Microsoft Cloud.
It's so exciting to see these innovations and also putting them in the hands of developers, because we know that that's going to power even more and more of those customer innovations. In thinking about developers, what tools and frameworks are available to help them collaborate in this more remote world that we're living in, this new current reality and environment where many of us are disconnected and working from home, and that's going to be a new normal?
Part of what makes the Microsoft Cloud unique is the richness of the APIs and the services that we provide. And let's just say, starting with Azure, we've got databases as a service, we've got IoT as a service, we have rich AI platform capabilities with Azure machine learning, and so much more in terms of that developers can program against and build solutions on top of. And we've got application hosting environments, whether it's Azure App Service or Azure Kubernetes Service, that you can use in order to run those applications in either an on-demand or a serverless-based way. And that richness, I think, enables so much opportunities for developers to build really transformational things. But I think one of the things that's made us unique as a company, really going back to the founding of the company in 1975, we started as a developer tools company, and our first product was Microsoft Basic. And I think since our very beginning, from the very early days with Bill Gates and Paul Allen, we've recognized that having developer tools and having great developer tools can make developers even more productive and help them achieve success beyond just providing platform APIs. And so in addition to things like Azure and the overall Microsoft Cloud of APIs, we have great tools in GitHub and in Visual Studio that are not just great tools, but they're the number one and number two developer tools used in the market, and really enable developers to leverage all these APIs and leverage all these services in an even faster, more repeatable way. And increasingly with things like our built-in support inside Visual Studio for doing collaboration. And then also within GitHub, we now have, for example, our code spaces capability, our GitHub Actions capability for doing CI/CD, and a whole bunch more. We're also kind of looking to work to enable teams of developers to collaborate, often remotely, whether they're working from home or working all over the world, in building those solutions as well. And GitHub and Visual Studio are multi-clouds. You can use them with any cloud, but the depth of the integration that we've done with the Microsoft Cloud, I think really stands out and enables you to go even further and be even more successful.
I think that ties in really well with the next question, because you talked about developer, you talked about multi-cloud, and kind of paired with that is hybrid. And one question from one of our Ignite attendees, Shahid, asked, what's that future of addressing on-prem, hybrid, and cloud in the Microsoft model?
Yeah, I mentioned earlier about our developer tools with Visual Studio and GitHub, and how we've explicitly taken a multi-cloud hybrid approach, meaning you can build apps anywhere. And that notion of hybrid has been something we've really built into the Microsoft Cloud from the very beginning. And part of that was our heritage, meaning we had a lot of customers that used our products on premises. And that promise that you can both use our capabilities in our cloud, on premises, in other people's clouds even, and stitch that together into a solution or a set of solutions, I think is also one of the things that makes Microsoft unique. I don't think there's any other vendor in the cloud space that has the depth of hybrid and the depth of multi-cloud support that we have. We're seeing, pretty much customers and every customer taking advantage of it in some way, shape, or form. And whether that is around our operating systems, whether that's around our database platforms, whether that's around, as I mentioned, the developer tooling support, or things like our IoT, or even a higher level Azure services, that's one aspect. And with things like Azure Arc, which we'll talk a lot more about also at Ignite, we're enabling people not only to deploy our things in a hybrid multi-cloud way, but also govern and manage them in a hybrid multi-cloud way. And Azure Arc, provides that glue and that management framework, if you will, so that you can manage these services everywhere. And then you can use even things like Azure Sentinel and Azure Policy and our Azure Security Center to also securely manage and monitor these environments. Again, regardless of whether they're running on premises or running in a multi-cloud environment or running, say, on an edge on an IoT device. And you're going to continue to see us drive forward this hybrid multi-cloud approach, and enabling that, is a key design tenet that you're going to continue to see us push hard on in the years ahead.
Yeah, I have a ton of customer conversations around our continued investment in hybrid, a lot of excitement about Arc, and probably another pool of excitement is around data. And one key component of successful collaboration with our customers is really fully embracing and unlocking that data. Can you share your thoughts on the role data plays in digital transformation?
Yeah, I think increasingly, every organization is trying to use data in a deeper way, and not just to kind of record what happened, but really also understand why did it happen, and how can you use the insights of why something happened to kind of predict what will happen in the future, and or change your behavior of how your organization works to better optimize for future outcomes. And a lot of that means you got to be able to store lots of data and break down those different silos of data that you have inside an organization. And things like Azure Synapse is one example, and the rest of our Azure data services as a way to kind of bring together those silos into one common data lake or one common data warehouse view of that is incredibly important. I think you also need to be able to empower people to be able to look at that data, and whether it's business intelligence or business analysts that want to be able to create dashboards and turn them into insights that they can give to people within the organization. And if you look at Power BI, we've now got the leading BI tool in the world. And it's used, by I think something like 98% of the Fortune 500 now. You can use Power BI separately, but it has incredible integration with Azure Synapse. And even at Ignite this week, we'll talk about some of that deeper integration that we've done, so that you can do performance optimizations, or you can do better management of the data in a deeper way. That I think is really, really unique. And then with our Azure Purview service that we just announced a couple months ago, we're now providing data governance so that you can understand the lineage of the data, like where did this particular row come from? Do I have privacy issues? Or if someone is asked to be forgotten, are we correctly following the GDPR requirements or some of the other policy and privacy laws that are enforced? And the nice thing with Azure Purview is it gives you that framework that allows you to kind of manage these increasingly important privacy and data lineage questions. And then with our Azure AI services, you can not only store data and look at it, but you can also train models that you can operationalize either in applications or directly inside Power BI for data insights, so that, again, you can kind of predict what's going to happen in the future based on the data you have. And have it all, again, all be secure, have it all be governed, and have it all be compliant. And I think that ability to kind of work with data in that flexible way that's comprehensive, helps organizations that want to go down that data-driven path, accelerate dramatically towards that goal.
Yeah, I think you touched upon a couple of things that build on each other with data and the Power Platform. And that kind of leads me to the next question, which is we see this emergence of low code, in that abstraction of insights and actions. Can you talk a little bit about what we see connected to digital transformation and low code capability?
Yeah, I think one thing I'd say is, at a high level, in terms of when you think about what we're trying to accomplish at Microsoft, and if you saw in Satya's talk, when he talks about our mission statement as a company, it really is to empower every person and every organization in the world to be able to achieve more. And that is the foundation mission statement of our company. And, I think one of the things that speaks to is the need to kind of democratize technology. And, how do we make everyone that's attending Ignite a hero inside your organizations, because you're able to help your organization transform more. And so the more we can do both in our core platform, but also in the tools that we build to enable that, the more successful you and your organization will be. And I talked earlier about the tools that we're building for professional developers with Visual Studio and with GitHub. Those tools are optimized for developers that are writing procedural code and building custom applications, and there's a lot of need for those. I talked about earlier the work we're doing around data platforms and enabling people to store and process and work with data, whether they're a data engineer or a data scientist. How do we provide the rich tooling there? And then part of what we're trying to do with the Power Platform is this low-code, no-code solution, which enables a whole host of people that aren't professional developers in a lot of cases, or aren't data scientists or data engineers, to build great solutions. And with Power Apps and Power Automate and Power Virtual Agent in particular, we kind of enable a whole host of business units and IT professionals to build applications faster that don't require procedural code, that are more metadata driven, and can really stitch together, all of the Microsoft Cloud, can integrate with things like Teams and collaboration platforms that people are using at home in order to deliver business outcomes faster. And what's nice is that it can work together with pro devs on the back end, or together with data engineers or data scientists in the data environment. So it doesn't replace the need to have those. And it's designed to integrate with the apps and APIs and the data sets that they expose. But it can, I think, dramatically accelerate getting a business value and a business outcome into your employees' hands. And if you look at whether it's T-Mobile or Toyota, the manufacturing, or Telstra, or Sterling Bank, or GSK in the pharma world, those are just some examples of great organizations and great customers that are using these low-code, no-code tools and seeing tremendous success in terms of rapidly deploying solutions into their environment that take a fraction of the time that it maybe would have a couple years ago, when everything had to be built by hand. And I think if you haven't looked at the Power Platform, definitely recommend looking at it, because it can dramatically accelerate pretty much every business's success. And in some cases, the Power Platform is now built in for free into Office 365 and Microsoft 365. And so you can use a bunch of the scenarios at no extra cost inside Teams for a whole host of different scenarios. And so it's definitely something that's, I think, a magic ingredient that if you haven't looked at, I definitely encourage you to spend some time looking at.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing, Scott. If you haven't spent the time, Ignite's a perfect time to go think about Power Apps and look. And my experience too, and I've had customer conversations where I've used that too, is that you're a hero. You solve a very real problem really quickly and easily, and then that takes off inside of the company. So I would encourage folks to look at that. Top of mind when we're talking about the entire picture of the cloud is security. So switching gears a little bit on security, what are some of the continued investments Microsoft's making in that space, and what's your point of view on that?
Yeah, I think security is probably one of the most important topics that we focus on as both a cloud provider and as a company. And so we spend over $1 billion annually at Microsoft just on our security. And we have thousands of cybersecurity experts that are working to both protect our cloud and make sure that, as someone who's providing infrastructure and services, how do we make sure our apps and services are secure, but also building the right tools so that you can very easily secure your estate as well, because security is both something that we need to watch, to work on, but it's also something that as you build apps and deploy things, you also need to make sure that you're looking at your own code and looking at your own way of configuring things as well. And so as part of that, we've built into our cloud products rich security features and management and compliance capabilities. So, for example, with Azure, we have our Azure policy support. And that allows you as an IT professional to set a policy that says, no open ports on the internet, or, you can't add admin roles to this particular application without the right workflow. And things must be encrypted at rest. And so you can set that policy now and do it centrally, and then have every application in the Microsoft Cloud estate honor that policy as just sort of one example of a feature we've built in that can really help you be more secure in how you use our cloud. And with things like our Azure Security Center, or the equivalent on the Microsoft 365 side, we're also looking to provide the right dashboards and the right tools so that you can know, are you using our cloud in the most secure way? And across the Microsoft Cloud now, for example, we now publish what's called the security score. And so you can look and see what is your security score for your environment on the Microsoft Cloud. And definitely, if you don't know it, you should find out what it is, because it tells you how secure we think you are using our cloud. And it also provides very prescriptive guidance. If your score is low, here's what you should be doing to be more secure in how you use our products and services. And that's built in, again, for free, and definitely encourage everyone to take advantage of. And then you're seeing us also build even higher level capabilities, things like Azure Sentinel, which is our next generation cloud SIEM that you can use to kind of investigate issues, that you can use to monitor your environment in even more advanced ways. And what's nice about those security tools is they work not just on the Microsoft Cloud, but they are also hybrid and multi-cloud as well. And so you can use Sentinel to monitor your on-prem environment as well as, say, your AWS environment if you have one of those. And so we're also really trying to make sure this hybrid multi-cloud approach is something we're thinking about broadly, inclusive of security. And you'll see us continue to invest heavily there in the years ahead.
It's amazing to hear how much robust points of view we can pull together in security because of our catalog and our vast touch points in technology. I had one more question for you before we get to the lightning round, Scott. And that question comes from James, another Ignite attendee, and it's a bit of a crystal ball. So can you share how you see the Microsoft Cloud evolving over the next 5 years?
Yeah, I think you're going to see a couple things with cloud in general, the Microsoft Cloud in particular. I do think you're going to see cloud become an ingredient really in everything that happens in the world. I think, I don't think there's going to be a physical device in the world that 5 or 10 years down the road will not have an IP address and will not be in some way cloud connected. Whether it's our cars, whether it's our refrigerators, whether it's the thermostats in our buildings or our homes. Increasingly things are going to be connected, and we're going to want, and I think is expect, both as end users but also as businesses, that our systems are able to, because they're connected, are able to integrate together and deliver even more value to us. And so I think you're going to continue to see this push on enabling richer scenarios. The Microsoft Mesh and the mixed reality capabilities we showed yesterday is just one example in the case of collaboration. You'll see more with IoT. You'll see more when it comes to data. You'll see more when it comes to business process. And I think it's going to be an exciting time for us in the technology space. All of us, all of you attending Ignite, and all of us, working at Microsoft, as we kind of enable that future together. And it's going to be one that's going to, require security. It's going to require great tooling. It's going to require great end-to-end integration. And we're very much excited to go down that journey with you, and very much are committed to, how do we provide you the tools that are going to help you transform your business in the years ahead. And I think it's going to be an exciting ride, hopefully, for all of us.
Thanks, Scott. Really compelling, really exciting, and challenging, which I think we're all bought into to lean into. Okay, now I get to ask you to clear your mind and answer some questions real fast in our lightning round. Are you ready?
Go for it.
Okay. What new hobbies, if any, have you picked up since COVID or this working from home time period started?
I've gotten into model train layouts. So I read some article in some magazine and thought, well, that sounds fun, and how hard can it be? And it turns out it's hard. But so yeah, I've been building a model train layout.
We're going to have to check out your Insta on that one. Okay. If you could teach one subject in school, what would it be?
History.
Window or aisle seat?
Aisle seat. I'm tall.
Music or podcasts?
Music.
Favorite movie?
Star Wars.
When you have the gift of free and unstructured time, how do you choose to spend it?
I like reading a book on the couch.
Dawn or dusk?
Dusk.
Talking or texting?
Talking.
Sea exploration or space exploration?
Space exploration.
Invisibility or super strength?
Invisibility.
Climb a mountain or jump from a plane?
Neither. I hate heights.
Okay, final question. What is the one thing that makes you happy about the work that you do?
It's fun. It's fun, meeting a customer or partner who's using the technology that I got a chance to build and hearing what they're building with it. And always, it's always more than I was expecting, and it has more impact, and it, provides meaning to me, and hopefully I'm helping them. And so that's fun.
Fun and meaningful. Thank you, Scott. Scott, thank you for your time today and for your perspective on the Microsoft Cloud strategy. And everyone, thank you for joining us. We hope that you enjoy the rest of Ignite.
Thanks, Mary. And thank you, everyone, for watching. And as Mary said, I really hope you enjoy the rest of Ignite, and really looking forward to seeing what you build with all this technology we're talking about this week.
All right, Microsoft Mesh, customer journey orchestration from Microsoft Dynamics 365. I did not name that. The low-code revolution with Power Platform, and all of the innovations from Microsoft 365 and Microsoft Teams. The news goes on and on and on.
It sure does, but what does it mean to bring these Microsoft Ignite Day 1 announcements to life, and what can we look forward to on Day 2? For the next 60 minutes, we're doing something a little bit new and a little bit different. We're giving you exclusive access to top Microsoft engineering leaders and some very special guests as we jump in feet first and break down the big announcements from the leaders driving innovation.
All right, so we'd love for you to join us as we take a closer look at the latest from Microsoft Ignite's Into Focus segment. Follow us. Do not trip on that. Okay.
Bye. All right.
Yeah.
I made it. Thanks for joining us.
I know.
I'm Seth Juarez, Principal Cloud Advocate here at Microsoft, focusing on all things AI and ML.
I'm Donna Sarkar, Principal Cloud Advocate for the Power Platform and Fusion Dev teams.
We kick things off with a stellar lead-in. We don't often get to say we opened for Scott Guthrie himself, so that's a first. But let's take it back to yesterday's big announcements. To paint these discussions with his perspective is someone near and dear to us because he's El Jefe, as we like to call him. We're delighted to have him joining us with this special perspective, and not just because he signs our checks. Does he actually sign our checks?
I don't think so.
Oh.
Yeah.
Corporate Vice President.
That's a power up now.
Corporate Vice President of Developer Relations, Jeff Sandquist. How you doing, bud?
Hey, Seth. Hey, Donna. I do approve your success reports, so
yes!
Great to be here today.
I know. So we love a good crasher, Jeff. Like this is fantastic because we're all going to gear up now and nerd out over announcements, and no better person to nerd out with than you.
Yeah, it has been just a great day for us. So many different announcements that we had yesterday. Microsoft Mesh, mixed reality services like Azure Object Anchors, and remote rendering. We are on the cutting edge to deliver mixed reality spaces. Excited to see what developers are going to go build it. With all the announcements in machine learning, data, and automation spaces, we're going to make it easier than ever to focus on solving customer problems instead of focusing on re-implementing the same thing over and over. Our breadth and depth is unparalleled, and our technology helps empower everyone. You don't need to run expensive GPUs to build the latest machine learning model. You can just use a service like Azure Cognitive Services. We see the capabilities of semantic search yesterday that would be so impossible to build from scratch. Instead, you can use our cloud service and build on top of the models that we've been building as a team. We can talk all day about this stuff, but we got a lot to get to, including a roundup of the day one announcements. Let's go take a look.
Good morning and welcome to Ignite.
Today, our entire goal is to spark your imagination.
It's okay what's happening now, the ability to experiment, try something different.
Today, I'm very excited to announce.
Starting today, I'm excited to introduce.
Announcing a new mixed reality platform, Microsoft Mesh.
Microsoft Mesh will let us experience mixed reality together in instinctual and collaborative ways. Colleagues from around the globe can collaborate as if they're physically there.
This is a moment. This is a type of change that really happens once in a generation.
What was that? Did I just hear you cheer?
Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare is designed to empower your organization to be adaptable and agile during the changing environment while building resiliency that helps you weather today's challenges and into the future.
That's the meaning of the future. Fluid, dynamic, and cloud-powered, where everyone feels included, engaged, and empowered to bring their best ideas.
I'm excited to announce PowerPoint Live in Teams. Use presenter mode to upgrade from standard sharing to standout.
Business applications are fundamentally changing. We're really excited to announce not one, but two amazing products today for intelligent order management and for customer journey orchestration.
For the first announcement of today's session, we're now going to include Power Automate Desktop with Windows. We have to turn everyone into a developer with low-code tools.
We're building solutions to help you reduce risk across your entire digital estate.
Security is at an incredible inflection point. Our fundamental ethos is to help build a safer world for all.
These examples are just the beginning of what's possible when you connect the bits we build with the atoms of the real world. I can't wait to see the world we create together.
All right, Microsoft Mesh is one of the biggest pieces of news to come out of day one. What did you think?
Oh my goodness, it literally says in there to make an impression of Microsoft Mesh.
Stop doing it.
Oh, okay.
Stop doing it.
Okay,
Stop doing it.
okay.
As we've already seen, the press from all around the world react to this news over the last day. To break it all down, we're going to bring in our media friends to us. So here to talk more, we have two familiar faces that you know, love, and trust, Mary Jo Foley and Paul Thurrott. Hey, y'all, look
What
who's
it
here.
is.
Look, Windows Weekly in the house with us.
What's going on, my friends?
How are you?
Hello.
Good. How are you guys?
Good. We're good.
Do you miss us terribly in person?
Yes.
We very much do.
Yeah.
And I especially miss Seth's shirts, which have apparently been tailored especially for him in the off season here somehow.
Wow.
I literally wear this. Look, Paul, it's my lucky shirt, and
Yeah.
you know it. Thanks once again
love it.
for being here. So let's get into the news.
The news.
From your perspective, and just give it to us unvarnished. We'll start with you, Mary Jo. What's exciting for you? And then we'll go to you, Paul, because that's the order of things. Let's start with you, Mary Jo.
So obviously for me, Mesh was very interesting. I liked seeing how it was presented because there are a lot of complex topics in the whole idea of the Microsoft Mesh, right? You've got the underlying infrastructure layer, you've got an SDK, you've got like spatial rendering and all these different components. And it was interesting to see how Microsoft pulled it together and presented it as a cohesive whole. I feel like some of these pieces were out there, maybe back as far as 2 years ago, we heard about things like Azure Spatial Anchors and Azure Rendering, but we never really saw them all put together until yesterday.
So do you
during
remember,
the keynote.
you remember, Mary Jo, when we first did the shared experience with HoloLens, must have been 2016. This is the actual sophisticated experience without you setting up your own server. So I loved seeing it come to life. And by the way, and I know you and I have talked about this, is a bunch of the infrastructure work was done by our team in Lagos, Nigeria, in the Africa Dev Center. So it was so cool to see their work after years come to light. So that was good.
So Mesh for you, Mary Jo.
Yes.
What about for you, Paul?
What about you, Paul?
Well, Mesh was also at the top of my list, but since Mary Jo stole that from me, I will move forward to, the Microsoft Teams stuff. I mean, I think that Microsoft Teams is the story. Well, I was going to say the story of the past year. I guess the pandemic was the story of the past year, but the silver lining that comes out of this is Teams and these kind of hybrid capabilities that will take us into the future. And I think this is so important because we do miss you guys, and we can't wait to see you in person. But as events kind of kick up and things happen, I mean, some people are going to stay home, and hopefully the experience of the past year will allow Microsoft and other companies to have these hybrid events where some people will be joining virtually and some people will be there in person. And Microsoft Mesh can play a role in that as well, of course. But this is I look at Microsoft Teams today as really the kind of the center of the Microsoft experience on the client side.
And I love the idea. Oh, we're in Brady Bunch mode. I love the idea. There's Paul. I love the idea of Teams being.
Oh, I went the wrong way.
Stop doing it. Stop. Yeah. Okay.
Teams being the virtual office. I want you to dive in because y'all are some of the best analysts in the biz. Can you dive into some features that you're like, oh, I see how that's going to be awesome in the future, or I see how this can be used. For example, you mentioned Teams. We'll start with you, Paul.
Yeah, well, like the dynamic view stuff, for example. I mean, one of the big problems with the virtual meetings that we've been having over the past year is just the fatigue of it, And I think anything we can do to make it less awful, to kind of have these interactions is super important. But it's not just making it less awful. It's adding value, and it's adding value that's going to last past the time that we return to offices, some of us, right? That by virtue of the fact that we've been using Teams and using its automatic recording functionality, its automatic transcription functionality, its automatic language translation functionality, we're going to want to have that stuff after we're back in the office, because you might want to go back and review a meeting or search for something during the meeting, or someone was out sick and couldn't attend and they want to see it later. And, Jared Spataro a year ago was talking about the new normal and how we're never going back to the way things were. And at the time, it sounded it was almost like science fiction. But now, here we are almost a year in, and it's like, it is not going to be exactly the same as it was before. But the good news is it can actually be better.
That's right. It's more inclusive. And I love presenter mode because it really keeps your focus on a person's face, because all these studies have shown we focus much better on a person's face than on endless slides. So that made me happy. I want to hijack this quickly and ask you, Power Automate Desktop, what do you think?
Yeah.
Yep. That was also on my list. I have several items on it, of course.
So, the thing that was the most interesting about the Power Automate Desktop being included with Windows 10 announcement for me is it reminded me of the old days when Microsoft used to talk about democratizing technology.
That's right.
And you don't hear Microsoft say that anymore, but that's what it's about, right? So is Power FX, same thing. Right. The idea of having a language that goes across the Power Apps, Power BI, Power Automate family that everyone can use.
Yes.
That it's meant to be removing barriers so that if you're not a developer like me, you still can feel like you could actually create a flow and do something with robotic process automation.
Right.
And the cool thing is that this isn't the first time, and now I'm talking from the outside because I didn't work at Microsoft at the time, but this isn't the first time we've done something like this. Why do you think it's sticking now at this time, Mary Jo and Paul?
Right. I know Microsoft's tried for a long time to kind of democratize the idea of everybody's a developer, right? Everybody can be a developer. But I think what was missing was kind of a familiar model. And if you're somebody who is used to Excel and you're kind of an Excel jockey at your company, it feels very natural to be able to use the Power Platform tools. Before, I felt like Microsoft was expecting you to learn something new. And now it's more, hey, you already know how to use this, so why not just take advantage of your knowledge?
Exactly. One thing that the Power Platform team always says, and I appreciate, is it's kind of like taking Excel and PowerPoint, mixing it together, and enabling you to suddenly build apps and automation and flows. So you're not learning anything new. And with FX, you're literally not learning anything new. So it's so cute to see this language, who I think it's like the biggest programming language in the world, right? I think it's got, a billion users. People know how to use it. And now people can use it in all kinds of other places to make chatbots or out of the little box. Get out of the little box. but I'm very excited to see Power Automate land on the Windows desktop and see so many friends that we have all over the world, like we know, 18 million insiders, be able to do their job better by being able to automate just basic things like sending this batch of email or connecting this thing every day or taking this update. Just so many things that you can now automate for free on your own machine with your Windows license.
So we got about 60 seconds left.
All right.
One other quick hit from you, Paul, and another one quick hit from you, Mary Jo.
Well, I did have Power Platform, but I'll move on from that. I appreciate that there was some Windows news this week. We had gotten, the book of news ahead of time, and there wasn't a lot Windows related. There was a nice little session, obviously, with Panos Panay, which is great. And then Mary Jo just pointed out to me that, unbeknownst to me, there have been a bunch of IT Pro related Windows announcements that happened yesterday. So I'm going to go review those after we're done here. But I'm glad to see that happen.
Fantastic. Mary Jo, 10 seconds.
Azure Percept was my other big one.
Yes.
Right? Because, so this is a kit that's meant to, another democratized thing, take AI and other Azure services and bring them to the edge in a way that's much easier for people to be able to just take advantage of. It's like, here's a piece of hardware and software. You stick this on your wall with thing called an 80/20 something. I don't know what that is, but it's like a metal bar.
Let's
and suddenly
chat.
you can do AI processing at the edge.
Let's chat. We should do it. We should chat some more, but
By
we're out
the way,
of time.
we're going to make a dev out of you, Mary Jo, yet.
She is one. We're all devs.
Wait, first she has to be an Xbox user. First things first.
No.
Thank you, Paul and Mary Jo, so much. You know we can talk to you forever. Please check out their tech podcast, Windows Weekly, wherever you get your podcasts. So, Jeff, after hearing these reactions, what do you think?
The thing that Paul said, and I was talking to a developer yesterday, they were saying, I was wondering, they were a real back-end server developer, and I said, what did you think of the keynote? And what they said was, this is what science fiction would look like when I imagined it as a child. This is why I got into computer science. And so I'm really excited to see what developers are going to build with Microsoft Mesh. And we have documentation up, and so you can go check that out and go start building the next great thing. That's what I'm thinking about.
I love it.
Well, that's exciting. Where am I going here? Oh, there we go. They're like, look at the right camera set. The world of Microsoft 365 is a place designed for productivity and connection, and it's more vital than ever as many of us redefine how work gets done. Our next guest is here to talk about equipping the workforce to tackle challenges across industries through innovations in Microsoft 365. Please welcome Corporate Vice President of Microsoft Office Workplace Transformation, Emma Williams. How you doing, Emma? I can't hear. Oh, there you go.
No, I'm here. It's the thing in 2020. You just have to take yourself off mute.
Oh, you're on mute. Some people wish I was on mute, but it can't happen. Emma, I was so excited to chat with you. You have such an interesting background. Can we start with your background just so people can get a sense for who you are?
Yeah, it's a little non-traditional, isn't it? I had my primary degree was in Anglo-Saxon English and Old Norse, so I was studying Beowulf and Viking sagas, and then my PhD was the dragon in Scandinavian mythology. So I thought it was just perfect for a role as a CVP in engineering and product at Microsoft. Just perfect training for that.
Honestly, I think it's perfect, right? Because there's a lot of people everywhere, right? And I also understand that you love languages.
Yes, that's right. And in fact, the reason I got into the tech industry, ironically, was my younger brother, Gavin, introduced me to Unix very early on. And I just became fascinated by it as another language. And so before you knew it, I switched careers. Instead of being a professor in Dragons, I decided to move into the tech industry. And I've just been riveted by it ever since. It's just been so fantastic. And I think the thing that is really unique about the background I come from is it's a non-traditional one. So it actually gives me that ability to think outside in, and I tend to think of the customer as the hero in the story, and really focus on them, their pain points, the things they're trying to do, the story arc for the hero, as it were, and then I think about a very deep empathy in the way we build software.
This is really cool because I know you do a lot of work with teams, and it feels like there's like a teams for everyone kind of focus and a teams for the one kind of focus. Let's start with the teams for everyone kind of focus. What are we trying to do with teams? Emma, what do you say?
Well, one of the things I do that's super important here is I focus on industry. So how can we actually make teams relevant for all of the employees in industry? Industries like retail, healthcare, manufacturing, government, financial services, and in fact, particularly the industries that have been the heroes of the last year. And what's unique about those industries, 80% of their employees are frontline workers. Nearly 2 billion frontline workers in the world, and traditionally left behind by technology. And so if you think about our company mission, Seth, it's impact every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. So of course, we have to go make sure that Teams is relevant for frontline workers.
So let's talk about frontline workers in specifically. It was the focus on frontline workers something that happened because of the pandemic, or was this something we've always been doing?
No, we started leaning in very hard into empowering frontline workers starting in 2018.
Okay.
Because we knew, again, it was our company mission, but we knew we weren't relevant with the information worker experiences that we had at the time as relevant for frontline workers. They're very mobile first, they're shift-based, they're moving around all day. It's not like they sit at a PC like you and me and have a Teams camera on a Windows desktop. So we really started working on building great experiences like shift scheduling and tasks and walkie-talkie for retail, or virtual visits and telehealth in the healthcare space. And it's of course, we had to surge over the last year because, of course, they became the heroes of our planet, empowering the rest of us with logistics and healthcare. But definitely we began the journey a few years ago.
So this wasn't like a reaction to the pandemic. This was literally something we focused on. So how do you get someone like me? Let's just say I worked for you, and now you're like, Seth, I want you to think of the features that you want to build for the frontline workers. How do I even get my head into that space?
I know it's of course, none of us are frontline workers, or at least I used to be a waitress in college to work my way through college, but it's been a long time since I did that. And so I think one of the things is my team, we want to walk a mile in the shoes of the frontline workers. And so we literally go out and do 12-hour shifts in hospitals with the clinicians and the nurses, or at least we did. Yes, pre-pandemic, we did that, and we would go into retail with floor associates. We would go into manufacturing plant floors, spend time in oil and gas industry, and really just get to know what it is to walk a mile in their shoes over a 12-hour shift. And of course, when I say to my team, well, what have you learned? Every single one of my team says, man, it's exhausting. And so the level of empathy it creates for people who are on their feet all day long on shifts really helps us deliver the right experiences.
So if I'm understanding right, your folks actually went out and did shifts in retail, in like a hospital, and that's amazing. I bet you learned a lot about not only your team, but like what other people are doing and how teams could actually help them.
Absolutely. So we don't write a line of code until we really, really deeply understand the scenarios and the pain points and how to solve them. And we have advisory boards of our customers with frontline workers and their managers on these advisory boards who lean in with us. And they literally look at all of our UX screens. They work through our early ideation with us. They're in our beta programs with us deeply. And it's a lot of fun. And my team really loves it because we feel very mission driven to help, of course, these incredible heroes of our planet, frontline workers, and really make life different for them. And then, of course, Seth, I think there's the other side of my team, which I haven't mentioned yet, which is the team that's really focused on using insights that we can generate from Microsoft 365 Graph to help businesses survive and thrive and have business resiliency, and to help employees with their well-being. So that's another critical component of the work we do.
And that's the focus. Like, I love how you have a focus for the everyone. And then the second focus I want to talk to you about was the focus for the one. Like, I know every once in a while I log into Teams and I'm like, something feels better to me, at like an emotional level. Tell me, what are we doing to help the one while they're in this new virtual office that we call Teams?
Yeah, so we announced recently a couple of key features. Like, we're building this series of insights, this app that we're delivering in Teams called Viva Insights. It's part of our new Viva Suite that we announced recently, the Satya headline for us. And it's really focused on individual well-being. So, of course, we know, as Paul mentioned earlier, we're all sitting in front of these screens all day long as information workers and having conversations. And how do we help you with those cognitive breathers those moments that you can actually decompress. And so we announced a virtual commute. Now, none of us love commuting pre-pandemic, right? You didn't love it, but at the same time, it was important because at the end of your day, you decompressed, you role-played conversations in your head, you thought of the tasks you needed to do for tomorrow, you calmed down, you walked into your house and you were a different person. You were with your friends and family. And of course, it's so hard to do that when you walk from your kitchen to the living room, right? And so we're actually announced this feature we're going to put on your calendar that allows you to have an emotional check-in at the end of the day, assign your task for tomorrow, and do headspace meditation, which gives you that cognitive breather. So all these are features that are coming for Microsoft Teams.
This has been amazing. I wish we had like a full hour to slay more dragons. See what I did there? I could literally talk to you about this stuff forever. I'm so glad you've been with us today. Thank you so much for joining me, Emma. Okay, so there's a lot to unpack there, Jeff. What did you think?
Opportunity. There is no larger opportunity when it comes to that. There's a platform there. The daily active users on Microsoft Teams means that we need developers to go out there and build on that platform to go build the future of collaboration. At the top in the center of all of it is Teams. Developers are really tapping into whole new ways of the platform. It can be used by Really, it's all about how people are going to build on this. They're going to build on top of this with Microsoft Teams and really build a whole new set of apps. And so what I want you to go think about here is whether you develop or whether you deploy, that you can go to Teams and go learn how to go build on this platform. There's a whole new series of applications, and this is the single largest developer platform opportunity out there. Go to our documentation. Learn how to build on Microsoft 365, backed by our Microsoft Cloud and Azure, and go build the next great thing. There is no bigger opportunity out there for developers, whether you build in .NET, Node, or Python. Come build on Microsoft 365 and really get started with Microsoft Teams. We have a doc for that and a whole set of learning paths. That's a great time to go learn.
Thank you, Jeff. That is so true. All right, so customer engagement is the bread and butter of our next guest. And if day one was any indication, the future of CRM for Microsoft Dynamics 365 is bright. To tell us more about this, please welcome Corporate Vice President of Microsoft Dynamics 365, our good friend, Mohammed Alam. Hey, Mohammed, how are you?
Good. How are you, Donna?
Fabulous. Thank you for joining us today.
For sure.
Okay.
Nervous. I think the Emma energy is so
all right,
great.
come on,
I wish I could have listened to her.
We're good. It's all good, right? We're just sparring here. Well, not really. So you had a fantastic session yesterday. I absolutely loved it. And I extra loved that you, of course, talked about a bunch of capabilities in Microsoft Dynamics 365, but you made a potentially controversial statement, which was CRM is an outdated, old school, so last decade term. And everyone, you hear a collective gasp through the universe, like, oh, what did he just say? Can you tell us a little bit more about what that meant? Like a bit more nuance. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, I know for sure. And I think we fundamentally believe in, I think CRM, if you're still thinking of CRM as sort of what you're using to make the experience of your customers better, then it is outdated. Because what CRM applications of the past essentially did was it allowed organizations to manage their interactions with their customers as opposed to holistically managing the experience that the customer was having with them, with their organization, with their brand, with their products, with their services, and so forth. And that's what we believe is changing, right? It's less about tracking the interactions I've had with the customer, but knowing what the customer's thinking, feeling in a real-time way where you can then go out and improve those experiences in a way that just today's systems don't allow. So we do believe fundamentally that CRM is evolving to customer experience as a platform, if you will, on multiple levels.
So I like that because you're not putting the onus on the customer to tell you what their experience is like, how they're feeling. You're relying more on like intelligence and data and just common sense to tell you rather than always putting it on the customer and making it their problem to let us know when things are not going super well. So for Microsoft Dynamics specifically, what kinds of things in the Dynamics platform enables this to be true?
Yeah, and that's what we announced yesterday. I think we already had a pretty robust portfolio that allowed organizations to transform the front office. But the two things we announced yesterday was customer journey orchestration, real-time, guided by intelligence, hyper-personalized experiences or journeys that organizations can craft for their customers based on insights that they have on their customers to be able to really up-level the experience of their customers. And then secondly, more fundamentally as well, this is also what's changing the definition of customer experience or CRM. As CRM used to be just about the front office. Now it's about the back office as well, because there's so many different opportunities to interact with your customers as they're waiting for the product or service to be delivered, and you get an update, or when the product actually shows up in the doorstep. And we help enable that experiences through intelligent order management as well, in, again, an intelligent, sort of guided by AI way that allows organization, without having to go into like a heavy rip and replace cycle for their core supply chain systems of execution, provide that ability to orchestrate the order and manage the experience of the customer end to end.
I like that a lot. So Dynamics 365 today, I think everyone can agree, this is not what it used to be a few years ago. And largely a few years ago, we were CRM and ERP, what the audience wanted back then. So tell us about just the process of transforming, because you've been here all along and you got to watch from old school to new school. What did that process look like? Because probably our customers and their customers are going to have to undergo the same transformation.
Yeah, no, I think so. Business applications are fundamentally changing, and we've talked about that a lot, right? And what's driving that change is data is coming first, and applications need to be able to reason over that data that's coming from IoT devices, that's coming from social interaction that our customers, our vendors, or our suppliers are having, reason over it, apply AI, and then drive the insights, and then recommend what the right next best action is. So that's really the fundamental transformation that the Dynamics 365 applications are going through. The other two things that we've done that have resonated really well for our customers is, we've sort of broken down business applications from the monolithic concepts of CRM and ERP into a composable set of applications that allows organizations to start their transformation at the very specific point that they need to, as opposed to having to think about like a pretty complex multi-year, multi-million-dollar project, which is what the monolithic CRM and ERP apps of the past were. The other thing we've done, I think that's resonating really well, is besides this being composable, is there's a set of applications that now you can layer on top of your existing application landscape, which for a lot of customers, they've sort of established over decades with hundreds of millions of dollars in investments and extensions and customizations. These next generation of intelligent applications layer on top of it for you to provide sort of that real-time, guided by AI experiences on top of it, and orchestrate action through the systems that execute, that still live underneath, if you will. And that's really the core design principle of CJO, customer journey orchestration, and IOM as well, right? You don't have to go rip and replace heavy applications underneath, but as an organization, you can react to the urgency of providing better experiences to your customers by layering that on top on the CJO side. As well as with IOM, you can orchestrate the orders at a level what consumers and customers expect today, right? They need an ability to, hey, I just need my order on Wednesdays. I don't need it delivered on Tuesdays, or I need it in a single pack. No, I need it as soon as I can get it, regardless of however many quantities or items are in the product, or I need it on a Saturday, I need it curbside, and so forth. So all of that is what gets enabled without you needing to go through like heavy rip and replace effort.
That's so true. And you are a leader of a ginormous org. And you can imagine if someone comes to you and says, Mohammed, you need to rip out this entire system to do, I don't know, furniture ordering and put in this new enormous system. You're like, oh no, can we not do that ever? But versus putting in, maybe a new set of APIs, or, just call this set of suite of apps. But you don't have to rip out your data store. You don't need to rip out how you've tracked your customer data for the last 20 years. But let's have business intelligence take the lead rather than it being software led. So I love that. So you've got a very captive audience right now, millions of people, and Ignite is all about helping IT pros get the most out of technology. What should this audience go and do today? We never let anyone leave without homework, and now's the time for Mohammed to decide what your homework should be.
Yeah, I'll say a couple of things. I think what IT pros are after is helping their organizations digitally transform, and that's either in the context of front office or back office. And what we have at Dynamics 365 is a set of SaaS applications that can really accelerate your journey in that transformation and the solutions you're looking to provide to your organizations in a way that you can extend them in a no-code way, low-code way with Power Platform, and then or full developer experience as well. So they can give you like a phenomenal starting point in a composable way to deliver the experiences, the last mile unique experiences for your organizations that you're looking for. So my ask of everyone would be sort of understand sort of the different things that exist and now the new portfolio of Dynamics 365 and how that can help you accelerate the transformation you're delivering without compromising on the fact that, hey, we know you're going to need to probably extend certain things. You're going to need to write additional applications, and all of that just seamlessly works natively in the Microsoft Cloud like no other application can.
I love that. All right, everyone, audience, Ignite, you heard the man. Make one small change. Don't go try to rewrite the whole thing. Make a small change. Decide how you can use the data better. Decide how you can do a Power Platform, low code, whatever. Jeff, I'd love to hear what you have to say about this.
Oh my gosh, it's the breadth. I mean, the breadth of the Dynamics 365 platform. I don't know if everyone out there understands all the level of services that Dynamics 365 really brings to help enable businesses to be successful. And you know, what I really want you to think about is how this all comes together, right? We have Power Platform, right? We have our set of services of Microsoft 365 Teams. Heck, we even have mixed reality. And so what I want you to do is go out there and start learning about Dynamics as a platform. And we have some great resources for you to get to because like you can supercharge what you're going to go build by building on top of this. So go out there and learn that.
I love it.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you, Mohammed.
Thank you.
We'll see you again soon.
Now to another topic. We're doing quick hits today. Identity security and mobility. As IT pros, you hear these industry buzzwords all the time, but their real world impact is what keeps the tech community up at night. Security hits home with all of us, and here at Microsoft Ignite is understandably a major theme throughout our sessions and keynotes. I'd like to welcome Joy Chick, Corporate Vice President of Microsoft Identity Solutions. What has been the most, what are the things that you are most excited about that came out today or the last 2 days for Ignite?
Well, thank you, Ted. I love Ignite. It's frankly like a candy store for all the IT leaders. And there's just something new and exciting for everyone. Well, I'm going to wear my security hat. So I will start with the keynote from Vasu Jikal, our CVP of Security Marketing. She talked about our two superpowers. And one is end-to-end integrations, and the second is the advanced AI and automation at scale. First, our customers has been telling us that it's just so hard to make point solutions to work together. And what we offer at Microsoft is really that integratedness as well as end-to-endness. And that really resonates with the customers. And when it comes to automation at scale, the number of signals that we get across devices like applications, identity, data, and all of our cloud services, which is just unmatched. And the other news that got me really excited yesterday is including the collaboration across different platforms and the clouds. And that is something our customers have been waiting for. Like there's two good, really cool examples. The first is people now that they can work on protected document at the same time, even they are working from different platforms. And then many people have always been struggled just how to collaborate with others in a different organization. So now with the Microsoft Teams Connect announcement, it'll get a lot easier. So if you are using Azure AD, now you can share the Teams channel with the users and groups outside of the organization. And actually, this makes my job really fun because I actually not only just drive the identity business, but I also get to support innovations like Teams Connect through Azure AD.
This is really cool. Identity is super important. Can you tell us about your team and what you've been working on?
Well, we've been really busy. So to recap some of our biggest announcement, passwordless authentication in Azure AD is now generally available. It's super exciting. And we've been working on this for a while now. And as a matter of fact, there are over 200 million people across enterprise and consumer that have already gone passwordless. They've been using Windows Hello for Business, the Microsoft Authenticator app, and the FIDO2 security keys. So if you want to think about passwordless, it's just like another form of multi-factor authentication, but it is just a lot easier for users because you just never have to remember a password. We know how hard that is. You authenticate with something that you have, like your phone, and something you are, like your fingerprint. And if you want to learn more about passwordless, please check out my mechanics session. And another really big game changer that we're excited about is verifiable credentials. So verifiable credentials, think about it's just like an ID card in your wallet, but it's in a digital format. And what it uses is we use blockchain technology and we use open standards. So verifiable credentials, think about they can be issued by like universities, employers, or even governments to offer like a proof of things like your education, my job status, or citizenship. And this will really revolutionize our approach for verifying and sharing personal information. And last but not least, we're also investing in the more granular policy controls for conditional access. We all know that conditional access is the crown jewel of our zero trust. And you can now design policies around the specific things that users do inside an app. So our customers has been asking this for a while, and they're really excited about it. So join me at 5 p.m. Pacific time right back here today to see all of this and much more.
So that's really cool. I mean, you've got passwordless, you've got verifiable credentials, you've got security context for Zero Trust. You mentioned some of the sessions, but what are some of the exciting sessions, security sessions that we should catch at Ignite for those that are coming here and seeing this for the first time?
Yeah, so on day 2, actually our security features session is just about to start with Rob Lefferts and Eric Dorr. And one thing, frankly, keep all of us up at night is just how do we keep our customers secure? So we are basically fighting this fight every single day. And our customers are just been facing just so much challenge this past year. You know, we all know about the cyber attacks like SolariGate. But also with pandemic, frankly, we really have to balance keeping people productive when there's just so many of them are working from home. Like, for example, in my session, I talk about remote onboarding of employees. Because in my own team alone, we have onboarded like over 300 employees in the past year. And these are the people that we never met in person. So we really need to help them feel part of the team very quickly. So I'm going to show like just how we're making the remote onboarding experience easy for both IT admins and the new employees, from all the way from getting them get set up all the way to giving them single sign-on access to all the apps and the resources. So everything in the security session, as well as my identity session today, will really show you just how to protect your entire environment. And then we think, we can do this at Microsoft because we can really connect the dots across all of our services, and including third-party apps and services as well.
I mean, I'm excited to watch this session. Just like sending someone a machine that you've never met ever and securely getting them to be part of the organization is bananas to me. I'm super, like, security is super scary for me because I always feel like I'm going to mess something up. So I'm glad you and your team are working on this stuff. What's still to come for you and your team?
Well, that's our job. Well, we're always looking ways ahead in terms of what are the trends. So we want to help people, everyone to be prepared for events like SolariGate in the future. And then we're always looking at ways to make life easier for both admins and end users. So think about the really complex scenario, like, setting up collaboration between subsidiaries of a multinational corporation, always companies that going through, mergers and acquisitions as an example. And also just think about it sometimes just be hard to stay on top of everything Azure AD can do for you. So people don't always know about all the functionality that's available to them. And last but not least, as we're thinking about the changing nature of identity itself, and we're expanding that definition. So it is really not just about peoples and devices anymore. Now you have the identities for services. And in fact, we like to say that we're building, which is an identity for everyone and everything. So these are just some of the hardest problems that we are working on with customers. So we'll have a lot more to share in the coming months, and look forward to talk to you next time.
Awesome. Last and most important question: what's the name of your puppy? We're all super happy with your puppy there.
Looks like she's bored. She just left me. Her name is Kava, and she's been a star on the Two Mechanics show now. So check her out as well.
And now she's a star on our show. Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure talking with you, Joy. Jeff, you heard from Joy yourself. What do you think?
Ensuring that the environments are secure are the responsibility of every employee, not just the security team. Seriously. everyone. And so we want you, the person watching this, to advance your code, advance your career, your project, your organization by learning how to build secure apps. Go to those sessions that Joy talked about and learn more about our security platform on docs.microsoft.com.
All right, Jeff, thank you. Isn't it fun having Jeff here? He comes with all these gifts and homework and all this stuff. I love it. All right, so this is an interview I've been looking forward to all morning. If you know me, you know I'm all about the Power Platform. And as we said earlier, the low-code revolution is here. I couldn't be more excited. So here to help me nerd the heck out over the Power Platform, please welcome Microsoft CVP of the low-code app platform, Charles Lamanna. Hey, Charles, how are you?
Hey, Donna.
Okay, so
good. Thanks for having me.
Of course. So we just heard from Scott Guthrie and Mary Williamson a little bit ago, and Scott, he said by himself, without either of us bribing him, Power Platform is the magic pixie dust that brings together all of Microsoft's clouds. Do you agree or disagree?
Agree 100%. I think of it as the mortar that goes between all the bricks of the Microsoft cloud. So we try to make it easy to go from Azure to Office, Office to Azure, back to Dynamics, make it really straightforward.
Exactly. So you and I are both high code people, I guess, right? We're both traditional dev background, but we both truly believe that low code is having such a movement and such a moment right this second. I would love to hear your theory on why that is true right now in 2020, 2021, et cetera.
Yeah. I mean, it all starts from the fact that basically every customer we work with is going through this phenomenal digital transformation and this need to build more apps, automate more tasks, bring in a BI, bring in AI. And the challenge is there just aren't enough humans in the world to do it fast enough. The technology is there, but there's nobody to convert the technology to reality for all these different companies and businesses. So that's where something like Power Platform and low code comes in, because for the first time, really, there's a tool set that a huge population, hundreds of millions of users, can learn this thing and start to become developers and build great solutions and really make a huge difference, not only where they work, but also for their own career. So really, it's something being driven out of the digital demand all our customers are seeing.
I love that what you said yesterday about don't try to make everyone in the world learn to code, help everyone in the world learn to develop. And whether they have a developer title or whether they just develop to solve their problem. I thought that was a very powerful quote, and I saw it retweeted many, many, many times. So you haven't seen Charles's spiel from yesterday, you should check it out. All right, so the next topic is, of course, near and dear to me. We revealed Power Automate Desktop for Windows. And it's now available for free for people for Windows at work with their Windows licenses. So tell us what this means for people who are Windows users all over the world, like, the billion casual users of Windows. So what does this mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think from our view of the world, we've always had this dream at Microsoft that we want to put a computer in everybody's desk. We kind of did that. Now we want to go put a bot and actually make it so people can do RPA on every desk. So that's what Power Automate Desktop being included free of charge with Windows is why it's so interesting and so compelling. And what it means is whether you're using Windows Home or Windows at work, if you have some repetitive rote task, which you're just tired of clicking through over and over and over again, now's your chance to use the super advanced AI-powered UI automation technology that we have at Power Automate to just solve all of those problems. So you can spend less time dragging and dropping and copying and pasting and entering stuff in web forms and applications, and more time just clicking run and kicking back and getting a coffee or relaxing at home. So
I love the idea of these machines kind of doing our work for us so we don't work all the freaking time and are always, in the state of like mental health, et cetera, et cetera. You just internally have stated that you are someone who also struggles with work-life balance and just knowing when to shut it down and when to turn it off. Do you see things like Power Automate helping to make this easier for so many of our IT pros around the world?
Absolutely. So I'd say there's a bunch of stuff that I used to do for my team every night or every weekend to get ready. I now have that completely automated with Power Automate. For example, we do things like a live site review to review incidents that we have. I used to be a task I did manually to prepare for it each week. Now I have a Power Automate that runs through and generates all the content for me automatically. That's an hour I get back each and every week. And that's kind of what's super exciting about having something like Power Automate Desktop at your fingertips. It's just every little annoying task, which maybe isn't super amount of time every week, so it's not worth coding up a whole solution. You can now quickly wire it up by just recording that macro and getting it recorded and playing to go claim some time back, which we also desperately need right now.
Okay, that is awesome. So you've got a very captive audience of IT pros who tune into Ignite. What would you like them to do, like this week, tomorrow, given that, especially if they use Windows, they've got RPA for free?
Yep. Yeah, I mean, the number one thing is if you've never used Power Platform before, give it a try. You can sign up in seconds and you can have your first app in an afternoon, or do your first data exploration in an afternoon, or automate your favorite task with Power Automate Desktop in an afternoon. And if you've already used parts of the Power Platform before, branch out. Use other parts. If you use Power BI, start using Power Apps. If you use Power Apps, use Power Automate. Just go try these things out. There's so much that come with your Office 365 license, and now that comes with Windows. So you don't have to pay anything extra and can start getting tons of great value without having to go write a whole bunch of code. And that's really the idea that we're going after, is it's so easy to get started. So just get your hands dirty, roll up your sleeves, give it a try, test out one of these products.
Okay, fantastic. And the last thing we have time for is we have this rich, vibrant community all over the world. And we have stated our ambitions to have a Power Platform app maker, developer, whatever we want to call it, in every country in the world. And right now, our community is up around 5 million plus people or more. What message do you have for our Power Addicts all over the world? That how can they help make this mission of Power Addicts in every country in the world happen?
Yeah, well, the first thing I'd say is for the amazing community we have around Power Platform, thank you. So much of what we do wouldn't be possible without the community support, whether it's online or back when we could meet in person, the local user groups that people have created really brought this amazing technology to so many new people. And as we go forward, my request would be help teach, educate, and skill more folks. As we go look at the next 5 years, there's over 100 million new digitally related jobs that are going to be created. Help people get the skills with tools like Power Apps, like Power Automate, like Power Virtual Agent, like Power BI, so that they can go fill those jobs with these new capabilities that are enabled by low-code tools like Power Platform. So spread the word, go help other people, raise your hand. And if you want to join this community, just go online. It's so welcoming. There's so many people that want nothing more than just to share their knowledge and help you get started. So I'd say join the community, and give back from the community as much as you can.
You heard the man, y'all. Like, that is the best thing to do. It's also the best way to keep learning, is to go and teach others. I found that to be true. I learn much better when teaching others, and I know you teach others all day long. So that's how we learn all these cool, interesting scenarios we did not know about. So one last nerdy question. What was your favorite announcement other than your own this week?
I actually love Apache Cassandra. That I've used it. I've even made a contribution to Cassandra way back when, like 7-8 years ago. Mm-hmm. So the new managed Cassandra endpoints from Azure Data that I saw Rohan announce yesterday, I am super excited for that. And I actually took a note that I'm going to try it out. So I think that's probably my number one right now.
I know that makes Seth Juarez over here pretty happy. And I know that's going to make Rohan happy because he gets like free labor from you on this thing. So that goes to show not only are we experts in our area and we love our area, we really love the entire Microsoft stack because it enables everyone in the world to do their thing better. Thank you, Charles, so much for being with us. We will see you later today. All right. So, Jeff, what do you think?
You know, I love
the best code.
I love the Power Platform. And, you know, the thing that I want you to realize, you know, when you're out there, there's roughly 500 million apps that need to be written in the next couple of years. There are never going to be enough developers for that. And so as a developer, you know, just like Charles said, automate the things that you don't want to do yourself on the Power Platform. Teach your users to go be able to build apps themselves so that you can focus on the advanced scenarios that you're learning about here at Ignite. And so what I want you to do is write your code for those advanced scenarios, enable your users from no code to pro code. Really, our Power Platform is the best way for you to be able to make sure that you can focus on the things that you want to go build and that your users can safely and securely be able to build their own apps within Teams and across our platform. And so what I want you to do is go learn. We have these great learning paths on Microsoft Learn that can take you from 0 to 100 miles an hour on the Power Platform. Go learn and go teach others.
Fabulous. Thank you, Jeff. See, I'm not the only one telling you to do Power Platform homework. Jeff is saying it too. All right, so another fun nerd out with me. I think Seth should join me for this one.
I'm going to.
Okay.
I'm going to. That's right. We're headed to the cloud, and we're taking all of the data along the way here to break down the latest from Microsoft Azure, a true fan favorite. Ladies and gentlemen, Microsoft Corporate Vice President of Azure Data Engineering, Rohan Kumar. Rohan, there he is.
There he is. Hi, Rohan.
There you go.
Did you hear the fanboying in the last episode?
It's
You
like
got
he
no
segued.
beta testers. I love it.
The last few minutes of that one. Thank you.
He segued right into what you were going to do.
I like it. I like volunteering one VP to do another VP's work. This is great. This is a thing we should just start doing.
Oh my goodness. We should have him like in the Brady Bunch shot, all like
and be
smiling
like,
at each other.
Work.
Like Rohan smiles at the power press up, and then the vice versa, right?
Yeah. All right. So, as companies navigate these uncertain and terrible sometimes times, what's clear is that the need to gain timely insight from data is more important than ever. So, Rohan, we would love to hear what you're hearing from customers. And is this like a focus area for your business, et cetera, et cetera?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. It's a huge, focus area for our customers, as they're going through their digital transformation. One of the key things that's changing is, the core enterprise data warehouse that they would use. They had like Teradata's, Netezza's, SQL Server, Oracle's. And the biggest challenge over there is, the systems were never designed to do predictive analytics. The amount of compute power that you need, to train your machine learning models, to deploy them on systems which are cloud native, never really existed on-prem. So that's truly, the whole need to become a data-driven company, to leverage the data for insights, to drive the business and, have that inner loop work that way is really what's motivating the move to the cloud. And, we've been working, with our customers for the last like 4 or 5 years, where what became very clear are there are 2 KPIs that they're most interested in. Time to insight. There's tons of business pressure, which is coming and saying, look, I need to make this decision. I need the data. I need the analysis. And the second part is, how do I do it at a significantly lower cost than, what I'm sort of spending on today? So with Synapse, that's the approach we took. That was the vision when we started about 3.5 years ago, was how do we really tackle those 2 key elements where make it significantly easy for our customers to build out these analytic pipelines, reduce what would normally take months to hours, and create that collaboration between data engineers and data scientists, because that's going to be key for these solutions to get built out. And finally, one of the other things I'll add is just the effort that's needed, right? Like, going back to the whole discussion that we just had around no code, a lot of that has been built into Synapse as well. So to build out these pipelines, the data engineers don't really write any code. They declare what they want to do and it gets generated for them.
I love as a data scientist just declaring things. I declare. So Rohan, here's another question. IDC predicts that, and they're telling me this is true. IDC predicts that by 2025, the world's data will climb to 175 zettabytes. Like,
that's right.
That's a lot of cats to herd, so to speak. What are we doing to help people out?
It's interesting. And I actually, think that we're going to have more, because every prediction that we've done, the volume of data has significantly grown, much farther than that. So the biggest challenge, our customers face today, one of the really key ones is how to sort of maintain compliance of data, right? There is so much of push towards, like you said, predictive analytics by doing machine learning, but it's also becoming important that you have to have customer consent. So if any customer, right, they're collecting data from their customers and they want to use that, they need to make sure that they have the authority to do it. When you look at guidelines like GDPR, it started off in Europe and CCPA in America, data privacy laws in Southeast Asia. Almost every country is coming up with, very, very strict guidelines around how customers' data can be used, right? And as a part of this big shift towards, breaking down silos, moving the data to the cloud, leveraging, these cloud native designs, a big question for the chief data officers, it's a new role that's been created in companies, or the chief privacy officer, is to make sure that the usage of data is very compliant, whether you're doing it for just regular analytics, whether you're doing it for predictive analytics. And the systems today are just not geared. I mean, one of the biggest concerns that I hear is the amount of fine that a company needs to pay. If you get audited by the regulators and you're shown to be out of compliance, is up to 4% of your company's total revenue. Just think about that. right? Worldwide revenue can just, can get significantly impacted. So this is very top of mind, which is where Purview comes in, the service that we launched in December. And the vision we have with Purview is to give you a very comprehensive understanding of your entire data estate, whether it's in Azure, on-prem, any of the other clouds, SaaS applications, etc. And on that data estate, then the data officers can set policies on data. If the data has PII information, only so and so can access it. If before you use, the data scientists are allowed to use the data for training their machine learning models, check to make sure that consent exists based on the policy that you set in the Purview catalog. And finally, on top of the platform itself, we are building a SaaS experience for the data officers, which at any given point in time will give them a very clear idea of the risk their organization is carrying. And I'll give you an example. One of the customers comes and says, forget all the information that you have about me, like the Bing history as an example. And if Microsoft doesn't do that within 48 hours and we get audited, that's a risk to our compliance regulation, right? And this exists with every enterprise. Now imagine having a very comprehensive view that gives you that information in real time so you can mitigate it, right? That's really what we're creating with Purview.
I love the idea that chief data officer is a job in every company. It puts it on par with like operations and tech, et cetera, because that is a real thing, and we need to take it as seriously as we do everything else. So speaking of questions that chief data officers will have, enterprise and in-app searches is another major topic. Tons of announcements this week. Can you share a little bit about what does semantic search mean versus old school regular search?
No, that's a great question, Donna. And it's Seth and I were chatting about this yesterday as well. The big thing that we've seen, and maybe one of the advantages we have within Microsoft is we have an asset like Microsoft Research and Bing. And Bing, as you can imagine, has invested very significantly in partnership with Microsoft Research to create these deep neural network models on textual data. So typically the kind of search that you see in applications is what's called keyword-based search. They created an inverted index based on a scan of all the documents, data files, et cetera, that they see. And when you search for a keyword, it basically shows you the documents where it comes in. Now imagine the difference with that and what semantic search does is the semantic search also understands the context in which you're searching. So for example, if you search for childbirth, it knows that it is related to hospital, it is related to maternity, and effectively and understands the context in which you're searching for it to give you the best possible results. I've sort of showcased a little bit of how this works in my Ignite session, but it's almost a game-changing scenario with what semantic search provides for in-app application searches. Because imagine, like, every time when you're inside an application, there's context associated with that. What is it that you're doing? And taking all that into account to give you the results, which is going to be a lot more specific and a lot more valuable to the customers.
All right, last question, Rohan, because we're running out of time. What is the one thing announcement that you're most excited about here tonight? Putting you on the spot.
That's going to be tough, Seth. But, I'd basically say one of the things that I'm really excited about is the work that we've done around Cosmos DB and with the support of, the Mongo V4 and what we are launching with Cassandra Managed Instance. And the reason for that is if you look at like how the cloud native applications are going to be built now and in the future, there is going to be this play between the intelligent edge and the intelligent cloud. And with some of the work that we've done in Cosmos DB, that really, really shines out. And the other one, if I may, I just add is the Oracle connector that we added to Purview. That was a big customer ask. And I'm very excited that we have that in the hands of our customers now.
I love that you listen so closely to customer feedback and you implement both feedback and cool new stuff. So good hearing from you, Rohan, as always. And Ignite, folks. If you'd like to follow Rohan's every move the way Seth does, you just add him to your digital backpack. It's not as weird as it sounds. Jeff, tell us, what do you think?
I stand by what I say. The whole depth and breadth of the Microsoft Cloud, Azure, it's unparalleled. And it all accrues to making developers successful faster. Check out our Azure Docs for more details. And just thank you for having me, Seth and Donna. Our team's mission is really about helping developers. And so reach out to me. I'm at Jeff Sand on Twitter, Jeff Sand at Microsoft, anytime if there's anything we can help with. And in May, tune in to Build. We had such a great time at Build last year, and we are starting to plan like literally the day after tomorrow. We can't wait to see you. So see you at Build. Go build the next great thing.
So news to us that we're planning build already. But,
no, we started planning last week.
It's been planned, yeah.
Yeah.
Jeff, thank you so much for joining us today. It is so fun having you as a crasher. You should join us anytime, especially if you bring all this fabulous documentation and homework for everyone. We really appreciate you.
Is true. We love having you. We've heard from so many incredible voices in the last 60 minutes, but the voice we most want to hear from now is you. Tweet us your insights. What kind of real-world takeaways did you get from these conversations? Use the hashtag MSIgnite and keep those conversations going.
Was that a fun way to kick off day 2?
Absolutely.
Who liked it?
I had a good time.
I think we liked it.
Here's the thing, and they give us some time. Here's the thing. Those are our company leaders. You just and it feels like they're so excited about what they're doing. Okay.
And they're total nerds. I love that. That makes me so happy.
All right, so now it's time to check out the Learning Zone. Make sure you check it out, the Center for Training, Development, and Certification here at Microsoft Ignite. There are also great opportunities to learn from experts as you work towards certification. Whatever style of learning, you'll find something here to expand your toolkit. And remember, once the event wraps, continue your learning with Microsoft at aka.ms/learn@Ignite.
Next up is the bread to end this Into Focus sandwich. I think we're hungry because there's a lot of snack analogies. So next up, Executive Vice President of Worldwide Commercial Business, Judson Althoff, is going to be bringing us a discussion of IT decision makers from all over the industry as they unpack their digital journey transformation thing. We'll see you in a bit.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on where you are in the world. At Microsoft, you hear us talk a lot about our mission, a lot about how we strive to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. And we really do keep that top of mind and in our hearts every day when we come to work, even in terms of how we build our products and do our research and development here at the company. We go to market by industry and through what we call solution areas. Solution areas are less about our product pillars and more about how customers like you see leveraging our technology to further their business goals. Today, I want to talk to you about the progress we're making in each solution area, and more importantly, how our customers are taking those solution areas and composing them by industry to drive world-leading digital outcomes. Simply stated, Microsoft is at its best when we marry up our portfolio of intellectual property with a customer's business needs. And that's what this concept of taking our solution areas and driving digital outcomes is really all about. Through a little bit of green screen magic, I'm going to take you on a tour around the world to visit 5 different customers across different industries and geographies and learn about how they're leveraging our solution areas to drive digital outcomes. First, let's visit Chennai, India.
Apollo Hospitals is a family of about 80,000 very committed healthcare workers making a difference. Digital is a fabric that brings people and process together, enabling healthcare as a complete ecosystem. And Microsoft is a trusted partner, helping us in our mission for touching lives. So when you look at building an organization to be digital ready, you got to look is the investments in the infrastructure, then applications and solutions that ride on that infrastructure, ensuring that 360 degree of care is available at every point of encounter. We've got 35 years of patients' data. So now we'll bring in IoT, data analytics and AI, then that full layer of change management. I love my job. As a technologist at heart, it gives me the ability to see technology being used for a real service.
I am here with Dr. Sangeeta Reddy at the Apollo Hospitals headquarters in Chennai, India, through a little bit of green screen virtual magic. Look, I want to start, Sangeeta, by thanking you and the entire Apollo family for everything you've been doing on the front lines, battling the pandemic. I'd love to start off by getting your view on how Microsoft 365 is really enabling your workforce during these times.
In healthcare, the communication network is really critical and crucial to enable our people. Having this background of a secure platform, of a seamless, easy communication and integration was really at the heart of what I believe has been a very successful fight during the pandemic. What we had done really put together a framework that can be used across the country in very different care settings. So we termed it the Red Book. We collaborated from immunologists to infectious disease to cardiologists. They collaborated, they communicated daily, and of course it was your platforms that helped them come together and kept evolving the framework. They documented these frameworks and then they shared it across our own ecosystem and then with public at large. I'm really happy to say that our teams have not just done a fantastic job, their tremendous skill have achieved some outstanding outcomes.
So as you look at us exiting the pandemic and look towards the future, I'm wondering if you could talk firsthand about how you think technology will evolve in the workforce.
It's important for us to realize that while hopefully we see the light at the end of the tunnel, the pandemic was made worse by the underlying epidemic of non-communicable disease, which is, heart disease and cancer and, neurology and nephrology problems. Many of them give us early warning signals. And so what we worked with Microsoft earlier in developing a cardiac risk score to pick up these signals and really work with their patients towards lifestyle modification and keeping people healthier, I think there are many other such algorithms that we should continue to work and build so that we can make healthcare safer for everyone.
It's such an awesome story, Sangeeta. Here at our Ignite conference, we announced a lot of new capabilities. I know we gave you a bit of a sneak peek on some of the announcements we're making, and wondering if you just have any thoughts about how you might leverage some of the future capabilities we'll have here.
So we're looking forward to this evolving environment that you've begun to showcase to us. In this pursuit of a safer world and a better environment, the use of technology, the ability to combine, to collaborate is going to become more and more powerful. Care is definitely evolving to be this ubiquitous 24/7 available platform that we at Apollo are really striving to enable. I'm very excited about the fact that many of these are now coming together in a single pane. And we will be able to seamlessly move across many of these platforms.
It's really been a fantastic collaboration, Sangeeta, and we're super proud to continue to invest in this area, everything from our Microsoft Cloud for healthcare through to the new capabilities we're putting into Teams that hopefully enrich that doctor-patient engagement through virtual care, as well as some of the broad-scale webinar capabilities that really help promote proactive wellness. I'm super proud and pleased to be a partner to you here at Microsoft and look forward to our continued work together.
BMW is the most successful premium automotive brand with a consistent track record of more than 100 years. We invest heavily in digitalization. We truly believe that IT and business need to work hand in hand to achieve our goals, focusing on our passion for our customers' experience, the continuous optimization of the value chain and sustainability. We need to bring the digital experience together with the emotional experience of driving a car, to take this experience outside the car, to create a unique relationship with our customers at all touch points, built on a set of shared values and beliefs. That relationship with Microsoft will continue to propel us in the future.
Hey, Sylvia, thanks for joining me here in our virtual BMW dealership. Listen, Sylvia, I have to start off with a fun little story. When I was much, much younger and got my first job, I saved just about every penny I could find to buy a 1983 BMW 320 IS. And I was convinced at the time that it was, in fact, the ultimate driving machine. But things have changed quite a bit since then. today, most of your customers spend 2/3 of their time thinking about their purchase decisions online, yet 85% of them do in fact come to the dealership. I'm wondering if you could maybe start off by sharing with us how you've empowered those people on the front lines to deliver on that omni-channel experience.
Judson, so you're a real fan, and that's obviously great to hear. To us, it is key to bring a seamless customer journey to life. And in order to do so, we need to harmonize processes and also to have an integrated system landscape on wholesale and on retail level. Imagine if a potential customer, a sports car enthusiast like you, was on Instagram finding the perfect M5 competition, then visiting the BMW website, or an existing customer was interested in buying a new car with a third child in the family. We want to forward this information to our dealer partners straight away. And this is exactly where Microsoft Dynamics 365 kicks in. It's our system to take the lead and bring it from wholesale level in real time to the retail level so that our dealer partners can take over. And in addition, we can also start to use Power Apps, which allows us to customize solutions around the edge. This gives us more flexibility to adapt to local needs, either on NSC or on dealer level.
That's awesome. We always say Power Apps is the perfect solution when there's no app for that. And when you're building out localized solutions for dealers, that's an awesome application. I'm wondering if you might share, Sylvia, just a little bit more detail on how you're actually connecting the dealerships for this more holistic engagement.
Well, this transformation will only be feasible if we do it together with our independent dealer partners based on mutual trust. A holistic customer view will only be possible if we collect information across all sales channels and across all touchpoints. So we have to bring down the barrier between online and offline sales. And we need to follow one common sales process with clear roles and responsibilities along the entire customer journey. And from a corporate perspective, we are using the performance monitoring capabilities within Microsoft Dynamics in order to see whether our dealer partners have worked on the lead. We are supporting our partners to optimize and harmonize processes to create not only a seamless customer journey, but also to reduce cost at the same time.
That's super cool, Sylvia. I know we were able to share with you some of the announcements we were making here at our Ignite conference. And I'm wondering if there was anything that caught your eye or that you found to be interesting.
As we integrate analytics or intelligence information into the retail front end, I really think the customer voice solution is super interesting to capture feedback and analyze it so that we have a 360-degree view on anything from all of the customer touch points to give the next best offer or next best activity recommendation to our sales representatives.
That's awesome, Sylvia. Well, listen, I can't thank you enough again for everything we're doing together. I really appreciate you joining me here, and I look forward to our continued work together. Thanks so much.
The single biggest challenge humanity is facing is climate change. Our deep and profound passion is to create a world that runs entirely on green energy. We create renewable energy through wind farms, and we believe technology is vital for the transition of the world's energy systems. In terms of the intelligence that can optimize the performance of the individual wind turbine or the total energy system, including the transmission and the effectiveness of the entire system. But it's also for the ability for us to foster teamwork and bring out the ingenuity of employees and partners all over the world. I believe that Ørsted and Microsoft are great partners because we both have a vision to change the world. The ingenuity of companies together with the determination of leaders will make us land with a planet that we are proud to hand over to the future generations.
I'm here with Michael in Anholt, Denmark, and we have been superimposed here virtually on one of the world's largest wind farms. Before we get started, Michael, I just have to congratulate you and the entire Ørsted team. You've been ranked the world's most sustainable energy company in the Global 100 Index 3 times in a row now, and I'm really excited that we're able to partner with you here at Microsoft. I'd love it if you could start off by talking about how cloud is empowering your goals.
Ørsted's growth is still ahead of us. So a lot of incredible stuff will be built in the next 10 years to come, but in parts of the world with seas and winds and technologies that we barely know yet. That requires that we do lots of simulations based on data. So with the transition to parallel compute and the utilization of the cloud, we've been able to speed up these simulations quite a lot. So you get usable results in just a short time of maybe 4 hours. In the old days, it took days, weeks, even months. When these wind farms then go into operations, we've gone past the milestone of 1,500 turbines out there. So they produce huge amounts of data every second, every minute, every hour, every day. Data is not just an asset. You need to sort through it. You need to clean it. You need to store it properly. You need to rationalize it to actually make it usable for the things that we're trying to accomplish.
That's awesome, Michael. And it's super clear that Ørsted has become really a fantastic powerhouse for clean energy. But you've also become quite an impressive technology company in your own right. And you have many elite developers that work on the technology landscape that empowers Ørsted. So I'd like to switch gears a little bit to that end and talk about how you're actually empowering that developer core.
We are all in on Azure DevOps. So all developers, they draw on the same set of tooling to make sure that our data estate is used to the best of our ability. And once the lockdown hit us in March 2020, we made a jump to Teams quite seamlessly and very quickly, making it just that little bit easier to cooperate across the globe, but also just with your next door neighbor that you cannot see at your workplace anymore. It's facilitating daily scrums and even the big PI planning sessions for the next sprints to come. Teams and the Azure DevOps, it will be utilized in the years to come.
That's awesome. I often say that none of us is as smart as all of us, right? And if you can create the collaborative fabric where you can bring great minds together and aggregate their thoughts, there's no question that you can produce better results. We've kind of let you in on many of the announcements that we've been making here at Ignite. And I'm wondering if through that disclosure process, there was anything that really caught your eye.
The one that excites me the most personally, I think, which is the possibility of incorporating machine learning. I strongly believe that in the next few years to come, we will actually see the large-scale adoption of machine learning for a lot of things that we do. And it will play a crucial part, in the further advancement of everything that we do and make us even more competitive and, of course, turn the world into a place that runs entirely on green energy. Augmenting human intelligence and ingenuity with machines is something that will really be crucial.
That's fantastic, Michael. Well, listen, thank you so much for spending some time with me. Certainly over this last year, the pandemic has really taken center stage in terms of the biggest challenge the world's working on collectively. But shortly thereafter, I think we will return to really, truly the planet's number one problem, and that is sustainability. And you are all leading in that regard, and we can't thank you enough for your efforts.
Our core purpose is to really connect people and possibilities. Last year, we have moved more than 60 kilotons of PPE, almost 10,000 relief shipments, 2 billion masks, and millions of vaccine doses. A challenge of this magnitude requires a network of our size. But we need the technology to go with it. And with Microsoft, we are reimagining our future at the intersection of the physical and the digital, as we know that bringing those together brings real value to our customers. The true heroes are almost 600,000 frontline workers who have really gone above and beyond the call of duty. There's a sense of mission about it at FedEx. This is who we are and what we do. So at the end of the day, we are proud of what we are doing across the world.
I'm delighted to be here with Rob Carter, and we've both been superimposed on top of the FedEx World Hub. Rob, you all have been focused on the expedient delivery of packages around the world and been very focused on the notion that the data about the package is as important about the package itself. The pandemic has elevated the intensity and really put FedEx on the world stage for vaccine distribution. And I'd love it if you could start off with just this notion of the importance of data and intelligence and the role that it plays in FedEx's business.
Absolutely. Data has been so important to FedEx. It used to just be kind of the exhaust from our applications, and we always collected it and managed it well, but I'm not sure we activated it anywhere near to the level that we are today. With 15 million plus packages a day going around the world, it provides amazing insights. I mean, this incredible, environment that we've created together between Azure Synapse and FedEx Surround is really giving data a new place in our infrastructure. It's elevating it to, the highest order citizen that we have. And that includes the vaccines, where we're using IoT devices to track each and every vaccine shipment, ingesting that through Databricks and some of the technology in your stack into our Surround environment, and it's providing intense visibility and predictive capabilities around these most critical shipments.
So you all invested in FedEx Surround ahead of the pandemic, and it was really meant to be a world-class, next-generation, AI-empowered way of supporting logistics and advanced supply chain solutions for your customers around the world. But it has been put to work. I would love it if you would give folks a flavor of how you intend to scale Surround investments across your enterprise.
We have this real high sense of purpose at FedEx. We believe that we connect people and possibilities around the world, and that businesses prosper and communities thrive, and really people flourish in that kind of environment where they're connected to the world. And that's been important during the pandemic too, from the top of the stack with the incredible ingestion of vaccine data, all the way down to dog food being delivered. We're ingesting massive amounts of data into the Azure environment that is Surround. Along with our data, we're also ingesting things like traffic data and weather data. When big storms hit the eastern seaboard, it's critical that we have visibility to those dimensions as well, as we're using data science and machine learning and AI to make sure that we're able to work our way around congestion points and critical delivery obstacles.
Well, you're a super important partner to us, Rob, and you're pretty close to all of our engineering strategies and roadmaps. Would love it if you could maybe share some of your feedback as to the announcements that we're making here at Ignite.
Yeah, the reality of what we're trying to manage is, this world of more than 700 aircraft and 180,000 vehicles and millions of shipments. And so the data that produces needs to be managed in modern ways. And so things like Synapse and, what we're doing with Cassandra data structures right now to really be able to lean into modern technology, eventually consistent technologies that work hard to manage multi-instance availability zones for our business, because frankly, the technology at FedEx is the central nervous system of the company. Planes don't fly, trucks don't roll, customers can't ship, customers don't have the visibility into their shipments that they need without that technology being rock solid.
Completely. So, Rob, listen, I can't thank you enough for being here with me today, but more importantly for the partnership and for the 600,000 FedEx employees that are on the front lines today, helping us all get through this pandemic together. I've been dropped into a Coca-Cola bottling facility with the help of a little bit of virtual magic with Barry Simpson. So Barry, you personally have really had an impact on a lot of our strategy and thinking. And I'll never forget when you came to our senior leadership team meeting a couple of years ago and said, hey, listen, the first thing you all have to get right is security as a foundation. And I have to say it stimulated so much of our investment in the area, and we'll always be thankful to you for that. But would Would love for you to unpack that security journey.
Sure, Judson. Well, we started like most companies with a lot of fragmented systems, a lot of application systems, and probably spending more time bringing data together and wiring these things together than really analyzing the signals. And when you look at the cyber landscape outside of us, the threat landscape's getting bigger and it's moving faster. On the security side, we embrace the Microsoft Security Suite. On our application side, we cut our applications in half and moved them to Azure because we believed that public cloud was inherently safer through its segmentation. And so bringing those things together lets us bring more and more signals together to the one place and lets us run the AI engines over the top of that so that we can see the patterns faster and we can act on the threats more holistically. So it's like everything else, it's in the detail. You've got to do the hard work. You've got to simplify. And you see in the pandemic, for example, our whole untrusted network structure really came to the fore. Our applications were easy to get at because they were hosted in the cloud. Our networks were untrusted, which means that when we identify you as a person, we need to know it's you, we need to know it's your device, and we need to know you're authorized to the application or the data that you're going for. So all of those things come together and allow us to give our people a frictionless security experience.
Look, you've got hundreds of brands across a couple hundred countries, large-scale bottling system. Can you tell us a little bit more about how you're securing that estate?
And I think we probably start from a pretty good place in that our bottling partners are just as committed to the growth, the love of our brands and securing them as we are. I just think the world is a place where platforms lead the way and you can innovate on these platforms together. It gives us a scale and it gives us the speed to roll out capability across a much larger system at the price points that we can afford. So if we had 80-plus security solutions just at the Coca-Cola company itself, you can imagine what it was like across the whole system. And so for us, we've narrowed that landscape. We're below 20 security systems, and we believe with the announcements that we're seeing from Microsoft, we'll be able to reduce that further.
Super progress. And you mentioned the announcements. Wondering if you could just comment on things that in particular may have caught your eye as being valuable to you and your strategy.
To me, some of them are simple. It's like passwordless security, just making it easier for people and taking friction away from security. That's a big deal. The data loss prevention is a big deal for us and getting, once again, more of those signals in the same real estate so that we can analyze and stitch together events that we may not have seen before is really positive for us. And as I said earlier, we are in a public cloud environment, so the way that you can connect and tag data across multiple cloud platforms and manage it as one, it's pretty exciting for us.
Well, listen, I can't thank you enough for just the partnership we've had across the board and the journey that we're on together.
We value the partnership very much. Once again, we're looking forward to exploiting these features that you're giving us and to learn by doing so. Thank you.
So I'd like to summarize a lot of what we've just seen across these 5 customer examples. So many of you have engaged with us and asked us how to get started on like endeavors. Many of you come with a sense of urgency and say, hey, look, I just want to get to the cloud. I want to digitize my business. It's important, though, to actually slow down and recognize that these are 2 different things. Frankly, if all we did for you was lift and shift your assets to the cloud, we would be doing you a disservice. If you think about it through these examples, we've really made sure that technology is the servant of the business outcomes. In the Apollo hospitals, you heard from Dr. Sangeeta Reddy just how important it was to get their Red Book, how they run their business, embedded into teams as a part of the collaborative fabric. Again, it wasn't about necessarily getting to the cloud. It was about empowering their people on the front lines to solve for the challenges of the pandemic. In the BMW scenario, look, it wasn't about any application application they had and trying to digitize it or lift it to the cloud. It was about taking a look at the Dynamics assets that we had across our sales and services modules and our low-code, no-code capabilities and getting to fast business results by leveraging a SaaS offering and leveraging the power of Power Apps. In the Ørsted example, it was about IoT and connecting sensors on the front lines to their mass-scale clean energy wind farms and leveraging the digital twin concept to drive better outcomes and more effective efficiencies across their business. For FedEx, it's about leveraging data and AI to deliver mass-scale vaccine distribution and make sure that they continue to evolve as the needs of the world rely upon them for remote deliveries and servicing their personal needs and the needs of their business. And finally, the Coca-Cola story. If there's one vulnerability in this notion of becoming digital, it's that digital businesses are more susceptible to cybercrime. So for Barry and the Coca-Cola team, it was all about building that cybersecurity foundation and making sure that from there they could do all kinds of fantastic digital projects to optimize Coca-Cola's business. So being thoughtful about how technology empowers business transformation is really what it's all about. I always say digital transformation is about business transformation empowered by technology, and in that order. We're eager to work with you on your business outcomes and hope to partner with you in the future. Have a great Ignite.
Hello, everyone. Seth here, along with Donna. We've just heard from Microsoft's Judson Althoff, and before our Into Focus show, we heard from Scott Guthrie.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna go out, just drop a humongous "I told you so" right now, and point out that Scott Guthrie did say the Power Platform is the magic pixie dust that brings together all of Microsoft's clouds. I did not bribe him. I don't have that much money, so there. So all of you out there, you have a lot to say about these keynotes. Let's see what the buzz is on social media in
All
real
right,
time.
number one.
What did I say? I didn't even plan this. This is amazing. Whoever did this, thank you.
I know.
Thank you,
it's
Blueprint
good.
Technologies.
Look, I'm actually excited because now that it's on the desktop, what's it called? Power Automate Desktop. I'm excited to automate some stuff.
Exactly. Automate away the boring parts of your job.
Power Platform built with O365 plus MS Power Apps with Power Automate equals host of no low-code solutions deliver biz outcomes faster. I'm so good at reading stuff.
Yeah, this is Seth reading.
You know what I'm saying? Here's another one.
All right.
Here's another one. Okay, this green screen tech to transport Judson all the way to India was super cool.
Yeah.
It looks like he's there.
Yeah. Well, I also liked he was like in the Coke factory, he was in the BMW factory. Judson went on like global tour while we're all stuck here.
Without going anywhere.
Right.
I mean, I feel like there's some places I'd like to go.
Yeah.
You told me where to go a couple times in the green room.
Okay, well, yeah. Not just in the green rooms. Okay, so all of you out there, please tell us what you think by using the hashtag MSIgnite. You know which hashtag to use.
Or, we love your pets. Show us your pets, and we will feature them later in the show. So right now, use the hashtag MSIgnite. Go take a picture of your furries.
Okay, so keep things moving. But before we do, we want to remind you to, guess what? This is your mental health break. Hydrate, take a break, stretch your legs, grab a snack, do yoga. This is not yoga, but if it was,
yes, you're hurting.
Do it.
You're probably hurting somebody.
This is probably not. So don't do yoga. Don't do what I'm doing. Do actual yoga or proper stretches. So speaking of taking a break, Seth, can you take a break? Because I want to talk to two of my friends and without your 2 cents.
All right.
All right. So how's that for a topic that affects so many of us? So there are over 1 billion people in the world with disabilities, and over 70% of those disabilities are invisible. So when we talk about disabilities, we don't just mean what you think of as a traditional disability. We also think of neurodiversity, learning disabilities, et cetera, mobility, vision, hearing, et cetera. So accessibility is a humongous priority at Microsoft. And today, joining me are 2 incredible community members who are experts in using Microsoft products to be maximally productive. I'd like to introduce everyone to Connell McGinley and Ash Graham Brown. Hello, Connell and Ash.
Hi.
How's it going? See, you both look nervous. Don't do that. It's fine. It's just us chatting. It's just us chatting. And I've talked to both of you. So, Connell, I had the pleasure of meeting you via Twitter a few weeks ago. I asked for cool accessibility life hacks, and you told me something really interesting. So, can you share a little bit about you and your work for our audience?
So, I work with Azure and cybersecurity, and I'm deaf. And I work with Kenos in Belfast.
Fantastic. So Connell is based out of Ireland. He is a cybersecurity expert, Azure cybersecurity expert. He is deaf, and he has some very interesting hacks that he's going to share with us in a second. So hello again, Ash. I had the pleasure of meeting Ash last year. We had a conference, Power Platform conference called Start Dev Change, which is all for beginners. And Ash gave a fabulous session. So can you share a little bit about you and your work?
I'm currently a student in the UK, and I tend to, at the moment, be talking a lot about how I use tools to deal with dyslexia and dyspraxia, and just kind of look at what I do. But also, I have been self-teaching Power BI at the moment as well, and kind of doing it through that.
I love this because you've taken a technology that exists in the world and you're saying, how can I apply this to my life and solving my own problems? And how can I help other students and industry professionals learn as well? So you've written, Ash, some fantastic blog posts about dyslexia and dyspraxia and kind of your ways to maximize using technology so these things don't get in your way. And in fact, you use them as ways to help connect with other people and such and such. So I appreciate that. Thank you. So Connell, you told me about your automatic captions in Teams, how that's kind of changed the game for you in your work. Can you share a little bit about that?
Well, it's been totally a game changer for me, honestly, Donna, because pre-COVID, I would have phoned up, customers in England, and with us being in Ireland, it would have been hard for me to understand on the phone. So I would have to find a room and go into the room with my colleague, and they would have to act as the middleman and relay the conversation between myself and the customer. Was not a great experience for me. And I was a little bit worried because whenever COVID hit and we were working from home, I was not going to have somebody there to help me. But the amazing thing is with the automatic caption, I can join the customer call and lead them on my own. So it's given me a real independence, and I'm able to really feel really good about working with the customers. So thank you.
I like this so much because, like you said before, pre-COVID, pre-pandemic, you just weren't able to participate in these customer calls and these customer discussions, because you always felt like, what did you say? Translate. What did you say? Translate. And now you're able to just lead them, have them on your own, just like we're talking right now. And so you've got automatic captions on Teams, and you're able to understand me without any sort of incident. And that is amazing. And I love being able to have you come and share your experience and your story, because this is true for all kinds of people in the world, whether you are deaf or not deaf, because even if you speak a different language, my accent is pretty hard to understand if English is not your first language. Or, there's loud noises behind me or loud noises behind you. This captioning, it kicks in. Is it working pretty well for you right now?
Yeah, it's working really well. I could not do this without the caption. I'm reading them now, so it's perfect.
I love that. So dear Teams team, keep investing in this area because it helps people like Connell and I talk to each other from all over the world. So Ash, you mentioned when we talked that you use narrator and speech to text quite often. Can you share a little bit about how you use this technology?
I use narrator to read blogs or read kind of anything on the internet. My degree is pretty wordy, and so it's kind of hard to keep going. And every single blog post I think I've written so far, I've done speech to text. I use a mix of Dragon and Dictate depending on what I'm doing. And it just makes it so easy. It just means I can write what I want to write and not have to worry about it.
Okay, so those blog posts you write, those lovely, elaborate, long blog posts, you do via speech to text?
Yeah.
You do. That is cool. Okay, I did not know that until right now. So I've been sharing on the Twitterverse and on LinkedIn some of my drama around dyslexia. I've struggled with dyslexia forever. Ash, you understand. And most people are like, it's just words, just read them. People say this all the time. Just read the words that are written there. I'm like, yeah, I'll get right on that. So this amazing production crew, they've been incredibly generous because I had to tell them on rehearsal day number 1 that, look, I can't read this teleprompter, especially if it's flying from here to there, here to there. And we've worked out a series of hacks. And I actually kept you in mind when I thought of this. Like, okay, what is something that Ash would do that I can apply to the situation? And you would be very clear that, look, this setup is not working for me. And you would provide your own accommodation. So I channeled my inner Ash and said, look, I'm going to provide my own accommodation. So we've got this crazy setup right now where I've got 2 monitors that do not move right next to me, where I can look over. The words are giant still. And when it's exactly. So there you go. There's the still monitor. You see that? As someone who is dyslexic, I find Immersive Reader giant letters. And when I have to read something that is going to be flying around, I actually have the script downloaded from this app called Rundown Creator. I have it as a rich text file, which I copy into OneNote. In OneNote, I use Immersive Reader to read it to me right before. So then I know what I'm going to be saying. So Ignite, created with accessibility features. So Ash, I'm definitely going to try out your narrator idea because I feel like that will shortcut a lot of this stuff. So if you have other productivity secrets, please continue to send them to us. Because really, Connell, ever since I talked to you, I started just putting on audio captions and I started encouraging other people to, especially if I'm talking to someone when I have terrible connectivity, they have terrible connectivity, and it's really helped just focus more. Just keep the focus on the conversation. So thank you for that advice.
Thank you.
So of course, we never leave the audience without homework and assignments. Is there anything that you would like the Ignite audience to do, to be aware of, to do more of, less of, etc.? Connell, why don't we start with you?
I would maybe be aware of the hashtag deaf awareness. Yes. So that's what I would like to share.
The hashtag deaf awareness. I did not know about that hashtag either. Hashtag deaf awareness. I'm going to tweet that right after this. I'm going to tweet that hashtag deaf awareness. All right. I like that. That's a good one. And just keep in mind that accessibility features that may help our friends who are deaf will also help our friends who are in loud environments, may speak a different language, may be distracted right then. So it actually helps everybody to have captions on your work. And Ash, what would your advice, life coaching, call to action for the audience be?
I think it'd be ask questions about people who have disabilities. Ask us what we need and what we use, because I think when I've had those conversations, people have actually made the most amount of difference. But ask questions, tweet at me and be like, "Oi, do you use this and how does it work?" Because that's the only way you're going to learn about what we use and how we use it.
See, that is such a good call to action, because I think one thing people struggle with is feeling like disability or neurodiversity or learning disability, that they're bad words and we shouldn't talk about them because they'll hurt your feelings or my feelings, something. But the only way we're going to come up with a more inclusive world with better products is to openly talk about it. So these are wonderful calls to action. Thank you both so much for being here with us. I love talking to you, and I can't wait for the world to see your stories and to connect with both of these awesome people who have such good life coaching. Thank you. Thank you.
That is such a great topic. That was awesome. I learned a ton. Coming up, we'll have a demo with Responsible ML with Microsoft's own Murnush Sameki. But first, as we've seen throughout Microsoft Ignite, innovations in tech are impacting a wide range of industries, including education.
All right. And also, our featured partner, Dell Technologies, is keeping our one school district in Houston, Texas, ahead of the curve. Our featured partner, Dell, is keeping them up to date with Azure Stack HCI. Fun fact, that same school district, by the way, it has a special connection with Dell's founder, Michael Dell. He's from there originally. So let's hear more from Stephen McMaster of Dell Technologies.
Hello, everyone. My name is Stephen McMaster at Dell Technologies, and today we have a treat. We're talking with both Ben Allen and Troy Neal at Spring Branch School District. Welcome to you both, and can you provide an overview of Spring Branch and your IT environment, Troy?
Sure. So Spring Branch ISD is located in West Houston. We have about 35,000 students with about 47 campuses.
Outstanding. And then I understand you recently implemented the Dell EMC integrated solution for Azure Stack HCI at Spring Branch. Ben, can you kind of go over the use cases and the benefits of this platform?
For sure. So we've got a 12-node HCI cluster running on 25 gig networking, and it's provided us flexibility and supportability. We've got 164 VMs running in it, from your basic AD services to DNS to ADFS, wireless controllers, SIM, testing apps, you name it, we've got it. Large school districts, we're far more diverse in applications we run than most people would believe. And we've seen improvements across the board since moving to this. Our ERP and SIS systems run reports faster. Our SIM can ingest and analyze logs faster. And I've even cut my backup times in half. So the perception that K-12 is behind the curve on technology couldn't be further from the truth at Spring Branch. We've got tight budgets and a lean team, and Azure Stack HCI fits our need perfectly, so we can spend time on issues and we're not focusing on do our tools work.
Ben, thank you for that feedback. And then Troy, what about the strategic partnership of that three-way handshake between Dell, Microsoft, and of course, Spring Branch?
Well, yeah, like Ben said, our partnership with Dell and Microsoft, right? We have to be strategic in our planning and very cost effective, right? We need to be able to scale fast, right? We're limited on our funds. And so with this partnership, it allows us to rethink our strategy, both short term and long term. And the best part is Michael Dell is a product of Spring Branch ISD as well.
Absolutely. Thank you for making that call out. Well, hey, thank you both. I really have enjoyed the conversation here. And as a reminder to our audience that if you'd like to talk a little bit more about this or other topics, Dell is a featured partner with Microsoft Ignite. Come and see us. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. I'm back. Seth Juarez here with more of Day 2 at Microsoft Ignite. A wise man once said, with great power comes great responsibility. That man was me, Spider-Man's uncle. But hey, comic book wisdom also rings true when it comes to responsible machine learning. Here with me is Senior Program Manager at Microsoft, Mernoush Sameki. Mernoush, how you doing, my friend?
Doing great. Thanks for having me.
So we only have like 8 minutes, so let's get right into it. When it comes to AI and machine learning, what is the actual output, and how do we know if it's doing the right thing?
That's a very great question. Basically said, model is nothing but a functionality that is developed and trained on top of data, right? Now, this data in a lot of cases is coming from the real world society. And so it is super important, given the high impact that these models have on real humans, it is super important to make sure that they are developed and deployed in a responsible manner. And so their results are fair, hopefully, transparent and understandable, and to the best we can, free of errors.
So how do we actually do this, though? Make them fair, transparent, understandable? And then the last thing you said, which it just went out of my head, but you're going to help us with. How do we actually do this in real life?
Let me show you 3 tools that we have built within Microsoft to make sure that models are transparent, fair, and also hopefully free of errors.
That's the one.
The very first one is back to my slides, the understanding and debugging your model. So that is the capability that helps you. It's called Interpret ML, and it's a capability to help you understand what are the factors that are impacting your model's predictions. The other tool that we have out there in the open source integrated with our cloud offering Azure Machine Learning as well is our fairness assessment and unfairness mitigation toolkit. So this is focusing on the concept of group fairness and is helping you to assess and understand the fairness issues in your model and it also provides algorithmic means of mitigating those fairness issues you just observed. And the last tool that we just released, so it's pretty exciting, it's called error analysis. That is to help you identify in what subcohorts of your data the errors are laser focused and help you diagnose why those errors are happening.
I feel like we need to dive into an actual example. Do you have something you can show us?
Yes, absolutely. So I would like to showcase to you a particular example from a very known data set called census data. So this is a data set that basically predicts whether people would earn more than 50K annually or less than 50K. Many of you are familiar with that. Now, imagine that we would like to deploy this model in a real-world scenario to predict the salary of the new incoming employees. And so what I'm going to show you right now, Seth, is when I did the assessment of this model, the fairness assessment of this model on, say, test data, and try to understand how well it is doing these predictions for the female group versus the male group. As you can see, Seth, based on these insights on top of the test data, I can see that males are getting almost 18.8% more favorable outcome compared to females, which in this case is prediction of getting the salary of more than 50K.
So this isn't even the data. This isn't even the data. This is the model predicting this because of the data.
Absolutely. Okay. Absolutely. And so if I don't have this tool, I can't understand this fairness issue. Now, imagine that this 18.8% is beyond the threshold that I would like to, that I can tolerate, frankly. So the other thing I want to show you before going to the quick fix for it is I would like to also showcase to you this interpretability toolkit. What I did, Seth, is I created female group and male group as my cohorts. And here I'm seeing the probability of the prediction less than or equal 50K on my test data. Now, what I am seeing is females are getting systematically higher prediction probability of earning less than 50K compared to the male group. And another red flag for me is when I come to the global explanation, which is what are the top key important factors affecting the model's prediction. When I sort it based on what are the top key factors for females, I can see that sex is playing a very, very important role for them in predicting that they would earn more than or less than 50K. Now, I would like to see how. I click here and I see this dependence plot, which shows me that if people are female, for them, their sex of female is contributing positively towards the prediction of earning less than or equal 50K. But when they are males, this literally has zero impact on predicting whether they would earn more than 50K or less than or equal 50K. This is a huge fairness issue to me. And so, Seth, with our unfairness mitigation algorithms, I was able to get this unmitigated original fairness unaware model and generate bunch of options smartly to hopefully get better fairness results. And so this is a performance accuracy versus fairness chart. I click on one of the mitigated models and voila, we were able to reduce the demographic parity difference, which in this case was the difference between favorable outcome, from 18.8%, which you just observed in prediction, to less than 0.5%.
Oh my goodness. This is really cool because like if you would not have done this debugging, you would have never found this issue and your model would have been completely unfair. And this is a real data set. This isn't like we just made up data. This is the census data set that we use for almost all of our examples. So how do you, I know unfairness is a particular error. Are there other errors that you can pull out when you do analysis?
Glad you called this out. So in cases like fairness that I just showcased to you or interpretability, you have some cohorts in mind, right? Like in this particular case, I had female versus male versus non-binary gender. I might have different ethnicities. But imagine if we give you a tool to tell you where the errors are focused, so give you that cohorts to begin with. And that's exactly what our error analysis toolkit is doing. And so back to my quick demo.
Let's go back to our screen.
Yes, so back to my screen. Here you can see that I do have this error analysis toolkit up. This is a trim view that is showcasing how the errors are laser focused in variety of cohorts. For instance, clicking on this node, I can see that people who are married and have lower education and are older age greater than 33, for them, we see 25% of them are getting errors. And this node with these functionalities or these features is in charge of 48% overall error that is happening inside my model. And so this is a great tool for you to get informed as what are the cohorts that you really can go and investigate further. Not just in tree map, in a heat map view, you can also see how errors are focused based on 2 dimensions, 2 features you can select. And as a bonus, you can take that cohort, that erroneous cohort, I should say, to the explanation phase and try to get a sense of how the model is making predictions for that erroneous cohort compared to the background data set.
So by error, do you mean error on the test set? Is that what it's looking at, the error?
Exactly. So imagine if the ground truth was like the person was earning more than 50K, but you predicted less than or equal 50K.
All right, so just to finish up, because we're running out of time, where can people go to find out more?
We just put all 3 of these widgets in a GitHub called responsible-AI-widgets, so definitely check them out. And erroranalysis.ai, interpretml.ai, fairlearn.ai are your best friends to learn more about these tools.
Well, Marnoosh, it's always a pleasure to talk with you. We took 8 minutes to show how to actually debug a real honest-to-goodness machine learning model. Everyone should be doing it. Thank you again for being with us, Marnoosh. That was awesome. I love learning about that stuff.
I really like that. That was cool. I understood the whole thing. See, that means this is something you should go and try. All right, if you happen to be dropping by the Feature Partner Showcase, make sure to check out Cloudera. The Cloudera data platform is supporting big data and machine learning, so customers like Lufthansa Technik can do things like predict airline maintenance issues. You want them to do that when we travel again. You can also drop in on their table topic session today, where they'll answer questions about managing data across the private cloud, multiple public clouds, and hybrid clouds, all the clouds. Table talks are awesome, by the way. Do table talks if you haven't attended.
Now, let's hear how our feature... I can't even read today. Now, let's hear how our other featured partners, VMware and IBM, are making real-world customer impact with Azure and Microsoft 365. Take a look.
When COVID-19 caused Dick's Sporting Goods to temporarily close all its stores, they had to quickly move to a 100% e-commerce model. They implemented VMware Tanzu application service built on Microsoft Azure to digitally transform their business, resulting in an improved e-commerce platform, allowing Dick's to immediately scale to meet unprecedented online demand and launch curbside contactless pickup. This enabled Dick's to continue supporting the needs of its customers and employees, all with zero downtime.
Today's cities are a complex network of citizen services and municipal departments. It's a demanding task and has the potential to be overwhelming. But not with IBM 311 Citizen Services. Microsoft Dynamics 365 automatically routes cases through workflows and can enhance analytics and customer satisfaction. Always available, always live, always ready to help.
Hey, my name's Rick Claus. I'm a Principal Cloud Advocate Lead here at Microsoft in sunny Redmond, Washington. I want to talk to you just a little second here about the Microsoft Ignite Cloud Skills Challenge. What is this challenge? Well, the Cloud Skills Challenge is a fun way to go ahead and to learn new skills through Microsoft Learn while competing against your peers. Topics are related to Microsoft Ignite and also to Microsoft certification. So you can have some fun with Ignite while you're also doing something to advance your certification efforts. Now, you're probably asking yourself, why should I join? Well, for one, obviously, it's bragging rights over your peers. We all know that's going to be invaluable, but really, you could win something. Now, what kind of something, you ask? Well, great question. Basically, you can earn a free certification exam by completing any one of the Cloud Skills Challenges. Sound good? You interested? Want to get started? First, go ahead and register for Microsoft Ignite. And if you're watching me right now, then you're probably already completed that step. Number 2, go ahead and register for the Cloud Skills Challenge in the Learning Zone. You're going to be able to find a link for how to do that, probably just below this video somewhere. Lastly, you have to actually complete one of those challenges in its entirety, as noted in the official rules to qualify. Oh yeah, don't forget, there is a time limit on this too. You've only got the month of March to be able to go off and finish one of those Cloud Skills Challenges to be able to qualify. So get on it, get started, and go have fun.
All right, what are you waiting for? Did you sign up for Cloud Skills Challenge yet? You want free stuff from Ignite, that's the point. Okay. All right, so let's look at Veeam Backup from Microsoft Office 365. Veeam extends native data protection in Office 365 by creating true backups of Exchange Online, SharePoint, OneDrive for Business, and Teams. So customer data is always protected, which is what you want. Red Bull Media House creates truly incredible extreme sports content from all over the world. And it's all this data is completely protected in the cloud by Veeam and Microsoft Azure. So check it out for yourself in the Veeam feature partner page in the bar box thing up ahead.
That's right. Right now, let's hear how Darktrace, self-learning cyber AI technology on Azure, keeps critical information safe and McLaren racing cars on track. Oh, see what I did there?
No.
My name's Edward Green and I'm the Principal Digital Architect at McLaren Racing. So Darktrace for us is really important because it allows us to quickly see what's going on and learn new things very rapidly. And the AI keeps learning what's normal and what's not normal for us to respond to. It's really important for us to keep data secure over a race weekend. We don't send the cars out on track unless we can see that telemetry. It's super important. You know, it means we can't go racing, so Darktrace is critical for us.
Well, social media is already reacting to this amazing interview with Ash and Connell. Let's take a look. What do we got right here?
All right. Hey, Harjeet. So Harjeet's one of our MVPs.
He's so cool.
So engaged. And yeah, I really appreciate the fact that there's so many people in the community out there who are willing to share their hacks with me. I learned about Immersive Reader in OneNote from one of our community members, actually. And you can see I've got it installed everywhere and using it to just wrangle this event.
Here's another one. Love the MS Ignite conversation around dyslexia and deaf awareness. Thank you, Microsoft, for your focus on accessibility. Another one.
Ask people. I like this. I think this is probably one of the biggest takeaways, which is ask people about disability. Don't be afraid of the conversation. It's not like the disabled person does not know they're disabled. They know. So be open about saying, hey, do you have any advice for the rest of us on how we can be as productive as you? That I find to be useful.
One more from Ash. Look at Ash is there from Christian. Major bonus points for historical arms and
armor in the back. I love it. Look at that.
Oh my goodness. That's
another
so cool.
dragon armor person.
I know.
I like
Remember
this.
Emma from this morning? I feel like I got to spend a ton of time with her talking about dragons.
Exactly. So talk about disability. Use deaf awareness. Use it. MS Ignite. Tweet at us. All right. So coming up next, what is the latest in Microsoft Dynamics 365, and how do these innovations continue to provide vital support for businesses during this ongoing pandemic? How does Teams factor into it? Let's drop in on a session with Microsoft's Takeshi Nomoto and Emma Williams from earlier.
You remember her. See you soon, my friends.
Hello, and thanks for joining Microsoft Ignite. Over the past year, we have seen the incredible potential for technology to build bridges between individuals and teams around the world. For example, technology is currently allowing us to connect with more Ignite attendees than ever before, joining us from more locations than ever before. 日本からご覧いただいている皆様にも Ignite を楽しんでいただければと思っております。The past year has shown us the true value of resilience. The world around us is constantly changing, and we all need to adapt quickly. At an individual level, we can certainly see that truth bear out. We're shopping online, dining at home, and connecting with family and friends through a video screen. Some of us have even picked up a new hobby or two. At an organizational level, it has become clear that technology will unlock that quality of resilience. Organizations across industries are building new digital capabilities, whether it's always-on remote service, contactless payment options, telehealth solutions, or data-driven lights-out automation on the factory floor. But no matter how you apply it, to make a lasting impact, technology must connect people with key data and processes in their flow of work, helping organizations move with more agility and speed as they navigate a changing world. And this is why we're so proud of what we have built with the Microsoft Cloud. With the complete and extensible stack in Microsoft Cloud, we bring the ubiquitous and sustainable computing power to fuel your innovation, the predictive and analytical power to help you shift from reactive to proactive, the solutions that unlock human ingenuity across the entire organization, and the tools to empower anyone to build digital solutions, all built on the most secure and trusted cloud, freeing you to focus on your vision. The breadth and depth of the Microsoft Cloud is unmatched by any competitor in the industry. And on top of that, our partner ecosystem is unparalleled in its ability to build on this foundation to add value for our customers. Digital transformation can't wait. That's why customers are choosing Microsoft as the partner to accelerate their digital capability. You're probably already familiar with Azure and Teams and probably Power Platform. These are all core to your work as an IT pro. But the business processes and the business data that inform every facet of a company's operations, that's where Dynamics 365 comes in. Because when we talk about those new digital capabilities like remote service or curbside pickup, that happens at the application layer, connecting people, data, and processes across the organization, from the workers on the front lines to the applications that keep back office operations running. With Dynamics 365 and Power Platform, we believe we can help you create impact faster, break through barriers, innovate everywhere, and adapt to anything. Let me give you an example. Rockwell Automation, a global leader in industrial automation solutions, needed a way to empower its global sales force to maintain strong customer relationships as the company grew and customer needs became more varied and specialized. Tracking customer interactions in Excel was definitely not cutting it, and sellers frequently waded through long email chains before finding the right expert to consult about a customer's unique needs. Rockwell Automation turned to Dynamics 365 to reduce those manual processes and more easily connect sellers with subject matter experts. This increased visibility and collaboration and allows sellers to focus on delivering outstanding customer experiences. But connecting sales teams was just the start. In December 2019, just before the global pandemic changed all of our lives, they also began rolling out Microsoft 365 across more than 23,000 people, supporting customers in more than 100 countries. I wanted to share more about this story, so let's give my colleague Emma Williams a call. She leads one of our Microsoft 365 engineering teams and has been focused on meeting the unique needs of industry leaders in Rockwell Automation. Hi, Emma.
Hi, Takeshi. Thanks very much for inviting me. It's always a pleasure for me to talk about our customers and the solutions we're building to empower them together.
Great. Let me tell me a little bit more about Rockwell Automation and their story. They were planning a phased rollout in 2020, right?
They were, and of course, COVID-19 came along and transformed everything. Think about their employees. Normally, they would have gone out and consulted with their customers in business corporate offices, in factories, even in oil and gas rigs. And of course, when COVID-19 hit, they couldn't do any of that. So they had to dramatically accelerate the speed by which they actually rolled out Microsoft Teams. And they did. And in a few short months, they were actually empowering their own customers and working with them to change process automation and to change the way they did manufacturing, particularly around critical things like PPE and ventilator projects, which of course the world drastically needed in 2020. And they could not have done that without Microsoft Teams. So we were super proud to be able to help them with that.
Yeah, it's an amazing story when an organization broadly embraces the Microsoft Cloud across its entire organization and different functions. But I also know that Ignite's like a big week for you, and then particularly for teams. So tell me a little bit about what's going on there.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited this week. We're announcing that Microsoft Teams virtual meetings and events are scaling to adapt to the needs of our customers. So we're announcing that we're actually going to be doing interactive webinars now with up to 1,000 people, and broadcast view only up to 20,000 people. So we know our customers are very eager to get their hands on that feature. And then the other feature, which I think would actually be contributing to Rockwell Automation's next phase of evolution, is this new Microsoft Teams Connect, which is actually shared channels. So Takeshi, can you just imagine now you have this ability to have a shared channel with customers and with partners outside your company where you can meet, you can chat, you can collaborate, you can co-author documents. But imagine in the case of Rockwell, where you're actually looking at visual diagrams of processes together and how you can actually fine-tune those in a synchronous way. So we think this new sharing channel experience will be incredibly powerful for our customers.
When you think about customers like Rockwell Automation and customers broadly adopting Microsoft Cloud, in particular Dynamics 365 and Teams, what are the key advantages they're seeing?
Well, what stands out for me in this new wave of innovation we're doing together across Dynamics 365 and with M365 is actually, what stands out is this need to connect systems of record with systems of engagement in order to create these new opportunities for business workflows that can really digitize the way companies work today. So as an example, connecting Dynamics 365 to Teams as the system of engagement, or, in healthcare, as you know, I focus on all industries. Takeshi, in healthcare, for instance, we've connected Teams up to electronic health record systems to really empower clinicians in their clinical workflows.
Emma, you're leading many of our Microsoft 365 teams building industry-specific solutions like Microsoft Cloud for retail. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yes, absolutely. Of course, we announced that last month at NRF. It was a pretty exciting announcement. When you think about retail, of course, they've been transforming at a breakneck speed over the last year. In Teams alone, we saw retail usage of Microsoft Teams surge by 280%. And we saw mobile-only usage in Teams more than double. And of course, that's very much a proxy for frontline worker usage. And Takeshi, when you think about retail, of course, 80% of the employees are frontline workers, and they've been the essential workers during this period of time, making sure we're keeping, critical things on our shelves, including toilet rolls, of course, that everybody was panicking about last year. So it's pretty exciting, the work we're doing together here, Takeshi, to really empower frontline workers and information workers with these digitized workflows in digital tools together for the first time.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for joining us.
It was my pleasure, Takeshi. Have fun at Ignite.
That's what we're going to focus on for the remainder of this session. How we're bringing the power of Dynamics 365 right into the flow of work with teams. Think about the cost of even a simple context switch. Let's say you're chatting with a colleague about a pending deal, and then looking up inventory position in your supply chain to support that deal. How long does it take for you to get back into the flow of your work after you make that switch? This is a real problem for every individual and organization on the planet. End users spend most of their working time in collaboration and communication tools. But state-of-the-art business processes and deep business data often lives in a completely different world. This means salespeople, service representatives, operations manager, and more have to switch back and forth dozens of times during the day. Imagine if you could bring the two worlds together, the rich business processes and data, and the communication and collaboration environments where we spend our days. That's what we're doing with Dynamics 365 and Microsoft Teams. The integration we're highlighting today is a fundamental characteristic of the Microsoft Cloud. It's not something we're bolting on after the fact. This lets you, as an IT professional, serve the needs of your entire organization. You can empower users to run seamless business processes right where they are, connecting an organization, an individual, or a team with the information they need to deliver amazing customer experiences, no matter where that information lives. Today, we're going to show you a few of the new integration points across Dynamics 365 marketing, sales, commerce. But that's really just the beginning. Let's jump in. We'll start with how an organization can use Teams and Dynamics 365 to turn event attendees into loyal customers, especially as the event themselves have changed over the past year. Virtual meetings, events, and webinars are the new normal, and organizations need a way to plan online events and communicate with attendees quickly and easily. With the introduction of new webinar capabilities in Microsoft Teams and new integration with Dynamics 365 Marketing, we make it easy to set up, analyze, and follow up on event hosted on Teams. Let's go to Lori to take a quick look.
Thanks, Takeshi. As we all know, virtual events and webinars have just become an everyday way of life. Let's take a look at about how Teams and Dynamics Marketing come together to create great, engaging experiences. I'm in the Dynamics 365 Marketing app creating an event using our event management capabilities. I simply have to check that I want to stream it, and you can see that Teams Webinar is the default streaming provider available right there for me. Everything is automatically configured for me, and I get an attendee URL. All I need to do is copy that and send that to my attendees and get going. Really simple to conduct events using Microsoft Teams from Dynamics Marketing. Similarly, from Microsoft Teams, it's really easy now to create not just meetings, but also webinars. When I do that, I can have some great options like requiring attendees to register. When I have all this rich attendee information, I can get a report of all of the attendees and their activity during the webinar. But that's not where I want to end. I'd sure like to continue the conversation with these attendees. With Dynamics for Marketing, I can easily follow up with participants, and this integration is right here, native in Microsoft Teams. As I click on that, it'll go and detect my Dynamics organization, and I can configure that, and then all the magic happens. We've gone and taken all of the event attendee information and exported that into Microsoft Dynamics 365 Marketing, and we've created customer segments for you, for people that registered, people that attended, or people that canceled the registration. With each of these segments of customers, we've created a journey that sends them a notification email as a great starting point. But now you have the full power of Dynamics Marketing to create a customized journey that does different things based on whether they clicked on the email or links within it, and you can continue nurturing the interactions with these customers. And because I'm in Dynamics Marketing, I can also do advanced things like create complete customized, personalized email for each individual customer that goes through this journey. So there you can see how Teams and Dynamics Marketing together can create great, engaging customer experiences, not just in the webinar, but continuing the ongoing conversation. Back to you, Takeshi.
Thanks, Lori. Lori showed us how easy it is to set up, analyze, and follow up on Microsoft Teams webinars right from within Dynamics 365, and then continue the conversation to nurture attendees and earn more loyal customers. So that you can bring the power of Dynamics 365 to your Teams webinars, I'm excited to share that commercial Microsoft 365 E3 and E5 customers will get 6 months of Dynamics 365 Marketing at no additional cost. We will have more details on this offer, along with eligibility details, to share soon. And we're excited to see you reap the benefits of these solutions together. Let's move to sales and take a look at how we're empowering individuals to deliver better customer experiences. With Microsoft Teams and Dynamics 365 Sales, we're helping put collaboration in context and providing actionable next steps using AI-driven insights. This allows sellers to be more productive, work together better, and build stronger customer relationships. Let's see this all in action with Ray.
Thank you, Takeshi. Sellers have never had so many tools for communicating with customers and collaborating with colleagues across the business. But with the increasing volume of communication and the need to work across multiple apps and teams, it can be hard to reduce the noise and stay focused. I'm super excited to share the great work across Dynamics 365 and Teams to solve this very problem. bringing important business process context and structure into the apps that people want to use. By integrating the power of teams into Dynamics, we are empowering sellers, agents, and technicians with collaboration and productivity tools right in the context of their daily work. Here you can see someone working on an opportunity in Dynamics 365 Sales, and how the team's collaboration pane surfaces conversations related to this record, whether it's a one-on-one chat, group chats, or meetings. This not only saves time and boosts productivity, but with the increased focus and business context, it allows sellers and agents to better engage and deliver the ideal customer experience. By the way, this experience is the same across sales, customer service, and field service. This means that people across the organization can collaborate regardless of department or role to meet customer needs. That's true organization-wide collaboration and customer engagement, all in the context of your existing business processes. Well, let's get back to another sales example. When a seller needs to connect with a customer, they can call them using Teams right from within Dynamics 365 Sales. Simply click to dial directly from the Up Next widget, and a Teams dialer opens. While on the customer call, sellers will see real-time insights such as transcription with business-critical keywords highlighted, suggested action items, and a space for note-taking that seamlessly ties back to the sales records. Similarly, when you're in that Teams meeting, sellers will be able to see all the customer context, records, real-time insights, action items, and notes. Then within seconds of finishing the call, a rich summary with business insights is available, including follow-up actions, call playback and transcription, sentiment analysis, and key topics discussed during the call. These could be keyword mentioned like pricing, timing, or competitors, and so on. Not only can sellers follow up at just a click, but managers can spot trends emerging across their org in near real time. The rich insights captured from the call helps provide a deeper understanding of customer needs. We're super excited to show you how we're bringing the power of Dynamics 365 directly into the flow of work with Teams, meeting people where they do their best work, whether within Teams or within Dynamics 365. For example, here you can see how sellers are able to search for and share customer records from within Teams. Other people in that conversation will then be able to view and edit details directly within the conversation flow without even having to leave Teams. We believe that delivering a great customer experience requires not only connected data, but a connected and collaborative team around that data. Dynamics 365 and Teams together deliver this in the most powerful way. Our goal is to create a seamless, continuous experience between these apps. Regardless of where people are, they will have the tools and data they need to collaborate to be more productive and deliver great customer experiences. Now back to you, Takeshi.
Thanks, Ray. Ray showed us how we're building Teams collaboration experience within Dynamics 365, and also how we're enhancing Dynamics 365 experience within Teams. This unified seller workspace can help your organization respond to the sustained shift to digital buying and selling that we're seeing everywhere. Lastly, let's see how Teams and Dynamics 365 are coming together to empower working teams, using an example of a retail store. In retail, it's important to maximize collaboration among staff for the best customer experience without heavy overhead. Frontline workers need a streamlined tool that enables them to connect with their peers while also giving them instant access to the data needed to help make the best business decisions. With Teams and Dynamics 365 Commerce, we're removing the barriers between the head office and individual stores by providing new task management functionality right within Teams. Let's go to Balaji to see it in action.
Thank you, Takeshi. We have seen that Teams is a great collaboration tool, and in particular for retail workers on the store floor. And the integration we are announcing today makes Teams even more powerful. I'll showcase how tasks that are created for store employees light up both in our Dynamics 365 point of sale application as well as in Microsoft Teams in a synchronized fashion. This allows the store employees to choose the application of their choice to view and manage the task and ensure that the task status and details stay in sync between these two applications. As a regional manager, you may want to prepare all of your stores for an upcoming holiday season. As you can see, teams for every store has been already created in Microsoft Teams based on the data that is in Dynamics 365 Commerce. Now, to prepare stores either all at one time or one store at a time, you can use the task application to create a preparation checklist which includes specific tasks along with the due dates. Then, when you publish this task list, you will see the organization hierarchy is already populated using information from Dynamics 365 Commerce. You can publish this list to your entire region with just a few clicks. In retail stores, Store Manager will use their Dynamics 365 Commerce point of sale application or Microsoft Teams to see the new tasks that have been assigned. Store managers can easily assign tasks to individual workers and update the status of tasks as they are completed. If there are new additional tasks, store managers can easily add them right from their POS application or from within Microsoft Teams, notifying employees. Now, as an employee, all of your tasks are available in a single place and accessible across all devices, including laptop, tablet, or your mobile phone, making it incredibly easy to complete them. Back at the head office, you can use Microsoft Teams to see how your stores are doing. You'll be able to check on progress across all your stores and follow up with store managers of those stores that may be falling behind. We are continuing to add more integration capabilities between Microsoft Teams and Dynamics 365 Commerce, such as creating programmatic tasks, check-in customers for curbside pickup, and many, many more. All of these experiences will be available right from within Microsoft Teams. We are super excited about all of these capabilities coming to market. And with that, I'll send it back to you, Takeshi.
Thanks, Balaji. With Dynamics 365 Commerce and Microsoft Teams, we're enabling retail teams to showcase best practices, highlight urgent tasks, and build stronger community among store locations. These are just a few ways we're strengthening the integration between Dynamics 365 and Microsoft Teams in the upcoming release. With new integrations coming to Dynamics 365 Customer Service, Field Service, Human Resources, and Supply Chain Management as well, we're enabling unified collaboration and team engagement across your entire organization. You'll be able to enhance how people work together across teams, functions, and business divisions, creating opportunities to enhance employee experiences and deliver on customer expectations. We'll continue our investment in innovation to turn work the way it was into the way we want it to be: more efficient, more collaborative, more insightful, and ultimately, more productive. Microsoft Cloud is built from the ground up to enable just this, and we can't wait to see what you'll do with it. Thank you.
We are back. Did you miss us? Of course. I'm Donna Sarkar, Principal Cloud Advocate for the Power Platform and Fusion Dev Teams, joined by my somewhat esteemed colleague.
No, it says esteemed.
It doesn't say that.
Esteemed colleague.
I have no idea what it says, so I'm just going to say Seth is here.
Hello again. Together, we are guiding you through day 2 of Microsoft Ignite, and we just found out about the latest in Microsoft Dynamics 365 from Takeshi Nemoto. That was a good, Emma was in there again.
Yes, Emma is fabulous. We were just saying, all managers, you should do like Emma and have your people go work side by side with the customers that you were trying to create products for before you go create products for them. Just pro tip.
So what's a juniper?
Juniper is a berry, Seth.
Apropos, sorry, I asked people on the Pubble chat to give me words to say. I'm trying to sneak them in.
So it's less sneaky when you tell everyone that you're sneaking them in. But
Notwithstanding what you're saying.
So I'm just going to point out that, dear power people of the world, Platypus is the official Power Platform mascot.
Oh.
And the power people, when they get together, they're generally up to shenanigans.
Not to be confused with Play Platyp. Okay, the guy spelled it wrong the first time. So as you wish, I thought I would talk like a Jedi Ninja Warrior and say that there's a ton of things that you can watch. In Takeshi's thing, the thing I love the most is teams and dynamics together.
Yes. And by the way, there's going to be an interview with Lori Lampkin from their team on Teams and Dynamics 365 together. So things are underway. We are doing the thing here at Microsoft Ignite.
Right.
But it's never too late to find ways to maximize your experience, whether it's filling up your digital backpack with sessions like the one we just had, or leveling up your skills in the Learning Zone. Here's how to make the most out of your time at Ignite.
Shall we?
Let's do it. Oh, look, there's us.
What?
Look at this expression I have.
Yeah, look at this. Oh,
I know.
I need to hide this
Yeah.
because these are all the words they wanted us to use, and I don't want
okay,
you to know
now
which ones I snuck in.
everyone.
So what should we go look at first? You tell me what to do.
Let's look at Learning Zone. I don't think we've
Okay,
looked
Learning
properly.
Zone.
So
okay.
we want everyone, see Cloud Skills, click there. So everyone just do this with us. Do it.
Click there.
You're not
Okay.
doing it. We can see.
Yeah, we know.
All right, so in Learning Zone, this is the Cloud Skills Challenge. This is how you earn a free cert, free stuff,
This.
right? So
Oh, wait a minute. Look, to be honest, I haven't looked at
You
this
haven't even
yet.
looked at the Cloud
and
Skills
look what is this?
Ignite Azure Data Scientist Challenge.
Click this. Is there one for you?
Click
Where-
it. Yeah, so I think everyone should do, let's see. For us, you would maybe do like Teams admin or data analyst. You do Power BI, enterprise admin.
There you go.
Yep.
I'm trying to show off my Zoom It skills, so
His zooming is.
zooming is fabulous, and then I can draw stuff.
Yes.
I mean,
So,
not a good circle, but
so you're better at AI than drawing.
perhaps.
So do one of the challenges, and then you'll get a free certificate to do one of those PL or AZ or whatever those exams.
What other things should we look at here? We have the Learning Zone. We just looked at
That's
that.
right. Let's show a featured partner.
Yes, that's the part I wanted to get to because we didn't get to this last time.
Right.
Look at all the, you know how the conference thing is super nice because you're like walking around the
Yes,
booth.
the venue.
Nonchalant, like you don't really want to talk to the partners, but you really do.
You kinda do.
Because they have like cool rubber bands and
They do.
stuff. This is where the rubber bands are.
Yes. So here they have a bunch of information. You should click on the one that we keep saying, Darktrace.
There's Veeam. We've mentioned them a couple of times.
Veeam, Darktrace.
Look at this.
Look at this.
Anytime you have like DNA
Cyber AI.
with zeros and ones and AI.
Okay, doesn't Darktrace look like it should be like a TV show?
Yeah.
So click explore more.
Okay.
Let's see.
On this episode of Darktrace.
So you can save this to your backpack too and learn more about them later.
Oh my goodness, look at this. They have a video, they have some.
You can chat with them.
Oh
You can
my
do a
gosh.
trial. You can do a free trial for 30 days.
I need to click into this stuff a little bit more.
I like how you're telling everyone to do this. And
I
you,
know.
in fact, haven't done any.
Well, we were doing other things.
Like
I mean,
prepping. Oh, by the way, the McLaren Group customer case study, I checked that out because I would like one Darktrace, just letting you know.
yeah,
if you
letting
happen to have a McLaren left over after the case study, you can send it to Donna Sarkar. Thank you.
And that's the cool, and
Yeah.
the thing I love about this is you can literally go in, interact. If you haven't done so yet, you should maybe go in there.
Yeah,
I mean,
you should take a look. Take a look.
take a look. And then obviously the
Connection
last
zone.
but not least is your event backpack.
That's right.
Obviously, you need to have the most important sessions in there.
Wow. Hi, Anthony. Hi, Cassie. Oh, by the way, I should go. You had a great interview yesterday.
yes.
Happy birthday.
Oh, that's right. It is her birthday.
Your
today.
teammate Seth forgot.
No,
but
I didn't.
did
I
not.
mentioned it earlier. We should call out. She also has a session. By the way, let me show you how to find a session. Like, let's just
show
say,
them.
let's do another session.
Mhm.
So let's go to the session catalog and let's go to cognitive services. For example, what?
Look, I should go.
What? I'm going to save this
Go
one
to
to the
backpack.
backpack because Aisha on her birthday, you should watch.
And wish her happy birthday.
Cognitive services, a great session here.
So that is how you save things to your backpack.
And it's in my backpack right now. Take a look. Kapow.
Look at
Now I
that.
have
There it
3
is.
in my backpack.
So are you doing a session while you're here or what's happening? Or are Cassie and Anthony going to do it for you?
No one will ever know. The digital venue is set up to help you with your Microsoft Ignite journey. Take advantage of it. It's a great resource.
Love it. Okay, in a few minutes, I'm going to be chatting with Lori Lampkin, the Vice President of Dynamics 365 Marketing, about the exciting developments there. But right now, let's hear how our featured partner, ServiceNow, is leveling up IT operations and service management for customers from all around the world with Azure Monitor and ServiceNow Event Management.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brian, and I'm on the product management team at ServiceNow. And I'm joined by Jürgen, who works at Ferguson. And he's going to spend some time talking with us about his modernization journey within IT operations. How's it going, Jürgen?
Going great. Thanks for having me, Brian.
So let's start with telling me a little bit about your journey. What have you been doing at Ferguson?
As the largest distributor of plumbing supplies in the US, we were looking to create efficient IT operations that were responsive to both our customers' and employees' needs, while targeting cost reduction at the same time.
So those are, definitely some common goals that I see with IT operations and IT organizations. Can you share with our audience some of the specific goals you're trying to meet and ultimately how it benefited Ferguson?
Sure, Brian. Regarding our primary goals, we were looking to tie our service management processes to our modern cloud operations to gain complete visibility of our cloud landscape. Additionally, we were trying to boost our operational intelligence with machine learning-driven event management, combining Microsoft Azure Monitor and ServiceNow AIOps. And some of the benefits we realized were we've reduced our MTTR for high-priority incidents by 13%, on a year-to-year basis. There are, of course, multiple factors contributing to a reduction in MTTR, but ServiceNow plays a big role in achieving those results. We had an 80% event reduction, which was done by integrating several different monitoring tools and reducing the volume of events and alerts significantly. We were able to create integrations within weeks, not months, to pull resources, events, and CIs from Azure and other sources. ServiceNow has enabled us to increase our admin efficiency by 300%, which is huge since it allows our admin team to increase focus now on projects, training, innovation, and a lot of other things.
Those are some great metrics. It's also cool to hear the narrative of using some of these savings to be able to drive like more innovation in other priority areas versus kind of the keeping the lights on. What about cost savings? Were you able to find anything on that front?
Yes, we were able to save about, I would say, 1.8 million annually by reducing high priority incidents using incident management, AIOps, and of course, automation.
Wow, that's some pretty big savings.
Thanks. And going forward, we are looking to connect Azure Log Analytics with ServiceNow to become even more proactive in finding issues in our technology landscape and resolving them before they cause a large impact to our business.
Well, thanks, Jürgen. It's been great partnering with you, and we're looking forward to continuing the journey with you as well. So thanks for sharing your story. And for anyone else that's interested in learning more about how ServiceNow and Microsoft are teaming up, please check out our showcase for more information. And have a great day.
All right, everyone. So with me now is the amazing Lori Lampkin, who's the Vice President of Dynamics 365 Marketing. Lori, first of all, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Are you enjoying Ignite? Are you enjoying Ignite?
I am. This has just been a whirlwind of news and announcements and cool stuff coming out. It's been super fun.
So you actually are in the center of a bunch of new stuff. So we hear that Teams and D365 Marketing are integrating in a very exciting way for users. Can you share a little bit more about that?
Yes, we know that the events like the one we're running now are all being done virtually out of necessity, and really communicating with customers or with each other. Really, we rely on technology in these times of social distancing. And people are using Teams more than ever. And when you run a webinar with Teams, what we want to do is make it really simple for you to be able to follow up with the attendees and registrants and send them a survey, see how it went, or just continue the conversation. And that's where Dynamics Marketing comes in. So we're building some integrations inside Microsoft Teams so that when you're creating and running webinars, you can easily follow up with attendees and continue that conversation.
I love that webinar thing that they announced in Teams yesterday in Nicole Hertzkovich's session, because what a game-changing annoyance removal thing that is. Because right now it's like set up a Teams live, put it on this website, maybe it connects. How do you connect after? I don't know. And we're using all these random sketchy third-party things. So I love the idea that, first of all, Teams has webinars. So you don't have to send out, your Teams URL to people you don't know. They can just kind of join the webinar. But what an interesting idea that you can now use our own product versus some random third-party product to send mail and follow up, et cetera. And Takeshi talked a little bit in his session about an interesting offer that involves D365 and marketing for Teams. Can you share with the audience what that offer is?
Yeah, I'm really excited about this because we feel like we want to make sure that customers can get the maximum value out of their webinars. We are going to offer commercial Microsoft 365 E3 and E5 customers 6 months of free access to Dynamics 365 marketing at no additional cost. Yeah. I am really excited about that because I think it'll really enable those of you running webinars to be able to continue the connection with your customers and do that just in a really simple, easy way with just a push of a button and not a lot of, and it's all free. So I think that'll be really, really make your webinars more impactful and your relationships with your customers and your potential customers even stronger.
So for any of you who might have missed that, if you are a commercial user of M365, you've got an E3 license or an E5 license, you already get like a whole bunch of stuff with it, right? You get Power Platform, just saying, and you get so many things like Teams, but now you get D365 marketing for free for 6 months. So you try it out and see whether it works for you. So it's not costing you anything extra. So if you're doing webinars, you're doing Teams events, try integrating into Dynamics 365 marketing. And this keeps you from having to go and become a marketer. Because if you're not a marketer, why do you want to learn to be a marketer? You don't. You just want to give a webinar on your topic, right? So I really like that it kind of takes away the need to become like an expert CMO or marketing person.
Yes.
Right.
The Dynamics for Marketing tool is not just for marketing people. Right. It's just a customer engagement tool to help you send email, send customer surveys, and based on the responses and actions that customers are taking, you can have different responses. And so it becomes very personalized and very individual for each customer's experience with you. And so it's better than just blasting out an email to everyone. It really responds and reacts based on how the customer responds. And what I'd say is anyone can use it. It's not for marketing people alone. Absolutely not.
I like this a lot because for someone like me who doesn't actually know anything about marketing, I like the fact that Dynamics 365, the tool, is kind of doing the audience segmentation thing on my behalf. Because me, who's not an expert, would mess this up. I would send the exact same mail to everybody saying, thanks so much for attending, whether they attended or not attended. And this way I can say like, okay, these people responded but didn't attend, so maybe send them the recap. These people attended and asked a question, so send them a different thing, et cetera, et cetera. So I have got, right.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no. I'm just saying that I've gotten a chance to play with Dynamics 365 marketing a little bit, and I'm amazed at its power. There's just so much power there. So being able to integrate it with Teams in a way where you don't need to set up a whole new account, a whole new thing, et cetera, that's just such a game changer for people who may not be as familiar and may not know even where to start.
Well, the great news is that we are going to build even more integrations, and the ones that I demoed today in Takeshi's session show that with a click of a button, we will create these, what we call journeys of, like you were saying, Donna, where there are customers who registered but didn't attend, customers who attended but then dropped off, customers who attended the whole thing. And we'll create starter journeys for each of these with customized emails for each customer segment, just with a click of a button in using from Teams into Dynamics for Marketing. So you are absolutely off and running, and then you can go get as advanced as you would like, but this has to be super simple to start out with.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, because if it isn't just like 1, 2, 3 straightforward, people won't do it. because everyone is
Right.
so busy. And how many webinars have you been to this year, right? Thousands. And one of the things, we were talking about yesterday is the responsibility of companies to maintain a relationship with their audience. It's not just, hey, I come to your event, bye, have fun, and then you don't hear from them again ever until the next year, so the anniversary event. And, we as Microsoft have been guilty about this in the past as well. We'll have an event, and then our audience will never hear follow-up, or like, hey, that session we gave, there's new information or new stuff, or here's another second event. So I myself have been so guilty of this kind of one-and-done relationship with customers. So I'm so grateful for this opportunity, because I just wrote this down, like, Donna, go try this, because I have E5 license. And I would love for our future Power Platform events to actually use this. So if you attend one of our events, like last year we had 2 events, Powerful Devs, which was for developers, and then Start Dev Change for beginners. But we had no continuity between the events. We didn't send follow-up mail, we didn't send follow-up material, we didn't send Learn modules. And I realized what a mistake and what a miss that was. Because these customers are like, where did these people go? Like, what happened? They were all gung-ho on their event and they disappeared. So I appreciate this so much, Lori. I personally am going to use it, and I'm going to send feedback to you all. You'll get a lot of feedback. But is there anything, a call to action to the audience? Because you've got a very captive audience out there.
I think go ahead and try out Dynamics for Marketing. I think that, we have our trials out there, and you can go check it out. We're going to be rolling out these integrations with Teams that we announced and the details on that offer soon. But the product is already there. But all this integration is coming really in the near future.
All right. You heard the woman. Great. Call to action. All right. If you're a Teams user with a commercial E5 or E3 license, go out there and try Dynamics for Marketing. You will be so grateful that this thing and this team is doing your work for you, and you look super smart to your customers. Thank you so much for being with us, Lori.
That was a great chat, Donna. Throughout this event, one of our major themes is modern work and the unique challenges we're all facing. Dell Technologies knows a little bit about that. Learn more about what they're doing by dropping in on their table topic session about modernizing your SQL data platform. That's at 1 p.m. Pacific. Keyword search Dell Technologies in the session catalog or visit the featured partnered showcase. All right, coming up, Donna sits down with Ryan Jones about living in the Dataverse. But right now, let's hear some Microsoft Teams and Azure customer stories from Crestron and ServiceNow.
Innovation in action. Do you like the snazzy music? Because Ryan and I quite like that. Okay, so now for a topic that's near and dear to my heart for the 800th time at this conference, the Power Platform. Okay, Power Platypus people, you ready for this? Now, one topic that we have not talked about 1,000 times yet is the Dataverse. You're like, what? What's that? Or you've already used it a lot. So today we have with us a very special guest, Mr. Ryan Jones, who is the principal or the partner product person who was a key creator of the Dataverse. And he's here to tell us all about why you should be living in the Dataverse. Ryan, thank you so much for joining us.
Hey, Donna, thank you so much for having me. It's great to be here today. You know, one of the things that I believe and the rest of the Dataverse team believes, we believe in the transformative power of data. And we believe that Dataverse empowers everyone to harness the transformative power of that data. We provide a low-code place for us to store the things that we know, our data. And what's cool is once we put our data into Dataverse, we are able to do amazing things with it. We can take action based on Power Apps. We can automate things using Power Automate. We can chat with our data using Power Virtual Agents. We can analyze it using Power BI, and we can learn from it using AI Build.
This is all totally true, but let's back up to all the people who have no idea. You and I are like, Dataverse, yeah, let's do the thing. But there's a bunch of people who are like, what is the Dataverse? Where does it live? How do I get one, et cetera, et cetera. So can you tell us a little bit about what is the Dataverse and where does it live? How do people get one? Do you install it somewhere, et cetera, et cetera?
So Dataverse, it's like a database in the cloud, but it's so much more. You get access to it when you purchase Power Apps, or in fact, with Dataverse for Teams, you now get access to a miniature version of database or Dataverse that you can use within your Teams applications. But we think that Dataverse is so much more than just a database. For example, we use SQL to store relational data. We use Azure Storage behind the scenes to use file and image data. We use Cosmos DB to store non-relational data. We use Azure Data Lake to store our data to support AI, ML, advanced analytics scenarios. And in fact, we use Azure Cognitive Search to support advanced search and find scenarios within Dataverse as well. But pretty much you have Teams or you have Power Apps, you have access to leverage Dataverse in one form or another.
So I think that's something that not a lot of people even know about. Like, hey, if you've got a commercial license, E5 or E3 license, and you're already using Teams in your enterprise, guess what? You already got Dataverse for free. It like slid right on in when you weren't even looking. And you can use this now as a data store. I know so many of y'all use SharePoint or Excel. Like still, come on. It's 2021, right? So Ryan, can you tell us a little bit about, while we love SharePoint and Excel, right? They run the world. Like who run the world? SharePoint and Excel run the world. But can you tell us a little bit about why Dataverse is, first of all, different, and second of all, better than both of these as a data source for, say, something like Power Apps?
It's a great question, Donna. And just a couple of thoughts. Number one is we allow you to do more with your data. In fact, one of the things I want to show you today, perhaps, is how you can search through your data using Dataverse. The other thing is we are very, very deeply and natively integrated with the rest of the Power Platform. So it's easy to build those apps, those workflows, those bots over the top of that data, but do so at massive scale. We have customers with terabytes upon terabytes of data stored within their Dataverse environments. And once again, they're building those simple low-code or no-code apps, bots, and workflows over the top of that data that lives in Dataverse.
I love you mentioned this, that you've got a demo, because otherwise we were going to like interpretive dance a demo. So do you want to show us what you've got?
Yeah. So this is exactly what I wanted to show you today.
Perfect.
How we're using the power of AI and Azure Cognitive Search to bring amazing search capabilities to the Power Platform. And so what you see on my screen, I've got my Power App, right? There's a gallery here of contacts. You've seen that before, right? Yes. But what's really cool is how we're now able to bring search to these capabilities. And so, for example, if I wanted to search for Henry really quickly, and what's happened behind the scenes is we've taken our data from Azure SQL, where we store our contact data, and what we've done is we've placed that into Azure Search so that we have a searchable index. And so you can see all the Henrys in our system here. But you might think, well, that's kind of basic. I'd kind of like to see a little bit more. And so what's also cool is Dataverse understands the type of data that we have. So to give another example, let's say that I'm searching for a phone number. We are able to understand, this particular search term is in fact a phone number. And we're able to find that and show you phone numbers, even though they may show up in a variety of formats. And so maybe what I can do is I can show you how we've made this work behind the scenes.
Yes.
We used a combination of Power Apps, Power Automate, and the Dataverse to make this happen. And so I'm going to switch over to my Maker experience. You can see I have the search screen that you saw just a moment ago.
Yeah.
I have my gallery, which is bound to a Power Apps collection, just a group of records. But where the rubber meets the road is when we look at this right here, where my Power App is in fact calling a Power Automate workflow, run search. And so if we look at how I've done this, I have my Power Apps trigger.
Yep.
I initialize a variable with my search string.
Yep.
I then go through and search. And in this case, because I'm searching contacts, I've said filter down to contacts. I then go through and build up my results. I then convert that to a string because that's how we're able to pass the data back to Power Apps. And then within Power Apps, we parse that result and render the result screen that you see right here. So, Donna, I hope
love
that
it.
was
Okay, so that's a bunch of magic that happened. And Dataverse just makes it so it's so fast. You're not doing like a call to SharePoint, hoping SharePoint's online and then returning a thing. And what I liked about this is that wherever that customer data is stored, it is secure, first of all, and your relational database. So I know I have futzed with trying to make Excel or SharePoint relational. That was an adventure. And I realized SharePoint expert, I am not. And I like that with Dataverse, you're just able to do that. So you can automatically build a model-driven app. You don't need to now move your data from here to there, to SQL or something, to go from like Canvas apps to model-driven apps, depending on the scenario. Nor do you have to change it to build a PVA or Power Virtual Agent off of the same set of data. So how do you handle like misspellings or synonyms, the word I cannot say, given those are all like intelligence, right, that the Dataverse has to keep in mind?
Yeah, that's a great question. So what we've done is we brought the power of AI, the power of Azure Cognitive Search, as well as a bit of special sauce from our business Q&A team, so that we are able to identify common abbreviations and common languages. We're able to understand synonyms or homonyms in some cases to make it easier to find data. Because when we're typing things in really quickly, we get it wrong sometimes. And the goal is how can we make it easy for anyone to build apps that have these advanced search capabilities, as well as how do we make it easy for anyone to use that data? Once again, how do we allow anyone to harness the power of data through their Power Apps, automates, workflows, bots, so on and so forth, to transform the lives of their employees and their customers.
You know what I love about this? You brought together so many of the Microsoft clouds to make this happen. If you're using Teams, where many people use Teams to host their Power Apps, if you're using Power Apps, Power Automate, Azure Cognitive Services, to all bring this together and making Dataverse really come to life and connect between all of these things so people can have their data right here in front of them in a context that makes sense for that specific scenario. Ryan, your enthusiasm is so contagious that I feel like going and doing the thing like yesterday. Do you have a call to action for the audience? Because we love a good homework.
Yes. So what I would ask you to go do today, go build a Power App and wire it up to Dataverse. And then for extra credit, go wire it up to a workflow in Power Automate or go wire it up to a bot. The power of these interconnected applications is unbelievable. And I'm sure that as soon as you try it, you'll be hooked, and we'll get to talk again when you're using Dataverse in the future.
I love that. By the way, Ryan is highly reachable, and he loves your stories. So definitely go out there, go do his homework, tell the team how it went, because they're always looking for fantastic stories to showcase on their channels. Thank you so much for chatting with us, Ryan. We'll talk to you soon. Thank you.
All right, so we all know how important it is to be migrating mission-critical workloads to the cloud, right? It's something that NetApp knows a lot about. Azure NetApp Files brings agility to SAP on Azure for companies you've definitely heard of. For example, Coca-Cola. With the Kona IT SAP HANA solution, Coke North America and its bottlers were able to weather massive consumer buying and supply chain shifts as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. We'll hear from another NetApp customer in just a few. Right now, though, let's check in with our featured partner, Intel.
Hi, I'm Cami Zaga. I lead KPMG's forensic practice in Belgium. Please join us for a conversation around how confidential computing can help enhance trust and protect brand reputation in the insurance industry.
As the world's largest HVAC, plumbing, and lighting supplier, we have about 1,400 locations throughout the U.S. with nearly 26,000 employees. Discovering Microsoft's partnership with NetApp, we were impressed with solution engineers on both sides. They presented to Ferguson a service called Azure NetApp Files. The results with Azure NetApp Files have been amazing. It has enabled an on-demand data strategy for our company and provided that capability to our users everywhere.
Okay, y'all, flying teleprompter time. We know your thumbs have been working overtime, I think it says. We want to look at the Twitterverse because we haven't tweeted in a whole 5 minutes and I'm getting antsy. So let's have a look at what you're saying to us on social media.
Shall we start with Poppy?
Hi, Holly. Hi, Poppy.
We asked for animals.
We did. Critter fritters.
That's right. And here we have Poppy just chilling out, like looking at us.
Yeah, Poppy's wonderful. Poppy is generally in all of the calls that Holly does. And we always like when Poppy crashes us.
All right, what do you got over there?
All right, so here I've got Chocomonsta's parents. So the cats are like pretty excited about Ignite. So these cats, they generally look like this. But right now they're like particularly excited. These cats are cute. I love these.
They're like secretly judging us.
I know. This cat's definitely judging you.
They're all cats are like always like judging. Like,
yeah.
Is that what you're
Exactly.
gonna wear, Seth?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
That's just everyone, not just cats.
Oh. Oh, those are why everyone has the same eyes.
This kitty's all ears. The one
I know.
behind
Look
you.
at this one. He's like
all ears.
By the way,
looking at
by
you.
the way, he's like,
no.
What is
What is this? What is this?
What is this?
Cat,
that
I
you're-
feel you.
What is no?
So you're getting the same look from this cat that you get from all of us. So
I feel secretly judged by animals.
this cat has the same expression as all of us do, which is.
Oh, look at these birds. They're also over here. The birds
my
here.
birds are like.
Um,
Really? Birds
this-
are like. I don't know. But the cat though, they're giving Seth like.
They're
the
giving
Seth
me
look.
the stink eye.
Yeah, they are. This
Um,
cat's in a box.
Oh my goodness. I gotta
cat's in
find
a
another
box.
stink eye cat.
That's all of them, Seth. They're all.
Oh, no,
looking
no,
at
no.
you.
There's one more.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Olive does love Windows. This is true.
Laser eyes. Like,
Laser eyes.
this is what you're watching?
Yes. Why are you wasting your time with? What are you learning with your life?
Let me knock something over real quick.
I know.
All right, so let's see
Yeah.
what we got. One more. Look, I'm not an animal person until I got a
What?
dog. And my dog is awesome.
Yes.
And so now I look at my dogs differently.
Click on the kitty who's like.
I was
why am I not
trying to
doing it?
intro dogs, and you're like, click on the cat. What's
Okay,
that?
wait. First
What?
of all, I want to say hi to my cat friend Tigger.
Oh.
Tweets Tigger, hello Richard Hay and Tigger, because Tigger is awesome. Tigger has his own Twitter handle and he is fascinating. He does not tolerate our nonsense anywhere, in real life, online, nowhere. But Tigger got kind of bored with.
Apparently.
Yeah, so he's like, I can't even, but this is my box and I'm sleeping in it.
Although I want some Tigger energy because I want to be able to say one day, I'm on my 8th or 9th nap today.
You already said that today though.
I did. By the way, here's a puppy.
Oh, look at this puppy.
This is why dogs are better because he's like,
wow.
Just soak it
Dear
in.
cat people, I hope you heard that.
Soak it in.
Cat people.
Look at me
Ninja
just
cats.
snuggly. Thank you, Stephanie Roberts,
Oh.
for this.
Listening to the Power Platform.
All right. Well, I love the engagement, everyone. Keep it going all show long by using the hashtag MSIgnite. Donna, what do we want everyone to show us next?
Okay, how about show us the view, like your setup, whether it's out the window or your desk setup, or your kids are fighting or your dogs are. Just show us your view, because that way we feel like we're in your house without being weird about it.
But not in a weird way. Not like me going like.
Don't do that, Seth. No one likes it.
All right, switching gears here. Look, this past year has transformed, almost everything. It's changed how we interact with our loved ones to how employees can continue to thrive in a work environment upended. Products that meet those challenges are more important than ever to you, Donna.
So next up, we have got a keynote from Microsoft Corporate Vice President of the Employee Experience Suite, Chuck Friedman. He's going to share how Microsoft Viva is transforming modern work for employees by emphasizing connection, learning, knowledge, and well-being. So, bye.
Hi, everyone. My name is Chuck Friedman. I'm excited to be here today to talk to you about our new employee experience platform, Microsoft Viva, and specifically how you can prepare your organization by building on your existing Microsoft 365 investment. A lot has changed in the last year, leading many of our customers to re-examine the workplace. Many of us are realizing that what is needed to survive and thrive is a new culture of connection, a culture of support and resilience that enables people and organizations to continuously adapt for what's next. We need to stop thinking about work as a place and start thinking about it in terms of how to maintain culture, how to connect employees and harness human ingenuity in a hybrid work world. The workplace of the future will help employees feel connected to their goals and feel connected to their companies. It will help support employees in their careers while helping them find balance. So with our announcement of Microsoft Viva last month, we marked the first major step for a new kind of platform designed to, one, enable a great employee experience from wherever you work, and two, integrate into the apps and tools employees are already using. Now, I know the question that many of you are asking, what is Viva, and how can I start taking advantage of it to help my organization now, and then what's coming later this year so I can start planning for it? First, it's important to know that Viva is powered by the full breadth and depth of Microsoft 365, and it's experienced primarily through Teams and other Microsoft 365 apps like SharePoint and Office. It's intentionally designed to support employees and the tools that they are already using for their work. Viva is designed to be extensible, working with other apps and systems, such as leading HR and learning systems outside of Microsoft technologies. But we'll get to that in a minute. We have bold ambitions in this space, and there's clearly a lot of work to be done. But let's start by talking about what's available today and in the near future. We've announced 4 modules: Topics, Connections, Insights, and Learning. Let's start with Viva Topics, which is available now as an add-on to all Microsoft 365 plans. We can all relate to the fact that finding an expert, understanding company acronyms, or finding the content you need can be challenging, especially when you're working remotely. In fact, our research shows people spend the equivalent of 7 weeks per year searching for information or recreating that information. Think of Viva Topics as a Wikipedia for your organization. It uses AI to automatically organize company-wide content and expertise into relevant categories like projects, products, processes, and customers. We've designed Viva Topics to automatically surface topic cards as people work in apps like Office, SharePoint, and Teams. When employees see a term unique to the company, they can simply click on a card, and a topic page appears with documents, videos, and related people. Topics are also available inside Microsoft Search. While many topics will be generated through AI, experts at the company can help curate the information shown in topics by sharing knowledge through simple, highly customizable websites called topic pages. Viva Topics builds on content from Microsoft apps and services, as well as surfacing information from third-party services like ServiceNow. And graph connectors can be used to connect to even more content employees would find helpful. Now let me introduce Naomi to show you the latest innovations with Viva Topics.
Thank you so much, Chuck. Microsoft Viva enables you to create experiences that put knowledge to work and connect your employees to experts. For example, with Viva Topics in Microsoft 365, hovering over a topic gives employees an instant summary of it. That summary is on a topic card, and it also lists the key documents and the top subject matter experts. There's no switching, no app switching, no searching. The information finds employees in the apps that they already use every day. Then, employees can select the card to open its topic page. That topic page offers a detailed view of all of the information that Microsoft Viva Topics has collected, including definitions, subject matter experts, the key documents, related topics, and curated discussions and communities. All are there to help you learn more about the topic. Of course, area experts can curate and edit this information. You can add alternate names, select recommended experts, and highlight recommended content. They can also review suggested topics before publishing and filter to see which get the most and the least engagement, so they can help shape the flow of knowledge throughout your organization. Not only does Viva organize information into topics, it also connects people to experts. Employees can look at their profile cards to showcase their skills and learn what they've already accomplished. With integration to Yammer, employees can also submit questions to the experts that Viva Topics recommends. And it saves those responses to make that information available to the next person asking a similar question. In that way, Viva Topics helps preserve valuable institutional knowledge. And when they need even more information, employees will be able to use the Topics app inside of Microsoft Teams. In the Topics Center, they can find and follow information from the organization, like suggested learning courses based on the topics that they already follow. Viva Topics uses the Microsoft Graph to organize content into topics. It already organizes the information inside of Microsoft 365. However, with content connectors, we'll give you the power inside of your company to integrate information from other sources like ServiceNow. Over 130 connectors are already available now, and you can use our API to integrate even more sources. Viva Topics inherits the API's security and compliance capabilities, so employees see only what they have permissions to see. We're working to extend Viva Topics beyond Microsoft SharePoint, so you'll see the same topic highlights in other Microsoft 365 apps, including Outlook and Teams. Viva Topics frees employees from time-consuming searches for information and people. It makes it easy to find the content and resources and experts that can help them succeed every day. Now back to you, Chuck.
Thanks, Naomi. It's so exciting to see. I hope all of you will try out Viva Topics today. Now let's look at Viva Connections. Employees who feel connected to their work are happier, stay at their jobs longer, and are more productive. However, nearly 60% of people say they feel less connected to their team since the shift to remote work. This leads us to a common question. How can we create the connectedness we feel from in-person work while working remotely? Today in Microsoft 365, we have a lot of capabilities for employee communications and engagement. We have SharePoint, we have Yammer, Microsoft Teams, and Microsoft Stream. Over the last 18 months, we've made significant progress integrating these tools to work better together. One example of this integration is the new Yammer Communities app in Teams, or with live events. Now employees can watch their company all hands and engage in real-time Q&A across the company right from within Teams. Connections is the next step as we look to integrate communications and communities. Viva Connections helps bring these experiences together into a single place, a company-branded app in Teams. Viva Connections gives you a curated, company-branded experience that brings together relevant news, conversations, and other resources. You can deploy it in your infrastructure with minimal time and minimal effort to help employees get to what they need fast. Naomi, can you show us Viva Connections?
I would absolutely love to, Chuck. Viva Connections is your organization's digital gateway to a modern employee experience. It engages employees by giving them a curated and personalized experience. It includes news and conversations and other resources all in that one place. It meets people in the apps that they already know and love, online or in Microsoft Teams, on their desktop or on mobile devices. So critical messages can cut through the noise and reach everyone. Viva Connections offers seamless integration with your company's Yammer communities. It enables everyone to connect with each other across the organization and contribute their valuable thoughts and ideas. And Viva Connections helps you get company news to the right people at the right time. Using SharePoint scheduling and audience targeting capabilities, you can pinpoint announcements to your employees based on your Azure Active Directory groups. You can even reinforce with your organization's identity with custom branding, all the while using targeted navigation that helps employees find what they need. Deployment is simple too. Build on your existing Microsoft Stream, SharePoint, Yammer, and Microsoft Teams infrastructure to deploy Viva Connections with minimal time and effort. Viva Connections delivers a personalized experience to connect every employee with the relevant news, conversations, communities that they can use to transform your company's culture. Now, let's get back to you, Chuck.
I'm happy to announce the Teams desktop experience for Viva Connections is starting rollout and will be generally available to all Microsoft 365 tenants this month. And the mobile experience is coming later this summer. To prepare, roll out SharePoint Online if you haven't already done so, deploy a home site at the top of your intranet, and roll out the new Yammer. We hope you're excited to start using Viva Connections and look forward to your feedback. Now let's talk about 2 Viva modules that are in preview. Let's start with Viva Insights. Over 76% of workers in the US say they are currently experiencing burnout. And I'm sure many of you are facing these challenges on your teams and in your personal life. Bottom line, it's never been more important to help people make the most of their scarcest resource, their time. We designed Viva Insights with specific experiences for individuals, managers, and company leaders. Before we go into the details, it's important to emphasize one point though. We built Insights to ensure privacy and security. Personal insights are only visible to the employee. For manager and leader insights, you can rely on privacy safeguards like de-identification, aggregation, or differential privacy to protect individuals. Insights for individuals helps employees protect time for focused work, for one-on-ones with key colleagues, and regular breaks. It can be accessed in Teams and is available in public preview today. Previously announced experiences like Virtual Commute will start rolling out next quarter in the Viva Insights app, and integration with Headspace will come later this year. We've designed Manager Insights to provide visibility into the work patterns that can lead to burnout and stress, like meeting overload or too little focus time. The goal is to provide managers with tools to help so that they can help their teams strike a balance between productivity and well-being. Organizational insights help leaders address complex challenges and respond to change by shedding light on company-wide patterns and trends. These include well-being challenges, but also include things like space planning, as companies reimagine how their offices are going to work in a hybrid work world. Current users of Workplace Analytics can try out both manager and organizational insights today in preview. These organizational insights are even more powerful when combined with other data sources. We are previewing a new dashboard for Microsoft Viva and LinkedIn's Glint customers that maps insights about how people work to survey data about how people feel. Viva can also tap into data from third-party tools like Zoom, Workday, and SAP's SuccessFactors. I'd like to introduce Mike to show how Viva Insights can help everyone in an organization thrive.
Thanks, Chuck. Microsoft Viva Insights helps you build better work habits, like protecting time in your schedule for focused work, coaching, learning, and taking regular breaks. The virtual commute experience is coming this spring to Viva Insights. In Microsoft Teams, it'll offer a preset reminder to wrap up your workday in a mindful way, so you can close out your tasks to free up valuable mental space, preview what's on your calendar for tomorrow, and reflect on how you felt about your day. With updates coming later this year, you can even unwind with guided meditation from Headspace. Viva Insights also helps you make the most of your working hours. With the Stay Connected experience now available in public preview, you can maintain strong relationships with important people in your work network, helping you prioritize regular one-on-one meetings and keep up with requests in emails, chats, and shared documents, all in one place. Yes, collaboration is important, but sometimes you just need quiet time to concentrate. The Protect Time experience makes it easy to schedule focus time so you can work uninterrupted during the day before it fills up with meetings. And of course, actionable insights are also available right in your workflow in Microsoft Outlook. The briefing email from Cortana prompts you to set aside time in the week ahead for learning and other important activities. To help make the most of that learning time, the briefing email will also include recommendations, like unlocked courses from LinkedIn Learning. By using these personalized experiences in Viva Insights, you can achieve a better balance and improve your well-being and productivity. Chuck?
At Microsoft, we've started using Viva Insights, and I encourage you to try the various previews either as an individual, manager, or a leader. And finally, Viva Learning. Many organizations are working to develop a culture of learning to keep up with the pace of change and to retain great talent. Specifically, a recent report from LinkedIn found that 94% of employees would stay at a company longer if it invested in their learning and development. Our goal is to make learning a natural part of every employee's work, to help people build their careers, and to strengthen company culture. Employees can easily discover and share everything from training courses to micro-learning content, and managers get the tools they need to recommend learning and help foster a learning culture. Viva Learning creates a central hub for learning in teams with AI that recommends the right content at the right time. It brings together content from LinkedIn Learning, Microsoft Learn, your organization's own custom content, and trainings from leading content providers like Skillsoft, Coursera, Pluralsight, and edX. Viva also works with leading learning management systems such as Cornerstone On Demand, Saba, and SAP SuccessFactors. We're excited to engage with the broad ecosystem to bring all of their great content to users in Teams with Viva Learning. Now let's bring back Mike to show us more about Viva Learning.
Thanks, Chuck. With Microsoft Viva in Teams, leaders can also use Teams to create a learning culture that empowers people to be their best and do their best by learning new things. By bringing learning into the space where employees already spend their time, it's easier than ever for team members to gain the information they need to grow their careers and contribute to the success of the business. Viva Learning lets anyone pin a learning tab in a Microsoft Teams channel to curate everything from micro-learning content to formal learning courses. Sources include LinkedIn Learning, Microsoft Learn, popular third-party content providers, and even your own company-specific content. Search for and select content from the Learning Library to share it with team members where they're already collaborating, communicating, and getting work done. Viva Learning adds the selected content to the Learning tab so they can seamlessly transition from learning to other important work activities. With Viva Learning, managers can also recommend courses to individuals and, of course, view everyone's progress and see who has completed their learning objectives. Employees can then customize and see what and how they learn in the My Learning view. From here, they can select courses to help them grow and also find recommended learning tasks and personalized suggestions based on insights coming from the Microsoft Graph. Select a course to reveal details and options, such as liking or bookmarking it for later, or to view a course, just click. When you're ready, you can search for more and share it with your teammates via chat. Viva Learning simplifies the learning experience for teams, so you can discover, share, and engage with the content needed to drive growth, both personally and professionally. Chuck?
Thank you, Mike. That was awesome. Microsoft Viva Learning will be rolling out in public preview next month. We hope all of you will try it out in your own environment soon. Today's announcements and these initial modules are just the first step. We invite you to join us on this journey to improve the employee experience. And we'd love your feedback so that we can develop this new category together. Microsoft Viva helps you foster your unique company culture by putting your people at the center. Try Microsoft Viva today and let us know what you think. Thank you.
All right, did you enjoy that segment? I learned a lot, especially how Viva is rolling out even more features, even though it was just released a few weeks ago. So we heard all about how Viva fits into the workplace, but I know many of you are probably going to call us and say, okay, that's nice, but how do you use it at Microsoft? So maybe you can give us some pro tips. And rather than me making stuff up, I thought we'd call an expert. So please welcome Natalie Durst, who is actually an expert. Thank you so much for joining us today here at Ignite.
Yeah, thanks so much. Yeah, thanks so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
So Natalie, your team at Microsoft is responsible for building and operating all of the systems that actually run Microsoft. So all of our internal IT management sort of things. So can you share a little bit about your insights and thoughts around the Microsoft employee experience transformation and how we use Viva ourselves in-house?
Yeah, absolutely. So, in 2017, my team determined that to help Microsoft achieve its mission of empowering every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more, we needed to transform the way we do IT. And so within my org, we created and adopted a people-centric vision that supports Microsoft's overall mission. And that vision is, in order to help our customers transform through technology, we need to transform the experience for our own employees. And so we stopped thinking like a traditional IT shop, and we became true stewards of the employee experience. And since then, the learnings from the investments that we've made, along with the dialogue that we've had with many of our external customers, have helped inform and shape Viva. And of course, we continue to gain great insights as we deploy Microsoft Viva internally to our own employees.
That is awesome. It must be such an interesting place to work where you engage with both product teams early in the dev cycle to actually build products, and then also be responsible for deploying that to not just the dev teams, but to like 275,000, almost 300,000 people all over the world, like 45 different countries. So what has your experience been being like kind of this vision-led IT organization? Because it's a very different way to think about things. So what's that experience been like?
Yeah, I think we have one of the coolest jobs, to be honest, at Microsoft. And the role we play is really exciting.
Yeah.
If I think about the role that we've played with Microsoft Viva, we virtually influenced every module in Microsoft Viva. And Viva Connections is actually one of the places where we've had the most opportunity to inform and inspire. When you think about a company like Microsoft, the size of the company, Microsoft can be difficult to navigate, especially for new hires. And we've long seen the need for a gateway to the digital employee experience. And in the past, we had developed custom applications and experiences to do just that, to help our employees navigate, through the company. But Viva Connections is going to make it much easier for our employees to navigate our very complex global organization. The first thing we did, our first priority, was to bring MSW, which I'm sure you're familiar with, is our main internal portal at Microsoft. So we brought MSW into Viva Connections, and we're just getting started there. The tight integration with Yammer and SharePoint and Teams is going to help keep our employees connected wherever they are without the need to manage multiple applications and multiple endpoints, which ultimately, when that occurs, it truly disrupts productivity. So it's going to help us accelerate our vision for what we refer to internally as seamless teamwork by being the place where Microsoft employees congregate to share information and collaborate in a much more effective way.
So I cannot tell you how important Viva Connections is because, but just to reiterate, any new hire starting in this pandemic period, oh my gosh, I feel so bad for them because all the benefits you get of just walking the hallways and going to lunch, you get none of that anymore. And it must be intensely lonely to know like your manager, your mentor, and like that one person on your team. So I can imagine that this is probably the timeliest feature that you've ever worked on, because what a time for all of our new hires to actually be able to use Viva Connections to first not feel so lonely, but also to be productive within their first month and feel like they're contributing. So when Viva Connections releases this summer, is your team's work with the product team over? Is that it? Kaput? Done?
Yeah, no, not at all. We're not at all. We're very, very excited to continue to innovate and inspire in this space. One of the capabilities, to your point about the return to the office and new hires, one of the capabilities that my team is currently investing in is wayfinding within our buildings and our locations. It's a capability that we started working on before the pandemic to help people quickly find their way. But with COVID, this has become even more important because we want to help our employees safely navigate our facilities once they return to the office. So, whether it be before or after pandemic, connecting with employees in a conference room or finding the closest coffee machine, for example, is a perfect example of how we want to continue to support our employees when they return to the office. So we're going to continue to innovate and obsess about how and why employees, partner closely within Microsoft Viva. And we're going to bring ideas like, wayfinding, for example, to our partners in the engineering team so that we continue to augment the offering.
Natalie, where have you been all my career? Because I've been at Microsoft for 16 years, and I will tell you, I have never found a conference room on a first try without incident, right? It's like you find the copy room. Yeah, it's like find the copy room. And what are these labels? We're like, why, in the copy room, in the closet.
Where does the arrow point to?
Yeah, why is it pointing up? What does up mean? So it's an adventure. And everyone always says that to new hires, like, do not feel bad that you don't know your way around a building for about a month and a half.
Exactly.
Back to your parking spot, et cetera. So I know that as a Microsoft employee, not just finding our way around, but finding information at Microsoft can be such a challenge. Just basic things like how do you fill out your vacation tracking, or how do you check on your stock, or look at your benefits. With the release of Viva Topics a few weeks ago, how do you see that changing life for employees of Microsoft all over the planet?
Yeah, this is a really exciting space. So, for years at Microsoft, and I'm sure this is the same in other companies that actually, when I talk to customers, I hear this repeatedly. Microsoft employees have rated this experience of trying to find information as one of the top internal pain points. And we're extremely excited now to have Viva Topics to help us make the experience of finding information much better. Just like Viva Connections, it's not just about making life better for our employees, but it's also about using our learnings as customer zero to help improve the products so our customers can benefit from our experience. Viva Topics is about bringing information to the user in the context of what they're working on. So, for example, if a user is reading a SharePoint site and they're not familiar with a term or an acronym, Topics will bring the definition and additional related information right there within the context of the SharePoint site. So users don't have to leave context and try to search and find additional information. It's right there proactively presented to them. So that's really cool because you keep everything in the context of the user. The other thing that's really interesting and very exciting about this space is that things are moving so quickly and information is growing at a pace that it never has before. New products are created, there's new acronyms that emerge all the time, new programs are initiated. So trying to manually keep up with all this is not feasible at today's pace. So through UI, we are also working on automatically identifying new Viva Topics to accelerate their creation and bring that information to users more quickly. So this is a space that we've started deploying internally, and we're seeing really, really positive feedback. And we're excited to continue down the path of investing even more in Viva and truly taking the user experience to the next level. It's a really cool space.
So I could not agree with you more, because it is so obvious from just having this conversation with you that you all haven't gone off in the corner, and created a solution and said, this should work for everyone. You've actually sat down and had deep conversations with people like me and new hires and, people of all ages and stages of having been here. And you've truly co-created a solution that will work for us, whether we're working in the office or we're working at home and in every country in the world. So I thank you so much for taking the time to deeply understand your customers. I really appreciate that, and I appreciate your team's work. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much for having me. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. In a few short moments, we're getting the details on the latest updates to Microsoft 365 experiences in Teams, lists, OneDrive, and more with Omar Shaheen and Jeremy Chapman. But first, Azure NetApp Files is a result of a powerful 2-decade engineering partnership between NetApp and Microsoft. Let's hear more.
Azure NetApp Files, or ANF, is a labor of love. It is the result of a multi-year effort between NetApp and Microsoft and has been made available as a first-party bare metal Azure service. This deep partnership combines NetApp's proven and industry-leading ONTAP technology with the scale, reach, and the enterprise capabilities of Azure. ANF has been instrumental in helping our customers migrate and run the most demanding file workloads like SAP, HPC, and virtual desktop infrastructures to the cloud. Let me give you a wonderful example. One of our customers is the IT services arm of Coke North America called Kona Services. James, I know you're very familiar with this customer. I wonder if you could tell us a little more about them.
Hey, JG, thanks. Yeah, and Kona is such a great example. And they implemented their SAP HANA solutions on Azure and ANF. And really, when they started out on that project, it was all about resiliency and efficiency in terms of cost and performance gains. But can you imagine what a year they had in 2020 when their consumption patterns, the demand patterns for their business changed so fundamentally. And one of the big things that they gained from the ANF and the Azure implementation is just kind of like speed of execution. Reports, data reports that used to take them multiple days to run were run in real time. And that allowed them to adjust their business operations to all of the changes that were taking place in their demand patterns. We'll dig much more into that in our Ask the Expert session, JG.
That's just great, James. Our partnership with NetApp is unique, and it's aligned with our commitment to meeting our customers wherever they are in their cloud journey. In fact, much like Kona, SAP itself is using ANF to deliver HANA enterprise cloud services to their customers. Can you share another example of how ANF is setting the standard in cloud file storage performance?
Repsol are a global energy company based out of Madrid in Spain, and they use Azure and ANF in their reservoir simulations. And with ANF and Azure, they are able to run these simulations in a matter of hours, processes that took them days and days to run previously. They have a goal to be carbon neutral by 2050, and the accuracy of their drilling operations is absolutely critical in achieving that goal. So that's a great example of performance and agility of operations in Repsol, JG.
We are adding new capabilities and lighting up ANF in new Azure regions every month. In fact, as of today, we are in 25 locations worldwide. And finally, I am personally excited to have NetApp participate in Microsoft Ignite in such a big way. Along with the fantastic customer stories we are sharing at Ignite. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here and join us at our showcase for a little fun with the NetApp gang. So look forward to seeing you all there.
Coming up on this special edition of Microsoft Mechanics, we're joined by Microsoft 365 VP Omar Shaheen for a tour of all the recent and upcoming updates in Microsoft 365, including the brand new employee experience platform, Microsoft Viva. So thanks again for joining us, Omar.
Thanks, Jeremy. It's great to be here.
And it's really a privilege to have you on. So your team is pretty much the cornerstone in terms of everything that we do that incorporates content experiences in Microsoft 365. Now this includes Microsoft Teams, SharePoint, OneDrive, and also aspects of the brand new Viva platform. But with so much of what we do day to day, especially with more of us working remotely, we're all really reliant on being able to securely work on files and content. So what can people look forward to then with the latest round of updates?
Yeah, that's a broad question. There's a ton to cover, of course. There are a number of cool updates that we're bringing to you with new files experiences across OneDrive and Microsoft 365, as well as new admin controls. That said, there's a lot that I'm excited about to share around the work with how we're doing to help people and organizations to stay connected and work together.
And there's a lot of intelligence really infused into those experiences. So this is going to be an action-packed show, but can we take a look at some of this stuff?
Sure. So let's start with an early look at shared channels and teams. This last year has really highlighted the importance of remote work. So it can be a challenge connecting and sharing securely beyond an organization's boundaries. Now, just to underscore the significance of what we're solving for with shared channels, let me show you the current experience. As a user, we've had the ability for a while to be part of multiple organizations and their teams. In the past, you'd need to log out of your primary user account and log into guest accounts. For example, here I'm part of the Contoso organization, and I'm in a team with Fabrizio Johns, who is a guest user from Fabricam. So he'd have to be logged into that account to see my message. And if I flip over to Fabrizio's experience, I'll log him in using the guest account, and that gives me a view of just the Contoso teams he's in, and he can see my message and respond, but he's taken out of his flow in his own Fabricam environment.
How do things change then with shared channels?
So let me flip back over to my account and I'll show you the shared channel experience. With shared channels, you can stay in your primary account, but still chat and work on shared files as a full-fledged member of that team. So let me create a new channel and show you how I can bring in external team members from Fabricam into my team at Contoso. This is really important. You can keep your existing team structures and create new shared channels in those teams. You don't need to create a separate team anymore. Just like any other channel, it starts by clicking on the ellipsis, then add channel. I'll give it a name and call it partner work. Under privacy, this is where I select shared. Then I'll hit next. Now I need to invite people to the channel. I'll add Fabricio from Fabricam, and notice it says external, not guest. So this is from Fabricam's directory service, not Contoso's. Then I'll hit share and finally done. And you can see the partner work channel within our Contoso marketing team, and notice the share channel icon next to it. Now when I start a conversation, you'll see another notice that the channel is shared with members from other orgs. If I mention Fabricio, his account at Fabricam resolves. So I'll type a message, "Are you seeing this?" Now let me split my screen and show you the experience from both the internal and external user's perspective. On the left is my account logged into Contoso, and on the right is Fabricio at Fabricam. You'll see the notification that I shared in a channel with him. If I expand Fabricio's team on the left, you'll see the marketing team at Contoso with just a shared channel with Fabricio. But you'll also see his Fabricam teams. So he's in his normal primary account. So I'll go ahead and respond and say, "Yes, Omar, I'm in." And you'll see it shows up both in Teams on the left and Fabricio's on the right. So that's chat in a channel. And this also works with files. I'll go into the Files tab. Now I'll drag a PowerPoint file as me to share it with members of the channel. I'll go back to Fabricio's side on the right and open the Files tab. You'll see it pop up on Fabricio's side. Now I'll open up the file as Fabricio, and I can edit the file from Fabricio's account, even though it's stored in Contoso's tenant.
Okay, and another thing worth noting here is that for shared channels to work, we're actually doing a lot of integration under the hood between Teams and Azure Active Directory. But I want to switch gears though and go through some of the enhancements that your team is building really with core user experiences in Microsoft 365. And why don't we start with lists?
Yeah, Lists is one of my favorite new experiences that we've built from the ground up to modernize how you track and organize work. Today, we have several ready-made list templates designed to make it easy to get started, tracking and managing information, like events, issues, and requests. Now, let me give a first look at something we are adding, which is the ability for organizations to define custom list templates. I'll create a new list using Northwind Trader's custom recruitment template. All I have to do is give it a name, and it's ready for use. And note, you'll be able to manage which templates are available to which people based on their job role.
And one of the great things about lists as well is the native integration with Microsoft Teams, especially as you work together on information.
That's right. And we're making the Teams experience even better. Here I'm in Teams with our Spring 2021 recruitment list. I'll click on Schedule and open the calendar view. This is great for when you're working on hitting milestones on time. And here under Automate, I'll create a rule in Teams. So in this case, when a recruiting status is set to offer sent, it notifies the interviewer automatically. Now I'll jump into one of our candidates, Aaron, and @mention Mona in the comments area. @mentions are another powerful way to get someone's attention, and Mona will automatically receive an email notification, as you can see here. Now I'll jump back into the List web app and show you something we've done to make editing more efficient using the grid view. I'll click into the field and you'll see rich text editing capabilities. Now I can easily change the status in my list fields, and grid view lets me get this done quickly. And soon lists will work whether you're connected to the internet or not, because we're also adding offline support to Microsoft Lists. Additionally, Lists is also available on iOS, as you can see here. It's a full-featured app to create and edit lists quickly on the go. And we're also working on iPad support in the near term and a version for Android later this year.
All right, so across web and mobile, lists are really a great way to track information and organize work. And I really personally love how easy it is to automate alerts using rules. But why don't we move on to managing files in OneDrive and SharePoint? So what's new there?
We're always improving the OneDrive and SharePoint files experience. And this is a service that backs the files experience in Teams, and now even the video platform in Microsoft Stream. In January, we announced the increased file size limit to 250 gigabytes. And here you can see I have a file cleverly named 250gb.file as an example. And while I'm here, you'll see that we've enabled dark mode, my favorite feature ever in OneDrive, on the web as well. And you can set this in settings menu here and toggle between the two. Also within OneDrive, you can create a shared library now. Shared libraries allow you and your team to store all your files in a location that everyone can access, so that when a new team member joins or leaves, they automatically gain and lose access. All you have to do is click Create Shared Library, give it a name, Mechanics Lib, and assign members or groups. I'll add Adele and Nestor, but I could also add a group if I wanted to. Now I'll click Create, and I have a shared library to store my group files in. I can add this folder as a shortcut within my OneDrive so that it roams everywhere I'm using OneDrive on a phone, Mac, PC, or browser. In fact, you can see here the ones I have denoted by the link icon, and the sharing column shows which people or groups these are shared with. I'm going to tab over to the shared library with a few folders and files already in it. Shared libraries have a special ability, and that includes organizing files using metadata. And so I can do things like filter files based on metadata that we've added to the shared library. Here, I'll click into status and filter by approved, then apply it, and you'll see everything with an approved status. And before I leave OneDrive, I have to show you the new Stream video player. I'll jump into my recordings folder. As you can see here, it's super handy to have all your meeting recordings in one place. I'll hit play on this Teams meeting recording video. You can see it's fast on playback. And as I mentioned, Stream will be using the new SharePoint service to store its files. In the coming months, you'll be able to see and search the transcript for meeting recordings, allowing you to catch up quickly on calls you missed. And by the way, we'll be adding additional enhancements this year for video experiences in Microsoft 365, like chapters and transcripts. We'll also bring viewer analytics, as you can see here. And in the new Stream web app, you'll be able to create, upload, and find videos, and the entire experience, along with search, is now tightly integrated with the rest of Office.
So last month, we announced a brand new product that's called Microsoft Viva.
Along with search, is now tightly integrated with the rest of Office.
So last month, we announced a brand new product that's called Microsoft Viva, and it's really a new way to deliver tailored employee experiences. So Omar, you and your team have really been behind a lot of the capabilities there that feed into Viva. So can you explain how this adds to the Microsoft 365 experience?
It's really exciting to be part of this new product launch. It's based on a lot of great customer feedback since the pandemic started. With Viva, we've taken a fresh look at how we tailor our products and add new capabilities. One thing new here is that you'll see is that we are also working to bring search results directly to you. Here you can see an acronym, SOAR. And instead of needing to go search for it, the information comes to you. I can hover over it and see what it is, the people connected to it, and some suggested resources. If I click in, it'll take me to a topic page with even more information. And these are built automatically using AI and are editable by the experts. And of course, what you see aligns to the permissions you have. So all of your governance controls that you set in Microsoft 365 are respected here. What's also great here is that when you ask a question, it will call in an expert. And if that question is asked again, Viva Topics can also answer it automatically. As it learns more, the richer the content gets on the topic page.
And that's super impressive. And really something related to that, though, you might need to catch up on things like organizational news or find other resources. And I know that you've done a lot of work in that area as well.
That's where Viva Connections comes in. Navigating all the news and updates you need to be up to speed on can be a challenge. So what we want to do is modernize that experience to stay engaged and informed wherever you are, whatever device you're using. Here I am on my company branded employee app in Microsoft Teams. And you'll see the connection shows me all the relevant news, announcements, videos, and conversations for me. This is all tailored based on my role and location. So someone on the marketing team would have a unique experience compared to someone on the retail or factory frontline. And if I show you the experience on a phone, you'll see, first, a feed with personalized news and announcements, as well as a dashboard tailored to you with links to answers to common questions and tasks like requesting time off. And like I mentioned, this is tailored to your role and location. So what you're seeing on the right now is the experience for a frontline worker. In fact, with Viva Connections, you can get started quickly today with a SharePoint home site and Teams.
Okay, and just to be clear, what you just showed with Topics and Connections, those are a subset of Microsoft Viva. And if you didn't catch that announcement, you can find out more information at aka.ms/Viva. Now, before we end, and as a bonus, given all the SharePoint and OneDrive admins that are watching, can you share what's new then for our admins?
Yes, absolutely. This is another area we've made good progress on. In fact, based on your feedback, we're consolidating the SharePoint and OneDrive admin centers into a unified experience. Part of the modernization effort across Microsoft 365 is to increase the centralized control that you have as an admin over the content across your organization. By unifying the SharePoint and OneDrive admin experiences, you'll see more consistency with shared controls and reports, as you can see here. And beyond that, something else a lot of admins have asked for is better reporting for file sync. With so many devices now using known folder move and syncing folders and libraries, you can now see things like the number of healthy devices and the number of machines with known folder move enabled. And these are just a few examples. Using this information will help you centrally correct common issues and efficiently reach out to your users if you need to.
Awesome stuff, and it's really nice to conclude on these updates for my favorite audience, the admins. And this has really been a great end-to-end tour of all the major Microsoft 365 updates from your team. But what's the best way then to experience everything that you've shown today?
A lot of what I've shown today is either rolled out or should be coming to your Microsoft 365 environment real soon. So try it out and let us know what you think.
Thanks so much for joining us today, Omar, and thank you for watching. Of course, for the latest updates across Microsoft, keep streaming Microsoft Mechanics. Subscribe if you haven't already yet, and we'll see you next time.
All right, we can't wait to get hands-on with all of those new Microsoft 365 features. So, how's this for a bit of inspiring togetherness story? Intel and Microsoft enable tech-driven solutions that are changing the world, whether it's connecting with educators for consistent learning experience, so important, confidential computing to reduce fraud, or using AI to turn healthcare data into better patient outcomes. Check out more in the Featured Partner Showcase.
It really is innovation in action. Speaking of which, here are some real Azure cloud migration and industry innovation stories from Dell Technologies as well as Intel. Why don't you take a look?
Our surveyors are in every major port, absolutely rugged environments, and they need to have the right technology to work. We needed a partner that could help us on a global scale. Dell Technology Services brought two main things that no one else came close to. Number one, it was the global reach. And then number two, it was the value that we received. The best business partner we have is Dell. They've always been there and has always delivered.
Hi, my name is Kevin Lopez. I'm a global black belt on the Azure Hybrid Solutions team, and one of our solutions we cover is Azure Stack Edge. Come to our session and learn how we take mountains of real-time healthcare data and turn it into manageable, actionable insights.
All right, coming up right now, it's Microsoft's very own Ben Walters chatting with Matthew Parks from the Pace Center for Girls. This is a nonprofit that works with underprivileged young women to ensure a better future through education, counseling, training, and advocacy. Let's take a look.
Welcome to Customer Tech Talks. Thanks for joining us again. I'm your host, Ben Walters, and today we're going to be talking to Matthew Parks, Senior Director of Information and Technology from Pace Center for Girls, a nonprofit who's focused on helping young women reach their full potential. But before we jump into the interview, let's take a look at the video.
Pace Center for Girls, we are a nonprofit organization that helps young women reach their potential through education, counseling, training, and advocacy to make a better future for themselves. Microsoft has been a great partner for us. We use Microsoft 365 throughout our entire premise, and we were able to move a lot of our information, data, and content up into the cloud. This helped when we were able to roll out Teams during this pandemic. We were able to set up our digital classrooms because Microsoft Teams has that built in already, and it allowed us to mimic that same on-premise environment that we have for our girls up in the cloud. We have young ladies that have come from very harsh trauma and overcome that to become doctors or lawyers. And that is the end goal, is to be able to take someone who appears to be broken, rebuild them into something that really helps them contribute back to society, but also be able to contribute back to themselves. Being a part of that really invigorates myself and invigorates my team, and it pushes us every day to make sure that we provide the best service and the best tools that we can. And it really makes the work worthwhile.
Matthew, thank you so much for joining us today. Great to have you with us.
Thanks, Ben. I appreciate the invite.
Now, it's really inspiring to see how PACE has been supporting the community for decades, and even more so over the past 12 months. Can you share a little bit about how you started your journey with Teams?
Well, specifically speaking of Teams, we started our journey by, we didn't really jump into it initially, right? You know, we saw that it was very similar to Yammer from the initial benefits, so we didn't really jump into it. Our on-ramp onto Teams deployment was the actual communication components. That once we saw that the direction away from Skype for Business, which we were a Skype for Business customer, and moving more toward the Teams, and my staff, my IT staff, started to really involve ourselves into the deployment. We started to coin a phrase that you guys use a lot, eat our own dog food. And then that helped us to become more familiar with how the UX experience was for the users and what that would look like. Once we started to do that, we started to pilot the deployment. And then the pivotal part came in September of 2019 when Microsoft made the announcement that Skype for Business was going away soon and the Teams was going to replace it, and they had an actual date. Then we marked it on the calendar, and by December of 2019, we decided to move the organization completely toward Teams and away from Skype for Business. And, you know, here we are a year removed from the shutdowns. That turned out to be a pretty pivotal decision for us.
Right, and a really fortuitous decision, obviously, given what happened over the past 12 months. Now, theoretically, you could have delayed that move and said, you know what, we're going to stick with Skype for Business for a little while. Can you explain a little bit around your decision to jump in double feet and kind of start this migration early? What drove you to that decision?
Well, I'll tell you, what drove us to that decision was that's our ethos, is we believe that being on the cutting edge actually benefits us more than trying to play catch up when it comes to technology. And particularly being a nonprofit, it is advantageous for us to try and make sure that we give our users and our customer an on-ramp onto the technology as early as possible. It helps to provide better adoption. It actually helps them to become more comfortable and acclimated to the technology. It allows us to put training out there as early as possible and communication out there as early as possible so that it becomes more of a natural feel to that product. We find that if you do it under duress, that you make a lot of decisions, and you also see that your ticket count starts to go up as people have more questions because this new thing that they suddenly have to involve themselves in, and their job depends on it. When you have a chance to roll it out slowly, to communicate ahead of time, and to really dig into the details of it, it makes for a better rollout, but it also helps you to meet the company needs and fill in any gaps that may happen.
Right, and as we know, like we said, it's been really really great for you to be able to do that and reap those benefits over 2020. Now, it wasn't just your the staff and students who saw benefits in using Teams. You also have counselling staff who you were able to include on that platform as well. Can you talk a little bit about how you managed to do that and why Teams was so well suited to that?
Well, Teams is well suited to that because of the Microsoft HIPAA compliance that they built into the that you built into Teams and that you built into your premise. So it allowed us to go into the counseling phase virtually with our staff and our students, because we knew that we had that compliance components there, along with all of the other compliance that we meet inside the Compliance Center. Being able to apply that in a secure method gives us those results that when it comes to an audit perspective, or even when it comes to the trust component between the counselor and the student, that they have that component.
Right, and I know that over the past 12 months, Teams has come a long way with new features and new things coming online, but there are one or two key things that weren't there when you very first moved over at the start of 2020 that resulted in some other things popping up. Can you talk about what those shortcomings were and how you found people in the organization dealt with that?
Well, I'll tell you, shadow IT is always going to be a threat for any IT, any company with any IT department. So when we started to migrate to Teams, we saw that on the administrative side and the student side, or with the student and academic side, it was great. The counselors loved it. They didn't see a need to really move to something else. But from an administrative perspective, that was a different story. Teams had three really killer features that really lacked three killer features that competitors had, such as Zoom, such as the ease of use, the breakout rooms, and that 7x7 grid. Being able to have 49 people on a particular meeting at one time. That was enough of a game changer where even though we had well-documented cases of, security incidents where, people had walked away from Zoom because of that, such as Zoom bombing incidences and such, that people were really willing to still utilize the product for that particular premise. So we saw an uptick of shadow deployments of Zoom throughout the organization. And eventually we had to now support a second video conferencing component. And that was compounded by and again, it was an engineering challenge for Microsoft, but it was compounded by the fact that it took a long time for Microsoft to release the matching features.
Gotcha.
So, yeah.
And so as we think about that, you've really kind of made some great lessons and learnings around, how to deal with stakeholders and those kind of things as you've gone through that process, which is really great to see. And as you've said now, that reliance on that shadow IT operations has really kind of shrunk over the past year with those new features coming on, which is really great to see. Matthew, thank you again so much for joining us on Customer Tech Talks. It's been great chatting with you and hearing about your journey. If you'd like more information on the PACE Center for Girls, or you'd like to get connected with them, you can check that out at pacecenter.org. And if you want more information on getting started with Teams, you can go to aka.ms/learnandignite for all the links and resources to get started. Now, we're always looking for new customers on Customer Tech Talks as well. And if you'd like to share your story, you can go to aka.ms/customer tech talks to get started. Thank you again for joining us, and we'll see you next time.
Hello, everyone. Seth here again. Okay, so we know security is on everyone's mind, right? It's also a huge priority for Darktrace. They're doing some pretty advanced things when it comes to cybersecurity. For example, McLaren Racing can protect their workforce from increasingly sophisticated email threats and attacks. Darktrace's self-learning cyber AI technology on Azure keeps critical information safe and keeps McLaren Racing cars on the track. Find out more, head over to their featured partner page.
Nice. Now, let's hear an insightful customer story about the predictive power of an AI IoT analytics platform powered by Cloudera Data Platform on Azure.
With Cloudera, we can connect and analyze billions of data points. This includes snapshots of key parameters that are being streamed in real time from aircraft sensors. We use the Cloudera stack to do machine learning and to predict when components will fail.
All right, like we said before, over and over, security is one of the most hot-button issues shaping our industry. So how are Microsoft technologies ensuring a safe digital future for businesses and consumers? In this next keynote, we'll hear from Eric Durr, Vice President of Cloud Security, and Rob Lefferts, Corporate Vice President of M365 Security and Compliance, on Microsoft's security roadmap for defending against advanced threats. These are very important topics, and we're so excited for our really good friends to come and share their wisdom and knowledge with the rest of us.
You absolutely do not want to miss this. Check back in with us at the bottom of the hour. Look, we have seconds left over. This has been so much fun so far.
I know, this has been good.
And there's still a lot to go.
By the way, there's a lobster in the bookshelf. So in case, what? I know, there's a lobster in the bookshelf.
Well, how about this? We'll see you at the bottom of the hour. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to make it time to it. Here we go.
He's not.
2.
We still don't know how to do this. It's been 2 days. Nope.
Hey, come here often?
Hey, good to see you. Yeah, I needed to get away from the kids for a day.
Yeah, me too. Hey, you gonna share?
Another time, COVID, 6 feet.
Right, my apologies. So seriously, what brings you in today?
Just thinking a lot about Solorigate, what we can do to help protect our customers.
Oh yeah, me too. Let's walk and talk.
Hi everyone, thanks for tuning in. For all of us in security, it's been a year of challenge, stacked on challenge, stacked on challenge, balancing remote work with family life, navigating the latest attack trends, and helping keep our customers secure so they can stay productive. I'm really excited to share some of our latest work with you today.
I know what you mean. The pressure is real. And for me, the big lesson from the 2020s so far is that it's never been more important to get ahead. We're still continuing to learn and evolve as a security community.
Absolutely. As advanced attacks have gotten increasingly sophisticated, it's become clear how important it is to have a strong connection between the advanced security tools that help make the day-to-day stuff more manageable and have our security experts focused on hunting for the latest threats.
It's been quite a year for threats of all types. I mean, of course, Solorigate happened in 2020. Hey, let's call John Lambert at Mystic to get his take on all this.
It's a great idea. John runs our threat intelligence team, so he's on the front lines for responding to advanced attacks like Solorigate. Hey, John.
Hey, Rob. Hey, Eric.
Hey, we wanted to get your thoughts on something that's top of mind for lots of people. Fighting back against the new wave of sophisticated adversaries. What's Mystic doing about this?
Yeah, Eric. Well, at Mystic, we know that customers have adversaries. So our mission is to track the world's worst actors and try to disrupt them. So whether it's a strontium or a phosphorus or attacks against the healthcare sector or elections, our folks are on the front lines working to protect customers.
That's amazing, John. So how does this super critical work impact Microsoft customers and the security community at large?
Well, Microsoft collects trillions of anonymized signals that tell us about threats across the globe. We take an actor-centric approach to follow and discover their activity and try to understand who they're targeting. We develop new detections for that to alert customers to them, and their security teams use these alerts to begin the investigation process so they can remediate and ultimately block the attacker from moving forward in their networks.
That's really cool. Can you give us a real-world example of how this works?
Sure. Solorigate is top of mind for many of us. When we started investigating in early December, we knew we had something different. It was clear that it was going to be important to publish about this stealthy attacker to protect customers. So we, along with our fellow responder teams at Microsoft, published over 15 blogs about attack chains, the malware, the techniques. We released new detections to alert customers to the activity. Our goal is to help customers identify and stop this activity, understand the scope of impact, and begin the recovery process.
That's really excellent. I'm sure you need to get back to things, but before you go, would you mind sharing a few tips?
Sure. These are some things organizations can do now to help defend against advanced attackers. The first, I would say, is invest in zero trust approach. This is an approach that's about verifying explicitly, using concepts of least privilege, and having an assume breach mindset. The second one is segregate your high privileged accounts. Invest in privileged access workstations or PAWS and secure your admins. The third is to know your supply chain, know what you use and where, and continue to invest in better and better asset management. The fourth is look before the bad guys do, invest in penetration testing, and use their findings not as a report card, but as an input into a continuous improvement process. And lastly, I would say is make sure you have the ability to investigate across your whole environment, work to get comprehensive visibility from different perspectives, from endpoint to identity, from data to IoT, and across clouds. This is going to help you do rapid investigation and early detection.
Thanks, John. The work your team does is amazing and so essential to customer protection. We really appreciate it.
Great talking to you.
Thank you, John. Skilled security teams are key in the fight against sophisticated threats, but they need great tools to help them do their jobs. That's what we do.
And combating today's advanced attacks requires a fully integrated, comprehensive defense. It's no longer optional for vendors to offer anything less.
Hey Eric, I've been talking with customers about the state of security technology and modern threats. I wanted to run my thinking by you. Today's digital environments are diverse, distributed, and complex. Attackers love to take advantage of that. We need to unify all of our security tools and digital environments under a single umbrella. Every vector, every asset, every resource. Security solutions can't care whether you're using Linux or Windows or AWS or Salesforce. Everything must be covered and everything must work together.
Right. This starts with visibility into every single area, even the deepest, darkest corners of your environment. And organizations need that security signal from across their environment correlated together to really get the full picture.
But visibility alone isn't enough. Securing diverse environments requires that your detection and response tools and capabilities work together as one. We must untangle the complexity for your security team and deliver integrated protection across the separate enterprise layers.
Lastly, no team is large enough to manage the scale of data and actions needed to protect their organization without help. When every moment matters during an attack, AI and automation is no longer a choice, it's a necessity. And those capabilities need to be built into your security solutions so you can focus on execution, not configuration or development.
Absolutely. We've been on a long journey to figure this out and understand how to protect, well, the whole enchilada against advanced attacks. Early on, we saw the rise of computer worms and viruses. We knew we had to stay ahead, so we released a built-in AV to protect against malware and viruses right within Windows. The Microsoft portfolio grew and organizations went on a digital transformation journey. They had more assets that needed to be protected.
Our priority was to help our customers more efficiently detect and respond to threats across our solutions. And to accomplish that, we added security capabilities across Azure, Azure AD, Office, and Cloud Apps. And as advanced attacks, such as ransomware, have grown more frequent and sophisticated, we took our mission to expand protection to help cover organizations' entire environment. We need to detect and move quickly and thoroughly across the whole environment. So first, we developed XDR, focused on protecting the core platforms around productivity, infrastructure, and more. And then we expanded to SIEM, because you have to take your entire environment, everything from your enterprise, pull it together and provide end-to-end visibility and protection.
And after a lot of hard work, we've hit the next milestone in our journey to create the most integrated SIEM and XDR toolset in the industry. Together, sharing incident views, schema, and integrated user experiences, we're able to deliver true visibility and thorough remediation capabilities, powered by the security experts and AI that secures Microsoft. While there is always more to do, we are delivering on that vision. You know how we love sharing slides with customers. Here's something I've put together. What do you think?
Our industry-leading cloud-native SIEM, Azure Sentinel, collects from any source, any data, and any entity. Sentinel delivers intelligent security analytics and threat intelligence across the enterprise, providing alert detection, threat visibility, proactive hunting, and an orchestrated threat response. I'm really proud that over 9,000 customers are using Sentinel today, and it was named a market leader in the Forrester Wave for security analytics platforms.
While a SIEM should collect data from anywhere, XDR, Extended Detection and Response Technologies, can act on alerts from your SIEM or from its own sensors, providing depth protection broadly across your environment. Microsoft 365 Defender provides an XDR across identities, endpoints, applications, and email. Azure Defender provides comprehensive multi-cloud protection for IoT, infrastructure, cloud resources, and workloads. Our XDR's protection extends from Microsoft products and services to everything else in your environment, including AWS, GCP, Linux, Apple and Android devices, and more.
When dedicated hackers get in, they make their way across the environment. XDR's coordinated detection and response can find and remove the sophisticated chain of attack wherever it lurks. For example, if an identity is compromised, XDR works across vectors to ensure that the identity isn't allowed to access corporate apps, cloud infrastructure, or sign on to new devices, send emails, etc. This limits the damage as the credential is restored.
Together, Azure Sentinel, Microsoft 365 Defender, and Azure Defender deliver the alerts that matter, regardless of where they came from. They tell whole stories of incidents, enable automated responses across clouds and platforms, and prevent attacks from even happening, and help keep your environment healthy and secure through software and configuration updates.
We're not stopping there. The work continues to stay ahead of our adversaries to protect the expanding estate and provide more speed and efficiency from end to end. Let's give Terrence a call. Terrence is the Chief Information Security Officer of Thycotic, and let's get his take on Defender and Sentinel.
Great idea.
Hey, Terrence.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hey, Terrence, we'd love to get your perspective on how we can better protect customers from today's sophisticated attacks.
Sure, no problem. I really appreciate your passion for listening to customers in the thick of it.
So, can you tell us about the importance of an end-to-end approach in protecting yourself against the most sophisticated modern threats?
Sure. End-to-end protection is key, and it starts with visibility. The Sentinel connectors enable seamless data collection across extremely diverse environments. So that goes a long way for me. End-to-end protection is foundational, and it starts with, again, full visibility, and attackers are doing everything they can to avoid detection. It's all about getting the right data so we can have full visibility and make informed decisions.
Makes sense. We understand that a lot of customers like Thycotic have really complex environments, and we want to help you protect the entire thing.
So, Terrence, how are you using Sentinel to collect data from all the sources inside your rich environment?
Yeah, we're using Sentinel to collect logs from our network infrastructure, our on-premise servers, as well as our cloud workloads. And that allows us to paint a comprehensive picture of what's going on in our environment so we can detect threats in a more rapid and consolidated manner.
I don't know if you heard, but today we just announced 30 new built-in connectors that simplify data collection across multi-cloud environments. This includes Microsoft Dynamics, G Suite, Salesforce, VMware, and more. And these built-in connectors, along with the existing ones, simplify data collection and make it so much easier to take advantage of the full capabilities of the SIEM plus XDR. And also, we just asked Forrester to do a review of Azure Sentinel, and really excited about what they came back with. 48% lower cost compared to a legacy SIEM solution, and a 78% reduction in false positives. But let's go ahead and get you on the big screen. Hey, so in order to defend against sophisticated attacks, we're really committed to protecting beyond the Microsoft ecosystem. Can you tell us a little bit about how you're protecting your multi-cloud and hybrid assets?
Sure. Now that Microsoft supports multi-cloud and on-premise environments, such as Amazon Web Services and Google Cloud Platform, there's no reason for us to look at any other vendor. We get everything we need with Azure Defender and Azure Security Center. Azure Arc enables Thycotic to connect all of our clouds with a single solution for monitoring, managing, and securing workloads. The support for multi-cloud was a part of our motivation to adopt Microsoft security solutions. Here, let me share my screen and show you what I mean. This is the Security Center dashboard. Everything is right here. Today, I can onboard AWS and GCP resources to Azure Security Center and monitor them along with my Azure and on-premise resources, all without ever leaving Security Center. If I click on Secure Score, Regulatory Compliance, or Azure Defender, my AWS and GCP resources will show up, along with my on-premises and Azure resources.
You know, we listened to customers and worked really hard to build an integrated experience. So I'm really glad to hear that it's working for you. I'd love to see just one layer down, if you don't mind kind of clicking in and showing me some of the workloads you're protecting.
Our team manages our global multi-cloud workloads with Azure Arc, which extends the Azure control plane across geographies and clouds. Thycotic benefits from connecting Azure Arc with Azure Security Center for even further enhanced productivity. It's pretty straightforward to use despite the complexity of multi-cloud. For example, this is an Arc-enabled SQL server. If I click on the Security tab, I see that I have some alerts that require my attention. From here, I can click on any alert, see the details, and remediate the problem. I can manage all of my SQL servers, whether they are on-prem, in multiple clouds, or in virtual machines on Azure from the same window. It's so powerful and straightforward for my team to use, and we can drill down and use Azure Defender for all my other multi-cloud hybrid workloads, VMs, SQL storage, etc.
That's really great insight. It's so great to see this in action, and please keep the feedback coming.
Hey Terrence, I'd love to learn about how you secure remote workers. With so many folks working from home, we're seeing a big increase in all kinds of devices and all kinds of networks. This creates a huge vulnerability for businesses, especially as persistent attackers are trying to exploit just this.
Yeah, one unprotected device targeted by a motivated hacker can bring down the house.
Yeah, and that's why we're expanding all of our platform coverage. Microsoft 365 Defender now provides endpoint detection response capabilities for Linux servers. And together with Android, iOS, Mac, and of course Windows, Microsoft 365 Defender supports the majority of devices.
Yeah, my team loves the comprehensive protection across devices. It's so critical right now.
All right, let's try it out. Here's my Android device running Microsoft 365 Defender. It looks like my buddy Jonathan Walcott just sent me a link in WhatsApp, but protection extends to popular messaging services and any app you download. So let's see what this is. Oh, and it's a phishing link, and it's automatically been blocked.
It looks like your buddy Jonathan's got a problem. Let's get him some help.
Let me show you how we handle this type of scenario from the SecOps side of this, guys. Here's another example of a device that has been compromised. Here I can see what action Defender has taken to automatically provide protection. I can also take some quick actions to further stop the threat from spreading within the organization. From this unified dashboard, we can also investigate all the other devices that user is using, so we can quickly determine if the identity or other domains have been compromised.
It's great to see how you've been taking advantage of the dashboard in the real world. And we actually just hit a new milestone there. As of today, the Microsoft 365 Defender endpoint and email threat protection XDR capabilities are seamlessly integrated into a unified portal, simplifying your investigation and remediation experience even more. So as you were showing us, Terrence, today's sophisticated adversaries compromise unknown weaknesses across vectors. It's even more critical that we not only detect their movements across all these silos, but also respond with coordinated actions to shut down their paths and lock them out, however complex the attack chain. What do you think, Eric?
Oh, is this a bad time for me to be having a snack?
No, you're all good.
I love how all this works together to untangle these sophisticated cross-vector attacks. And with the combination of Sentinel, Microsoft 365 Defender, and Azure Defender, actually teams are now equipped with more context and automation than ever before. And we can leverage the time saved to get ahead of attackers.
That looks tasty. And I couldn't agree more about the value of a unified toolset. You know my team games out a lot of common scenarios. Here's a ransomware attack example so I can show you how that deep level of integration really helps us. Okay, here my team is in Azure Sentinel, analyzing and tracking everything in our environment, from Microsoft 365 solutions, networks, and servers, enterprise IoT, and devices like printers, even multiple clouds. It all gets pulled up into this tool and analyzed in context. Let me show you this critical human-operated ransomware attack incident.
This attack type is a sophisticated threat that's across endpoints as well as server infrastructure.
You can see here in the investigation graph, the entire attack is shown with alerts from several different sources, including from our XDR tools. We can see that the attack came in through a vulnerable RDP port in Azure. I'll close that later. But there's an immediate remediation we need to take care of in my Microsoft 365 world first. Here's the same incident in Microsoft 365 Defender, where you can see intelligence about this type of attack and all the individual alerts and effective assets across our endpoints, email, docs, user identities, and applications. Check out how much automation has happened in preventing this attack from spreading and even returning many of the affected assets to a secure state.
It's really cool to see how you're using this, really taking advantage of the automation and the tools that we built.
We couldn't possibly handle every alert that comes our way. As we investigate the attack further, we can see the suspicious code execution that the attackers have tried to place and how they've attempted to cover their tracks by disabling AV. My team can see all this in one place. I can also take action here to stop this attack. With just a couple of clicks, my organization is now safe.
Thanks so much for sharing that. It's great to learn how you're really taking advantage of these tools to protect your organization. We've been investing in automation so that defenders can leverage the time saved from avoiding manual alert correlation and get bigger tasks like proactive hunting and really protecting themselves. Customers on average, we've heard, have reduced the time needed for investigation and remediation by roughly 90%.
Microsoft 365 Defender amazed us out of the box. The previous solutions were very noisy and required constant tuning. 99% of the signals they generated were false positives. Using Defender freed up 2 people on my team to do more complex work. It was almost magical, accurate, and frictionless.
Cool, that's so great to hear. It's really what we've been working towards. And in recent tests, we found that with Microsoft 365 Defender, we took over 1,000 alerts and were able to consolidate them into just 40 high priority incidents. And then the technology for automated self-healing fully automates remediation of over 70% of that volume.
Yeah, and while automation helps free up time to tackle bigger threats, it's critical that defenders are equipped to handle them.
Right. So at Microsoft, We're committed to harnessing the value of our threat signals and AI and world-class researchers, folks like John Lambert from Mystic, to help keep ahead of the latest threats and respond to unique attacks as quickly and as efficiently as possible. So with the emergence of sophisticated attacks, I couldn't be more excited to share Threat Analytics, which has just been released into Microsoft 365 Defender. Let me show you what that looks like. Threat Analytics enables you to leverage Microsoft's team of researchers and experts who are actively tracking real-world groups of bad actors and different types of threats, such as Solorigate. Let's start with critical of-the-moment guidance. These detailed analyst reports show you exactly how the threat works and the steps the attackers take to gain entry to user environments, and what they typically do once they're in, and what they do after the end of the day. Then there's the big question, what do you need to do about it? And this is where it gets really interesting. The report also links to any identified incidents and alerts in your environment, flags them for your immediate attention, and provides recommendations on how to mitigate and prevent these types of attacks. Not only that, it does it across your security areas such as endpoints and your productivity suite. This is bringing our expertise in AI directly to your environment at scale when you need it the most. From here, you can also drill down on specific mitigations to reduce your risk or take tactical actions to remediate impacted assets.
I appreciate having this capability right in Microsoft 365 Defender so that in a crisis, my team is focused and efficient. I'll definitely use this the next time a bad actor pops up again.
Oh, shoot, it looks like someone has this room reserved. Terrence, we'll get right back to you, okay?
Okay.
Hey, thanks for your patience, Terrence. We didn't know anyone else was here, but great to hear that you're excited. We are as well. This really brings the value of the greatest security expertise at Microsoft directly to your environment to deliver real value.
However, it's not just about the sophistication of the tools. They also have to be built to work with the real world, organizations of various sizes and structures. So we prioritize flexibility and a seamless experience for both deployments and use. Make sure we empower security teams, regardless of whether they're an internal SOC, managed by an external partner, or some combination.
My team at Thycotic really appreciates that flexibility, and it shows throughout the product lifecycle. Rolling out Azure Sentinel was a light lift compared to the other heavy, monolithic SIEM solutions on the market. And thanks to the managed detection and response folks at Red Canary, it actually took more time to uninstall the competing solutions than it did to enable Microsoft Defender for endpoint.
That's great to hear. For organizations that have an internal SOC, use a managed service by an external partner or some combination like Thycotic, we've built partnerships with many managed detection and response companies to help operationalize and augment security operations. Terrence, let's bring in your partner, Brian Bayer, the CEO at Red Canary.
Red Canary serves as an extension of our customer security teams, providing managed detection and response using Microsoft Defender. They support organizations like Thycotic. I've known Brian for a long time, and I know he has a lot of wisdom to share. I first reached out to Brian to explore working together, given Red Canary's reputation and position in the industry. Their strategic thinking is steeped in industry knowledge, and they have deep threat detection experience and expertise. They are a true security ally to their customers and the greater security community.
Thanks for the kind words, Rob. I've always believed Microsoft could make a huge difference in information security. And I think our businesses have a lot in common. We're both very customer focused, and we're both dedicated to protecting them from adversaries.
And the partnership has really evolved. Can you tell us a bit about how Red Canary is using Microsoft Defender for Endpoint?
Well, our job is to make great security operations incredibly easy for every organization. We applied a configuration to Terrence's Microsoft Defender environment, and immediately all the endpoint telemetry and associated alerts started flowing into Red Canary. We're supercharging that Defender data by fusing it with Red Canary's threat intelligence, so that then our 24/7 cyber incident response team can do all the investigations to reduce the false positives and highlight the threats that actually matter. Finally, the Red Canary platform takes over to handle notifications, response, and remediation, and all of this is tightly integrated with Defender and Terrence's other security products.
It's been a great experience working with Microsoft and Red Canary together. We have significantly reduced alert noise and added a deep bench of global security experts to our effort, so we're ready for what might come. Thank you, Brian, for being such a critical security partner.
That's what we're here for. We think everyone should have world-class security operations, and Red Canary and Microsoft are making that more accessible for everyone.
Thanks, Brian.
Hey, if you're still watching, you have my heartfelt thanks. Thank you for being on this journey with us to protect every organization from advanced attacks.
We always need to remember that we're all in this together. Customers, industry, partners, governments, and our only true competition are the bad actors who are targeting our digital environments.
These bad actors are often well-funded, skilled, and dedicated to innovating new tools and methods to breach our systems. That's why we need to be even more committed to innovating and partnering together and to always be one step ahead.
We deliver on this commitment by employing our global security operations for advanced detection research, responding and helping organizations with nation-state attacks, and taking the fight to dedicated adversaries. And by building security solutions for today's real-world challenges and environments, solutions that are cloud-native, AI-powered, with proven integrated visibility and response from end to end.
Thank you so much for joining us. And look, we know the past year has been tough for many of us. We just want to say we're here to help. You are your organization's most valuable asset towards keeping everyone secure. We're just here to help make sure you're successful. Stay safe and happy hunting.
Wow, that was an amazing session. Hi, I'm Jessica Fegu, Security Product Marketing Manager, and you are in store for an amazing event. Now, I'm really excited to join General Manager Aleem Rayani while he takes us on a wild but compliant ride through the latest in how Microsoft's risk management and compliance solutions are enabling you to effectively identify and respond to emerging risks across cloud and platforms while keeping your most important information safe and secure. Now, you think it can't get any better than this, but trust me, it does. Check out the Connection Zone, where you can dive deeper into all of the topics you've seen today by joining our subject matter experts in a live Ask the Expert session. We also have some super cool technical deep dives that are available to you on demand and great interstitials featured throughout the event. The journey doesn't have to stop today. When Ignite is over, you can continue your learning experience by joining us at an upcoming virtual training day where you can get hands-on training from instructors, making you ready to secure your digital environment with our newly launched certifications. There are 3 all-new role-based certifications for your information protection admin, security operations analysts, and identity and access management administrators. Plus, our security fundamental certifications are here to help you get started. Be sure to stay up to date with the latest security product news at Microsoft by visiting us at www.microsoft.com/security or follow us on social at Microsoft Security on Twitter and LinkedIn.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Donna Sarkar here with Seth Juarez on day 2 of Microsoft Ignite. You're in the right place. I hope you're enjoying the show, but also taking breaks, stretching out, hydrating, mental health, etc. Is that you stretching? Because it's as bad as me stretching. So
I got to do what you tell me to do, right? I mean, I'm doing great. I was thinking, Donna, we usually do this event in person and people fly in from all over the world. Now they're probably just commuting from their bed to their desk. But hey, you know what that means?
No, I don't. I have no idea.
You were security checked.
That doesn't even make any sense.
Like at the plane, there's a
No, I know what that, but
in the bed, there's no security from the bed to.
Unless you're in jail.
If you gotta explain it, it's just.
I know. Seth, what's wrong with you?
A lot.
I know. Okay, so we just heard from our lovely friends Eric Durr and Rob Lefferts about securing a digital future. Did you like how they kind of pulled in John Lambert in there too to talk about how Microsoft does it and then also how you all should be doing it? And here's the big takeaway in case you didn't hear it 16 times. Zero trust.
That's right.
Zero.
That's right. If this is a topic that's important to you, keyword search security in the session catalog and save anything that catches your eye to to your digital backpack.
That's right. So we aren't just your co-hosts for Microsoft Ignite.
That's
we actually work here. I know that was surprising to lots of people. They're like, y'all have jobs? But like, yeah.
Somehow.
So some of you have submitted questions to Seth and me. So let's go ahead and answer a few of those.
All right. Okay, here's one for you, Donna.
Okay.
What's your most embarrassing moment in front of a Microsoft exec other than the show we're doing right now?
Oh, okay. I was going to say, you mean not like the time we made cocktails at Build last year and you and I didn't know how to measure a cup using a cup? That time? You mean different than that time?
Yeah.
Yeah. Once, though, I was going into Windows Ship Room, and that day, everyone told me, they're like, Donna, you got to get to Windows Ship Room early, blah, 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 don't be late. So, of course, that day I'm very late. I have lunch, I have my laptop, I have like coffee, and I'm balancing all this. Trip, smack, flies everywhere, everything.
Oh.
And I rescued my laptop at the last second.
Most important
but
thing.
My chili and coffee fell all over all of the execs. So it wasn't one, it was like 17 of them. And I was trying to get some of my bugs fixed that time, so that was less good. It was like a decade ago, so maybe they forgot.
Ooh, well,
Now
they,
I reminded
they
them.
remember now. So
I'm less klutzy now, I swear.
I have an embarrassing one too. First interview ever, Microsoft Build, like 2014-ish. Jeffrey Snover comes on, and I'm a dev, right? And so I've never used PowerShell. And so, and I don't know anything. So he comes on, and I'm starting there talking to him. And in my mind, the phrase, I think this guy invented PowerShell. I should ask a question about PowerShell.
Okay.
This is the question that came out to Jeffrey Snover.
All right, right.
And it was almost like it was coming out in slow motion.
Oh, Seth.
So what can you do with PowerShell? The worst question ever. And Jeffrey Snover, bless this man's heart, he looks at me like,
Lots
that's
of
a
things.
good question.
Lots
By the way, keep the questions coming.
Yes.
Direct your questions to your favorite host, of course, me, with a single Dear Seth or Dear Donna, or even Dear Christina or Joey or Caruana or Rick. Drop it in the chat. If we don't get back to you on the show, we'll get back to you on the interwebs.
Yeah.
Coming up in a few, you have probably wondered to yourself, what is the Microsoft Intelligent Security Association? I know I have. Well, you're in luck, because we're dropping in on a session called, you guessed it, what is the Microsoft Intelligent Security Association? That'll be with Ronnie Lofstrom and a panel of expert guests. But right now, the new Conclave platform from R3 is designed to take full advantage of Azure Confidential Computing and Intel SGX to revolutionize how customers analyze and secure mission-critical data. Let's take a look.
Hey, Richard, it's great to see you. Thanks for taking the time to talk with me.
Thanks, Mike. It's great to see you too.
Tell me a little bit about R3's new Conclave platform. What's new there?
Yeah, so Conclave is a new platform from R3, a confidential computing platform that builds on Intel SGX. And it has I guess, really quite big vision. And it's a vision of a world where in the future, when you send data to somebody else, you'll know for sure what will happen to that data. So the days when you send data to a firm and you just have to hope and trust they will do the right thing with it, when Conclave has fully built out its vision, you won't be in that world anymore. You'll be in a world where you know how your data will be processed.
This sounds powerful. Do you have any examples of how people are using it?
Yeah, take banking. They always say banking is a team sport, and just think of payments and payments fraud, and it really is. Any given bank has an obligation to detect patterns of behavior that could be fraudulent, and they can do that by looking at their own data. But imagine if that could be brought together and aggregated with the data and payments transactions of all the other banks. You could spot so many other examples if you could do that. But of course, you have to be respectful of customers' privacy. There's global regulations around data protection. And the danger of bringing all that data together if it's not protected is immense. But if you use a platform like Conclave, all those firms, all those banks can send their data for processing and analytics together, safe in the knowledge that's the only thing those transactions can be used for.
And how does Conclave utilize Intel SGX?
So SGX gives us this really quite mind-bending promise, which is you can run a program or an algorithm on your computer and you can completely convince other people in other companies, that is the program that's running, that is the algorithm that will process their data and no other. That's mind-blowing. That's the key to the confidential computing future. And Conclave's job is to make that technology accessible to the world's developers. So we take that technology, make it consumable, put it into the hands of business developers. That's what we're focused on with Conclave.
And does this get even better with the advent of Intel's third generation Xeon Scalable processor?
Yeah, the memory question is the key one. You think about the promise we're making here. It's about aggregating data from multiple different firms. The data of one firm is big enough. The data of many firms is bigger still. So the more memory you can throw at this, the faster you can run, the less you're having to worry about encrypting the data and sending it to disk and bringing it back again.
And why does R3 choose to run Conclave on Azure Confidential Computing Service? What are the benefits there?
So our value proposition to our customers is all about making confidential computing ridiculously easy. Easy to write, easy to deploy. And to deploy easily, you need access to a wide range and easily accessible SGX hardware, and you need the surrounding services such as data center, attestation primitives, DCAP. You could build it yourself, but Microsoft have done the hard work. Azure has had this support for some time. It's the obvious place to go.
Fantastic. Hey, Richard, it's great to talk to you today. Thanks for joining me.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks for having me.
Fabulous. Right now, let's hear from... okay, so Seth forgot, it's upside down. Okay, flip, there we go. Leave it, right there. So Seth forgot he actually has a show. He's got this thing called the AI Show. You can find it at aka.ms AI Show. So it's on, how often? Every 2 weeks?
Every 2 weeks.
Every 2 weeks. So it's on every 2 weeks. You should check it out if you want more of Seth's shenanigans. They have tons of live building, and you can, call in and do your requests into what you'd like them to cover. And he always has good guests, like he had Ivana on and stuff like that. Okay, leave. Thank you. Jeez. By the way, I too have a show called Less Code, More Power, talking about, you got it, Less Code, More Power, Power Platform, of course. Anyway, let's now hear from Microsoft's Ronnie Lofstrom and an esteemed panel of experts who will answer the age-old question, what exactly is the Microsoft Intelligent Security Association? You'll want to find out. I want to find out. Seth wants to find out. Do not go anywhere. Go check it out.
Depending on where you're watching from, good morning, good afternoon, or good night. I had hoped to be wearing out the treads of my shoes on the hub floor or heading to side meetings, sessions, and happy hours with all of you. But since we aren't able to meet in person, I put together a compilation of videos to introduce the Microsoft Intelligent Security Association and provide some entertainment as you transition between sessions. MISA is an ecosystem of security providers that have integrated their solutions with Microsoft's. Our mission is to provide better security for our shared customers, gaining more signal, increasing visibility, and better protecting against threats. A common phrase that I use when talking about MISA or communicating with its members is that security is a team sport. MISA members are the best of the best from across the cybersecurity industry. We're all part of the same team, with the same common goal of empowering our customers to be more resilient. Each new member brings their own valuable expertise, making the association stronger as it expands. And with that, I hope you enjoy the videos.
Red Canary's vision is a world where every organization can fulfill their mission without fear of a cyber attack. We do things differently. We're an ally for our customers. We only work with technology that collects tremendous amounts of data and supports high levels of automation to get security done. We worked with Microsoft's engineering teams, adding capabilities, adding use cases to their platform, and all of this culminated where after 2 years of development, we're now defending organizations worldwide against adversaries. The Thycotic team was one of the first organizations we started working with together. Terrence had just gone through a huge security overhaul, replacing a lot of his existing security products with the Microsoft security stack. And he was looking for someone who truly knew those products inside and out and really could supercharge his investments. We were a great fit for them because we both are security companies built by security people for security people.
At Thycotic, our mission is to secure, privilege, and lock it down anywhere that it exists in an organization. The MDR solutions that we had previously turned out to have a high overhead. We ended up doing more management of the MDR solution and vendor than we did of actual security alerts. And this is where Red Canary came in and helped us make our security operations more efficient. We found Red Canary through Microsoft Defender ATP's partner page within the ATP portal. The setup with Red Canary was magical. Within an hour, we were already starting to see data flow into the Red Canary portal. Through the telemetry that Red Canary collects from Microsoft Defender ATP, this has given us the ability to only focus on the Red Canary portal, which eliminates 99% of the false positives. Pair that with the 95% productivity increases that my team has gotten. It's really been a benefit to the organization and allowed us to become more efficient.
It's been an absolute blast working with him, helping improve their security program, starting with the first Microsoft products we worked together on and now expanding out to include many more.
I view Red Canary as an extension of my internal team. We can communicate with them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And I feel like they care about our security as much as my internal team does. And that's why I call them my easy button.
FinLocker was founded in 2014. Our goal was to streamline the mortgage underwriting process for both the benefit of the consumer and the lender. We are one of many critical components in helping our customers on their digital transformation with their customers. Trust is critical to consumers using our platform to ensure we protect critical financial and other personal data. FinLocker, as a startup, realized that the cloud was to scale as needed without upfront massive investments.
Barracuda is in the business to help make a safer world for our customers. We build and sell innovative security products that are easy to buy, deploy, and use. Our customers look to Barracuda to help them provide a secure landing zone in Azure. We began working with FinLocker back in 2015, and they were working on building this really cool financial locker. So Brian was interested in Barracuda's ability to provide a highly secure environment within their Azure tenant. Web application firewall was critical. They started with our WAF product to secure their web apps. It later expanded into things like Cosmos DB and Azure Machine Learning and some other more advanced services within Azure too. All of our products integrate directly with Azure Active Directory for seamless user authentication. That helps out both for multi-factor and for single sign-on. Our firewall and our WAF products can be automatically configured to feed status information directly into Azure Security Center, as well as logs into Azure Sentinel.
The biggest advantages we saw of having an integrated solution from Microsoft and Barracuda was by having pre-built images and clear Azure-specific guidance, it greatly reduced our time to implement. They could give us very precise information on how we needed and the best practices to deploying a Barracuda solution in Azure to bring the most value and the most security to our implementation. I would summarize the impact of the Azure and Barracuda components. It has allowed us to grow our business without having to worry about managing the underlying infrastructure. Barracuda and their partnership with Microsoft has been a significant part of providing secure and trusted services to our customers and their consumers.
Durham County is a pretty diverse county. We have about 300,000 citizens. We have two major universities in the area with Duke University and Historically Black College and University of North Carolina Central. On March 6, 2020, our response solution let us know immediately that there was an event happening within our environment. This malware attack was widespread across our entire organization. It wasn't just one machine. Our team jumped into action and started leveraging a lot of our vendors and the state's resources at the National Guard to help us addressing all the issues that we saw across the environment. It was one of those moments you'd hope never shows up. What made it more challenging, most of our departments were told to work remotely.
F5 is a market leader in load balancing or application delivery control. We provide remote access capabilities which was a big benefit for Durham County because that's exactly what they needed. They needed something to provide them the remote access. So users who are now have to work from home could now access the applications directly from wherever they're working. We have this very strong relationship with Microsoft. Organizations today are working with a plethora of on-premises, private cloud, or data center-based classic and custom applications. And those applications need to be able to work with an identity as a service, like Microsoft Azure Active Directory. Patriot Consulting was brought on board by Durham County because now they wanted to use the identity as a service through Azure Active Directory to be able to integrate those applications with the VPN and be able to enact multi-factor authentication in front of those applications.
From the malware attack, everything had to be rebuilt. Our tax department, our EMS environment, our social services, where they all have specialized and tailored applications. And we was trying to have a single sign-on and multi-factor authentication solution to bring all of that together. The solutions we put in place will greatly reduce the risk of attack.
We're working very closely with Microsoft to be able to take what they have created and take what we have created and be able to integrate them together further and deeper.
We're definitely more prepared than we were before. It makes me feel pretty proud to work here at Durham County. We're showing real impact to the citizens, providing them the resources they need to help them help themselves.
Thanks for your time. I hope you enjoyed hearing about the Microsoft Intelligent Security Association and how together we're empowering people to do more and to trust in the technology that connects us. If you're interested in learning more, please go to aka.ms/MISA. Have a great rest of your morning, afternoon, or evening, and enjoy your next session.
You know, we talk a lot about learning journeys around here, and I think I just learned a ton about MISA from this last session.
Good, because that was a very informative session. Thank you, Ronnie and friends. All right, I love a good acronym. I don't, in fact, I hate them so much. So coming up next, it's a customer tech talk with LinkedIn, hosted by Microsoft's Ben Walters. But right now, two companies who are bringing customer innovations in data protection, analytics, and app development on Azure to Microsoft Ignite include Veeam and ServiceNow. Let's take a look.
Red Bull Media House creates some of the most amazing, eye-catching, gravity-defying content that worldwide audiences just can't stop watching. This isn't accounting data like a spreadsheet. You could rebuild a spreadsheet. Red Bull can't go and shoot new video footage of flying into an airplane or surfing through a village. Go check out the full Red Bull video on Veeam's featured partner page at Microsoft Ignite. That video is so cool, you gotta watch it more than once.
All right, tech in action. That is what Microsoft Ignite is all about. Hey, speaking of customers, it's time for a customer tech talk with Ben Walters, who's sitting down with Sagar Shah of LinkedIn to talk security. Check it out.
Thanks again for joining us on Customer Tech Talks. I'm your host, Ben Walters, and this time I'm joined by Sagar Shah, who's been leading the security transformation for LinkedIn. Let's take a look at the video.
LinkedIn is a Microsoft company and is the largest online professional network. And naturally, the infrastructure that supports the platform is really complicated. I work on the SEEK team within the information security organization at LinkedIn. Our team is tasked to detect threats and respond to threats from the online world. We don't run a traditional security operations center. We have a really lean team, and that brings up a lot of challenges. We apply an engineering lens to solving all of our problems. Azure Sentinel is our security information and event management system, and that allows us to capture data from different data sources and provides the visibility that we require to detect threats to LinkedIn, its employees, members, customers, and infrastructure.
Sagar Shah is the SEEK team staff information security engineer for LinkedIn. Sagar, great to have you with us.
It's great to be here, Ben.
Now, we all know who LinkedIn is, and as the largest online professional network, I have no doubt trust and security is top of the list for not just you, but also your users. Can you share with us, or share with everyone, who the Seek team is and your approach to security?
Absolutely. So the Seek team is the threat detection and incident response team at LinkedIn. Since trust is LinkedIn's one of the highest priorities at LinkedIn, the Seek team strives to protect the customers, the members, the data at LinkedIn. And the approach to security is a little bit different. We run a very lean team, and we use an engineering lens to solve a lot of our security challenges. We don't run a traditional SOC, but we use a lot of automation, and we have the systems work for us to scale to LinkedIn scale.
Right, and I can only imagine the complexity you have to deal with in an environment like LinkedIn. Can you share with everyone a little bit about why Azure Sentinel was chosen and how that helps you run that team so lean?
Yeah, absolutely. So Azure Sentinel, this started almost 2 years back when LinkedIn was looking at Azure as one of its for its future workloads. And at the same time, we started looking at our own infrastructure within the detection and response team and realized that we needed to make some changes or make some investments rather. When we started looking at what exactly we wanted to scale to LinkedIn's growth over the next few years, we realized we came up with like a few high-level goals. And those goals were more like, how do we get like comprehensive visibility across LinkedIn? How do we, get comprehensive detection coverage at LinkedIn? How do we make incident response more scalable that scales to the business and the projected growth over the next few years? And that translated into a lot of other requirements, like how do we get the time to value, really quick time to value? How do we, unify everything into a single platform? So that incident response is scalable. And Azure Sentinel was starting the journey at the same time. We talked to the team, we looked at the product, the roadmap, and we found that it was a great match for us to go on that journey together.
Right, and as I understand it, when we spoke earlier, you mentioned that your approach to security kind of shifted. You moved away from this idea of just responding to incident on incident and really started to look at behaviors and patterns that were happening. Can you share a little bit about that and some of the lessons you've learned in that approach?
Absolutely. So when you look at a traditional SOC, there's a lot of like responding to alerts and things like that. As I mentioned, our approach to security is a little different. We look for adversary activity or clusters of activity within our network. We also respond to alerts every now and then, but our focus is on finding adversaries in our network. And what that translates into is aggregating all of the signals that we see and charting them into a graph and show that this is what is happening across your network, instead of like a single alert that says something is this one thing is wrong. So that situational awareness for our incident response team is super important, which Azure Sentinel helps with.
Really interesting, and not just the response timeframe, but you're also working really, really closely with that team to ensure that those incidents can be learned from, and you can develop new automations for those in the future as well. How are you approaching that process?
Sure. So the incident response team and we have a detection engineering team in-house. We have a very tight integration between these two teams. We have a very tight feedback loop. We've built a lot of infrastructure around making sure that the detections that are shipped to the incident response team have a very high efficacy. And when there are problems, it can be fixed pretty quickly. All this is in service to the goal of making incident response scalable and detecting more threats and responding to them more quickly.
Gotcha. And that sounds amazing. Really, that integration has helped you kind of get that scale and get that response down to a really acceptable time frame. Sagar, thank you so much again for joining us. It's been great to hear about LinkedIn and also your security journey. And of course, if you're looking for more information on Azure Sentinel, you can find all the resources on aka.ms Learn and Ignite. And of course, if you'd like to join us on future episodes of Customer Tech Talks, we'd love to hear your story. And you can head over to aka.ms Customer Tech Talks to share more information. Thanks again, and we look forward to seeing you next time.
Well, it was awesome hearing from Sagar Shah from LinkedIn. But speaking of LinkedIn, somebody has not accepted my LinkedIn request. And somebody on this stage that has a microphone on, but not me.
It must have gotten lost in the mail.
Sure. You know who would probably accept my request, though?
No.
VMware. Why? Because we have mutual interests like the cloud. Specifically, how to lift and shift companies in the cloud. Check them out in the Featured Partner Showcase or watch their video on-demand session. You can learn how to connect their applications from anywhere using any device with VMware Horizon, Azure VMware Solution, and VMware SD-WAN. Pretty cool.
I'm convinced you just like saying the cloud to the cloud over and over again.
I do. It's true.
Okay, also, if you head over to the Featured Partner Showcase, remember up there, be sure to experience the IBM Garage with a free virtual framing session on building industry solutions on Azure. We don't actually know what a framing session is, but it sounds good because...
Sounds like building a house.
Kind of. Yeah. So their expert designers, architects, data scientists, and business strategists meet up with you for an interactive virtual session. I think maybe to like architect your thing, whatever you're trying to build. That would be kind of good.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, exactly. So give your design new insight from other people for free.
That's right.
All right, so Seth and I are actually winding down here on day two. I know it's been an adventure and a half. So let's do one more social media check-in to see what all of you are saying.
Oh.
Look.
Oh, watching
Eric Smith
from MS Ignite from
Hi,
the
Eric.
Cat's home office. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say about cats.
Yes.
They like go up in your business. Dogs are like, hi, I'm so excited to see
No,
you.
cats are like, this is my house. Why are you here? So I appreciate cats so much. Eric, your cat has a really good room. So it's really kind of your cat to let you borrow it for Ignite. So thank you, Eric's cat. Really love your home setup.
That's true. What else we got? Let me look over here because one of them I wanted to share with everyone was because we said please share your home offices. Look at Betsy Weber. I feel like I'm on QVC. If I'm in here, I could be like, look at this wonderful screen. It's a beautiful screen, well lit. Even if you find this tweet from Betsy Weber, you'll find she also puts. Oh, there we go. She also puts all the links to buy all this wonderful equipment. It's just fantastic. What do you got?
I love that. So here, our friend Simon in the UK, I'm so used to seeing Simon and Mary just at events, so it's weird to just be talking to them online for the entire year, but he's actually waiting for the rocket launch. So he's listening to us yap and waiting for the rocket launch. I wonder who else is waiting
for the rocket launch today? Let's take this off right now.
And go to the rocket launch?
Yeah, well, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Here's another one. Desk setup from Matt McGuire. Take a look at this. I love seeing people's desk setups.
I do, yeah.
It's like I feel like I really did my desk setup at home because I was excited about it. And so here's another desk setup from Matt McGuire. Very good. All right, are we done with that? Are we done with the social, or can we do some more? Okay, we're done.
They say we're done.
Oh, we're done. Well, use the hashtag MSIgnite to keep it going all show long. We want all your pictures, okay?
Just like that, they're getting the big old hook out and saying leave, and our time is up. It's been really fun sharing the socially distanced stage with you. They wrote in big letters and said to read out loud.
That's right, and then my cheap lower third. If you want to catch more of me, you can go to aka.ms AI show every other 2 weeks.
Yes.
By the way, there's so much more coming from Microsoft Ignite coming your way. We are handing the reins over to our friends Christina Warren and Joey Snow. They're going to guide you through more of day two. Look at them go.
Look at Choi. Choi has arrived. Choi's in the house. So before we hand off to Choi and maybe have like a little fight here on stage, we should probably drop everyone else into Keynote so they don't witness that. So this time, you're going to have a chat with Bernardo Caldas, who is the Vice President of Program Management of the Windows kernel. And
he's going to tell us, you know what he's going to do?
What's he going to do?
He's going to tell us about the latest innovations in Azure.
Yeah.
It has been so much fun hanging out with all of y'all. Big
Yep.
shout out to our global community. You're why we do what we do. I am Seth Juarez.
I'm Donna Sarkar. Have an amazing Microsoft Ignite. You can find us anytime on the Twitterverse. Love you all. Thank you. Bye.
Hello everyone, I'm Bernardo Caldas with the Azure Edge and Platform team. You're in for a treat. You're going to see exciting Windows Server and SQL Server product news and lots of demos today. Thank you for the privilege of your time, whether you're watching us from home or work. I'm so grateful for your partnership and your loyalty over the years. You have inspired us to develop everything you're going to see today. Today, I'm pleased to announce the public preview of Windows Server 2022. With Windows Server 2022, you can protect your apps and elevate the security posture of your business with advanced multi-layer security. You can increase your efficiency and agility with built-in hybrid capabilities that allow you to extend your data centers to Azure more easily than ever before. You can empower your developers with a more streamlined platform to build and deploy containerized Windows Server applications. Make no mistake, we know security is one of the hardest jobs you have. Every day, you need to protect your company, your intellectual property, your customers, and your business information from bad actors. You can have greater peace of mind with Windows Server 2022 Advanced Multi-Layer Security, which is comprised of Secured Core Server and Secure Connectivity. With Secured Core Server, you get simplified security because the work is already done for you by Microsoft and our Silicon and OEM partners. Your servers are protected against firmware attacks with Windows Defender System Guard. Once the CPU is brought up safely, the operating system takes control, and virtualization-based security isolates critical parts of your system, even from privileged malware. Let me invite our security guru, David Weston, to demo Secured Core Server for you. David?
Here's a demo to show you how to use Server 2022, Windows Admin Center, and the Inbox Secured Core capabilities along with Azure Sentinel to both block and detect an advanced kernel attack. So we have a server here running none of the latest security protections, and maybe perhaps in this scenario, an attacker's laterally moved onto this machine, is able to load a malicious or vulnerable kernel driver and use that to corrupt and modify VM workloads running on the machine. I'm going to show you here how to use Windows Admin Center and the Secured Core Snap-in to simply enable HVCI from the web interface. You can do this from an iPad, you can do this from your phone, no need to even go into PowerShell, and in one click of a button, essentially mitigate this attack on the machine. We'll do a quick reboot. So now that we were able to block this attack using Secure Core functionality with a single click, we'd actually like to get logs when there's an attempt on this attack so we can flag if anyone actually is attempting to attack our server machine. So really easily here, again, from the web interface, we can go and find the logs that indicate that a driver's been blocked. Here's a great example of that with event 3023. And we can use hybrid services along with Azure Security Center to upload all of this information into log analytics. You can see I've added some custom logs here. And we can go into analytics. We can really quickly create a new alert for malicious drive load or attempts. We can flag it as an elevation of privilege alert in Azure Sentinel. And then we can add a query here where we're essentially looking through the logs that are being uploaded by the integration into Azure Security Center to flag very specific events that we know are associated with malicious drivers. We go ahead and set that up and run it on data. And very quickly, in about just a few minutes, with just a few clicks from Windows Admin Center, we created a full incident detecting and preventing with Secure Core functionality this entire attack. Traditionally, this is something that you would have thought of as relatively complex, but in just a few clicks with Windows Admin Center and hybrid services, we have both detection and prevention on our server machine. Pretty cool and brand new in Windows Server 2022.
Thank you, David. I love how you used Azure Hybrid Services along with Secured Core servers to empower folks who are watching us today. You can expect to see new Secured Core systems from Dell EMC, HP Enterprise, Lenovo, and others later this year. To ensure that bad actors won't be able to see what you transmit over the network, TLS 1.3 is enabled by default. You can secure your apps with DNS client support for HTTPS and SMB protocol hardening such as AES 256 encryption, so your connections are safer over the network. Many of you out there are looking to achieve greater business agility and IT efficiencies with hybrid deployments. You can count on Windows Server to simplify your management tasks, and one of the ways you can do that is connecting to Azure services that help you get your job done with less cost and complexity. Some of the critical issues you face in hybrid environments is consistent policy management, security baseline enforcement, and compliance. You can rely on the Azure Arc control plane to manage servers on any existing infrastructure, and that includes Windows Server 2008 R2. It is also easier than ever to onboard your Windows Server workloads running in Amazon Web Services, so you can monitor those servers consistently from Azure. Helping you bring in more Azure services into your on-premises infrastructure, like David showed you earlier for security monitoring, has been a big request. Let me highlight another one of the many things you can do for governance and security. Certificate management for on-premise servers has never been easier with Azure Key Vault. The Azure Key Vault extension simplifies deployment of certificates by making Key Vault the central place to keep your certificates up to date, saving you time and reducing complexity. Best of all, because this is part of Azure Arc, you can consistently deploy and manage certificates for all your servers in Azure and Arc-enabled Windows servers running anywhere. Setting up hybrid environments with other public clouds can be very complicated. Many of you are trying to figure out how to configure everything yourself, integrating technology from multiple vendors and working hard to eliminate seams. Now you can rely on the new Azure Stack HCI service to eliminate that complexity and deliver a fully integrated Azure hybrid infrastructure at your data center or your edge locations. You can manage and control your Azure Stack HCI infrastructure along with Arc-enabled Windows Server VMs from a single dashboard in Azure. And when you run your Windows Server 2008 R2 VMs on Azure Stack HCI, you get security updates at no extra cost, just like you do in Azure. Here you can build and deploy cloud-native applications with AKS on Azure Stack HCI. You can run Arc-enabled data services, the newly announced Arc-enabled machine learning, and more. All of that runs on top of a scalable virtualization and storage fabric that is familiar to you and your IT team, accelerating time to value. You can choose from over 200 validated solutions available globally from one of your trusted OEM providers. I encourage you to check them out. You can make the business case for bringing hyper-converged infrastructure and Azure Hybrid to your organization more easily with superior price performance and higher return on investment. Next, I'm pleased to tell you about server management and how that has gotten a lot more exciting. Announcing the general availability of Windows Admin Center version 2103. The tools you use every day have been modernized. You can get awesome new visualizations with the new Event Viewer. You will love the updates to the virtual machine tool, automatic updates, accessibility updates, perf improvements, and more. And since many of you are now managing Windows Server on-premises and in Azure, I'm happy to announce the public preview of Windows Server, Windows Admin Center in the Azure portal. How cool is that? Let me invite Prasid Arora from our Windows Admin Center team to demo the new capabilities for you. Prasid?
Your favorite server management tool just continues to get better with the general availability of Windows Admin Center version 2103. Version 2103 brings in a plethora of new features and improvements that addresses a lot of the feedback that we have received. Here's a sneak peek. Windows Admin Center already supports connecting to and installing on the recently announced Windows Server 2022 preview. You get the same consistent set of tools and experiences, no matter what version of Windows Server you're managing. We're continuously working to make these tools better. This release includes a redesign of a tool that hasn't seen a new look in many years, the Event Viewer tool, now in preview. Event Viewer is one of the most used tools by admins everywhere. To improve their experience, we took some of the best things from the redesign of the Performance Monitor tool and brought in new ways to visualize, track, and save your events. Furthermore, we're continuing to make virtual machine management easier, bringing in new features that were never present in Hyper-V Manager. For example, this release includes the ability to edit your columns and groupings, making it even easier to customize your view. We've also made improvements across our entire core platform. This release introduces in-app updates, meaning it is even easier to always keep your instance of Windows Admin Center up to date. We've also improved performance throughout the entire product with an upgrade to HTTP2, with some tools loading in half the time they used to. We've also brought in support for redirecting all your Windows Admin Center outbound traffic through a web proxy, a frequently requested feature by our customers. You can now download extensions, connect to Azure, and redirect all your web traffic through a proxy. Lastly, we are excited to announce that Windows Admin Center in the Azure portal will soon be in public preview. We launched a private preview a few months ago, and you provided some detailed critical feedback. We heard you loud and clear. This public preview introduces an integrated certificate experience, allowing you to securely connect to your Azure IaaS VM using Windows Admin Center, whether connecting over a public or a private IP address. Download the latest version today at aka.ms/Windows Admin Center or visit the Azure portal to try out our public preview.
Thank you, Prasid. I especially love the new modern event viewer, and I think folks will really appreciate support for private IP addresses in the Azure portal. Modernizing your traditional multi-tier applications and creating new containerized apps is crucial to your digital transformation. You can rely on Windows Server 2022 and SQL Server to accelerate your journey. You can now achieve unprecedented scale on your mission-critical workloads, unlocking the latest hardware innovation. You can rely on support for massive scale-up systems with up to 48 terabytes memory, up to 64 sockets and 2048 logical processors. And you also get support for confidential computing with Intel Secured Guard extension on Intel Ice Lake platforms. Just imagine the power you have. We also hear that your developers want to modernize Windows Server apps with containers. With Windows Server 2022, you get a great container platform. You can achieve faster download times and faster startup times with a trimmed container image, is smaller by about 1 gigabyte. You can also run more applications than ever before in Windows containers. You can run globally scalable applications with virtualized time zones, and you can even run apps that depend on Active Directory without domain joining your container hosts with the Group Managed Services Accounts, GMSA. And now you can deploy consistent network policy with Calico across hybrid Kubernetes clusters. Setting up Kubernetes environments is much simpler. You can use AKS in Azure, which is fully managed Kubernetes service, and on-prem, you can rely on AKS on Azure Stack HCI to deploy a fully conformant Kubernetes cluster with built-in Azure Arc support, so all your deployments can be managed from Azure. This means you can take the same containers you have been deploying on AKS and deploy them on Azure Stack HCI, and they just work. you can get your Windows and Linux containers up and running quickly with familiar tools. You can now modernize Windows Server applications with the help of an easy-to-use container tool in Windows Admin Center. This tool helps you containerize ASP.NET, Web Deploy, .NET, and MSI applications. This tool will help you deploy those containerized applications to the Azure Container Registry so you can deploy to both Azure and Azure Stack HCI. Let's pass this to Vinicius Apolinario from our virtualization team for a deeper look. Vinicius?
All right, so here we are in Windows Server 2008, where we have a web application running. This application is running ASP.NET on .NET Framework 3.5. This is a very common pattern for the 2008 era. The application itself is a calculator for homebrewing. Basically what you do is you say what is the beer you're producing, what is the temperature that you're going to store your bottles, and how many gallons of beer you are going to produce. And the calculator shows how much sugar you should be adding to your recipe so your beer can ferment. So the application works. However, this is running out of support, so we need to modernize the application. So let's take a look at Windows Admin Center. As you can see, we are in the containers extension, and here we can create a new container image that has our application in it. To do that, we can click Create New, and then we say what is the type of application we are going to modernize, what is the source of my application, and in this case we are going to use Web Deploy to export the application from the old server. I'm not going to show how that process works, but you can use Web Deploy to select the application you want to export from the server, and then Web Deploy is going to select all the files and the configurations that are necessary. You can say what is the .NET Framework version you are running, 3.5 for me, and what is the container image and tag you want to use. As you can see, Windows Admin Center takes the work of creating the Docker file for you, which is the recipe for creating your container image. With that, when you run the option to create a container, this is the end result. With the container image in your container host, you can click Push, and then select where you want to push this image, in our case to Azure Container Registry. Windows Admin Center will authenticate and show the subscriptions, the registries you have available, and then you select the registry you want to push this image to. With that process completed, you can go to the Azure Container Registry tab, load all your registries, and then you can see the images you have available, and in our case, the image was already pushed to Azure Container Registry. With the image in the registry, you can click the image, click Run Instance, and this will allow you to run a new instance of a new container using the container image that we just created. All you have to do is provide what is the resource group, where you want to run this container, some information about how much hardware this container should use, and if you want to publish any new ports. With a container running, you can go to Azure Container Instance tab. Here I have my container running, and I can even click the Manage in Azure to see more details. So if I do that, you can see that I have my container running using the image that we just used. And if I go to the overview page, I have the IP address that I can use to reach my application. And as you can see, the application is now running in a container in Azure Container Instance. With this IP address, I can give it to other folks, and they can help me validate if the application runs fine. However, the beauty of this is that once the container image is on ACR, you can deploy either to AKS in the Azure Cloud or AKS HCI in the Edge. Let's take a look on AKS HCI first. Here you can see I have two clusters, one for management and one for a target cluster, which is where my application is going to run. Getting more details on this cluster, you can see that I have 4 nodes. 3 are Windows and 1 is a Linux node for running the management plane. If I look at the deployment that I did for my application, you see that I have the Contoso application, and I asked for 3 pods or 3 containers using the image that we published previously. You can see that I have my containers running in here, or the pods in Kubernetes, and you can see that they are running fine. Let's show how this is similar to AKS. So if I go to the Azure portal, you can see that I have my AKS cluster here, I have my workloads, I have my Contoso workload, and I have 3 pods or 3 containers to run this application. If I look at the services, you can see that I have a load balancer here that is giving me an IP address. And if I open this IP address, you can see that I have the same application now running in AKS and AKS HCI. So now we modernized an application from Windows Server 2008, now deployed on AKS and AKS HCI successfully. And with that, back to you, Bernardo.
Thank you, Vinicius. Our audience appreciates the kind of flexibility you showed, helping them deploy modernized Windows Server apps on premises, on the edge, and in Azure. In tough economic times, you're being asked to keep pace with business demands while also reducing cost, increasing efficiencies, improving security, and keeping track of cloud innovation. You have also told us that your developers don't want to manage servers or spend their time on tedious tasks. You have asked us to simplify the day-to-day management of your operations. We listened. With Azure Auto Manage, we're excited to help you reduce your day-to-day VM management tasks with optimized, automated operations across the entire lifecycle of virtual machines. You can rely on Azure Auto Manage to onboard your VMs to Azure services, automatically configure each service according to Azure best practices, and configure the guest OS per Microsoft baseline configuration. Let's take a look with Dean Wells from the Azure Core team. Dean?
So you probably have a good understanding now of what Auto Manage for virtual machines does. Let me go ahead and show you how you can activate Auto Manage, for example, on an existing virtual machine. Here I am in the Azure portal. All I'm going to do is type in AutoM and it will bring up Auto Managed Azure Machine Best Practices. This takes me to the main landing page for Auto Manage. You'll also notice here that we support both Windows and Linux. We don't really care which version of Windows Server it is that you're running. For Linux, we support the most popular distros and versions. So let's go ahead and onboard a new virtual machine to Azure Machine Best Practices. We'll do a couple of them in one go. So the first thing I need to do is click on Enable on existing VM. So let's start with the machines I'd like to onboard. The machines here are listed as eligible, and I can also check a box that says Show me the ineligible virtual machines. This is us assessing all virtual machines over which you have administrative control and making a pre-assessment as to whether they're eligible or otherwise. So I'll go ahead and decheck that, show me only the eligible ones, at which point I'll choose one Windows and one Linux, and I'll click on Select. Next, I need to tell Auto Managed whether the machine is dev test or prod. The reason for this is if we take a look at the comparison between those two choices, here's production. You'll notice here that it onboards to all these services, and that list will grow somewhere around 20 by the time we hit general availability. But if I take a look at backup, you'll notice that for the production environment, I do onboard machines to backup. If, however, I change the environment to dev test, you'll notice that backup disappears from the list. A dev test machine may only be alive for 3 hours. There's really no reason to back it up. Hence, for dev test profiles, we optimize for that workload and potentially for that very short lifetime. So we'll go ahead and say prod. What I'm then going to do is specify my configuration preferences. If you leave it as the default, then that is indeed Azure Best Practices. If, however, you've got a couple of things you'd like to change, you can click on Create New Preferences. In the case of Azure IaaS Anti-Malware, I can configure these basic details in the same way as you would if you were onboarding manually. In addition, though, I can switch it off. The reason for this is we found that many customers work with third-party anti-malware technologies, and they're happy with that particular product. So at this point, I would simply go ahead and click Create, and I would click Enable. And within a couple of minutes, those virtual machines will be onboarded to Auto Managed. In addition, I can also create Auto Managed virtual machines from scratch. I'm going to give my virtual machine a name of Dino 11, I think I used for the preference, so we'll use that same number here. I'll also select the Windows Server Azure Edition release. So when the machine is created, it will automatically be onboarded to all of those best practices services and configured and auto-managed from that point forward across its entire life cycle. Obviously, I'm showing you the portal onboarding experience here. By the time we release the product into general availability, we will support additional onboarding technologies such as Python, Go, Azure Policy, PowerShell, all of those good things.
Thank you, Dean. I love how Azure Auto Manage eliminates guesswork for our audience, giving them peace of mind. Another disruptive and time-intensive task is managing and applying security patches. Now check this out. You can enable rebootless security patching with the new Hot Patch service available through the new Azure Auto Manage for Windows Server. Let us take a look at this in action. Nick?
Hi everyone. Let's dive right into a demonstration of hot patching. Hot patching is a new way to install updates that doesn't require a reboot and won't interrupt workloads running on your server. Before we start, I'll describe my demo environment. On the right, I have a new Windows Server 2019 Core VM created with AutoManage, where I'm going to manually install hot patch updates. On the left, I have a Windows Server Core VM where I'll install a comparable traditional latest cumulative update. On each VM, I have a sample workload running. In this case, large file copies are occurring on each VM. And up top, I have a timer so we can track the status of the patch install. Now, let's get started. I'll kick off the patch installation on each VM. First, the traditional LCU, then the hot patch update. The hot patch installation has already completed. As we can see, the sample workload, the file copy, continues uninterrupted. While we wait for the traditional LCU to install on the other Windows Server VM, I even have time to install a second hot patch package. Let's simulate installing hot patches for next month's Patch Tuesday. I'll install the package. And another hot patch installation is complete. Again, no impact to my running workload. One of the great advantages of hot patching is that the patches are made in memory, meaning that running processes will pick up the new updates immediately without interruption. I've installed these hot patches manually for the demo. However, in a production environment, I would use the rich update orchestration and management tools developed for hot patching in the Azure portal. Let's speed up the video now while the traditional LCU continues installing. Now I see that the traditional LCU has triggered a reboot. If I rebooted now, that would interrupt my sample workload. In this case, abort my file copy. To avoid that interruption, I'll wait before rebooting. Let's fast forward while that file copy completes. The workload is finished now, so I'll reboot the VM with the traditional LCU. That was a look at hot patching. Thanks for watching.
Thank you, Nick. This is a game-changing Azure service that addresses a major Windows Server pain point from our audience. As you can see, Azure AutoManage is very powerful, which is why so many of you have asked us to expand the service to Linux, and that is what we're doing, with support for all major Linux distros. Another key Azure service is Azure SQL. With Azure SQL, you can have a family of fully managed, secure, and intelligent SQL database services. This means you can rehost databases on SQL Server on Azure virtual machines, modernize existing applications with Azure SQL Managed Instance, and support modern cloud applications with Azure SQL Database and Azure SQL Edge. You have told us you want to protect databases and the computations as you move your databases to the cloud, because those often contain confidential intellectual property. That is why we're delivering always encrypted with secure enclaves. Secure enclaves protect and secure computations in an isolated environment. The SQL database engine delegates operations on encrypted data to the enclave, where the data can be safely decrypted and processed. This includes rich queries, such as pattern matching, range queries, sorting, indexing, and more. And because this is a cloud service, we handle the key management for you. The enclave can perform initial data encryption and key rotation without moving the data out of the database. Many of you are looking to take advantage of the benefits of Azure SQL. And to help you migrate your SQL databases to Azure SQL more easily, we have new SQL discovery and assessment tools. I have asked Bob Ward to give us a demo. Bob?
I know many of you tuning in today are exploring or in the process of migrating from SQL Server to Azure. One of the challenges customers tell us during their migration journey is the need to discover and assess a large number of SQL Server instances in their enterprise. Let me show you the new Azure Migrate Preview experience for discovery and assessment of SQL. It all starts with the Azure Migrate Center, your one-stop hub for migration. The new preview experience includes the Azure Migration Appliance. The appliance allows you to deploy and configure a secure agent in your enterprise to discover and assess SQL Server instances. You use the Appliance Configuration Manager to register, configure, and secure the appliance. Once the appliance has run to discover your assets and assess configuration and performance of your SQL Server instances, Azure Migrate will show you the result of an inventory of discovered servers and SQL Server instances. Now you can drill into discovered servers and then see a complete inventory with details of software installed, SQL Server instances, resources, and operating systems discovered.
Thank you, Bob. I love how our audience can now make more informed business planning decisions by understanding the cost of running those SQL instances in Azure before migrating. We want to help you accelerate your digital transformation with unbeatable offers. You can save 40% with the Azure Hybrid Benefit and up to 80% if you use Azure Hybrid Benefit with reserved instances. You can rely on Microsoft to deliver unparalleled innovation that we demonstrated today with Azure Auto Manage, Azure SQL, Windows Server, and more. And if you need help modernizing your apps, we have that too. The Azure migration programs offer a wealth of resources and tools, such as free migration tools, step-by-step technical guidance, training, and help in finding a migration partner. If you haven't already, you can get more information and sign up today at azure.com/amp. We've covered a lot today, so here's a quick recap. Be sure to sign up for the Insider channel to download the Windows Server 2022 preview. Upgrade your server management experience with the new Windows Admin Center version 2103. Reduce burden of your day-to-day Windows Server and Linux VM operations with Azure Auto Manage Preview. Try the new SQL Server migration tools. And of course, take advantage of the Azure Hybrid Use benefits and save. Thanks, everyone.
Hey everyone, welcome to continued coverage of Day 2 right here at Microsoft Ignite from the Identity Engineering team. I'm Senior Program Manager Joey Snow. Joining me once again on our socially distanced set is Senior Cloud Advocate Extraordinaire, the legendary Christina Warren.
Hey Joey, I'm thrilled to be back, and we've got so much in store for you all today, from titans of innovation to engineering rock stars.
And we want to hear your thoughts throughout all of it. Hit us up on the Twitter sphere by using the hashtag MSIgnite.
And don't feel the need to keep pace with every session, keynote, and interview, because they will all be available on demand following our event. So feel free to add them to your backpack and enjoy everything that Microsoft Ignite has to offer.
Coming up, we're going to join Jeremy Chapman and Azure Migration Engineering Lead Abhishek Hemrajani for a hands-on tour of the latest in Azure Migrate. But first, let's hear about how featured partner Red Hat has teamed up with Microsoft to roll out Red Hat OpenShift. Some things that speak to me in this: the choice to set up the Azure infrastructure with a private endpoint for the Cluster API server, enhanced security, and hey, it's me, so integrated sign-on experience with Azure Active Directory. That's all you need to know. Make sure you check out Red Hat and the featured partner showcase for customer stories, their virtual lounge, and enter their raffle. We've got more on Red Hat OpenShift. Take a look.
Hey Jerome, how are you doing?
I'm doing awesome. And I'm really looking forward to hearing more about all the announcements being made at Microsoft Ignite. How about you?
I'm doing good. So we've been working on Azure Red Hat OpenShift for a while now. As many of you might know, it's a Red Hat OpenShift Kubernetes platform built on Azure infrastructure, where our Microsoft and Red Hat engineering teams patch, update, and monitor master and application nodes for our customers. Jerome, do you want to talk a little bit about the things that we've learned along the way?
Yeah, it's been about 2 years delivering the solution, and there's a few surprising benefits we've found for our sysadmins that we actually hadn't planned for. Since Azure Red Hat OpenShift is a joint offering between Red Hat and Microsoft, it means that Azure Red Hat OpenShift is managed, supported by both teams as well as operations. It's all open source, integrations are public, and all components are available upstream. In fact, you can even find your resource provider on GitHub. And I've even had to use Windows systems. For our sysadmins, this means a complete integrated experience, taking the best OpenShift has to offer, as well as with the best Azure has to offer, all managed for your needs. It's quite amazing how beneficial this service has been for our customers. What have you noticed on your end?
Yeah, we've definitely seen a lot of benefits in terms of the joint product, especially with the security features that we've been able to offer as well. There's the integrated sign-on experience with Azure Active Directory, and also the choice to set up the Azure infrastructure with the private endpoint for the Cluster API server. And since we're building on top of OpenShift as a container orchestration layer, whenever we're absorbing these new OpenShift releases, we're also getting the benefits of the security features that are being released there. I'm also really thankful that we've been able to leverage the Azure compliance processes to earn authorizations for PCI, HITRUST, ISO, SOC 2, and even FedRAMP High. It just makes it so much easier for us to recommend Arrow to all of the highly regulated industries that are currently running OpenShift on-prem.
Yeah, compliance is a big one. Being able to offload some of the operational tasks like patching, upgrades, etc., has been major benefit for several customers. For instance, Peleo, an insurance company based out in Spain, chose Azure Red Hat OpenShift to develop on a secure, consistent platform while taking advantage of that joint Microsoft and Red Hat management and support. This really gave their team the ability to focus on implementing new technologies and DevOps processes, which has allowed them to deploy much faster than they would have on their own. Peleo has an on-demand session at Microsoft Ignite where you can hear more about their stories, so check that out if you're interested in hearing more.
Yeah, and you can always check out the Red Hat Partner Showcase to get more info on Azure Red Hat OpenShift. Thanks for having us, and enjoy your time at Microsoft Ignite.
Up next on this special edition of Microsoft Mechanics, we're joined by Azure Migration and Business Continuity Engineering Lead, Abhishek Hemrajani, to explore the latest updates to Azure Migrate to provide one unified environment to discover and assess your servers, databases, apps, and migrate them to Azure. So, Abhishek, welcome to Microsoft Mechanics.
It's great to be here, Jeremy. Thank you for having me on your show.
And thanks for joining us today. So about a year ago, you and the team actually set out to provide a centralized hub and unified tool set for migrating to Azure. And since then on Mechanics, we've actually shown how you can use Azure Migrate for everything from agentless discovery and assessment of your VMs and even bare metal physical servers, right through to right-sizing them and lifting and shifting them into Azure. We've also covered migration of VMware workloads, databases, and apps, but what have you and the team been focused on lately with the latest round of updates?
So we've been really focused on making it easy for you to migrate your VMs, your databases, and your apps to Azure with Azure Migrate. Now, with every release, we set out to make these three primary migration scenarios as seamless as possible. Since discovery and assessment is the most important and critical phase of a migration project, we are now merging the three different tool sets for discovery and assessment into one unified, at-scale, agentless discovery and assessment experience. First up in this experience is unified discovery and assessment for Windows Server, Linux, and SQL Server. And soon we'll expand capabilities to include .NET Web Apps that you could migrate over to Azure App Service.
And that's pretty significant because until recently, you could do agentless discovery and assessment of your virtual machines and bare metal servers with Azure Migrate, but you would use integrations with things like Database Migration Assistant and App Service Migration Assistant to discover and assess your data in web apps. So what have you done then to unify this experience? And can you walk us through an example of this?
Absolutely, Jeremy. Let's dive right into a demo and I'll show you how things have gotten better. I'm going to start from the point at which you've set up the Azure Migrate appliance to discover your VMware VMs. These can be Windows or Linux VMs. Of course, you can also discover bare metal servers with Azure Migrate. Now, if you provide us VM credentials, we can inventory installed software and help you perform application dependency analysis without installing any agents. That allows you to discover network paths that originate and terminate on different VMs and the associated processes. Importantly, these credentials are never sent to Microsoft and remain on your Azure Migrate appliance running in your data center. With this release, we can now model servers running SQL Server and various instances and databases. Soon, we'll do the same for IIS web servers. Azure Migrate supports both Windows and SQL authentication for discovering properties of SQL instances. Once the appliance is configured and discovery is initiated, Azure Migrate will be able to collect the required information to help you assess your SQL estate for migration to Azure SQL Managed Instance or Azure SQL Database. Here you can see that we've discovered 21,364 servers, 980 are running SQL Server. I can also see the OS distribution across my on-premise state. In the discovery view, I can see servers which are running SQL Server and how many instances are on each of the servers. So if you're running multiple instances on the same server, we'll be able to capture that information.
All right, so let me get this right. You can track multiple SQL Server instances on the same server, but can you discover the different user databases within those instances?
Yeah, absolutely. I can dive deeper into the instances to see the SQL version, the SQL edition, the count of the user databases, and other SQL-specific details. For example, here I can see that VM HR SQL VM04 is running 5 SQL Server instances. I can see the various instances, SQL versions, count of user databases, SQL editions, and other details. We are adding support for SQL Server 2008 through SQL Server 2019. We will support the Enterprise, Standard, Developer, and Express editions. I can also go deeper into each instance and see the various user databases, their size, compatibility level, etc.
Right, and previously, like you mentioned, you'd have to jump into quite a few different tools to achieve these types of results.
That's right. But to be clear, Data Migration Assistant as part of Azure Migrate is already a very powerful tool to assess your databases. What we are doing now is capturing the best of its capabilities to build a unified at-scale discovery and assessment experience for SQL Server. In addition to the discovery features, there are also newer assessment types available for you. Now, we've always had virtual machine assessments, but you can now assess for Azure SQL, Azure VMware Solution or AVS, and very soon you'll be able to perform application compatibility assessments for Windows Server. Now, Jeremy, application compatibility is very important when you're considering upgrading the operating system of your Windows Server as part of the migration. That helps you understand the compatibility of the various applications running on the server. Let's create an assessment for Azure SQL. As I mentioned before, when you create an assessment for Azure SQL, we are assessing for both SQL Managed Instance and SQL Database. When you create an assessment, most settings are applied automatically, but you can review and edit assessment properties. You can select the target location. In my case, I'll stick with Southeast Asia. You can select the deployment type, which I'll keep as the default recommended. I could choose Azure SQL Managed Instance or Azure SQL Database if I want to go all in on one or the other. You can also select the options for reserved capacity, service tier, and the performance history, which helps you better right-size your SQL workloads. I can then give this assessment a name and group the servers that need to be included. I'll create a group and name it Contoso VM SQL. Now I need to select my servers to assess. I will find all servers with SQL VM in their name and select all of those. Azure Migrate will ensure that servers running SQL instance are automatically included. Finally, I can review the details and create the assessment.
Okay, so once you've run the assessment, what type of information do you get? And I remember with VM assessments, you could get right sizing, readiness, virtual machine SKU, and cost recommendations. Is that similar then for SQL servers?
It absolutely is. For SQL, we'll tell you the Azure SQL Managed Instance or Azure SQL Database service tier that is the most optimal for your workloads. It takes only a few minutes for the assessment to get created. Once the assessment is created, you can start understanding the Azure SQL readiness and Azure SQL cost details for your instances. You can see that in this case, we assessed 57 servers running 207 SQL Server instances with 2,925 databases. You can see that the assessment gives you information about the readiness of your instances for SQL Managed Instance, SQL Database, or where you may want to consider an Azure SQL VM. You'll also get the aggregate compute and storage cost. So let's go deeper into the Azure SQL Readiness Report, and you'll see that for every instance, you get readiness for SQL Managed Instance or SQL Database. We will also recommend which one might be a better target. And for that recommended target, we'll also tell you the optimal configuration.
So how does Azure Migrate then determine these types of recommendations?
That's the magic, Jeremy. Let's look at the assessment for the instances for one of our VMs, HR SQL VM01. In this case, the VM is running 3 SQL instances. The first instance, MS SQL Server, is not ready for SQL Managed Instance. If you click on the recommendation detail, we'll tell you the rationale behind it. We classify migration information into issues and warnings. Issues are blocking conditions. For example, MS SQL Server has a database with multiple log files, which is not supported by Azure SQL Managed Instance. Warnings, on the other hand, are non-critical changes that may be needed to ensure that your applications run optimally post-migration. In this case, you can see that there is a PowerShell job that you should review. Once I understand that Azure SQL DB is in fact the right deployment type for the instance, I can click on Review Azure SQL DB Configuration and get a consolidated view of all the databases along with the recommended SQL Server tier for each of the user databases. Next, let's look at the DMS 2016 SQL instance. This instance is ready for both SQL Managed Instance and SQL Database. I'm going to dive deeper into this instance to understand the reasoning behind the recommendation. The recommendation in this case is based on the configuration that will be the most cost-effective. I can also see information related to total database size, CPU utilization, memory allocation and utilization, and IOPS. For this instance, there are no blocking issues, but there are some warnings that I should be aware of.
And that's a lot of rich information and detail, really to understand the readiness and any potential migration issues. But do you get similar details then for cost?
Absolutely, Jeremy. Let's look at the Azure SQL cost details. As you can see here, you can review compute and storage costs for every instance that has been assessed. This information allows you to estimate monthly compute and storage costs when you run your SQL Server databases on Azure SQL. These cost components are calculated based on the assessment properties that you specify when creating the assessment, such as target Azure region, offers, and important benefits such as the hybrid benefit.
And it's really great to see all the details in these assessments and the recommendations, but what if you want to maybe experiment and do different types of assessments? Maybe you want to play around with what you might need in terms of compute or storage for specific workloads. Is there an easy way to kind of experiment and run different assessments against your groups?
That's a very important point, Jeremy. You can modify your assessment properties at any time and recalculate the assessment. For example, here I'll edit the properties and I can change the target deployment to Azure SQL MI and recalculate the assessment. Another useful feature is that once you've discovered your servers and have grouped them, there's really no limit to the number of assessments that you can run on the same group. You can then compare the assessments across the different dimensions that were used to create them.
Right, and I can really see this information being super useful when you're building out your business case, but what advice would you give people who are watching, maybe starting out with their first discoveries and assessments?
First, start by prioritizing your discovery and assessment. Discovery and assessment is the most critical phase of a migration project and will help you arrive at key decisions related to your migration. You also want to anticipate and start mitigating complexities. Think about architectural foundation and your management and governance approach in the cloud. And finally, use an iterative approach to perform your migration. It's all about creating the right size waves that can help you execute more effectively.
Cool stuff. Great progress since the last time we checked in on Azure Migrate, but what are you and the team then working on next?
So today we showed you unified discovery and assessment for SQL Server. Very soon, we'll add capabilities for discovery, assessment, and migration for .NET Web Apps over to Azure App Service with Azure Migrate. Also available in preview is Azure Migrate App Containerization, which can help you containerize your .NET or Java web apps and deploy them over to Azure Kubernetes Service.
Really looking forward to these capabilities, and thank you so much, Abhishek, for joining us today for the latest updates to Azure Migrate. But where can folks go who are watching learn more?
So everything that we showed you today is available in preview, so you can try it out for yourself. You can also learn all things migration on aka.ms Learn Azure Migration.
Thanks again, Abhishek. And of course, keep checking back to Microsoft Mechanics for the latest tech updates. Subscribe if you haven't yet, and thanks for watching.
Coming up in just a few moments, we will bring in our friend Jessica Dean to discuss the advantages of Azure Kubernetes Service, otherwise known as AKS, for IT pros.
But first, how about we take a moment to see how Azure NetApp files are helping customers adopt the cloud in a faster way.
SAP is the world leader in enterprise software. With ANF, we are able to deploy environments almost 30 to 40% faster. We are able to reduce the total amount of outages by 80% because of the stability that ANF provides. This is enabling our customers to adopt cloud in a much more faster way.
As a featured partner here at Microsoft Ignite, NetApp has gone the extra mile with a very impressive collection of content on their featured partner page. That includes product demos, showing how to build your hybrid cloud, key sessions like how Kona transformed their business with SAP on Azure. You want to learn more, especially on how about deploying Azure NetApp files in just 3 minutes. There's trivia, there's meetups, they've got experts. Christina, they've got socks.
Yes, they've got socks.
Not kidding, they've got socks. Make your way over to the featured partner showcase for more. Well, we spent the last hour or so discussing innovations around Microsoft Azure and the community, and to go even further, we're welcoming in senior cloud advocate Jessica Dean for a look into how IT pros can use Azure Kubernetes services to their advantages. Jessica, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me, Joey and Christina.
Hey, it's good to see you.
I had to surprise you with Christina. Sorry, I just had to bring it in.
Anytime I get to hang out with either one of you, it's always a surprise. Both of you, I mean, I'm winning the lottery today.
Awesome. Hey, Jessica, so I want to talk about, Kubernetes. It's kind of the belle of the ball. Everybody's talking about it. What do you say when people go, hey, I'm never going to use this thing?
I say that everyone says that, regardless of whether you're a developer or an IT pro or ops. The perspective is the same in the sense of, well, that's for devs or that's for ops, right? Everyone thinks it's for someone that's not themselves. But at the same time, because it's the belle of the ball and it's popular in the industry, everyone also wants to go out and adopt it, or the CTOs want to go out and implement it. And I think it's important to first understand what it is, what purpose it serves, and then get comfortable with the fundamentals.
So that's actually, you basically led into my next question. You're such a pro. What are some of those scenarios where we really need Kubernetes and where people can really take an advantage of everything that the new hotness can do? You can really take this belle of the ball out for a dance, if I'm going to extend the metaphor.
I think one of the biggest scenarios that it might serve you would be if you've already kind of decoupled the monolith, you've abstracted your APIs, you're running multiple services for your application, and you need that level of scalability, that level of control, secret management, configuration maps. You need to kind of architect every part of your application, your infrastructure, your services, your networking. You almost want to put every single part of your application and infrastructure into code. Then yes, Kubernetes is great. But putting that much into code and into the more cloud native way of doing things also requires a great deal of knowledge, skill, and management, because when you're putting it into something like Kubernetes, now all of your services are also containerized. And that's why I say that it's important to go back to the fundamentals, because we forget, and I'm guilty of this myself working at Microsoft and getting to play with this, we forget that a lot of people still don't know what a container is or know the best place to get started with a container, especially from a security perspective. And something like Kubernetes is not going to solve all of your problems. It's going to create more that's going to need knowledge and skill to address.
You've mentioned, when we discussed before, you started in the IT pro world, and now you're kind of towing that line between developer and IT pro. I think what you just landed is super important. You've got to bring that IT pro mindset, that security, all that other stuff in order to jump over to that other more developer-centric side of things.
Absolutely. And that's why I say that the knee-jerk reaction from everyone, whether they have a developer background or they have an ops background, is, oh, well, that's not something that I need to know, right? I don't need to understand about how the application was designed. I don't care about Node. this is again, I'm wearing my ops hat right now. So I don't care about Node. I don't care about Java. I don't care about Go. I'm not a developer. But then you have the developers saying, well, I don't care about networking. I don't care about services. I don't care about ports or ingress or egress. I don't care about that. But the thing is especially now in this new cloud native world, aside from working with Kubernetes, I also work on a DevOps team. And one of the things that we talk about is the importance of having everyone on the same page, the importance of having people. Whether you're a developer, whether you're security, whether you're DBA, whether you're operations, everyone has to work together, which means, again, wearing my operations hat, I need to care about developers and what applications they're writing, and developers need to care about the networking and security and stuff that they maybe previously or traditionally didn't, because that's the only way we're going to be successful, especially with something as powerful and complex as Kubernetes.
No, I think that's a fantastic point. And so I want to know, though, what is the difference between AKS or Azure Kubernetes Service and some of the other Kubernetes options on there that you could even do on Azure? What are some of the differences?
So that's a great question. So first off, Azure Kubernetes Service is 100% upstream. If you're not familiar with what the term upstream means, or you haven't been a part maybe of the open source world, that means that Kubernetes itself started as an open source project. It was actually based on something that Google wrote over a decade ago called Borg, and now it's maintained and managed by this open source community. When Azure offers that open source community, which has tons of contributors, including IBM, Microsoft, Google, a lot of major companies, Microsoft hasn't changed that. So when you download and install and configure or provision, whichever word you want to use, an Azure Kubernetes cluster, you are still getting 100% upstream Kubernetes from Kubernetes/Kubernetes on GitHub, right? But if you wanted to get started with something a little bit smaller, you want some of the advantages of Kubernetes without having to do the management, the overhead, the understanding all the Kubernetes resource objects, you could get started with Azure Web Apps in a container, which is still going to be a container. You're understanding the security, the benefits of containers. And then you could leverage actually Azure Container Instances for some of your intermediate APIs, some of your long-term running batch jobs, or maybe image conversion, or different services that your application needs. Because Azure Container Instances on the back end is actually Kubernetes, but Azure takes care of that for you. And again, in any scenario, Azure Container Instances or Azure Web Apps, you're still using containers, which gives you the ability to scale in the future should you actually need Azure Kubernetes Service.
And you get all the benefits of Azure around it, correct?
Absolutely. And regardless of whether you use Azure Web Apps, Azure Container Instances, Azure Kubernetes Service, you're still able to integrate with other Azure services, be it Azure Cosmos DB, Azure Storage. You can integrate in any scenario. But I challenge everyone to really evaluate what it is that they need and to make sure that they understand the fundamentals for what they need first.
All right, so that's actually another great segue. What are the next steps for people who want to learn more to start their journey on app modernization, via containers or Kubernetes or any of the various offerings that you just talked about, whether it's, Azure Kubernetes instance or Azure Container Instances or Azure Kubernetes Services? What's the best place for people to go to get started?
Learn.microsoft.com. We have a lot of modules and learning paths that will actually walk you through, and it will meet you where you are in your learning journey. If you already are familiar with a container and you understand the concept of containers, we'll walk you through getting started with Azure Kubernetes Service. If you're brand new to the world of containers, we'll walk you through exactly how to get started. We'll walk you through what Docker is. We'll walk you through how you can add in security. We'll walk you through even how you can tie all of this up into DevOps and be able to have a continuous integration and continuous deployment out into Azure, regardless of what your endpoint is. Web apps, container instances, linking with Azure Storage, or ultimately Kubernetes. But definitely learn.microsoft.com.
Jessica,
Fantastic.
you are legend. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
For more on this topic, you can find Jessica Dean's featured session, Empowering Every Developer to Innovate with Microsoft Azure, and add it to your backpack. And when it comes to empowering and innovating our global community, you don't have to look further than Intel. Intel has brought an incredible team of customers and partner experts to Microsoft Ignite to share stories and sessions that cover industry solutions across healthcare and education and finance and more. And some of their session topics include exploring new trends in computer vision and AI, successful successful hybrid journeys with Azure Stack HCI, that's for Joey, and accelerating edge AI solutions. You can find these sessions along with demos and special offers in the Featured Partner Showcase. Go check it out.
Speaking of the Featured Partner Showcase, don't miss IBM's featured session where they're going to go deep on Azure Stack HCI solutions. But for now, let's see how IBM innovates with Microsoft 365 and Dynamics for smart cities.
Today's cities are a complex network of citizen services and municipal departments. It's a demanding task and has the potential to be overwhelming. But not with IBM 311 Citizen Services. Microsoft Dynamics 365 automatically routes cases through workflows and can enhance analytics and customer satisfaction. Always available, always live, always ready to help.
Now we'll hear how the Microsoft Power Platform is shaping a data-driven culture.
We'll be right back here as soon as that's done. See you soon.
Hello everyone, I'm Arun Ulag and I run the Power BI engineering team here in Redmond. I'm so excited to be here with you today. Thank you so much for joining us. There's a ton going on with data these days, and there's some absolutely incredible innovation that we're bringing out with Power BI. So I'll talk about our vision, I'll talk about our strategy, I'll invite my colleagues Justina Luchnik and Łukasz Pawlowski to show you some really cool demos. Let's do this. Let's start with the Microsoft Cloud. It consists of Microsoft 365, Dynamics 365, LinkedIn, GitHub, all built on Microsoft Azure and brought together with a Power Platform. It's a comprehensive offering of connected industry-leading clouds built from the ground up to help you with your digital transformation. The breadth and depth of the Microsoft Cloud is simply unmatched by anyone in the industry. The Power Platform provides a single integrated low-code stack that helps you empower business and build entirely new applications in hours or days versus weeks or months. In a world in which things are constantly changing, the Power Platform enables you to evolve with the speed and agility as your business grows. You've heard my colleague Charles Lamanna talk about the other components of the Power Platform, including Power Apps, Power Automate, and Power Virtual Agent. I'm going to focus on Power BI. So with Power BI, ever since the day we got started, our focus has been to drive a data culture. We know that there's a massive amount of information out there, and being able to take advantage of all of that information and empower every single employee is critical to your competitive advantage. So with Power BI, we're really trying to empower everyone for every decision at any scale to be able to operate effectively with data. And this message is really resonating with our customers. So what you see here on the right-hand side is the actual monthly active usage of Power BI since the day we started over 5 years ago. And as you can see, it's an exponential curve. Over 260,000 organizations, pretty much in every country on planet Earth, is using Power BI today. Power BI has a massive global footprint. It's deployed in over 50 data centers around the world. It supports 43 different languages and 3 national clouds. We've really made sure that Power BI is available everywhere where our customers need it to be. One of the aspects that we're very, very proud of is the engagement and support of the Power BI community. The Power BI community today is over 1.4 million members strong. We have over 300 user groups around the world. And what it means is that as you start your journey with Power BI, you have people in your local city, in your local geography that are also excited about Power BI, and you can connect with them and you can engage and you can help each other on your journey. One of the aspects that I care deeply about is the engagement and interest the community has shown in shaping the future of Power BI. Our community members have contributed over 20,000 ideas, believe it or not, onto our public site, which is at ideas.powerbi.com. And they voted more than 500,000 times. And we take a lot of their feedback very, very seriously. So my team and I take great pride in taking their votes off the table and shipping the capabilities that they care about. And as you can see, we've been hard at work. Power BI ships new features every single week in the Power BI service, and we ship a new release of Power BI Desktop every single month. And we've been doing this for over 5 years. So what you're seeing here on the screen is just the features that we've shipped in the last 12 months. All of this innovation driven by what our customers ask us to build. This pace of innovation has really never before been seen in the industry, and it really makes our customers very excited because as they decide to bet on Power BI, they know that even if we don't have a capability today, chances are it's going to be available fairly soon. And all of this has resulted in Gartner's Magic Quadrant, which just came out a couple of weeks ago, and it's rated Power BI and Microsoft furthest to the right on both axes, both in ability to execute and completeness of vision. We're really grateful for this recognition, and this is the 14th year that Microsoft Power BI has been a leader in the Gartner Magic Quadrant, and it's the 3rd year in a row where we've been farthest to the right on both axes. As a result, we're seeing that the world's largest organizations are standardizing on Power BI today. And they do that for 3 reasons. The first is industry-leading BI capabilities, and you're going to see many examples of that through my presentation today. The second is really our focus on governance and trust. Customers bring their most critical corporate data into the Power BI cloud environment, and it's critical for them to be able to govern it end-to-end and to have trust and confidence in the way we handle your data. And finally, it's simply a matter of economics. Customers tell us that Power BI is a quarter to a third of the price of legacy BI platforms. That means as customers migrate to Power BI, they can not only put BI in the hands of every single employee, but they can also save a boatload of money. So I'm going to switch gears a little bit and talk to you about where we're going with Power BI. So there's 3 primary areas of investment. The first is really how we empower every single individual. And this really is about providing amazing data exploration experiences. And this really is the throbbing heart of Power BI. And here we focused in 2 areas. The first is we want to make Power BI incredibly easy to use. So we have over 1 billion users of Office around the world today, and we want to make sure that when each one of these users come to Power BI, they feel instantly at home. We call this PowerPoint for data. What we're really trying to do is make sure in Power BI, we build on familiar experiences in Office, especially in PowerPoint and Excel. The second area is really using a lot of the AI innovation in Microsoft to be able to extract insights from data. And this is where Microsoft in many ways has an unfair advantage because we've had 2 decades of research and innovation in the AI space. In the Power BI team, we shamelessly steal all of this information, this IP, and then we build some incredibly delightful experiences focused on business users and business analysts. One of the customers we work very closely with is Rockwell Automation. Rockwell Automation is a worldwide leader in industrial automation. So I'm going to invite my colleague, Justina Luchnik, to show you how Rockwell Automation uses Power BI and many of our AI capabilities to get great insights from data. Justina, take it away.
Thank you so much, Arun. Today, I'm going to play the role of an analyst at Rockwell Automation who's building a financial report. I'm going to show you how an individual can use our AI-infused capabilities to uncover insights in the data. Here we are looking at some key metrics like our profit margins, how our sales are doing, as well as our rates of return. And so far, building out this report has been very intuitive, as I have my familiar Office ribbon at the top and the same gestures I would find in PowerPoint, for example. Things like grouping, resizing items together, and even these red snap lines you can see that help me get my visuals into place. As someone who uses Office every day, I feel right at home. To help users consume all the important information in this report, I'm going to add the Smart Narratives visual to this page. This is an AI visualization that will immediately analyze everything that is going on in my report and communicate the most important insights through natural language. For example, we can immediately see that we saw a 17% increase in units sold in the last couple of months. This smart narrative is fully customizable. I can change the colors, add a title, even add my own dynamic values. And in a few clicks, I make it a beautiful part of my report, like you can see here. Another thing that the narrative is highlighting is that it noticed that one of our business units, CompactLogix, has a high number of units sold, but it also has a very high return rate. So perhaps we should investigate this a little further. Selecting CompactLogix cross-filters all my data, but it also reruns my narrative. Now something else has caught my attention. Firstly, units sold is growing at a faster rate, with an increase of 82%. It also looks like our narrative identified there were a couple of anomalies found with our units sold in the last few months. In fact, it looks like there was even an anomaly as recently as February 10th. Now, to explore these anomalies further, I can enrich my data and visualize them on my time series itself. Now we can visibly see these anomalies and we can customize them, tweaking things like sensitivity, color, and size. My next question is, what caused these spikes in units sold so I can take some action? It's as simple as clicking on the anomaly to investigate them further and uncover that the latest spike took place in North America, and it was to do with our micro and nano product category. If I wanted to explore anomalies in a different business unit, I could select another data point and have the machine learning model rerun. Now, I also want a better understanding of my returns, and for this I will use the decomposition tree to conduct some root cause analysis. With the decomposition tree, I can drill into my data in any order that I want. So let's start with our business unit, where we are seeing our high returns. But now there could be multiple factors associated with returns, and I'm not sure where I should drill down next. Well, all I have to do is tell Power BI that I am interested in where returns are high, and Power BI will automatically analyze all of this data and tell me where to look. It looks like our returns are highest for our infrastructure industry. And I can keep asking Power BI to help me. And in a couple of clicks, I have identified a portion of data where returns are very high, and this is probably an area I need to investigate further. If I want to see if this has always been the case, I can even look across months to see if the root cause changes across time. And we can indeed see that these explanations vary, so it looks like it's a pretty new problem. So to summarize, our smart narrative helps us identify that Compact Logics is growing faster than the rest of the business, although there are some unusual spikes in the trend uncovered by our anomaly detection model. Despite strong sales, we also uncovered there are higher than expected returns, but this seems isolated to products for a particular region and industry, and so I'll need to flag this up with the business. These are a couple of ways how users can create amazing data experiences in Power BI and help everyone uncover insights easily. With that, I'd like to pass back to Arun.
Thanks so much, Justina. You saw how Rockwell Automation uses many of our AI capabilities to get some incredible insights from data. Now I'm going to talk to you about the second area of investment, and this really is about how we empower every single team. And here we're focused on making sure that we can bring Power BI everywhere where insights are made. And we focused on three things here. The first is to make sure that Power BI is deeply built into your collaboration experiences. So the Power BI team and the Microsoft Teams organization work together very, very closely. Power BI is just simply built into Teams with the Power BI app, and insights are available everywhere throughout your team's experiences. This makes it very easy for teams to work together and make decisions together and collaborate with data. The second is really making sure that Power BI is integrated into your productivity applications. So we work very closely with the other teams in our office, especially with Excel. We know that Excel is the world's most popular tool for working with data, and we've worked very closely with the Excel team to make sure that the Power BI data sets are natively available in Excel, and Excel can be embedded completely in Power BI as well. So we really provide a seamless experience throughout all of Office. And the third area we're investing in to empower every team is to really help them act on insights. And here's where the Power Platform really shines. Power Apps can be embedded in Power BI. Power Automate can be embedded in Power BI so that you can really go from insight to action to automation right where your data and your insights live. To show you some of these capabilities, I'm going to invite Łukasz Pawlowski. He's going to show you how Rockwell Automation uses Power BI with Teams and Excel to advance their business forward. Łukasz, your turn now.
Thanks, Arun. I'm excited to share with you how Rockwell Automation is using Power BI in Microsoft Teams to empower their people to make better decisions. Let's take a look how Alan, a financial analyst at Rockwell, uses Teams to work with his colleagues. Alan collaborates in Teams channels and chats. The finance team has channels where analysts discuss insights they find, get help understanding the data, and make suggestions to the central reporting team to improve the reports. Power BI helps them by providing tools to find data quickly. Power BI tabs are added to channels, so data like revenue and margin are readily available. Alan can search to find the reports he needs. When a colleague asks a question, Alan can quickly find and add reports to messages. The easy-to-use cards have information like the report name, the workspace it's in, which makes it easier to find the reports even during fast-paced discussions. Today, Alan sees that Megan raised a concern about gross margin. By clicking the link and opening exactly the view Megan was looking at, Alan can start to investigate without ever leaving Teams. He suspects there might be some regional variability affecting the margin numbers. Comparing 2020 to 2021, there seems to be a significant change in Brazil. By drilling to the details and using a decomposition tree, Alan finds that there's an issue with opportunity revenue. Using the chat in Teams option, Alan quickly responds to Megan. In the coming months, we'll make sharing reports even easier. When users share a report, they'll get an Office-style sharing experience. If they have permission to reshare the report, they can quickly get a link that works for anyone in the organization. They can also get a link that works for people with existing access or even for specific people. This enhancement will bring Power BI closer to the Microsoft Office experience for sharing documents, which will make collaboration much easier for many users. Together, Alan and Megan quickly discovered and shared insights effortlessly by using Power BI within Microsoft Teams. The Power BI experiences in Teams are not just about collaboration. The new Power BI app for Teams enables Rockwell to create a data hub for their users. Rockwell pinned the Power BI app to the Teams left rail. Now everyone at Rockwell can, in one click, find the data they need alongside the chats, teams, and meetings they participate in every day. In the app, Alan sees reports he uses often, including featured and certified content that Rockwell has published. Because the data is certified, Alan knows he can trust that it's accurate and up to date, so it can be used to make important decisions. When Alan needs to find data, he opens the Datasets tab. All the Power BI datasets he has access to are listed and searchable. In the recommended datasets, he again sees those that are certified and promoted, so he knows he's using the right data for his analysis. When Alan picks a dataset, he sees the details for it, who published it, when it was refreshed, and all the related reports. He can even see where the data came from using the lineage view. He can create new reports or use Excel workbooks connected to the dataset. This ability for organizations like Rockwell to distribute official data effortlessly to all their employees directly in Microsoft Teams empowers more people to use data in every decision. Let's see how easy it is for Alan to build a pivot table to help his colleagues dig into the financial data. With just a click, he can open an Excel workbook that has a pivot table connected to the Power BI dataset. Then he drags and drops fields to build his analysis. After some formatting and adding a pivot chart, the workbook is ready to share. Now, typically, Alan shares his workbooks using OneDrive for Business or SharePoint site or a Teams channel. Traditionally, these workbooks used Excel Desktop to refresh, so Alan and his colleagues needed to download the file to see the latest data. Now let me show you something that's coming soon and we've never shown before. Alan opens the file in Excel for the web. It opens live, refreshable, connected to the Power BI dataset. This means everyone opening the file in the browser sees the latest data. But it goes further. In the web browser or embedded in Teams, users can make changes to the Power BI connected pivot tables. This runs new queries against the Power BI dataset and returns the relevant data. These connected workbooks can even be added to Power BI. Authors can make apps that bring together Power BI reports and Excel workbooks. In Power BI, the workbooks are interactive, and consumers can explore the data to answer their own questions. The ability to quickly refresh data, no matter if you're using Power BI or Excel in the web, helps users save time over manual export-based workflows and helps users use the latest, most accurate data to make decisions. Today, we saw how Power BI in Microsoft Teams enables individuals to collaborate more effectively and bring data into more decision-making, and enables organizations to distribute data to everyone. And now, back to you, Arun.
Thank you so much, Mukesh. That was a really good demo. So you saw how Rockwell Automation is able to get all of their insights right where they collaborate and use either Power BI or Excel to get the insights exactly the way they want them. So the third area of investment for us is one that we know that IT organizations care deeply about. This is about how we empower every organization with modern enterprise BI. And there's really two categories of investments here. The first is governance, and the second is scalability. In the area of governance, we have a lot of capabilities that we provide our customers, but for today, I just want to focus on one, which is around trust and compliance. And we know that the way you secure data and the way you drive trust is critically important for customers because they're bringing their most critical business data to Power BI. And this is where I feel like Power BI has added so many capabilities that customers really value. In many ways, a lot of the BI industry is still stuck in the old world, where you think about security simply as permissions-based access, role-level security, or object-level security. In a world in which it's cloud-first and remote everything, that's simply not enough. And here's where Power BI's capabilities are very, very comprehensive. Just a couple of weeks ago, we made a major announcement talking about all of our security capabilities end-to-end. It starts with data residency. It's very important for customers to know where their data lives and be able to pin it to a specific geography. Data residency goes hand in hand with certifications. And this is where customers really require us to make sure that we're compliant with certifications that are required for their geography or their industry. And here, Power BI is really very, very far ahead. We support 119 different certifications that support different international compliance standards, as well as 34 certifications that are industry specific. So regardless of the industry or geography, you're going to check if Power BI supports it. It's most likely that's the case, and demand that you have that level of certification before you choose your BI vendor. The third is network security. When your data lives in the cloud, the way you secure your network is very, very important. Power BI provides a host of capabilities there that provide the right level of network isolation and the right level of access with service tags, private links, VNets, and TLS 1.2 support. Data encryption is also critically important for customers. We support a capability called Bring Your Own Key, which allows you to bring your own encryption key to Microsoft and to Power BI, and we encrypt the data with your key. So the moment you withdraw the key, even Power BI cannot read your information. And the last really is data loss prevention. In a world in which people are working remotely, this data is going to be accessed everywhere. Power BI is the only BI platform in the industry with native support for Microsoft Information Protection as well as Microsoft Cloud App Security, which means that if people export your data, if your employees export your data out of Power BI into PowerPoint, Excel, or PDF, which is a very, very common scenario, you can rest assured that the MIP label will pass on from Power BI to those Office documents, securing the data even as it leaves Power BI. That, in a world of remote work, is something that customers care deeply about. So we talked a lot about the security capabilities in Power BI. Now I'm going to talk to you a little bit about scalability. And again, we have a host of capabilities here that allow Power BI to scale to massive data volumes and provide incredible response times. Power BI can work with data no matter where it lives with over 150 connectors that are just simply built out of the box. However, if you happen to use Power BI with Azure Synapse Analytics, we do a lot of work between Power BI and Synapse to make it an incredibly effective experience for you. First, Power BI is just simply built into the Synapse IDE. So if you're building your data warehouse, you can visualize your data, you can build your reports right there. The second is we take our data protection with Microsoft Information Protection even further upstream. Synapse is the only data warehouse where you can apply a MIP label to a table, and when Power BI connects to that table, it inherits that label, and it displays it when you're looking at your Power BI data, and it pushes the label into your Office documents when you take the data out of Power BI into PowerPoint, Excel, or PDF. And that's really, really important because the protection travels with your data from the data warehouse all the way through Power BI and to Office. The third really is end-to-end monitoring. We work closely with the Synapse team to make sure that we get the telemetry into your own log analytics instance. And by looking at the telemetry between Power BI and Synapse, you can understand exactly what's going on with performance and where you need to drive your optimizations. And the last is really performance acceleration. We've built a machine learning model that ships in Synapse. And what this machine learning model does is it looks at the Power BI telemetry, looks at the queries coming from Power BI, and builds the materialized views in Synapse that provide an optimal performance by shortening the query path. And this is very, very important because you can do something similar with other platforms, but for you to do that, you have to do it manually. You have to get an expensive data engineer to spend weeks of effort analyzing telemetry to build those materialized views. Here, we actually use a machine learning model, and we completely automate the end-to-end process. So if you're using Power BI, Synapse is a really good option for you. If you're using Synapse, Power BI is an incredible option for you as well. The final thing I wanted to talk to you about today is Power BI Premium, which we introduced a little over 3 years ago. Power BI Premium provides some incredibly differentiated capabilities for our customers, and it really helps you do things that you could never do in any BI system. For example, you can build automated machine learning models directly in Power BI with just drag and drop experiences. It's just built in. You can analyze text and images with cognitive services, again, just built in. You can prepare data at high volume with visual experiences, again, just built in into Power BI, sophisticated data preparation capability. We support deployment pipelines, so you can take a Power BI project, again, through drag and drop experiences from dev to test to production. We support the ability to have pixel-perfect paginated reports that are precisely formatted with the right headers, the right footers, and it can be sent to your mailbox or sent to the printer. Just built into Power BI. It's using the same technology used in SQL Server reporting services. We provide an XMLA endpoint, which means that the data sets and the business logic you build into Power BI can not just be used to build Power BI reports, can be used in Excel, can be used in any other XMLA-compliant BI solution, of which there are dozens today. We also support massive data volumes, so you can build data sets in Power BI that can go up to 400 gigabytes in size. And remember, this is compressed data, so that's 10 to 20x compression, 4 terabytes of data in memory in a single Power BI data set. Incredible value, just part of Power BI Premium. And the last is advanced security, so the ability to bring your own key, which we also already talked about. Customers are incredibly excited about Premium Gen 2, so let's hear from some of them. Please roll the video.
Power BI Premium Gen 2 is here. It's a new and improved set of feature and architectural updates to our industry-leading solution, including flexibility to license per user or per capacity, faster processing, up to 16 times performance boost with Microsoft Managed Architecture, automatically adding capacity when needed with auto-scale, and consistent and reliable cost management with utilization metrics. And now we're excited to announce that Premium Gen 2 per user will be generally available April 2021.
So you saw all of the excitement from our customers for Premium Gen 2. Now we've had one request since the day we launched Premium. Premium's available at $5,000 per P1 capacity. However, customers have always asked us to bring the price of Premium to a per user level. I'm excited to announce today that Premium per user will become generally available on April 2nd, and it's available for just $20 per user per month. All of those incredible capabilities just available for $20 per user per month. So that's it. Hopefully you got a sense of how we're trying to help you drive a data culture, how we're trying to empower every single person in your organization, empower every team, and empower all of you. There's a number of other exciting sessions here at Ignite. I encourage you to check them out. Have a wonderful event.
Welcome back, everyone. Continuing coverage of Day 2 of Microsoft Ignite is underway. I'm Joey Snow. Joining me along for this ride is none other than Christina Warren.
Hello, Joey, and good morning to those of you who are just getting started from our APAC region. So grab yourself some tea or some coffee, a little breakfast, and settle in for another phenomenal day connecting with our global community.
I'm thinking ham and cheese toasty. Make sure you take the time to reach out to your global peers in our Connection Zone. It's the place where you can interact with peers, take deep dives into content, discuss topics with Microsoft experts.
That's right. And if you haven't seen any of the Inspiring Humans of IT sessions, you have to check those out because they are the perfect marriage of humanity and technology, which is exactly what Microsoft Ignite is all about.
Hey, we've got even more inspiring content on the way here as well. In just a few minutes, Christina is going to be joined by Priya Sathi and Jason Himmelstein, easy for me to say, to discuss Power BI and Azure data. But first, let's unpack what we've heard from Arun's Power Platform session just now. Now, no spoilers, because we've got a lot coming up, right? Yeah. So how about you ask me about Power Platform? Because I'm not going to do the interviews.
I was going to say, I'm going to spoil some stuff we might talk about. But I wanted to ask you, you are actually a big Power Platform, a big Power BI user, right?
I am a user. right? I'm not the admin in terms of Power BI, and particularly data. So inside of the Azure AD engineering team where I work, we spend a lot of time looking at data. Everything that we do is data-driven. So I work in the partner team, and I work with partners. So every single day, I'm looking at the data. I'm looking at how are people adopting our technologies? What are they adopting? What are they using more than other things? So that I can help our partners understand where they should go and target and focus. And we do this all the way from product engineering all the way up to the customer experience. So Power BI, it's every day looking at those dashboards.
I was going to say, how many dashboards do you have like on your pin tabs?
9 or 10.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I feel like almost we need like a big Omni dashboard for you.
Ooh, Omni dashboard.
Right?
That sounds fancy.
That does sound fancy.
If I had a big monitor, I could put them all in one thing. I don't have a big monitor.
We talked about this. We need you to get one. You need to get a big monitor. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, now it's time we head up to the clouds. That's plural, because IBM is partnering with Microsoft to deliver a hybrid multi-cloud platform approach with SAP on Azure and Azure Red Hat OpenShift. Here's a look at how that partnership is transforming cloud service offerings for all of our customers.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. My name is Nick Otto, and welcome to Microsoft Ignite. I lead IBM's strategic partnership with Microsoft, and I'm excited to be here today with Ricardo Davila from Microsoft.
Thank you, Nick. I lead the IBM partnership at Microsoft, and I am excited to talk about how we are growing together with IBM. Nick, can you share your thoughts about our strategic partnership and what it means for our customers?
Absolutely, Ricardo. Both of our companies are 100% dedicated to a hybrid multi-cloud platform approach, gaining insights from data and employing analytics to empower our clients. We've learned that every client journey to cloud is unique, with efforts focused on specialized application tasks, workloads, security, and compliance requirements, along with specific industry and customer needs. And Microsoft is absolutely essential to this joint effort. IBM now has thousands of Microsoft certified professionals all around the world, and key industry analysts, including IBC and ISG, have rated IBM as a world leader in Microsoft services, recognizing our depth and breadth around Microsoft offerings. Two very strategic areas of focus for us are SAP on Azure and Azure Red Hat OpenShift, because we view the market through a true hybrid cloud lens. In the SAP domain, for example, we're working with our clients to define their SAP on Azure roadmap and are already in production with many SAP on Azure clients. One of those projects is with Nestle, who we've spoken with multiple times at Microsoft Ignite, combining Azure Analytics with SAP and 8 other data sources for a global enterprise-wide data solution. We are employing Azure end-to-end, including Power BI as a platform, because it simplifies the value of cloud for our clients. But it doesn't end here. We're doubling down on Dynamics 365, technology synergies, and a full portfolio of offerings together. We are all in on Microsoft. Ricardo, would you like to add to that?
Absolutely, Nick. We recognized early on that IBM was highly trusted in the marketplace. In a multi-cloud world where data is coming from countless sources, our customers need IBM expertise. With IBM increased focus on Azure Cloud Platform, we saw IBM grow their impact in Azure. And we see continued opportunity for growth from IBM as one of our fastest growing system integrators. With the largest SAP service practice in the world, and your recent attainment of the Azure SAP Advanced Specialization certification, the value for our clients is undeniable. Now we are taking our partnership to the next level, collaborating to deliver new transformational cloud services offerings for customers. Nick?
Thanks, Ricardo. I can tell you that this strategic collaboration has support from both of our CEOs, and at the end of the day, our combined capabilities will provide tremendous benefits for our joint customers.
Thank you, Nick. Everybody at Microsoft is looking forward to our enhanced partnership and collaboration with IBM.
Earlier this hour, we heard from Microsoft's CVP of Business Intelligence, Arun Ulag, in his session about data-driven culture and the power of business intelligence on the Microsoft Power Platform. But why stop there? Joining us now to discuss building systems using Power BI and Azure data is Priya Sathi, the Group Program Manager for Power BI, and Microsoft MVP, Jason Himmelstein. Hello, both of you. Say hello to the Microsoft Ignite audience.
Hi, Ignite.
Hello, everybody. I'm so glad to see you both, and I'm so excited to talk with you to get both of your perspectives about the stuff that was just announced, which is really, really exciting. And so the first thing that I just kind of want to dive into, this was, I guess, teased, and it was in preview at Ignite in the fall, but now Power BI Premium per user is here. So what can you tell us about this, Priya?
Christina, this is something that I am super excited about. We've had all these great premium capabilities that's been locked in a premium per capacity licensing model. And in fall, we actually brought it to the world and said, hey, we're going to give it to you in a per user model. Now, just so people are with me, this really unlocks a lot of capabilities. The power of AI, you can do cognitive services, image detection, automated machine learning, things that were locked up that required a developer are now unlocked. You can do that with writing no code. You can do that with just this per licensing model. Doing large scale data prep, dealing with like model sizes that are up to 400 gigs. All of this in the hands of an individual user at just the price of $20 or as an upgrade from EFI or Pro at $10. And I'm so excited about it.
That's really, really great. And I think this is going to unlock a lot of opportunities for so many businesses who previously might not have been able to do all of these things because they felt constricted by the licensing model.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, for sure. So Jason, I want to talk with you about this because you are a 7-time MVP. You actually wrote the book on developing BI. So you know this stuff. You work with companies all the time. What is this going to do for the businesses that you work with and advise and the customers that you talk to?
Yeah, so thank you. A lot of what we're doing at EY right now is developing these really cool solutions using Power BI Premium because we're taking data that's out there in the world. In the tax space, a lot of things live in spreadsheets.
Yeah.
And getting data out of that and into Azure SQL, and then be able to report on that, transform that data, do so much with it, and then be able to take that and work with that with the Power Platform as well to be able to use Power Apps to make changes to that data, do modeling and all sorts of cool stuff, and then take that and ingress it into the systems downstream is a really exciting opportunity. And with Premium per user, it means that our developers are able to really do that a lot faster because we don't have to worry about spinning up new capacities right away. We can flip over and use a workspace in PPU to be able to do that dev. And then as we get things closer to production, that's when we move into a Premium per capacity workspace and really leverage that power.
That's awesome. So it seems like you're really going to have a much easier time, as you were saying, as you're in dev, really figuring out what you need and then moving to what you're going to need to be paying for kind of long-term when you're doing your capacity planning once you go into production.
It's the paginated report story there is just phenomenal. And now that that's available to everyone in a lower cost model, it's fantastic.
And Priya, I have to think, it's rare that we see, companies wanting to lower the price on things, right? So what, can you talk to me a little bit about maybe like what the thought process has been in that? And is it really just about trying to make Power BI and the Power Platform available to more people or what's going on with that?
Christina, customers have been asking us for this because we've had the per capacity model available for a few years now, and customers have been asking us for it to lower the price point. And we really want, more companies to have this capability, more users, enable the scenarios, like developer type scenarios that Jason just talked about, enable small and medium businesses to go get insights out of their data and really drive that data culture that we want organizations to build. And that's really what's driving this. So we want to bring BI to the hands of every individual user at a very affordable price.
I love that. Bring BI to every individual user. And kind of speaking on that, I wanted to ask you, what's new with Power BI Premium Gen 2 and why should customers care?
Premium Gen 2 has been another favorite topic of mine. So we announced this in fall as well into public preview, and we're getting close to GA. So Gen 2, again, for those who've used Power BI Premium, the capacity model, Gen 2 introduces a lot of new capabilities because it's based on a much more advanced architecture. And based on that architecture, we're able to bring to customers about 16x performance boost. So significant performance boost from the previous generation. In addition to that, we're able to give our customers incredibly fast refreshes. So think about needing to bring your data into Power BI and solve this whole latency problem. That kind of goes away because we're brought incredibly faster refreshes. We're also bringing to customers something they've asked us for the longest period of time, which is really this ability to scale up whenever their needs arise. Christina, think about that Monday morning scenario. You're trying to run some reports and hundreds of users on the system, and then you can't scale up because you're stuck on your licensing model, right? We're actually unlocking that with something called auto scaling, where Power BI just manages that capacity and scales up automatically for you. So super cool with, auto scaling, the performance boost, and I'm excited about it.
No, that's awesome. And I, as somebody who has definitely been in one of those Monday morning situations where everybody's refreshing the reports at once and you see a little bit of kind of the slowdown and everything, kind of grinding to a halt, I appreciate that. Jason, from your perspective, in the work that you do, what are you excited about with Gen 2 and what does it mean for the customers that you work with and the clients that you have?
So the couple of things for me. Number one, the auto scale is absolutely massive. The change in platform and the thing I don't have to worry about anymore, because I don't have to worry about what the memory pressure is. And there's a lot in the background from an administrative perspective that just changes dramatically going from Gen 1 to Gen 2. It's like going from the old IaaS model to the PaaS model. It really is for me. And so I don't have to think about it quite as much with Autoscale, can set limits on it and do a lot more, but know that I can grow when I have to. Two examples come to mind. One is the stuff that we do in the community, the Bifocal podcast stuff and the tyGraph for Twitter stuff that we do out there for the community, all sorts of cool stuff. When conferences like Microsoft Ignite pop up and things really spike, pulling data in and all of that, be able to visualize that, people hitting that, all of that gets to scale, right? And working at EY, all of the FSO clients that we're working with, it's a spiky time. There's certain times of the year where we see a lot more reports getting hit and refreshed a lot more frequently. So that's a big thing for us as well. So both of those with the auto scale functionality, it's, in my opinion, a total game changer.
That's awesome. And I have to imagine too, Jason, that this is really going to make, developing for BI a lot better too, now that that you have those unlocked capabilities where you're not going to have those constraints of worrying about, what capacity do I have? I can just know that it's going to scale as it needs to be done.
Absolutely. Knowing that I can put something in and put it in at a smaller scale and watch it grow, and then make those changes as needed. Know that I can go from, if I'm using an embedded SKU, I can go from an A3 to an A5 when I need to, and don't have to worry, do I really need to grow that? Let Autoscale do what it needs to do and watch those spikes and come back down to a normalized baseline. There's a lot of great stuff Priya's team put out just this week talking about that on the blog as well, out at blog.powerbi.com, right, Priya?
Yeah, that's it.
Amazing, amazing. Well, blog.powerbi.com. Thank you both so much. Priya, congrats to your team on all this new stuff. Jason, great seeing you again, and looking forward to seeing all the work that you continue to do. Thank you again for joining us today.
Always
Thank you, Christina. Yeah.
Now the case for digital transformation has never been more apparent, which is what might make this Microsoft Ignite arguably the most important one yet. And there's no shortage of featured partners here who are leading this transformation, like our friends at Red Hat, who helped Deutsche Bank cut end-to-end application development time from 6 to 9 months to 2 to 3 weeks. And you can watch their sessions, customer stories, demos, and even see exclusive offers through the featured partner showcase.
Hey, up next, we're going to see how two more of our featured partners, Dell and VMware, are making impacts around the world and in every industry. From an Egyptian pharmaceutical company who simplified their IT management with Azure VMware solutions, to the American Shipping Bureau, who are weathering rugged environments and the ebbs and flows of modern business, all with the help of Dell. Let's have a look.
Our surveyors are in every major port, absolutely rugged environments, and they need to have the right technology to work. We needed a partner that could help us on a global scale. Dell Technology Services brought two main things that no one else came close to. Number one, it was the global reach. And then number two, it was the value that we received. The best business partner we have is Dell. They've always been there and has always delivered.
Amoun Pharmaceutical Company in Egypt needed to transform their IT to ensure business continuity and security across the organization. They implemented the Azure VMware solution. While reducing costs and simplifying IT management, it enables a flexible architecture that serves the needs of traditional and cloud-native apps, builds in operational consistency and security across the entire environment, giving them a future-ready platform to grow upon.
Hi, my name's Erin Rifkin, and I'm a Partner Group Manager here at Microsoft. Welcome to the Learning Zone at Microsoft Ignite. This is our Center for Learning and Development Activities dedicated to training and certification with Microsoft. So whatever your style of learning happens to be, you're going to find something here to help you expand your skills. If you're a self-starter, sign up for the Cloud Skills Challenge. You'll be able to learn and earn a free certification exam on us. If you're more of a hands-on person, check out Learn Live. We've got subject matter experts that will walk you through self-paced learning today on Microsoft Learn. If you're new to the industry or you're making your next career move, check out our Intro to Tech Skills series. You'll have the opportunity to build new skills with Microsoft technologies. But we've also created a set of videos and resources that'll help you learn and skill beyond your journey here at Microsoft Ignite. So go check out the Learning Zone and all that it has to offer, and I hope you have a great Microsoft Ignite.
We are back here at the Microsoft Ignite studio. I'm Joey Snow, joined by my good friend Christina Warren. Christina, let's talk a little bit about Microsoft Learn and the experience with our quiz question.
Ooh, I like it. This I can do. So the question is, how many unique Learn Live sessions are being hosted by Microsoft subject matter experts at Microsoft Ignite this year? So the options A, 0, those don't exist. B, 5, C, 10, or D, nonstop, all day, all night.
I'm about to get the first one out of this entire thing correct.
All right, what are you saying?
D, all day, all night.
All day, all night.
In stereo.
In stereo.
Yes.
Never stops.
Never stops. We have just with content wall to wall.
All right, well, we will be checking in on those results in just a few minutes. But first, in keeping with our discussions on business intelligence, let's bring in another industry expert to talk about driving data culture with Power BI and Teams. So joining me now is Kim Manis, who's the Principal Group Program Manager, Power BI. Thank you so much for talking with me today, Kim.
Thanks for having me, Christina.
I'm so excited to see some of your tips for using Power BI and Teams together. So what do you have for me?
Yeah, so, in Arun's session, he talked a lot about building a data culture and how important it is for individuals, for teams, and for organizations to really infuse data in their day-to-day lives and in their work. So I wanted to take some time and talk about how Power BI and Microsoft Teams are making it really easy to build a data culture. And I have 5 tips and tricks that I want to walk through.
Fantastic.
So why don't we start with the first one?
Yes.
So this is really around keeping data one click away, because data doesn't really matter if you don't use it, if you don't look at it, if it's not accessible, right? And so with Power BI and Microsoft Teams, you can actually install the Power BI app right on the left-hand side of your Teams app. So it's always available, always one click away. So this makes it really easy for individuals in the organization. I'm living in Teams every day. We're sitting here talking on Teams right now. It makes it really easy to get access to that content, whether it's, frequent data I look at, featured data from my organization, recent content recommendations. This is just an awesome way for you to make sure data is always at your fingertips when you need it while you're getting work done.
No, I love that. And you're so right, because if you don't have access to the data, if you're not using it, then you might as well not have it, right? It's only really useful if you can do something with it. So that's awesome. What other tips do you have for us?
Yeah, so once you're here in Power BI, in Teams, it makes it really easy to get started because, a lot of folks just aren't familiar with working with data. They don't know even where to get started. So we have a really great, easy way for you to get access to learning content, to dig into the docs, to engage with the Power BI community. And if you're a more advanced user, if you have a ton of data, we actually have a datasets hub built into Teams.
Oh, cool.
So you can come in here, you can see all the data sets you have access to. You can drill in, you can learn about when it was refreshed, who owns it, what reports are coming off of it, and you can really easily create a Power BI report or even kick off and analyze in Excel that same data. So again, it's just like you can work with all that data right here in Teams without ever leaving, the spot where you're getting work done.
No, that's awesome. And I think that's really important, right? Because, you mentioned that you spend a lot of times in Teams. I was joking with Joey yesterday that, I live and die by Teams right now. And I think that especially, for data professionals, you don't want to have to switch those contexts, right? So being able to do this stuff in the same interface is really great.
Absolutely.
All right. So what else do you have for me?
Yeah. So for my second tip, and it kind of comes back to the, you need to find what you're looking for. For a lot of folks, there's a ton of data in Power BI. We're looking for it everywhere. You just need access to it. And so what we've did is we've integrated with Teams Search. So if you just type at Power BI, you can quickly, so immediately we show you recent content you've accessed in Power BI, and you can go ahead and type, and you can search your Power BI content from within Teams. Again, so while you're getting work done, while you're in a meeting, you can go and find that data and bring it into the discussion really easily.
That's really great. No, and I love too that it's taking the same search model that we're all using. Oftentimes, we search for dozens of things in Teams to find stuff all the time. Why not take it to the next level and apply it to your Power BI data as well?
Yeah, and the cool thing about that search capability is not only is it in the search box, if you go into a new conversation in Teams, so if you go and start typing, Power BI actually shows up as an option within that conversation window. And so now I get that same search experience right here. And I can quickly pull in that content. I can add it to my chat and share it with folks right here. So just a really easy way for you to find that data you were looking for, send it off, and make sure you're infusing that data into decisions you're making every day.
I love it. I love it. All right. So tip number 3?
Tip number 3. So this is talking about the data. It's inherently a collaborative process, right?
Yeah.
Again, it comes back to if you're not using the data to make decisions, if you're not using it day in, day out, you're not getting the value out of it. And so I'm going to come in here to a Power BI app. And what I can do is I can start slicing and dicing and exploring that data. And let's see here. I'm going to go ahead and start exploring. My internet's a little slow because we're screen sharing here.
No problem. No. But this is all about how you can integrate chat into the data, right? Am I understanding that correctly? This is all about that collaboration experience? Yeah.
Yeah. So I can go ahead and chat in Teams right from here. And when I do that, I can kick off a conversation. Here we go. So I can slice and dice the data. I can click chat in Teams. And when I do that, I can send off that same report with the view I'm looking at. So, cross highlights, filters, everything applied, and send it to my team. And now they can work with that same data, the same view that I was looking at.
Okay, that's really powerful because there have been so many times that I've shared or someone has shared with me, a view, but it's not been the view that they've been looking at. I just get the main dashboard. And that can be frustrating because I'm like, where did you see this? Where did the screenshot come from? So you'll be able to share that view. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah. And so my fourth tip is kind of in the same vein of making sure that the entire team's on the same page, making sure you're talking about the data, making sure you're all looking at the same thing. Mm-hmm. And so if I go into one of the channels, so, we all use channels day in, day out to communicate as a team and collaborate. So you can go ahead and pin a Power BI report right into a channel as a tab.
Oh.
And yeah, so I can come in here, I can pick a report, and I can save it to the channel. And now everybody has access to it. We can all start slicing and dicing, and we can chat about it right in line. So this is just again, coming back to building a data culture is all about making sure it's infused in the decisions we make, in the conversations we have. And so making sure that Power BI content is just where you're getting the work done and where you're collaborating is key. And so while I'm looking at this data, I can say, hey, check this out. And we can all have a conversation and look at the data at the same time.
No, that's awesome. I mean, that really does make it more actionable, right? And it's certainly a lot more, I think, it's better than sending a ton of emails back and forth, which is what we used to do. So I love that. That's really, really great. And, you're talking about getting everybody kind of on the same page and with this. I know that you've got another, your fifth tip. It's all about getting everybody in your organization empowered, right?
Absolutely, yeah. And I'm going to jump to a slide for this one.
Sure.
And this is really about making sure everyone in the organization is using data to make decisions. And so admins and teams can actually pin the Power BI app for everyone in their organization so that it shows up for everyone on the left-hand side. And what we've seen when organizations do this is we see a ton of increased usage of Power BI because now it's just readily available at your fingertips where you're getting work done. And we've seen a lot of users that go from really infrequent Power BI usage, maybe they, check the quarterly report, to way more often monthly, weekly, daily usage because it's super readily available. And they remember to go work with that data and use it when they're making the decisions because it's front and center where they get their work done.
Because it's front and center. I love that. And I know you've got another slide for us. Where can people go to learn more?
So I have a session that you guys can check out. Where we cover, a deep dive into how to drive a data culture with Power BI and Microsoft Teams. So check that one out.
Thank you again for joining me, Kim, and enjoy the remainder of the event. Now, thank you. Now, the way that we work has changed dramatically over the past year, and if we're being honest, work itself hasn't exactly been, working for us all. And that's one of the main challenges being tackled by our featured partner, ServiceNow. Their solutions for Microsoft Teams and Azure unlock productivity and start making work for you. Head over to our featured partner showcase to see some of their great offerings from their team. They have sessions covering everything from migrating SAP to the cloud, improving employee experience and agent collaboration, making sure that your team doesn't miss threats through the noise. Not to mention, you can schedule personalized demos and register for their webinar too.
Nice. In a few moments, we're going to hear why Learning Zone is the perfect place to continue your learning journey right here at Microsoft Ignite. But first, let's hear from two featured partners who are powering innovation in very different ways, Darktrace and Crestron. Have a look.
My name's Edward Green and I'm the Principal Digital Architect at McLaren Racing. So Darktrace for us is really important because it allows us to quickly see what's going on and learn new things very rapidly. And the AI keeps learning what's normal and what's not normal for us to respond to. It's really important for us to keep data secure over a race weekend. We don't send the cars out on track unless we can see that telemetry. It's super important. It means we can't go racing, so Darktrace is critical for us.
Earlier, we presented you with a poll that you could vote on in the chat. Time to find out the results. I'm 100% right.
All right, so the question that we gave you was, how many unique Learn Live sessions are being hosted by Microsoft subject matter experts at Microsoft Ignite this year? Option A was 0, those don't exist. B, 5. C, 10, or D, nonstop, all day, all night.
And the answer is not D. The correct answer is 10.
I mean, that makes sense if we're honest. Nobody really should be here all day and all night, but, like us.
Except for us. I was being aspirational.
Totally.
That's all I was doing is being aspirational.
Well, okay, we can aspire for the next Ignite to expand this to making them stay up all day and all night, right?
People are up for it. I mean, I'm sure they'd be up for it. Hey, remember, Learn Live sessions are your opportunity to have a subject matter expert guide you through live learning content from Microsoft Learn. You can work through content as a group, and you can ask questions as you go.
Yeah, and you definitely need to check these out. And as for us, Joey, how about we check out what's happening in the social sphere, shall we?
I'm a little nervous after last night, but let's head to the big board. Woo-hoo. And you know what? There was a theme. I don't know, people. I'll give an inside scoop. There's always a theme when we start planning these events.
Yep.
This is the Muppets, but this is so fantastic here because Alejandro brought the Muppets in without even knowing. He says, Power BI giving us some data geeks, some joy in these hard times. Premium per user, talked about it. Teams integration. Can I tell you, I learned a ton from that last interview. I'm so taking some of those tips back with me.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. Refreshable Excel on web connected to data sets, composite models, V2. wow worthy to stay up at midnight. Thank you. Thanks for locking in. I love it. Love it, love it, love it.
I love it. And kind of keeping with that same, like data theme that we've got going on. This is from Christopher Webb. And he says, online pivot tables and cube functions and data types will soon be able to connect to Power BI data sets. And for him, this is the biggest announcement at Microsoft Ignite, even bigger than the premium per user. And he loves the fact that there's live interactive pivot tables in the browser connected to your data sets. I just like saying pivot tables.
You're just all about pivot tables?
I like pivot tables, actually.
I'm totally cool with that. Hey, our good friend Anna's been here, and she says say hi to the community at our Table Talks during Ignite. Yeah, absolutely. Table Talks, they've been amazing. I have seen so much on Twitter about how people are taking advantage of these, learning tips, tricks, all the best practices, everything that Anna says in her message here. I love how our community gathers at Microsoft Ignite.
I do too, and that's actually, speaking kind of our community, this is Microsoft Ignite highlights from the Latin America Spanish session. So, hola, mi amigos, and thank you for the updates, I think is what that says. Thank you for everyone in our Spanish community for joining us. I love to see that.
Love our community, absolutely love our community.
This is great stuff. And to keep the conversation going, whether in chat or through social media, using that hashtag MSIgnite, we love hearing from you.
Our next featured session is must-watch TV for anyone interested in the features, capabilities, and the shiny new things that help people prepare commercial organizations for the future. Let's delve into modern business solutions with Windows CVP, Aidan Marcus, and a trio, 1, 2, 3, of engineering experts.
All of our session content, including this upcoming one, will be available on demand after the event, so you can always save a session in your backpack for later on. And for those of you who are staying here on the Hero screen, we will see you at the bottom of the hour for more of Day 2 of Microsoft Ignite.
Hey, thanks everyone for joining us today. I'm Aidan Marcus, and I work in our Windows engineering organization, leading our work with hardware and app partners, as well as thinking about our multi-year planning cycle. I've been in and around Windows for a long time, from when I remember saving up to buy Windows 95 on floppy disks, to working with this team today. So I'm really humbled to be here today, leading a session focused on Windows with my co-panelists. Let's meet them in a second, but I have to say, I'm really excited to be able to do this safely in person. As my boss, Panos, would say, I'm pumped. So Gabe, do you want to kick off our introductions?
Sure, I'm Gabe Frost, and I look after the Windows updates, part of Windows, where we deploy to over 1 billion customers who connect into Windows Update. But also, most importantly, we take all of our learnings and all of the tech that we use to deploy to all of those and make them available to our IT pros so that they have full control over how updates flow to devices that they look after.
My name is Ramya Chitrakar. I'm the Director of Engineering for Microsoft Endpoint Manager. And like yourself, I've been around for some time in the enterprise management space since I joined Microsoft as a college hire, working on Config Manager and Intune. I'm really excited to be here. One of the most rewarding parts of my job has been enabling IT pros and end users who rely on us for their security and management solutions.
Dave Weston, better known as Dwizzle. I run the security team for Windows, as well as looking after enterprise. So as you can imagine, I have a pretty relaxed job, not much going on in security. It's very calm nowadays. So I'm actually excited to talk about what we're doing in security here.
Awesome. So in today's panel, we're going to focus on how your feedback inspires our innovations. So many of us are spending so much time with their PCs right now. I mean, I thought I did before, but I didn't realize how much more I could spend.
Yeah.
You know, from students who are learning remotely, to people like us working remotely, to just connecting with friends and family. You know, we're spending so much time with our devices. We've come a long way from floppy disks. Windows is evolving rapidly at scale. You talked a little bit about types of, reach and customer impact you can have and all of us can have. And so from our insider preview builds to our semi-annual feature updates, our cadence is evolving to let us listen, innovate at the pace our customers need. And so it's a really cool opportunity to talk about that today. And together with our hardware and software partners, our aim is to empower every person to achieve more. And we rely on you, our IT pros and developers, to help make that goal a reality. We don't do this alone. We do this with each other, with our partners. That's kind of the magic in my mind of what we get to do together. For example, last September, we announced the test base for Microsoft 365 to enable you to validate your apps against pre-release builds of Windows, security and feature updates, and collaborate on joint deployment, validation, or remediation, because it's that sort of partnership that lets us really build a whole product. And we're certainly not done. Your engagement and feedback continue to inform where we're headed with Windows, and that's really what we're going to talk about today. So let's get started. I think being in Windows, we're super privileged to work with an incredibly diverse set of individuals and organizations. So my question to start, what sort of touch points do you have with IT pros day to day? And what's the coolest thing you've done with them or done for them or over the past year? It's been an incredible year to be in this space. And so it's kind of a fun way to start talking about how we're working together. I don't know, Ramya, do you want to start maybe?
Yeah, certainly. And I feel really passionate about developers, our engineering teams working closely and having direct customer engagement. We spend most of our time building and deploying software, but it's these connections that really influence our day-to-day decisions, our investments, and more than anything, I think it helps us bring empathy to ourselves. And yes, it's been an incredible year, and it's really transformed the way we work and we operate. And it's actually a pattern across the industry. Every organization is looking to enable remote work, and IT pros are key to bring about this change and making sure their end users are productive. Let me talk about Endpoint Manager that we are investing to enable this digital transformation for our IT organizations. First up, IT pros are telling us this increasing segment of end users who are successful in their roles with email, a browser, and a few key apps. They don't need complex setup. They don't need a complex configuration. And that's where Windows 10 and cloud configuration comes in. We're very pleased to announce that at Ignite. And what it does is it enables and empowers IT Pro to transform new or even existing Windows devices so that they're cloud optimized and focused on end user productivity. Mm-hmm. These are recommended configurations that we provide so they're able to deploy them at scale and uniformly. And coming to end users, it simplifies their experience, their setup experience, because especially in remote work, they're able to get their devices shipped directly to themselves, to their homes, wherever they're working from. And they're walked through a seamless setup experience through Windows Autopilot, making it easy such that when they reach the desktop, they have all the applications and configurations they need, all ready to go. And the data is available because of OneDrive. It's automatically configured, and it gets backed up and available to them from anywhere.
The empathy part that you mentioned, this is the thing I think we're all really taking in so much right now, right? Because all of a sudden, all the folks that are partners in IT look after, many of them went home. Mm-hmm. And so they have to think about how do they, not only provide support, but provide solutions. And now more than ever, all of IT are being asked to do way more than they've ever done before, right? Everyone is being asked to do more, to take on more in a time. And so, there's so many little things that can cause challenges. And so we've just been bringing a new kind of intensity to where can we take out just the little things that can cause hiccups so that they can focus on all those other important things that they're doing. A few examples that we looked at are providing far more control over when updates can flow down, right? Because people need to be productive. They're at home, they're managing their kids and their families and everything that's going on at work at the same time. And so we're really focusing on the right time to do updates and to not be disruptive when someone's on a Teams call or when they're doing that. But even little things like the dependency chain, right? Subtle little things sometimes we have to update the stack that does updates, right? And so it used to be that you had to do that first and then go do the update. And if you didn't magically know to do that, the update wouldn't work. And now all of a sudden you're at square one again. And so we're removing those dependency chains so that there's just a single thing that you can go do, right? And so we're really just looking to how can we learn from our broad sort of population, but also we're reaching out. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I'm like on Twitter or other places looking for people going, how do I do this, right? Like, where can we see, whether it's through office hours or customer connection programs, reaching out to customers directly just to really bring an intensity to helping make it simpler for them so that they can take on all of these new things they're being asked to do.
So Gabe, you're telling people they can @ you and they will get a response. Is that,
I will.
That's the key message?
Bring it. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's really important. I mean, in the security space, it's really dynamic. It changes day to day. So if I don't have a direct line to IT pros who can tell me, I'm seeing this new attack, the thing in Windows is not working, I need a change so I can get it out to Gabe, it's really impossible for me to stay ahead of attackers. And so the defenders have to come together. They have to have a hotline. They have to have a community where that information can be exchanged. And I'm just another sort of node in that community. And so, yes, Twitter is like one of the main tools I have. My goal there is really to show Microsoft can be dynamic. Microsoft can be accessible, right? You can DM me directly with your problem, and chances are I'm going to put in an ADO, a developer's going to fix it, and Gabe's going to ship it to you in a very fast amount of time, really. A lot different than what people would perceive. And that sort of speed is actually one of the advantages we have over attackers. And so I think it was a great demonstration of this during sort of the initial work from home period. If you told IT pros at the beginning of 2020, we're going to take away all the tools you have on the network, everyone's going to sort of scatter across the nation and the globe, and everything's going to be fine. People would have laughed you out. And yet, as a community around Windows, both the folks inside of Microsoft and more importantly, the folks outside, it was largely uneventful. We did a pretty good job. Nothing burned down for the most part, and folks were able to make a smooth transition in an incredibly short period of time. And that's down to we built the right cloud controls. We built a lot of security into the endpoints itself, into Windows, so that you don't need a bunch of additional tools. And we've had some innovations, things like Windows Defender Application Guard for Office. We stick Word and we stick PowerPoint into a container, meaning if you're getting a phishing mail, if you're getting an attack in the work from home period, you don't necessarily need network control. The device is protecting itself. So those innovations kind of added up to this largely became uneventful. And in security, having a non-event is sort of the gold standard. And so I think we largely achieve that, not just from Microsoft, but from the external folks that we partner with.
Yeah, it is kind of remarkable to think if you had asked all of our partners and IT pros, are you ready to do this at scale? Before this started, I think there's no way. Then just the amount of learning and iteration and action, it's really astonishing. I think it sort of leads to the next question. One of the other benefits I think we have of the various touch points we have with customers is that we're able to hear feedback about our products pretty quickly now, iterate it on pretty fast. I think we're pushing ourselves to be better at this, and there's always an opportunity to learn and listen actively. I'd love to share maybe a little bit about how your teams listen to feedback day to day and some examples of where you've acted on it in the last couple months, last year. I don't know, Gabe, do you want to start?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think the first thing that came to mind when you were, asking the question was, when I sit here and I look at Ramya and David, how much we work together and how there's this sort of multiplier effect to feedback, because there's the internal community and the things we all do together. And oftentimes someone will say something to the Intune team. We'll hear feedback from a customer. We'll hear something about this security issue end to end. How did we deal with it? And we all talk to each other, we all come together and that feedback flows through because we're thinking so much about usually these spot changes. Sometimes are really, really good, but oftentimes the thing that really has an impact is when we do it end to end, right? And we think about that. And so, a good example, recently was, we were doing a review about some of the work we were planning to do over the next semester. And David was in the room and mentioned that we have these security vulnerabilities or whatnot that go out in Patch Tuesday. How do we make sure that our IT pros who need to deploy those updates how do they get them even faster? Like how, if they want to deploy it because they have like a compliance requirement or something, how do they do that? Which led to work we announced on expediting updates, right? So that you can say, go now, I want to have, the majority of my estate patched within a couple of days. That's sort of one example. And so there's the community internally here at Microsoft where all of the feedback is flowing. And so there's that multiplier effect. So
yeah, whether, Surface, Windows, Endpoint Manager, Windows Update, there's a product I'd like to discuss a little bit because I think it demonstrates how we take in this feedback and then respond as one unit. Surface, as you know, builds everything that we build is by ourselves, right? All the way from the chip going to the cloud. And then it builds its own UFI, which you can think as an evolution of the BIOS. And with that, I think what it gives us, you talked about the emerging, security vulnerabilities and how quickly we have to respond to that. Integrating with Windows Update makes us easy to push any firmware updates through our channel to our customers to enhance their security. On similar lines, we have device firmware configuration, what we call as DFCI. Integrating with Microsoft Endpoint Manager, it is a cloud-based management solution for Surface devices firmware. So for instance, you can apply a policy to Surface devices to turn off their cameras, to disable their cameras, then it's not even visible to the operating system. Just imagine that level of security and peace of mind, really, to IT pros. Now, we have really strong partnership with our OEMs. And we are actively pushing to make this capability set available to a broader OEM ecosystem.
It's a great example of so many things. But this idea of identifying a customer need, how do you super securely configure? I mean, I remember going into factories and the thing they would do is tape over the camera, tape over the. I think of Dave and be like, I don't think Dave thinks tape is good enough for security, but but it's a real.
It works.
Sometimes.
Gabe, you make me think about this point where IT pros being our customers, but they have their customers who are end users, right? And they are serving them. And IT is in an incredibly tough spot sometimes because they have to strike this balance between the security and management needs of their organization and making sure their end users are productive. And then you layer in all the complexities coming in from remote work. With Endpoint Analytics and Endpoint Manager, we are enabling ITs to understand and improve their end user experiences. I'll talk about one such capability, which we call proactive remediations, which allows them to detect and address some very common help desk issues that come in from their end users. One large customer actually leveraged this feature around some common issues they have around their VPN. And then they actually noticed a reduction in their help desk call volume, despite the massive increase in the number of end users who are working remotely, due to the pandemic.
I could have really used this because in college, my job was to be the IT help desk. And I mostly troubleshooted dial-up connections where the PPP string was incorrect. So it's like light years ahead. It's kind of remarkable to think about.
For security, it's essentially impossible for us to build a secure Windows without IT pros. It moves so fast. And our IT pros often see it before Microsoft does, right? Just through nature. We see an attack here, they let me know, I immediately pass it on. It's a big global network of defenders. And so it's absolutely important for me that I try to create a one-to-one relationship with all of our customers. Now we have billion customers, so that's difficult. So I do use tools like Twitter, where I would challenge the audience, feel free to, I am accessible at all times. There's no AMA, I'm AMAing 24 hours a day. So if you have a question, send it to me. My team lives and breathes feedback. So it's, we're always gonna push the envelope security-wise, but we need to make it easy. We need to make it usable. We need to not break things. We need to keep the performance up. And so my team is used to seeing me, dozens of times a day send something through as a bug or as an email, and they are very great, not only about actioning on that and getting it to Gabe and other people who can get it out to users as fast as possible, but also coming back to that user and asking additional questions. Oh, hey, how's this other thing working for you? And kind of creating those relationships. And that's something that maybe Microsoft hasn't been known for historically, but I think those of us sitting here are really here to say, We are here to listen. This product is nothing without the users telling us how to improve it, and we need to do that across the board. And so a couple things that we've done is really the theme that I hear from IT pros is simplicity. I got a ton to do, and I'm supposed to be a security expert. Can you make this easy for me? Can you make it look like I did a bunch of things and it was really easy? So a couple things we've done there. First is, in this work from home environment, they lost a lot of tools, right? Traditionally, it's you sit in the building, therefore you can have access to things. That's how we did control. We built a wall. You can't do that when everyone sort of in a week's time sort of split apart. So we had to enable the tools that are in the device, Defender, information protection, Edge, application guard, make that all accessible through tools like Intune. And then we created conditional access policies. And it's a sort of a new paradigm called zero trust, where rather than saying you're trusted because you're in the building, you're trusted because we can look at the policy on the device and know it's got the right things in place. And conditional access allowed us to do that. So very simple things like you have to be up to date, you have to take all the latest patches, you have to have an information protection policy, and you have to be running a secure browser before you can go on the SharePoint and download the company's secret plans. We made that super simple, and I think the evidence of that is people migrated very quickly from the walled garden to people can work from anywhere. And so I think that's a great thing. Number two, they told us you have a lot of advanced security features. We need this. Attacks are growing at an incredible rate, sophistication, nation states. Give me that, but make it easy. I don't want to sit there for 6 months tuning it. So we launched an initiative called Secured Core PCs through the ecosystem with both silicon partners and OEMs. And we said, this is the best you can buy. It's pre-configured. And oh, by the way, the OEMs made sure that this thing is great, passes all the performance tests, and that's been going great. And so when you combine something like Zero Trust with a super hardened secured device, you're actually off to the races. In some cases, you're going to be a lot more secure than you were even on-prem. And now, you're having a drink from wherever you are, park, beach, anywhere. It's a great thing. And I think, if anything that sort of came out of this sort of, they say pressure builds diamonds, we've really built something that we can now continue even after the work from home period. So I'm excited about that. I think this is great.
What a great example of the partnerships it takes to stitch together that end-to-end experience. All the way from silicon vendors to device manufacturers
to Intune, to updates, it's everything.
Through the whole stack. And so
that's security. It's got to be comprehensive. You can't just do a piece because the attacker will go to the piece you didn't do. And so almost everything we do that is meaningful takes a village. And that's really important, I think, for all of us to absorb.
You made this point about connecting the feedback to action, right? And so we'd be remiss not talking about the feedback app in Windows. I mean, the amount of raw feedback that we get from folks, or our insider programs where folks can try out what it is that we're doing early and provide us that feedback. Every single one of those pieces of feedback is triaged by engineers, right? Like tools that sort of slice and dice it.
Actually goes somewhere.
Exactly.
It goes in and a bug is logged. I mean, it's a real thing.
We had somebody tell us through that app how there was different policies that they configure that conflict with each other that are making devices not update. And so we took that feedback and were able to go work with the folks that do our security baseline toolkits and create an update baseline that basically provides a 3-click way to sort of make sure that your policies are set down so that updates are flowing properly, right? And so it's that type of feedback loop that translate into actual dev code that then goes out really, really quickly.
The more we get people in there, the more actionable the problem becomes for the engineers at Microsoft, and the faster we can fix things. So it's remarkable to see people, they'll sort of mention a problem to you and you say, oh, use the feedback tool. All of a sudden the problem is fixed and they're like, mind is blown. They're like, you could do that? It's like, absolutely. So we've got to spread the word amongst the customers, IT pros. Feedback tool just makes it so much easier for us to do the thing we want to do, which is make the product better.
You made a point on simplicity, David. Cannot emphasize how important it is for IT pros, given the complexity of things they deal with. I'd like to talk about a feature that we thought was an improvement, but it has had such an amazing response. Since a few days that I talked about it at Twitter. It's all about simplicity. Settings catalog, for instance, we've traditionally always allowed configuration of Windows devices, settings, right? And we thought we'd provide these templates, which are a scenario-based collection of these settings. IT pros told us that they want the flexibility to actually pick any setting available in Windows and make it customizable to them. these templates didn't allow for some settings, and customers would have to use custom URIs, making it super complicated for them. We heard them loud and clear. We delivered a settings catalog as a result of it. And as I said, just amazing response for the simplicity we were able to add to the product to make it easy for IT pros.
We just talked quite a bit about scale and big numbers, but there's been no more powerful reminder than this year that we're all human, and all the big numbers in the world don't really reflect what an individual experience has. I think we often talk about products being a reflection of the people who build them, and this year's been a really powerful reminder of how do we think in sort of an individual's shoes through scale. And so I'd love to maybe sort of use that as a way to sort of lead into what probably my last question is about, what's some human approaches? What are some of the things that you've thought sort of front and center for like the individual who's really going through this whole change around them and how they work and how they learn and how we really applied some lessons there at that level? I don't know, Dave, if you've got some thoughts on that.
Yeah, absolutely. So all of us are living in the browser at this point, right? Whether you're sort of managing education, doing what you need to do, and we're all simultaneously working. That's 2021 in a nutshell, 2020. And we have to remember that there are humans at the center of all of these kind of browsing sessions. And one of the interesting security features that we've built into Microsoft Edge is the ability to simply let your fellow users know about a piece of malware, right? And so we've had for a long time this download protection. And what actually happens behind the scenes is we use the sort of the voting power of the browser for someone to say, this app doesn't look right, or this did something to my machine, or this site asked me for my credit card and that's not what I was looking for, to let other users know across the globe almost instantaneously that this is a problematic site. And so Edge's ability to kind of harness this crowdsourced signal, send it up to the cloud, make sure it's verified, that it's accurate, and then push that out immediately, we're actually all working together to keep each other safe, right? So when we all have a family member or a grandparent who said, hey, I'm worried about this site. We've actually turned that around. And so instead of you having to redirect that everywhere, you can now just in the Edge app say, this looks bad. That signal immediately goes to the cloud and it's pushed out to everyone. So we're actually all part of this sort of global network shielding each other. And it's kind of cool to think about that. That's something sort of connecting all of us. Even when we feel a little bit distant, we're able to at least help each other out. And Edge did a really incredible thing making that possible.
And I'll add on to what David said. For Edge and with people working from home, we have a whole bunch of end users who have unmanaged devices. These are their home PCs that they're using for work. And with Edge being one of the most secure browser for enterprises, we are enabling configuration policies to be applied to Edge even when the device is unmanaged, enabling users to log in to their corporate accounts on the Edge browsers by simply switching profiles and not requiring management of that device.
That is a great example. I live that every day. I mean, those unmanaged devices have gone from being something that people use occasionally to something they're using almost all the time to do a whole variety of things, get work done, get into their school accounts. And so, just those lessons, porting over, it's super salient for me. Sorry, Gabe.
Yeah, we one of the things that we've really been really obsessing about is the, when you have to take, updates. Again, I'm the person that, helps work through the updates.
And so we love that, Gabe.
Yeah, I kind of want to connect it that the experience of how you go about doing that and making sure that people are in control, or you're making sure that you're doing that at a time when it isn't disrupting them.
Yeah.
It's a really big challenge because everyone uses their PCs in different ways. And so the couple areas that we do that is we're constantly sort of innovating and tweaking around what the experience is that once there is something that's sort of ready to go on a machine, it all kind of happens behind the scenes, but you want to engage the person in a way that is empathetic to the fact that we do not want to impact productivity. Because when folks are doing things, when they're browsing the web or they're creating a document or they're, building a banner in Photoshop, whatever it happens to be, that impact to productivity at a time when you're not expecting it is such a big deal. And so we spend a lot of time really focusing on that. And for, connecting that back to IT pros, we've been working really closely with endpoint management, configuration manager, Intune, whatnot, such that the experience, we're bringing that experience that we've evolved over many years in that continued innovation to the employee machine. So it isn't like some custom thing that's being popped up by an agent that's running on the machine, but rather it ties deeply in and it orchestrates across all the, like Office is updating and OneDrive is syncing. Yep. And when, there's all these different things that are going down. And so we've been working really closely across all of our partners in the company to orchestrate that well.
We love updates.
Yeah.
Don't feel bad for being on the update team, because it's actually, I think, really important to emphasize all of the innovation that so many teams here are building for customers. If we can't update in a way that's easy and fast and transparent, then we can't reach those customers. And I imagine how much IT pros have relied upon the abilities to get the right apps, the right settings, the right configurations down to PCs at scale this year. All the technology you've built and learned from consumers, I think you've really been put to the test in so many ways in the last couple of months.
Can we all take a moment too and recognize, I already loved IT pros, but now that I've had to do more IT myself at home, these people are amazing, right? I'm trying to bring up machines and get some storage here or there. And if anything, I want to go back to Microsoft, get in Office and fix more of these features, because I would love, we say sort of take for granted what these people are able to do for us, right? And the small taste of things I've had to do myself, I'm more motivated than ever to give IT pros what they need, because we need them, right? And more than ever.
It's funny you say that, because Quick Assist, this core feature in Windows, has become my best friend this year. Because I have become the, go-to.
You're the IT pro for your friends.
Totally, and I'm not doing a great job at it. Yep. So to your point, wow, it's just been remarkable. Yep. You really, really realize the importance of our relationship and what they do.
Absolutely.
He had the word, he said superheroes. They really are.
Totally. Thank you all. This has been super fun. I think it's a great place to put a pin in the conversation. To go deeper into the capabilities and innovations we discussed today, check out the link below for a list of all the great demos, deep dives, live expert Q&As, and digital learning available. To all watching, thank you for joining us. And thank you for everything you do to make Windows a great platform for people around the world. Windows is the heartbeat of modern work, modern life, modern learning, and we're excited to have the opportunity to continue to partner with you, our IT pro and dev community, as we work to build and innovate around Windows together. Thanks for everything you do.
Welcome back from the Identity Engineering team. I'm Senior Program Manager Joey Snow. And for the next hour, I'm getting greedy. I kick Christina off. I'm taking over the Microsoft Ignite studio to cover my favorite topics, security and identity. I'll kick things off in just a moment with Senior Product Marketing Manager, Jackie Osley. Then I'll be discussing how Endpoint Manager is keeping endpoints secure with three of the best in the business, with Rob Lefferts, Corporate Vice President for Microsoft 365 Security and Compliance, Steve Dispenza, Vice President of Product Enterprise Mobility and Security, and Ruta Mitra, Vice President of Product Microsoft 365 Security and Compliance. Now, here to give us the latest and greatest on Microsoft security is my good friend, Jackie Osley. I am so happy to see you, Jackie. How are you?
Thanks so much for having me, Joey.
Hey, Jackie, let's get into it. We don't have much time. We'll talk all day, you know this. So why is training and skilling such an important focus right now, especially when it comes to the security industry?
Well, we know that security is at an inflection point, especially with the increase in digital attack surfaces, as well as an increase in sophisticated threat attacks, as we've recently seen. And you couple that with the anticipated shortfall of 3.5 million cybersecurity professionals within the industry, and we know this is top of mind for our customers. Our customers have to find and recruit these experts, as well as skill, build, and train and retain these professionals. And we at Microsoft, we want to help.
So as a Microsoft certified trainer myself, I'm a very, very vocal proponent, you know this, of training and certification. Can you tell us what Microsoft is doing in regards to helping address this kind of skills gap, particularly in the security area?
Absolutely. So we're excited to announce 3 different ways that we're supporting cybersecurity professionals. First, we have 4 new certifications that have recently launched specifically for our customers in mind. It's helping to meet their needs regardless of where they're at in their learning journey. Second, we have the Microsoft Security Technical Content Library. Now, this content library really aids the discoverability and findability of content regardless of where folks are at. And we built this resource with our customers in mind. Personally, this is near and dear to my heart because I really struggled in trying to navigate the myriad of resources and platforms across our ecosystem. So I'm excited to share a demo about this with you and the rest of our audience. And then we have the Microsoft Security Virtual Training Days. These virtual training days are in-depth 2-day free sessions specifically focused for customers. The first day, attendees will be able to explore securing and protecting their organization. We know this is super important. It's top of mind, especially as we continue to navigate, working remotely. And then the second day, attendees will be able to learn about protecting sensitive information and managing data risk.
So it's super cool to hear about the new certifications. I want to chat a little bit more about this. Come on, Jackie, tell me you've got something for my identity admins.
I do. I have that and more for you, Joey. But first off, we have our Security, Compliance, and Identity Fundamental certification. Now, this certification is fabulous for folks who are interested in learning more about security, compliance, and identity at a fundamentals perspective. Folks who are not new to the industry, even new and existing IT professionals, as well as students. Now, we also heard feedback from customers as well as partners, and we're excited to share these role-based certifications out. Now, Joey, this one's for you. For folks who manage tasks such as providing secure authentication, securing access to enterprise apps, enabling MFA and SSPR, the Identity and Access Admin certification has your name on it. Now, if you're in a role that's investigating threats, responding to or hunting for threats, the Security Operations Analyst certification is for you. And last but not least, the Information Protection Administrative certification is really great for folks who are managing data loss prevention. You're actually looking at governance and protection, labeling and classification of information across your organization. Now, Joey, I know I threw a ton of goodness with you as well as with our customers.
Yep.
There's a link on the bottom of the screen for folks to explore more. And also, I have a surprise.
Okay.
We actually have the experts who wrote these certifications and the MS LearnPass joining us through our chat. So for folks who are joining us today, feel free to ask these subject matter experts any and all burning questions. And we want to hear from you. What certifications are you excited about taking?
That is super awesome. And the experts are here. Just one quick question. If I complete this Cloud Skills Challenge that we've been talking about all this week right here at Microsoft Ignite, are these exams kind of part of that reward?
It sure is, friends. So the 3 role-based certifications are a part of the Cloud Skills Challenge. And as you know, once you complete the challenge, you get a voucher for a free certification. So don't forget to use that voucher and take any of our certifications.
Absolutely amazing. Get out there and complete those challenges. Get that free exam, I tell you, people. Hey, let's shift gears now, Jackie, and talk a little bit about this content library that you mentioned. I'd love to see it. You said you've got a demo. Can you show us?
I'd love to, Joey. Now, as I mentioned earlier, I wish there was a resource like this when I first started out. Now, let's show our friends how easy it is to explore content based off of their needs. As you navigate to the homepage of the Microsoft Security Technical Content Library, there's a few things that we wanted to call out. At the top navigation, you'll see 2 links, Events and Certifications. For those who are interested in the Microsoft Security Virtual Training Days that Joey and I shared about, click on the Events link. From here, you can sign up for any of the virtual training days that you're interested in. Now, for those who are interested in certifications, let's navigate back to the homepage. By clicking on the certifications at the top of the navigation, you'll be redirected to a landing page where you can explore any of the net new 4 security, compliance, and identity certifications that Joey and I shared about. We're really excited about this. Now let's head back to the homepage and look at a few different options that you can search for content by. First, in the search keyword section, you can include any keywords that you're interested in exploring, and you'll be taken to a search results page. Second, you can use the I'm looking for section and search for content by solution area, by product, by topic, even by role. Third, you can explore featured content across Microsoft security solutions, from identity, threat protection, cloud security, and compliance. Last but not least, you can explore updated content that's located at the bottom of the landing page. Now, let's see how the search filter box works in more detail. Joey, I know you're really passionate about identity, so let's start there. I'm going to click on Identity as a Solution area, and then Azure Active Directory as a product. I'm going to leave topic and role unselected. Next, I'll click the Find Content button. You'll see that I'm redirected to a search results page with results for all content related to identity and Azure Active Directory. From here, you can also sort your content by either date or by alphabetically. You can do this by the drop-down at the top of the search results page. Now, for me personally, I'm interested in by date. I'm interested in looking at content that is either new or has recently been updated. On the left navigation, there's additional filters that you can also search your results by. You can search by experience level as well as by content type. Now, personally for me, I'm interested in interactive experiences, so I am going to look at interactive guides. I'm going to click on all to deselect all content type options, and then I'm going to specifically select interactive guides. Now, also, I would like to filter out by experience level as well. So I'm going to click on the experience level dropdown and select intermediate. From here, you can see all of the search results for interactive guides specific to identity, Azure Active Directory at the intermediate experience level. Now, Joey, I don't know about you, but I'm really excited about learning more about configuring conditional access in Azure Active Directory. So I'm going to click on this interactive guide to learn more. As you can see, in a new tab, this interactive guide pops up, and I can start to learn, click through this content to learn on my own time and at my own pace. If you want to start a new search, just navigate back to this page and click Clear All in the left navigation. This site has technical content to help our customers grow and build their skills regardless of where they are in their learning journey.
Wow, Jackie, that's a great bunch of stuff there. And since I can't run off and start consuming these resources, and we've got viewers at home, you've got 30 seconds. Please let us know, where can we go to hit the ground running?
I love it. There's a link on your screen driving folks to a blog post. In this blog post, you'll get links to all of the 4 new security, compliance, and identity certifications, as well as the Microsoft Security Technical Content Library, where you can start to explore today. And last but not least, a link to sign up for the Microsoft Security Training Days. We hope you're excited about these skilling and learning opportunities as much as we are.
Jackie, thank you so very much for your time, and I can't wait until we talk again. Enjoy the rest of Ignite.
Thanks so much for having me, Joey.
As a reminder, you can search for more sessions on security, along with a variety of other topics, just by using the session scheduler. Just use the themes filter and save them right into your backpack. It's like curating your own personal Microsoft Ignite mixtape. Coming up, I'll be making my way to the cloud to discuss how Microsoft Endpoint Manager is keeping our endpoints secure and our minds at ease. But first, let's hear how Microsoft Azure and VMware have teamed up to help customers respond to the social, economic, and technical hurdles of the past year with Azure VMware solutions, making it easy to migrate or extend to the cloud in a low-cost, low-risk way.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hein Hellemons. I'm the worldwide sales leader for cloud at VMware. And I'm here today with Mary Williamson. Mary is the VP at Microsoft for Infrastructure and Applications. So Mary, let's talk about AVS. Is there any early feedback you've heard from the customers on AVS?
Well, obviously, my role is to speak regularly with customers. We know 2020 has been a really bumpy year for many. A lot of what we're hearing from customers is that rapid need to respond to the compounding social, economic, and technical factors. And whether it's about increasing efficiency, saving money, modernizing the future, all of these things, they come to Microsoft and we bring them through these journeys. So with AVS, we are really excited about how AVS plays into that journey. Simply put, AVS, the Azure VMware solution, enables customers to run VMware natively on Azure. It's a great way to migrate or extend to the cloud with little cost, risk, and complexity.
Like you said, AVS offers our customers consistent infrastructure, operations, and tools, what they're used to compared to their on-prem infrastructure. And so that drives speed and acceleration and a better TCO. So far, what have you seen as some of the core benefits which draws our customers to AVS?
Well, when I talk to customers, obviously I start talking about Azure, and it's really about choice, flexibility, our long-term investment, and thinking about the hybrid journey that our customers are on. The organizations want that holistic journey and want to move at the pace that makes sense for their business. And so rather than look at a cloud-only model, we're looking at that end-to-end. Obviously, most customers have that imprint of VMware and really, really strategic investments on top of their VMware stack. And so now that we're able to bring the value of cloud, that infrastructure and flexibility and economics of the cloud, we really are bringing some easy choices of how to modernize quickly. And then as you modernize over time, you can connect those services to other Azure services to improve upon and grow the innovation from that VMware base of workloads. And of course, we want to continue to offer great TCO benefits through cost efficiencies with our Azure hybrid benefits, our ESUs for existing Microsoft workloads. We think that whole picture is just really received well by customers and meets them where they are.
Well, thank you very much, Mary. It's great. It's always great to partner together. So on behalf of Mary and myself, thank you very much for listening.
Welcome back to Microsoft Ignite from the Identity Engineering team. I'm Joey Snow, Senior Program Manager. Now, over the past day and a half of our coverage, we've been spending quite a bit of time talking about the data center infrastructure side of things. Now we're going to turn things to the endpoint world. Joining me now to discuss endpoint management is Steve Dispenza, Vice President. We've brought on to discuss security, Vice President Rob Lefferts. And finally, on the compliance angle we've got Ruta Mitra, also a Vice President. Thank you all for being here, gentlemen.
Great to be here. Thanks a lot.
Hey, so there's this common battle that's playing out in a lot of IT organizations. I've witnessed it with my own eyes. It's the IT team support battle. They're battling it out with the security teams, and then they both turn on the compliance people. It seems they can only agree on one thing, and I'm going to be a little controversial here. How do I say this? End users are difficult. Rob, I want to point at you and say, from a security perspective, what is Microsoft doing to help ease the rift between these groups?
Two main things. The first is listening, going and talking to as many customers as we can and understand how their organizations work. And what we learn is there's huge variety. And then the second thing is building that into our tools, helping security management and compliance work seamlessly. I'll just call out some things that we've done around making sure that the fabric of how does management and security play together is consistent so that there aren't two sets of policies arguing with each other. Or when we see a vulnerability in security and we want somebody in IT to help fix that, a natural workflow from TVM, threat and vulnerability management, directly into endpoint manager as a tool set to help address it. And then the last thing is really just helping to make sure that the fabric is consistent. Is back to that policy point that I raised before.
So I hear that you are supposed to be getting along with Steve and management and security working together. Steve, tell me the truth. I want the honest truth here. What's happening on the management side? Is this really, am I seeing this right?
You are. It's been a process, but no, we're. It's been great. You know, I'm sure as everybody's heard throughout the week, Zero Trust is a major theme in security, and Zero Trust, of course, starts with a secure and compliant endpoint, and so that sort of naturally brings crosses the streams here. The Intune and configuration manager side of that is sort of ensuring that the device is compliant before you get access to corporate resources. And then my partners in crime here have sort of the other sides of security and compliance of it. So it's been a great evolution over the last couple of years, bringing that completed story together.
So Rudy, I mean, a lot of times we do look at the compliance side and go, ugh, that whole compliance thing. Talk to us a little bit about the top items that your team has been working on to help organizations and to really help move the compliance story further forward in the story.
Yeah, that's great. We got together with our security and endpoint friends and started to make compliance sort of a less of an afterthought and more just built into the software where productivity is happening, where work is happening. So 2 examples specifically around this. One is on the endpoint. Now, we have these DLP capabilities and data classification capabilities that are built right in, that enables easier manageability. It helps for security when you're thinking about the data protection of sensitive data. Really great example of what happens when you bring these 3 sort of areas together. And then the other one is, in the cloud, we've also brought capabilities into SharePoint and OneDrive where you can now co-author and you can collaborate on content, all while having it stay under information protection in the cloud. And so another place where security and compliance and manageability are really baked right in, and there's no compromise anymore in terms of productivity.
So I'm sensing a theme here. Are we really headed to a real-life, real-world convergence of these 3 areas in our endpoint products?
I think we are, generally. I mean, there are several great examples Rudy's given already. Just a couple more from the endpoint manager world. So Rob's team and my team worked together to ship a new integrated application that brings Tunnel and Defender Endpoint together. We announced that in the management track here at Ignite. That's been great. We've had a multi-year journey going, converging the admin experiences so that all the great work Rob's org is doing on developing enhanced security solutions shows up in the Microsoft Admin Center with the in the MEM console, in the MEM Admin Center. And so we're going to keep working together in that way. I think it's best, we're going to continue to sort of eliminate additional seams between the products over time, because really under the hood, they are really one solution.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to toss this out. What are we doing to ensure our organizations can achieve the right endpoint security compliance posture, while at the same time, our end users, they've got to get work done. I know we like to hammer on them. We're IT guys. That's what we do. But we've really got to help users get work done. Rudy, let me start with you.
Yeah, I think this idea of getting rid of add-ons and additional software and really making this part of the endpoint, part of our productivity software, bringing it natively to these applications is really part of removing that friction, removing that compromise you have to sort of deal with when you're talking about productivity or security. I think on Microsoft, we've now for the last couple of years been on this mission of this trade-off no longer existing, and so that's the piece I'm most excited about.
Rob, how about you?
I'm actually going to go back to the comment that Steve made about zero trust. I'd like to sort of flesh out one of the examples, because I think it's an underlying philosophy we have, but it really drives towards this notion of make sure the humans are actually productive. And so one of the ways this could work is you assume breach, you're trying to validate all your transactions, but you're really looking into what device is being used, what user identity is being used, what data are they trying to access, and it can be dynamic. So Endpoint Manager has gone and made sure the device is compliant. It's running in a healthy state and it has encryption turned on. And Defender for Endpoints is present and making sure that nothing weird is happening in the behavior of the device. For example, if your accountant starts running Mimikatz, that's terrible. And that really impacts what data are they accessing, and being able to respect the classification of that data and make sure the end-to-end system is secure in a way that doesn't get in the way of the user. And if something bad does happen, stay focused on the goal of keep the network safe, keep the user safe, keep the data secure, but get the human back into a productive state by kicking off automated investigation and handing that directly over to endpoint management to help remediate.
Steve?
Yeah, I just totally I agree. I mean, this is
scaring me, by the way. You guys are agreeing way too much.
The situation I was thinking of, Rob. No, it's true. The situation I was thinking of is, so Defender Endpoint has this great ability to evaluate the risk level of an endpoint and send that risk signal back over into endpoint management, and that gets dynamically connected through to Azure AD conditional access, and that itself then gates all sorts of different things. It's all very sort of tightly integrated, so you don't. Just back to what Rudy said, you don't need a whole bunch of additional add-ons that can sort of compromise end-user productivity. The whole thing just works together beautifully. And as Rob said, the more integrated the solution, the easier it is to do that automatic remediation that Rob's team is doing. So just lots of upside, I think, for continuing to bring the endpoint solutions together.
So with right about a minute left, let me ask each one of you, call out your call to actions. Where do the folks at home go to learn more? Favorite sessions, anything you've got, call to action time. We'll start with you, Rudy.
Yeah, I'd love folks to kind of go out and check out our Endpoint DLP product. It's linked right off our security resources. Give it a try. It's part of Windows 10. Let us know what you think about it.
Steve?
A couple of things. First of all, I'd love it if folks that are running ConfigMan instances, there are 160 million devices managed by ConfigMan. Go do tenant attach and get cloud enlightenment for your configuration, your ConfigMan sites. You get all sorts of new value from Rob's team and Rudy's team that flow through that pipe. And we're already at a point where about a third of all Windows 10 devices are cloud attached. So this is taking off fast. And then please go check out all the great Ignite sessions from Rob's team, Rudy's team, and mine.
Rob, 30 seconds left.
Go check out your secure score at security.microsoft.com. That will lead you into the journey of what can I do for my devices, which will talk about threat and vulnerability management, how you can keep it up to date, and really start you on that zero trust journey that we were talking about earlier.
Well, thanks for joining me, guys. I managed to get out of this entire session without having a resume-generating event, so I appreciate it. And I want to talk more with the three of you, so I look forward to that in the future. You can find more sessions about the themes like security and compliance by using the filters in our session catalog. Now, if you're up for a little friendly competition, then I think it's time you check out the Cloud Skills Challenge. Jackie and I were just talking about this. A couple reasons why you'll want to sign up. Well, first of all, bragging rights, we have to have those. And if you complete one of 7 challenges by March 30th, you can earn a Microsoft certification exam on the house. I'm talking free, people. It's a great way to sharpen your skill set, and it's easy to sign up by using your Microsoft Learn account. For more, let's hear from no other than the other half of the Patch and Switch podcast, the one and only-ish Rick Claus.
Hey, my name's Rick Claus. I'm a Principal Cloud Advocate Lead here at Microsoft in sunny Redmond, Washington. I want to talk to you just a little second here about the Microsoft Ignite Cloud Skills Challenge. What is this challenge? Well, the Cloud Skills Challenge is a fun way to go ahead and to learn new skills through Microsoft Learn while competing against your peers. Topics are related to Microsoft Ignite and also to Microsoft certification, so you can have some fun with Ignite while you're also doing something to advance your certification efforts. Now, you're probably asking yourself, why should I join? Well, for one, obviously, it's bragging rights over your peers. We all know that's going to be invaluable, but really, you could win something. Now, what kind of something, you ask? Well, great question. Basically, you can earn a free certification exam by completing any one of the Cloud Skills Challenges. Sound good? You interested? Want to get started? First, go ahead and register for Microsoft Ignite. And if you're watching me right now, then you're probably already completed that step. Number 2, go ahead and register for the Cloud Skills Challenge in the Learning Zone. You're going to be able to find a link for how to do that, probably just below this video somewhere. Lastly, you have to actually complete one of those challenges in its entirety, as noted in the official rules to qualify. Oh yeah, don't forget, there is a time limit on this too. You've only got the month of March to be able to go off and finish one of those Cloud Skills Challenges to be able to qualify. So get on it, get started, and go have fun.
Welcome back, everyone, and back from the great beyond. I've let her back in the studio with my compatriot, Senior Cloud Advocate, Christina Warren.
Thank you, Joey. Now, as has been mentioned throughout Microsoft Ignite, we are seeing more innovation in the past few months than we've seen in the past few years. And while that transformation has been remarkable, it begs the question, if rapid innovation is outpacing concrete security solutions. Well, here to demonstrate and discuss how Azure Active Directory is keeping pace, Joy Chick, Corporate Vice President for the Identity Division in Microsoft's Cloud and AI Group. Now, Joey, this is a familiar territory and a familiar face for you in your day-to-day. So what are you looking forward to most?
How can I not spoil every single bit of this entire segment upcoming?
I know.
We have got a fantastic demo to show off some new capabilities that we've got. We've got some announcements, some things that are moving into various stages. So we've got a lot of that. But listen, it's about that identity, right?
Right.
We just talked about with Rob, Steve, and Rudy. They kept bringing in that identity story. 100%. It's right there at the center of all of those things. So I'm super excited for the session. Some Easter eggs in there too.
Yes, for sure. Now, we talk about identity. How many identities do you have?
Well, so I've got my main corporate account, and then I'm trying to get everything consolidated down, but not every single site out there in the third-party commercial world can get down to a single identity. So for work, pretty much 99% of what I do is leveraging Azure Active Directory. I think it's important to note for people out there to understand that Azure Active Directory, it can be the identity for all things.
Okay.
It's not just Microsoft 365 centric, so it can be used for all SaaS applications. And then on the personal side, it's a little bit madness and crazy, but we've got the passwordless stuff in the Authenticator app, and you're going to hear more about that to kind of help with some of that world as well. What about you? You've got to have just bazillions.
No, I mean, okay, I have a few Finstas. Yeah. And I have, I try to have my one main work identity, and then I try to keep the two to work in separate. But as you said, it can be difficult sometimes because we have so many different accounts. But that's what makes passwordless and things like that better, because it at least makes it easier to try to secure things. So.
Yeah, trying to consolidate. When you're in a corporate environment, getting everything down, it's not only from a security perspective, but it's also how can our end users' lives be so much easier, so much better. One thing, log in once and have access to everything.
Well, I was going to say, that's the biggest thing for me is that when I do have those edge cases where I have to log in with a different credential, I'm just like, man, can I just log in with one thing, one place, have it all work together?
It does. It gets extremely frustrating, particularly when you get a chance and an opportunity to have that seamless experience as a user. And then the other thing that makes me crazy, and this is all I'm going to say before we head over to Joy, is passwords. Do not no likey, no more. But it's not just what I'm interested in. I really would love to hear how you feel about the state of cybersecurity and particularly identity. So hit us up on Twitter using the hashtag MSIgnite.
And we will see you back here after the session as we continue with day 2 of Microsoft Ignite.
everyone. I'm Joy Chick, and I run the Identity Division at Microsoft. My team builds the services that secure access to everything for everyone. Last time we met, the theme of my talk was securing remote work, and we're now a year into our new reality, and two trends stand out. One, people need even more flexibility as we work, learn, and collaborate in a world without perimeters. And two, bad actors are getting even more sophisticated. they're adding new attack vectors and are using them all at once, as we just saw with SolariGate. Security has become top of mind for you and your business leaders, because with everything shifted online, the stakes have never been higher. And that's why we need a security strategy that combines maximum flexibility with maximum security. And we believe that Zero Trust is the right approach. Zero Trust says, make no assumptions about who you are or what you're trying to do. I will explicitly verify everything before I approve any access request. I'm going to give the least amount of access necessary, and I will act as if I've already been breached. Because then, if an attacker does get inside my network, the systems and the processes that I have in place will protect me. These three principles define Zero Trust, and identity is the linchpin. For IT pros and security professionals, implementing Zero Trust should be simple and straightforward. And for users, it should never get in the way. It should honor familiar workflows and habits. The good news is that you can design Zero Trust defenses around people and the way they work, whether they are on the front line using their phones or in front of an admin console managing your systems. By making strategic updates to your existing identity infrastructure, you can make life easier for you and your users now, and you can harden your defenses for the long term. It is a good time to do this. It's almost springtime, a time we get our homes in order, and you can do the same with your digital estate. So let's invite Ricky to walk through one of pandemic era's trickiest scenarios, getting new hires set up remotely. This includes setting up a new account, adding certifications to an employee profile, and getting access to apps. Ricky, over to you.
Hey, my name is Ricky Pullen. I'm a program manager at Microsoft and I help build Azure AD. For today though, I'm a brand new hire to the Woodgrove app development team, and I've got some first day stuff that I need to take care of. Rather than Woodgrove's IT department having to image my machine or provision a security key, I can do all of this on my own. IT doesn't have to touch any of it. Woodgrove shipped me a new work device, a new security key, and a list of instructions to get me started. The very first thing I need to do is register my key. Since I need my key to set up my work machine, I need to use a different device to register my key. I've got my personal Mac with me that I can use. My instructions include a temporary access pass I can use to set up my account and to register my security token. Once I do this, I'll never have to use a password. I'll open up Edge, navigate to the security page, type in my email address, and enter my security pass. I'll plug in my USB security key, choose a unique PIN, register my fingerprint, and to finish up, I'll name and save the key so that I can actually sign in. And that's it. Enterprise-grade security in seconds. Super simple, but way more secure than just a password. Now that my key's linked to Woodgrove, I can use it to set up my work PC. Let me jump over to my work machine now. I'm halfway through the setup process, and now it's asking me to sign in. I'll select the security key, pop it in my USB port, touch the fingerprint sensor, and I'm signed in, and no passwords. Autopilot kicks in next. This process pushes all of Woodgrove's security policies, applications, and even certificates for my development environment. And I'm at the desktop. I'm gonna pull up my email to see what other first day stuff I need to get done. My manager did send me an email, and it looks like they need me to take a White Hat certification. But actually, I think I've done this one. I can share it with Woodgrove using the link Pramila sent me. Woodgrove is requesting that I share my proof of certification with them, and I really don't want to have to study for that exam again, so I'll allow it. And we're done. Woodgrove has my certification, and I can move on to the next thing. I need to make sure that I can get to a few different resources in both Azure and AWS. The easiest place to get a good look at all of my applications is in the My Apps portal. IT has already created a Woodgrove development team collection. This is just a few apps and resources that everyone at Woodgrove might find useful. But I also need access to a few resources in AWS. And it looks like I'm in. I've got access to all of my resources in AWS, and I've still got access to everything in Azure. And again, I didn't get prompted for a password. I've got one more thing that I need to take care of today. We're seeing some strange behavior in one of our applications, and I've been asked to look into it. I'm thinking that this probably means the rest of my day is going to be spent digging through logs. I do all of my troubleshooting using in private mode, so let's get that up and going. Since Woodgrove doesn't allow standing admin access, I'm going to have to go into privileged identity management and elevate to the application developer role. Oh, interesting. I haven't seen this before. Apparently I can't activate application developer from in private mode. I'll need to switch to a regular Edge session. So let me go back to Edge, but this time I won't use private browsing mode. I've already got the Azure portal open. I'll click on privileged identity management. It prompts to take me through conditional access really quick. And it's done. I'm gonna start troubleshooting and I'll turn you back over to Joy.
Thank you, Ricky. Whoa, in just 5 minutes, Ricky is ready to build apps in AWS and Azure. And as you just saw, the granular controls help him stay secure without getting his way. So how do we do that? Let's walk through how to configure each step of Ricky's experience. The first piece is strong authentication, and that means multi-factor authentication, or MFA. Of course, MFA is non-negotiable for admin-level accounts. But your organization is more secure if all of your users are protected. And now, to make MFA adoption even easier, you can go passwordless. As of today, passwordless authentication is generally available for cloud and hybrid environments. This is a big milestone for us in the industry. With his FIDO2 security key, Ricky signed in once and got access to everything he needed. What he did not need is a password, so he will never have to call help desk for a password reset. Many of you are piloting our passwordless technologies. Axiata is the first company in Southeast Asia to go passwordless, using Windows Hello for Business and a Microsoft Authenticator app. And in Europe, the Swedish municipality Umeå went passwordless in just 10 days with Azure AD and YubiKeys. And in fact, there are already over 200 million passwordless users across consumer and enterprise. Let's see just how easy it is to enable this. Inbar, take it away.
Hey, I'm Inbar. I'm excited to be part of the Microsoft Passwordless Authentication team. As we all know, passwords are one of the most common attack vectors. Fortunately, it is easy to set up a passwordless account using temporary access pass. This is a time-limited passcode that allows users to register for passwordless authentication methods and recover access to their account without a password. Let me show you how to configure this. For this demo, I'm an admin at Woodgrove, responsible for managing authentication methods. In the Azure portal, I start with the authentication method page, where we can enable passwordless methods like FIDO2 security key, phone sign-in with the Authenticator app, temporary access pass, and others. I can enable temporary access pass for our entire organization or scope it to specific users and groups, so we can test the experience before doing a company-wide rollout. Now that I've enabled the policy, let's create a temporary access pass for Ricky. When I generate a new temporary access pass, I can set start time, duration, and limit the pass to a one-time use. That way, it will only work on Ricky's first day and will be useless any other time. Now we can include temporary access pass in Ricky's welcome kit. Once Ricky will register his authentication method, as an administrator, I will be able to manage them from here. In the Refresh Authentication Methods activity page, I see the number of users registered for each authentication method and how many users sign into my tenant with each method. Some of you have automated the new employee onboarding experience with dedicated applications. If you want to add these new experiences to your applications, we've made temporary access pass and all other passwordless methods available through the Microsoft Graph APIs. So give it a try. I bet you love it as much as we do. Back to you, Joy.
Thank you, Imbar. The temporary access pass is in public preview today. This is a new addition to our passwordless offering. We look forward to the day when passwords join floppy disks and modems as a thing of the past that we have to explain to our kids. Once Ricky got signed in, the first thing he did was confirm that he completed his security training. To do this, he shared a digital card in his Microsoft Authenticator app. This digital card represents a new kind of credential that is portable and verifiable. It is based on a new open standard that will make it easy to add instant verification to existing identity systems and workflows. It uses an open source blockchain solution that no single organization owns or controls, including Microsoft. And it looks just like any other digital card in your wallet, but it's so much more. Verifiable credentials will revolutionize the way we exchange digital information. We can verify employment history, certifications, citizenship, and other personal information across organizational and geographical boundaries. And we do this in a matter of minutes instead of days or weeks. Information exchanges are more trustworthy and private. For example, organizations can verify someone's age without seeing, collecting, or storing their date of birth. And individuals only need to verify their information once to receive a credential that they can use everywhere. And they can revoke access with a simple tap at any time. We made it simple to issue verifiable credentials right in Azure AD. Preeti will show you how to set this up.
Hello everyone, I'm Preeti Rastogi. I'm an engineering manager in the decentralized identity team at Microsoft. At the last Ignite, we showed you a demo of how different organizations can issue verifiable credentials and how an end user can use these credentials to present their identity to different verifiers. Since then, team has done a lot to simplify this experience of issuing credentials. And in today's demo, I'm going to play the role of a Woodgrove admin who wants to issue a verified employee card. So let's walk through this together. Here is the Getting Started page where I am supposed to provide some basic information about my organization, like the company name, and I also need to create a key vault. This key vault manages the public and the private keys that are going to be used to sign the verifiable credential. And of course, these keys are cryptographically protected. Next, I can review all the settings associated with my issuer. I can also add and verify a domain. A verified domain is a badge that is shown to the end user so they can trust your organization and also trust the credentials that are issued by your organization. With this, I'm ready to create a new credential. Again, I need to provide some custom details about my credential, like the credential name, and I also need to provide two files. First, I need to configure the display file that defines the credential look and feel that's going to be displayed on the Microsoft Authenticator app so that the end user can relate and validate the card that are being used. The second file is a rule file that I need to configure, which actually explains the criteria and the input that a user needs to provide in order to get the card. In our example, Ricky has to complete the security training in order to get the card. And this is all what's needed to create a new credential. In case you need to find more information about the schema and the format for the rule and display file, there are Learn More handy links. In the last page, there are all the information that is needed for you to verify end-to-end. As an admin, I can configure my app and website for users to present and request credentials. There's also a link to download the Authenticator app so that you can verify the whole scenario end-to-end. We cannot wait for you all to try this out and provide us with some good feedback. Thank you, and over to Joy now.
Thank you, Preeti. Azure AD verifiable credentials will be in public preview in just a few weeks. Customers are already piloting this technology. One example is Keio University, one of the largest universities in Japan. They will use verifiable credentials for issuing digital student IDs and graduation certificates. To make adoption easier, we have spent the last year working with the community and customers to refine each step of the user journey. And to enable verification at scale, we are partnering with leading providers to reimagine identity verification in a way that improves security and better protects people's privacy. We invite you to start using verifiable credentials with your partners, customers, and employees right away. Together, we can establish a more trustworthy identity ecosystem that respects privacy. So, back to Ricky's first day. When he opened the My App portal, he saw all of the apps available to him. He could get to his AWS resources using his Azure AD credentials, thanks to a new integration. The AWS SSO app is now available in our app gallery. We know that you manage multi-cloud environments and that developers building apps for Azure, AWS, and the GCP want single sign-on to all of these environments. So we're constantly expanding the Azure AD App Gallery with as many pre-integrations as possible, even with our competitors. When Ricky tried to elevate his privileges in Azure Portal, he got blocked because he was using in private browsing mode. Your conditional access policies can now require step-up authentication based on the actions the user is trying to perform. For example, you can let users view an invoice in your accounting app on a personal device as long as they sign in with MFA. But if they want to do a wire transfer from a device that is not compliant, you can block them. Now I will hand it over to Ramiro, who will demo how to configure conditional access policies with authentication context.
Hi everybody, my name is Ramiro Calderon, and my role here in the identity team is to help customers to get up and running in Azure AD quickly. For this demo, I am the security administrator here at Woodgrove, and I am responsible for conditional access policies. Let me show you how I blocked Ricky from activating his privilege role from an in-private browser session. Until now, you could only apply one control type, require MFA over here, when you activate a role in Azure Portal. Now, you have much more granular controls with authentication context. For example, here, I'm going to choose to require a compliant device for this particular role. So here's where I choose this authentication context called Woodgrove Trusted Devices. So now let's see how this connects end-to-end with the conditional access policies. In the conditional access menu, now we see an option called Authentication Context, and that is basically a customizable list of identifiers. Here, I have one identifier called Woodgrove Trusted Devices. That's what we saw in the PIM configuration. Now, let's look at the policies. Okay, so let's find the conditional access policy that requires Ricky to activate his application developer role. Here, with the new search capability, I'm going to look for privilege role, and here it is, Woodgrove Privileged Access. In the controls of the policy over here, I have require compliant device. Earlier in the demo, Ricky used an in-private browser session. When you do that, there's no device information sent when the user authenticates, which is why the policy was not satisfied and Ricky failed. Now, when I go to the Cloud Apps or Actions part of the policy, this is where the new capability kicks in. Here, you see that this policy, it can be configured to apply to the authentication context. And here I chose Woodgrove Trusted Devices. To recap, to improve the controls when activating a privileged role, I did two things. First, I created an authentication context and a corresponding conditional access policy. Then I look up the action, in this case, activating a role in PIM and associate it with the authentication context that I just created. This is only one scenario, but you can use it in many other cases. For example, Microsoft Cloud App Security and SharePoint Online use this feature to protect specific sensitive files. We're going to make this feature available to SaaS applications and developers so they can also use them in their line of business applications. Now, back to Joy.
Thank you, Ramiro. Authentication context for conditional access is now in public preview. It gives you yet another way to strengthen security while reducing the burden on your users. We know that your application environments are diverse. Most are hybrid and many are multi-cloud. But the only way to secure your defenses for the long term is to manage everything from the cloud, and that includes application authentication. When you rely on a federation service and authentication happens on-premise, then you have to defend your identity infrastructure on your own, and it's hard to get end-to-end visibility across your entire environment. You can do so with Microsoft Defender for Identity. But when you use Azure AD authentication, we protect the identity infrastructure for you from the cloud. Our cloud-scale machine learning systems reason over trillions of signals in real time, so we can detect and remediate attacks that nobody else can see. But it can be tough to figure out which apps to move to Azure AD when they use a mix of authentication technologies, from ADFS to other identity providers. Sana is here to show you some of the new tools that will make it easier to move apps to Azure AD. Sana, over to you.
Hi, I'm Sana, and at Microsoft, I help customers secure user access to applications. For this demo, I'm a Woodgrove admin responsible for managing connectivity to apps. At Woodgrove, we're in the process of upgrading single sign-on for our apps from on-premises Active Directory Federation services. Cloud-based authentication methods like password hash sync provide better security, and if we can authenticate in the cloud, we get the benefit of cloud-only security tools like risk-based conditional access policies. We're going to check our ADFS Usage and Insights report to identify whichever apps are ready to connect to Azure AD. Here on the right, you can see which apps have a check mark, and these are fully ready to migrate. Let's start with ServiceNow because this is a critical app for both IT and end users like Ricky. We could step through the wizard built into Enterprise Apps menu to connect ServiceNow to Azure AD, but instead, let's take advantage of the powerful APIs that Azure AD offers to help us automate identity management at scale. We're going to run a PowerShell script that adds any SaaS application from the Azure AD App Gallery. You can find the script that I'm running from GitHub. That's it, ServiceNow is connected to Azure AD. To configure it for single sign-on, we need to scroll down to step number 4, and we can enter in our admin credentials here. Great, now I'm going to press Configure Now. And Azure AD tells us that our configuration was successful. Let's click on this test button here, and this will help us confirm if we did everything right. Cool, it looks like we did. The check mark here confirms that Azure AD successfully issued a token. Everything looks good, and it was all a seamless app migration process. Over to you, Joy.
Thank you, Sana. The ADFS Activity and Insights report is now generally available. This report assesses all ADFS applications for compatibility with Azure AD. It checks for any issues, and it gives guidance on preparing them for migration. You can also get help connecting legacy on-premises applications to Azure AD from our secure hybrid access partners. We have expanded the list to include Perimeter 81, as well as partners like DataWizard, Strata, and Silverford, who can help you discover and prioritize which applications and resources to migrate to Azure AD. We covered a lot of ground today. The new tools that we showed you will make it easier to provide seamless experiences in the hybrid workplace and to strengthen your defenses against increasingly sophisticated attacks. But even the best tools are only effective if you know exactly how to use them. We understand that staying current with the latest innovations and best practices can be challenging. So, we have introduced a security, compliance, and identity learning path on Microsoft Learn. Each path comes with a free online training modules, and you can take certification exams to add to a professional profile. You can check these out today. Until we meet again, here are 4 practical things you can do to help secure your organization. Go passwordless. Try verifiable credentials. Refine your conditional access policies with authentication context. And connect the rest of your apps to Azure AD. Let's make 2021 the year of passwordless. Thank you very much.
Wow, that was an amazing session. Hi, I'm Jessica Feku, Security Product Marketing Manager, and you are in store for an amazing event. Now, you think it can't get any better than this, but trust me, it does. Check out the Connection Zone, where you can dive deeper into all of the topics you've seen today by joining our subject matter experts in a live Ask the Expert session. We also have some super cool technical deep dives that are available to you on demand and great interstitials featured throughout the event. The journey doesn't have to stop today. When Ignite is over, you can continue your learning experience by joining us at an upcoming virtual training day where you can get hands-on training from instructors, making you ready to secure your digital environment with our newly launched certifications. There are 3 all-new role-based certifications for your information protection admin, security operations analysts, and identity and access management administrators. Plus, our security fundamental certifications are here to help you get started. Be sure to stay up to date with the latest security product news at Microsoft by visiting us at www.microsoft.com/security or follow us on social at Microsoft Security on Twitter and LinkedIn.
Welcome back to the Microsoft Ignite set. I'm Christina Warren, Senior Cloud Advocate.
And I'm Joey Snow, Senior Program Manager, and a warm welcome to those of you joining from our APAC region. Hopefully you've gotten some breakfast and a comfortable seat because there's a full day of content headed your way.
And to that point, let's talk about that great featured session that we just heard on the evolution of cybersecurity with Joy Chick. Now, Joey, as one of our resident security experts, what grabbed your attention most of all?
The fact that you just called me a resident security expert. I'm actually loving that. No, listen, there's a few key points in that, and then we'll talk about the demo because that's really the main
Yeah, I love the demo.
So one, attackers, they're getting far, far more sophisticated nowadays, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the center of protecting against that, we talked about it earlier with Rob and Steve and Rudy, it's zero trust.
Yeah.
Right? But the linchpin in the very center of zero trust, it's identity, right? You've got to verify and verify explicitly. You've got to use privileged access. And then of all things, always assume breach.
Always assume breach. No, I mean, and that's also, I think, like an important thing. Always assume breach, which is just assume that something bad is going to happen.
Is happening.
Or is happening. Yeah. Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
That something bad is happening and then plan accordingly. But one of the things too, we talked about this, you and I, we were talking about this a little bit behind the scenes, is, not wanting to get in the way of your users, right? Because the biggest, I think, the problem that a lot of organizations have when it comes to security, and I can say this from a more user-centric perspective than from an admin perspective, is that if you make it too difficult to follow all the rules, then people aren't going to follow any of them. They're going to find workarounds because there are jerks like me who work at your companies who will find a way around like the ridiculous hoops that you make people jump. So you really need to make it easy for people to work in with your systems, right?
Yeah, and really this is kind of what conditional access was designed to do. Conditional access, when I talk about it, I basically communicate it as this is a set of rules that security admins and IT admins can enforce and they get what they need, but at the same time, it enables users to be more productive without having those rules get in the way.
No, which is really important because if you, again, like I said, if you make it too hard for me to do something, I will find a way to just copy that and put it in, a share someplace that you don't have access to, which breaks the whole system.
I mean, look, prime example is passwords.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what Joy talked about.
Right.
Get rid of those. You get rid of so much drama. And I mean, how many times have you walked by somebody's desk and seen that sticky note there, right?
100%. And I cringe every single time. So passwordless is awesome for that, of course.
Yeah, and about that demo, you have to go back and see that end-to-end scenario, provisioning a passwordless device, a token, a FIDO2 token, and provisioning the laptop. So cool. When I first saw it, actually tested it myself.
Yeah.
Because I re-imaged my laptop. Perfect.
And I want one of those keys with the fingerprint built
All right,
in.
well, I know a guy.
You know a guy. All right. In the next few minutes, I will be speaking with Director of Product of Power Automate, Mr. Steven Siciliano, about democratizing robotic process automation, otherwise known as RPA, on Windows 10. And because everybody has a right to robots.
I
Joey?
love robots. I don't know why we don't have an R2D2 and a C3PO. Just saying.
I agree.
You should also consider that as like my presidential run platform for 2024. Let's talk about how we've got incredible humans over at NetApp and Microsoft here because they're helping move the world's largest and most complex workloads right to the cloud with NetApp Files. Here's a look into SAP HANA migration, or HANA, with Azure NetApp Files.
Hi, folks. Thank you for joining us. My name is Anand Ramakrishna from Microsoft, and I'm joined here with Lalit Patil from SAP. Hi, Lalit.
Hey, Anand. Many thanks for having me.
It's a pleasure to be here with you too, Lalit. Let me start with this. What is the promise of SAP HANA on Azure?
HANA Enterprise Cloud is a concierge private cloud as offering a service that we offer to our customers. And our customers run their ERP environments as one of their important business process systems. And for that, they need scalability and reliability. And both of these things are what we get through the Azure partnership and the Azure Infrastructure as a Service, which is also powered through the Azure NetApp Files on the storage layer.
That's great. Yeah, the scalability and reliability is a key thing that we hear from our customers as well. An example customer is Kona, where they ran their large HANA-powered BI system on Azure and Azure NetApp Files. And that was one of the key things that we heard from them that was critical to their success. What are you hearing from your customers?
So our customers are of various shapes and sizes of different industries. So automobile industries, fashion labels, oil companies, banks. And it's, like I mentioned, depending on their business processes, the size varies. I can give a reference to one of the customers, which is a very large customer out of Switzerland, where we are right now running on a 24 terabyte virtual machine and with a huge infrastructure behind that. And I think that is one of an example of how we could have scalable infrastructure to power their mission-critical business environments.
That's right. And I think with some of these very large customers, if we look at Azure NetApp Files and Azure, we find there's over 5 petabytes of SAP data that exist in Azure today. So tell us, how is SAP setting some of these HANA S4 customers up for successful Azure adoption?
So out of those 5, we are probably using 2 petabytes, so a very large environment. I think it's also a co-engineering effort that we have between the companies, between Microsoft, SAP, and NetApp, which is helping us to build world-class reference architecture, which is addressing the needs for our customers. Again, with scalability and reliability, and with the massive technological advancements of Azure, this is what makes our customers happy today.
That's right. I think the strong collaboration and partnership that we've got with SAP, Microsoft, and NetApp is one of the critical advantages to go make customers successful. Thank you again for joining me today. If you want to learn more about SAP and Azure NetApp Files, join us at the NetApp partner page here at Ignite.
Welcome back to the Microsoft Ignite studio. I'm Christina Warren, and as our working days evolve beyond the 9-to-5 model, our downtime, productivity, and mental capacity go a little bit haywire if we don't adapt with the right times too. So, joining me for the next few minutes to talk about robotic process automation and how Power Automate can help us all gain back some time, productivity, and most importantly, sanity, is Director of Product Power Automate, Steven Siciliano. Hello and welcome, Steven.
Great. Thanks for having me. It's great to be here and talk about the opportunity for RPA and how, we had some really good announcements this past week. RPA is now available for all Windows 10 users.
Yes.
So we're really excited to talk a little bit about that.
I'm so excited to talk about this. Also, I have to just say, Steven, you have the best hair of anybody that I've seen at Ignite, hands down.
Nice.
So great for that. So, all right. So give me a little bit of a rundown for people who might not be familiar. What is RPA?
Well, RPA it's an abbreviation for robotic process automation, and it helps people to automate tasks on their machines every single day. We actually have just a short video. It'd be great to show everybody that, and it gives a sneak peek of what it looks like.
Awesome. Let's take a look.
Microsoft streamlines your daily tasks with Power Automate Desktop, the automation tool that's a part of Windows. With a few clicks, you can streamline highly repetitive manual tasks like sending a batch of individualized emails. Let's say you have an Excel sheet with a few email addresses and tailored greetings. That's a breeze for Power Automate to record in Outlook. Once all the actions are logged in a desktop flow, edit and make any changes you want. Now the app knows exactly what you want it to do. Click Run and it's done. Power Automate Desktop gets to work. From simple tasks like this to highly complex enterprise-wide processes, Power Automate streamlines repetitive tasks so you can focus your attention where it's needed most. Take care of what's important. Automate the rest.
Okay, that's awesome. And actually, Joey and I yesterday, we were talking about the new things coming to Power Automate Desktop, the fact that it's available to all users. Super excited about it. Why don't you tell us, what are some of the high-level things that are new and what's changed, I guess, with Power Automate Desktop?
Yeah, so the most obvious one is that anybody with Windows 10 can download it and sign in and get started without having any previous license. So before, you actually had to purchase through your work or school account a license to use Power Automate Desktop. And we did have a free trial, which was a great way that a lot of people were getting started. But now anybody can just download it and they can sign in with their own Microsoft account, their own individual account. It's the same one that you use for OneDrive. You can actually use for Power Automate Desktop. And when you do that, you can automate everything you want local to your desktop. So if you want to automate Excel, Outlook, kind of like we saw in that video, or if I want to automate photos, if I want to use third-party software like Adobe, all of that is possible with Power Automate Desktop. And it just runs locally on your machine doing what you'd like.
I love it. I love it. And it's free and it's available to download now, but Windows Insiders are going to be getting it in the next couple of releases, right?
Yeah, that's another thing I'm really excited about is what this means is it'll actually be included in Windows Build. So that way, the Windows Insiders, they can just go to their start menu, find it right there and get started without having to go download it separately. And it'll always be kept up to date with with Windows. It'll go through the normal update mechanism. So that just keeps you always on the latest. And that's what we love for our Windows Insiders is always getting the latest and greatest of what we have available.
100%. No, I love that for them too. And, we talk about when you looked at the demo and we talk about the ways that we can automate this stuff, it reminds me a lot of macros. It probably reminds a lot of other people of macros too. But you can do more things with this. What are some of your favorite examples of some of the stuff that people have built using Power Automate Desktop?
Yeah, so one of the most common scenarios we see is copy and pasting data between different systems.
Yeah.
So, I was just talking to a customer yesterday, actually, and they were saying how they have this really crappy old mainframe application that they're using, and they have Excel. And they literally spend 9 hours every week just copying data from Excel into that mainframe application. And what they were able to do in just one day was to download Power Automate Desktop, use it to just do that task for them automatically. And instead of taking, a minute or so to get that data copied over, Power Automate Desktop could do it in 9 seconds. And the other thing is, we as humans, we're not very good at doing the same thing over and over,
Right.
kind of manual, repetitive tasks, right? So you have to take a break after just copy and pasting stuff for a while. Well, a robot doesn't have to take a break. So it can just power right through and do all of those things. So that's one really popular scenario is copy and pasting data. Another one that we hear is processing things like invoices.
Mm-hmm.
So if you get an email that comes in, maybe it has an attachment, you want to be able to use some of the data from that attachment to maybe update something or just process what's going on and send it on for an approval. You can do that with Power Automate Desktop and use some of the other capabilities we have, like AI Builder, that can actually use computer vision to look inside that attachment and understand what's inside it and use it to go and run that process.
No, I love that. I mean, as somebody who's really, really bad at doing expense reports, specifically for that reason, I'm the sort of person who would rather spend time building a Power Automate, action to run through all of that than to, manually have to do it. So I love that. And, and like you said, this is now going to be available for free for anybody to use locally on their desktop. And you can schedule these actions to run too. Is that right?
So when you start talking about, the more advanced functionality, so things like scheduling things to run in the background, we call that an unattended process.
Okay.
And that means it'll run automatically no matter what. But that is an example of the premium functionality that we have that you still do have to pay for to do that. So if you have, a schedule, if you have a process you want to kick off, as soon as an email comes in, instead of running it kind of on demand on your machine, that leverages the cloud connectors that we have, and that can run, in the background no matter what. And that is a premium capability that we have.
Okay, yeah, so that's premium. And so if you want to do more of that stuff, really kind of get more granular, go to premium. But everybody has the opportunity to do the stuff locally on their desktop, which is really great. Sorry, go on.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, no, and I mean, and this is really exciting. The fact, like you said, this is coming to every single user, and that's going to, I guess, really open up a lot of opportunities for people to build different types of automations, right?
Yeah, I'm really excited to see the types of things that people build. I mean, it's a little limited right now because you kind of have to already think about RPA. You have to know what RPA is to really go to Power Automate and download it. But now it's just going to start showing up. Right, in Windows. If you just dig around a little bit, you'll find it. And that means that more and more people will be able to try it out. And it's really across all different types of industries. We're already seeing use cases. So everything from a graphic designer to somebody who, is doing that copy and pasting to somebody who works, on the front lines. If you have healthcare workers, they're using automation as well, right, for business critical and health critical scenarios. So it really spans all over the place, and we're just excited to see what people will do.
So am I. I'm so excited to see what people can do. So Stephen, where can people go to learn more?
So you can just go to powerautomate.com and you can download it there. We have lots of learning material and videos, and we have a blog where we talk about different use cases. So powerautomate.com, easy enough to remember.
Powerautomate.com. All right. Thank you so much, Stephen. It is great having you here as part of Microsoft Ignite.
Great. Thanks for having me.
And even though we're not physically together for this event, there's still plenty of digital ground to cover within the virtual event space, like the Connection Zone, where you can meet up with local peers and consult Microsoft experts and hear some incredible stories with the Humans of IT series. So here are some more tips to help you find your way around this year's digital venue. Whether it's your first time attending the all-digital Microsoft Ignite or you're an old pro, here are a few tips to help you navigate our digital venue. First, tell us a little about yourself. Filling out your profile is the best way for attendees to find you and your interests. Remember to enable Make My Profile visible under your contact preferences to be featured in the attendee directory so that you can keep connections you've made and your conversations going long after the event wraps. Now let's jump over to the session scheduler. Here, you'll find all the keynotes and sessions listed chronologically. You can also refine your search using the criteria to the left. Remember, when you're exploring these sessions, check out the related resources and other sessions like this one. It's a great way to discover new interests and learning tracks. You'll need a place to organize your digital experience, and for that, we've got the Digital Backpack. As you look through the session scheduler, you'll see the Save to My Backpack button. Clicking that adds the session or keynote to your backpack and automatically organizes your Microsoft Ignite experience. You can even add featured partners, other attendees, and speakers to your backpack, so it's easy to see when your favorite people speak and connect with others even after the event. Plus, when the event is over, the contents of your digital backpack can be downloaded into one convenient hyperlinked Word document. And here's a pro tip. Looking to see your schedule at a glance? Check out the My Schedule tab on the right side of your screen. There, you'll see what you've got coming up. Our Featured Partner Showcase is a great way to discover useful technical content and inspiring customer stories. Be sure to check it out for exclusive content, demos, contests, offers, and even swag. Use the refined results to search through the featured partners for specific industry areas, solution areas, business focuses, or topics. The Microsoft Ignite Connection Zone is dedicated to connecting you with your peers, with Microsoft experts, and with our teams from around the world. Head over to the Connection Zone to share insights with other attendees in ongoing live chats and to catch up with Microsoft leadership from your region. Plus, backed by popular demand, it's Humans of IT, inspirational stories, and useful content bridging the gap between humanity and tech. Finally, connect with Microsoft experts on your projects with a one-on-one app consultation. It wouldn't be a Microsoft Ignite without a Learning Zone, and this time around, we're enabling everyone to expand their toolkit like never before. The Learning Zone is the ultimate resource for Microsoft Ignite workshops and training. It's also where you'll find more information about the Microsoft Ignite Cloud Skills Challenge. Choose up to 7 different challenges at Microsoft Learn to earn a free Microsoft certification exam. And remember, while Microsoft Ignite is a great place to kick off your learning, the Microsoft Learn site is the place to continue that training journey by discovering new and different training paths and modules. So let's say you'd like to check out one of the Learn Live sessions. From the Learning Zone, you can click Browse Sessions or simply scroll down to reveal the Learning Zone sessions specific to those themes. Once you find a session you're interested in, simply save it to your backpack. Some sessions require you to RSVP, so make sure to RSVP if you're interested in attending. Another way to access any of the sessions from the Connection Zone or the Learning Zone is to head to the session catalog. Say you're looking to add a Humans of IT session to your schedule. Refine the results, click Connection Zone topic, and then Humans of IT. RSVP and see your schedule fill out as you go. So take a few minutes to explore the digital venue and customize your Microsoft Ignite experience.
Whether in person or all digital, Microsoft Ignite is powered by our global community, and one of the best ways to connect is through our Table Talks. 30-minute sessions, they're Teams meetings that allow you to connect with other attendees, and they're easily accessed by using the session scheduler. There's a couple great ones I want to point out. One, how to level up your career, and second, how to become an Azure expert. So make sure you RSVP or save your favorites to your backpack.
And another fantastic way to utilize Microsoft Ignite is the Learn Live lessons. They are a fantastic way to get in the weeds with a subject matter expert as they guide you through live learning content, and you can even work through the content in a group and ask questions as you go.
Here to explain more about the Microsoft Learn experience is Partner Group Program Manager Erin Rifkin.
Hi, my name's Erin Rifkin, and I'm a Partner Group Manager here at Microsoft. Welcome to the Learning Zone at Microsoft Ignite. This is our center for learning and development activities dedicated to training and certification with Microsoft. So whatever your style of learning happens to be, you're going to find something here to help you expand your skills. If you're a self-starter, sign up for the Cloud Skills Challenge. You'll be able to learn and earn a free certification exam on us. If you're more of a hands-on person, check out Learn Live. We've got subject matter experts that will walk you through self-paced learning today on Microsoft Learn. If you're new to the industry or you're making your next career move, check out our Intro to Tech Skills series. You'll have the opportunity to build new skills with Microsoft technologies. But we've also created a set of videos and resources that'll help you learn and skill beyond your journey here at Microsoft Ignite. So go check out the Learning Zone and all that it has to offer, and I hope you have a great Microsoft Ignite.
I'm Stephen Rose, your host of Inside Microsoft Teams, and I have just 60 seconds to share with you why you should check out our show. So, number one, where else are you going to find guests like?
Hey, Jeff, how you doing? Great to see you.
Good, Stephen. How are you?
From Lego, Michael Ulrich Paula, calling in from Warsaw, no less. Mary Jo Foley, ZDNet All About Microsoft blog.
Talking about great topics like these.
What suggestions do you have around Teams for All?
Edit the order of your icons.
But it's also really important to make sure the teachers are having a learning journey as well.
Building an Oakdale app.
And showing off the coolest Teams room devices like these.
Setting up my own Logitech meetup system.
We're going to take a look at the new PolySync 20.
The Bose 700 UC.
We introduce you to the experts. We share the IT Pro Insider view to help you plan, pilot, deploy, manage, and secure Microsoft Teams successfully. aka.ms/inside MS Teams, and add our show dates to your calendar.
Over the past year, we faced serious challenges when it comes to work. Like, seriously, do you remember in-person meetings? Well, Crestron is helping customers make the most out of this new normal by integrating Crestron Flex UC video conference systems and Microsoft Teams to connect all their remote and office-based employees. So head to their featured partner showcase to sign up for a free Teams room and devices design consultation.
Hey, Christina, earlier this hour, we wanted to hear how our folks at home feel about the state of cybersecurity and their reactions to Joy Chick's featured session. And among other things, we've got some stuff to talk about. So let's head on over to the big board.
To the big board. I like it. All right. So why don't you start us off there?
Yeah, for some reason, there was a tweet here. It's somehow fallen off my system here. It's from Sir Joey, and it says, I'm taking Christina to task about the best hair comment. Don't you all know who really has the best hair on the show?
It's Steven Siciliano. Sorry.
Fine.
But we talked about Zero Trust.
Oh, yeah. So Greg here says, seeing Zero Trust being mentioned a lot in security-related sessions at Ignite. Not familiar with the phrase, so he looked it up. Why Zero Trust is the right mindset for defense and intelligence industry. And he links to one of our industry blogs. This post I know very, very well, so highly recommend checking that out.
Good stuff. Well, it is, as they say, 5 o'clock somewhere. And so Kyle Mueller is grabbing a beer with the best over at the Guy in a Cube live stream. And he's learning about all the best Power BI news. So that's pretty great.
That looks really, really tasty right now.
It does.
Michael here's doing the opposite here. Old data mechanic here that says, nothing like a little MS Ignite while getting in some cycling time on the trainer. I love this because he's got the laptop, he's got the mobile device, he's got his timer and his mileage and odometer and all. I don't know physical things, as you can tell. Yeah, that looks pretty amazing.
Actually, it's a very, very good setup. And this is really great. This is from Mary Williamson. It says, you're never too old to have your mama say she's proud. And her mom is also says a good job to Scott Gu, too, for their Cloud Unplugged session.
Ooh, very cool. That's
that.
Awesome. John here says, what's Project Reunion and what does it mean for enterprise developers? And he references Thomas Fennell's session, saying he explains it all. And again, pointing it right out to our community helping our community, loving every bit of this.
I love that. And, we were talking just about, you and I, we've been talking about updates and the process of doing that. And Raphael Kolniar talks about the announcement for Windows 10 on Windows Update for Business Deployment Service. So that's one we haven't covered, but that's pretty cool.
So we were talking about robots?
Yeah, we were.
May has a robot. She has a robot pet. I'm so completely jealous. That is fantastic. We need robots.
We do. I insist on a robot pet. We should name him Clippy. All right. Coming up after, we have a supersized block of exclusive Microsoft Ignite content, and it's all going to start with a fireside chat from Executive Vice President of the Cloud and AI Group, Mr. Scott Guthrie himself.
Then we're going to gain access to some of Microsoft's top engineering leaders as they break down the big announcements that we've heard so far at Microsoft Ignite. From Project Salvador to the low-code revolution with Power Platform, it will all be covered in depth with the experts in Microsoft Ignite's Into Focus.
That's right. And finally, you will see Executive Vice President of Worldwide Commercial Business, Judson Althoff, as he brings us a roundtable of IT decision makers from around the industry. So what are your thoughts on this lineup, Joey?
There is so much to unpack here. I love Scott Guthrie's sessions that he does, and he's got this Q&A thing. I'm super looking forward to that. I caught a tail end of it.
Mary's mom said that he did a good job, so that's good.
We're going to have to see. We'll have to see that. And then as you get into some of the other things, we've got this new thing, the In Focus conversation, which I was sleeping. I completely missed it earlier today. I'm ready to fire it up back there. And Corporate Vice President for Identity, my CVP, Joy Chick, is also going to be involved in there. And I guess she has a little surprise at the end, a little fun surprise.
Nice. Very nice. Yeah. And obviously it's going to be great to hear from Judson as well and have him talk to IT leaders and decision makers. I'm really, really excited about all this stuff. Now, Joey, before I talked with Stephen about Power Desktop Automate, we were talking a little bit about some of the security stuff that we've seen up until now. And is there anything else that really, because this is kind of your wheelhouse, and there's been a lot of this content today, is there anything else you really kind of sticks out to you that you really think people should be focusing on or going to learn more about?
Well, so I think it's what we talked about with Jackie is super key and super critical, is that there is such a massive skills gap in this area. And I know that we have a lot of folks who are new to Microsoft Ignite, even new to the industry. And this is an area, along with the low-code, no-code development and that skills gap, that exists where there are major opportunities for career growth. And Jackie's put together that amazing content hub. I've been super critical of the org and saying, hey, look, we need a certification for identity administrators, and that matters. And that's coming out along with just simple baseline security and understanding that the focus of this event and the learning that is out there is just so amazing. There are a ton of other conversations and a lot of other sessions that are out there that focus around security. You don't have to be the white hat, black hat, super deep expert. Sometimes it's just knowing what you need to do from a basic level is going to get your organization so much further along than where you are today.
No, I mean, absolutely. Now, for one, I'm probably a gray hat, I would say. No, I'm kidding. I'm certainly would be a black hat.
I figured sparkly hat.
Oh, sparkly. Maybe.
I don't know.
No, but I think you're exactly right. When we have those opportunities, we want people to be able to learn and make it as easy as possible for them to get the information that they need.
Yep, absolutely.
All right. Well, it's going to be an incredible block of exclusive content, as we said. And when we return from it, we want to answer some of your burning questions. So go ahead, ask us anything. And we will see you in a couple of hours as day 2 of Microsoft Ignite continues.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to day 2 of Ignite. We're excited to have you join us for the Microsoft Cloud Unplugged session with Scott Guthrie. My name is Mary Williamson. I'm the Vice President of Azure Apps and Infrastructure. I spend my days talking to customers and partners, and today I get to talk to Scott. Hi, Scott. Good morning.
Thanks, Mary. I'm excited to be here too, and really looking forward to the conversation.
Today, we're going to focus, Scott, on conversations on Microsoft's cloud, the investments that we're making, the strategy behind our comprehensive platform, and a couple of questions from the audience. We'll also have a lightning round of Q&A at the end, so be prepared. How's that sound, Scott? You ready?
Sounds great. Let's get started.
All right, my first question is around cloud. And given our Ignite attendees yesterday heard Satya talk about the future of computing, we'd love to hear your point of view on Microsoft's cloud approach and the value it brings to our customers.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're living in an interesting time right now where, we're all going through a pandemic and all of our businesses are, being stretched in new ways. And, I think every company and every organization is trying to figure out, how do we reinvent ourselves? How do we connect with our customers better? How do we do business differently? And we see cloud as kind of a key ingredient to enable that type of transformation for organizations. And our goal with Microsoft Cloud is how do we help our customers do that as best as we can. And I think one of the things that makes the Microsoft Cloud unique is both the breadth and the depth of what it provides. We have infrastructure and an application platform and a data and AI-rich set of services that anyone can build on with Azure. We've got productivity tools with Microsoft 365 that enable employees to be more successful and collaborate better. We've got business process applications with Dynamics 365 that can reinvent supply chain or sales management or a whole host of additional capabilities that power businesses. And we have our Power Platform, which is our low-code, no-code offering, which allows you to stitch together all of these clouds and build applications without having to write code. And then we have with GitHub and Visual Studio, the world's richest professional developer tools and services that enable any developers to build custom applications across all of this. And that comprehensiveness and is really one of the unique things that makes the Microsoft Cloud. And then the depth of richness in each of those product offerings is incredibly unique. And the ability to use all of that and then protect it all with a common identity management and a common set of security solutions and management capabilities, means ultimately you can be more successful within your organization, and we can help power our customers' businesses forward and adapt for this new changing world.
I think that's a fantastic lead into my next conversation, because you talked about the capabilities, you talked about connecting with customers, and you talked about innovation. And given yesterday's announcement regarding Microsoft Mesh, can you share how mixed reality, that experience, ties into innovation across cloud and edge?
Yeah, I think a lot of the work we're doing with the new Mesh capability, is an example of, I'd say, of some of the richness that you can build on top of the Microsoft Cloud I just described. And it leverages things like HoloLens 2 and a lot of the work that we've done, which enables customers, for example, to be able to work remotely in a mixed reality based world. We've got customers like Toyota that are using it for enabling engineers in, say, Japan to be able to connect to service teams all over the world and be able to experience that remotely and help them fix and improve things. And that stitches across Azure, it stitches across HoloLens, it uses our Dynamics 365 Remote Assist app, and it's built on top of Teams using Microsoft 365. So that's just one example in, say, the industrial space. And the NHS is another great example in the UK, who's using HoloLens in that same set of solutions to help keep doctors safe as they treat patients with COVID-19. And they're able to use that same solution in a healthcare scenario. And what Mesh is doing, and the new Microsoft Mesh offering that we talked about yesterday, is sort of taking all of that capability to the next level and providing an even richer collaboration platform that's going to integrate as part of the Microsoft Cloud and enable workflows to